Name Lin Yi Bone, age 16, citizen, ID 9527. Requirements for job transfer met. Initiating transfer. The icy mechanical voice echoed above the job transfer square in the outer district of Linen City. Lin Yi pressed his fingertips against the transfer crystal. A faint warm current flickered through his body and vanished in an instant. The next second, a flat, emotionless chime sounded by his ear. Job transfer successful. Class Archer. Compatibility rating F. Immediately, a dim white bow-shaped sigil floated above his head, utterly devoid of luster. It was New Era Year 100, January 1st, the annual job transfer day. Lin Yi had just completed the transfer that would determine his fate, yet the result cast him straight into the abyss. Frank. A blank archer. What a joke, this class isn't even worth calling trash. Archers are useless to begin with. Weak early on, no damage, and with Flevel compatibility, there's zero potential for growth. A complete good for nothing. He can't even beat a level 1 ferocious beast. This job transfer is no different from failure. He'll rot in the outer city for the rest of his life. The jeers and scorn of his peers around him were utterly unrestrained, their gazes stabbing into Lin Yi like needles. He clenched his palm tight, a bitter smile the only expression left on his face. In this world, the archer class had long since become a completely discarded profession. Its early stage attack power was abysmally low and its growth cycle extremely long, yet in the later stages, it possessed no competitiveness at all. As new classes continuously emerged, even the archer's lone advantage of long-range attacks had been completely replaced. What was even more fatal was that his compatibility rating was the lowest tier, F. Compatibility determined a class's potential and initial attributes. Frank meant rock-bottom potential and pathetic starting stats. Among those of the same class, his starting line was worse than everyone else, reducing him entirely to a useless failure. Yet having traversed this world for 16 years, Lin Yi knew all too well its cruelty. 100 years ago, myriad heavenly games descended, the very rules of reality collapsed, ferocious beasts rampaged, and the population of Blue Star was reduced to less than a tenth of what it had been. The survivors huddled within 33 main cities, struggling to eke out a living. The law of the jungle was the only rule. Job transfer was the sole way for those at the bottom to survive. Even if it's in Frank Blank Archer, it's still a combat class. It's better than failing the transfer and being slaughtered at will, he told himself. Lin Yi could only comfort himself this way. At the very least, he now possessed a sliver of capital to stand in this world, a meager foundation from which he could try to earn contribution points to treat his younger sister's illness. He raised his hand, grasped the class sigil above his head, and drew it completely into his body. A personal status panel instantly surfaced before his eyes. Race, human, Lin Yi. Class Archer, Frank. Level 10100. Health 30. Mana 10. Attack 13. Defense 3. Attack speed 0. 43. Strength 5. Strength 2. Attack. Agility 3. Agility 1. Attack agility 100. Bonus attack speed. Constitution 3. Constitution 10. Health. Constitution 1. Defense. Intelligence 1. Intelligence 10. Mana. Spirit 1. Skills none. Equipment none. Worthy of a blank class. The stats are horrendous, he mocked inwardly, a chill spreading from his heart through his entire body. Lin Yi's self-deprecation echoed in his heart, the cold seeping into every corner of his being. With no skills whatsoever, he could only rely on basic attacks for damage. Even the most common level 1 ferocious beast in the outer city, the razor-toothed rabbit, had an attack power of as high as 20. If he truly encountered one, a single bite would cost him half his life, leaving him completely powerless to resist. Job transfer complete. Collect your novice weapon and leave the field. Do not interfere with others. The job transfer officer's gaze was indifferent, tinged with a trace of pity. He saw many such bottom-tier transferees every year and was long since inured to it. In this apocalypse, mediocrity, and even misery, was the norm for most people. Understood. Lin Yi's voice was hoarse as he took the shabby wooden bow that granted 10 attack, its rough handle biting into his palm. He gripped the bow tightly, ignoring the contemptuous looks and sneers along the way, and quickened his pace as he left the square. He had barely walked out a short distance when a shrill, acerbic voice came at him. Hedon. Isn't this Lin Yi who went for job transfer today? I heard you became an Frank Blank Archer. Such great promise, aren't you? Lin Yi looked up to see his neighbor Zhang Tsulan standing at the intersection, ahead, hands planted on her hips, blocking the way. Her triangular eyes raked up and down, his figure open, contempt shining in her gaze. Zhang Tsulan had always looked down on the orphan Lin's siblings and often made things difficult for them. Now that she had learned he had transferred into a garbage class, she took the chance to kick him while he was down. Lin Yi's expression darkened slightly. He had no wish to entangle himself with this shrew and moved sideways to leave. But Zhang Tsulan intentionally blocked his path, raising her voice so that everyone around could hear. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I'm just here to remind you back, then you mortgaged your house to me for 3,000 contribution points. Now there are only 3 days left before the deadline. If you still can't repay the money, then hurry up and drag that sickly little sister of yours out of my property. And make sure you don't die in the house. Don't taint it with your bad luck. Her barbed words struck directly at Lin Ye's sorest spot. He clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, yet he had no strength to refute her. At this moment, he had nothing. No money, no strength. He had no choice but to endure and restrain himself. Watching Zhang Solan's retreating back as she swaggered away, a swell of stifled anger and despair churned in Lin Ye's heart. A failed job transfer, a younger sister better than Zhang Solan, tightening the noose step by step. Everything weighed on him so heavily he could scarcely breathe, as though he would never see a day of relief in this lifetime. Dragging his heavy steps, he returned to their dilapidated little bungalow. A faint scent of medicinal herbs hung in the air inside. His younger sister Lin, she lay leaning against the head of the bed, her face pale, her frail body looking as though a gust of wind could topple her. In this apocalypse, the most despair-inducing thing was not only the sudden beast tides, but also the omnipresent gray mist. Ordinary people who inhaled it could easily be infected by mist poison, a clinging affliction like a bone-burrowing parasite. As if misfortune were chasing misfortune, half a year ago Lin, she had the bad luck to contract this mist poison. The exorbitant medicinal ingredients had already drained this impoverished family dry. With no other way out, Lin Yi had been forced to mortgage the only property their parents had left them to Zhang Solan at a humiliously low price. Now, half a year later, the money was nearly gone, yet his sister's condition showed not the slightest improvement. Perhaps awakened by the sound, Lin, she slowly opened her eyes, forcing a weak smile. Her voice was faint. "Brother, you're back." Was the job transfer smooth? Lin Yi instantly pressed down all his negative emotions. He walked to the bedside, gently ruffling his sister's hair, and forced his voice to remain calm. "It went quite smoothly. Your brother is now a mighty professional. Very soon I'll earn enough money to cure your illness. Everything will get better." Lin, she nodded obediently and lightly grasped his hand. "Brother, don't overwork yourself. I'll be fine." "All right," he replied. Lin Yi had never been one to sit and wait for death. Weak as archers were, they still possessed some ability to fight. As long as he could hunt ferocious beasts, he could earn a decent amount of contribution points. After feeding his sister her medicine and soothing her back to sleep, he was about to head out when he heard Lin she murmur, as if in a dream, "Brother, don't go. I'm scared." Lin Yi immediately halted his steps and spoke softly to comfort her. "I won't go. I'll stay with you." He sat down by the bed. Lin Shi's pale, frail face filled his vision, and when he thought of their current plight, 1,000 emotions surged within him. Was he truly destined to watch himself and his sister be driven to desperation, trampled at will in this apocalypse? He refused to accept that. He clenched the shabby wooden bow in his hand so tightly his knuckles whitened, his inner unwillingness and despair reaching their peak in that instant. At that moment, a mechanical voice only he could hear suddenly resounded in his mind. Detected intense emotional fluctuation in host. Proficiency panel initializing. Initialization complete. In an instant, countless strands of information surged into his consciousness. Lin Ye's expression shifted from blank daze to wild joy. A proficiency panel. Shooting arrows and slaying monsters can all increase proficiency. When proficiency levels up, it can enhance attributes and unlock powerful passive entries. It took quite a while before Lin Yi fully digested all that information and returned from his shock. At the same time, a faint golden panel completely different from the profession panel surfaced before his eyes. Host Lin Yi. Profession Archer. Proficiency level 1010. Attributes none. Unlocked entries none. Hint: when proficiency reaches level 10, the first passive entry will be unlocked. The host is advised to strive to raise his level. This is real, I am not seeing things. Lin Yi pinched his thigh hard, and as the sharp pain clearly registered, he did not even frown. Instead, of blazing light erupted in his eyes. After 16 years in this apocalyptic world tempered by endless hardship, his golden finger had finally arrived. Heaven never seals off all paths of survival. Now is not the time for joy, or I still need to test how this panel functions before I can truly understand it. Lin Yi detested celebrating prematurely. After smoothing out his emotions, he glanced at his still sleeping younger sister, gently pulled the blanket over her, and then quietly closed the door as he left. Outside, the street was a mire of mud with fine strands of drizzle descending from the sky. Lin Yi stepped into the rainwater, paying no heed to his trouser legs being soaked, as he quickly made his way to an empty patch where no one was around. He opened the game shop, spent 20 contribution points to purchase 2 quivers of arrows, 9 per quiver, and another 10 contribution points on 2 bottles of wound salve. I have not even started earning yet, and I have already spent my entire fortune, he sighed. Enduring the heartache, Lin Yi began knocking arrows and drawing his bow toward the front. As the bow creaked, he loosened his fingers and the arrow tore through the air, striking true into a rotting log not far away. After one shot, his proficiency did not increase. What is going on? Again. Thump, thump, thump. After repeated checks, Lin Yi finally understood one fact: the growth of proficiency was not so easily attained. Of course, if simply loosing arrows into empty air could increase proficiency and make one stronger, this would not be reality, but a story. Since that is the case, there is only one possibility left. Lin Yi's expression gradually firmed. He now had only one path left: to face vicious beasts and kill them with his bow. If he remembered correctly, a level 1 beast, the lychee rabbit, had attributes of 50 health, 20 attack, and 7 defense. The disparity in numbers was enormous. In a direct confrontation, he would definitely not be a match. Fortunately, the lychee rabbit's speed was not high, so there was still some room for maneuver. My current range is roughly 30 meters. As long as I constantly maintain a safe distance, I can absolutely do this. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi no longer hesitated and walked in the direction of the city gates. Of course, before leaving, he did not forget to retrieve his arrows. Although ordinary arrows carried no bonus attributes, they could be reused until their durability was exhausted. One does not know the price of rice and oil until managing a household. What can be saved must be saved. Before long, Lin Yi arrived outside Linen City. Beyond the city walls was not some remote wilderness, but a landscape of shattered walls and broken eaves, devastation as far as the eye could see. This area had once been part of Linen City as well, but as the gray mist eroded outward, it gradually turned into ruins. From the distance came occasional bestial roars, instantly pulling Lin Yi's nerves taut. He gripped his crude wooden bow tightly and advanced with extreme caution. The professionals he passed along the way cast him startled looks, as if to say, a level 1 archer dares to come here alone. Lin Yi ignored them and stayed on guard. It was not long before he finally encountered a lone lychee rabbit. Its scarlet fur bristled upright, exuding a ferocious aura. Its pair of enormous incisors looked like sharp iron shovels. Just imagining being bitten by them made one's scalp tingle with pain. A bit tense, Lin Yi drew in a deep breath, raised his arms, and drew the bow to aim. Whoosh! The arrow whistled through the air. However, an accident occurred at this moment. Perhaps because this was his first real battle, and he lacked experience, the arrow actually missed, skimming past the top of the lychee rabbit's head and flying off. Damn! Lin Yi's heart clenched. In the next instant, the rabbit's pupils flared with red light, and its powerful hind legs, muscles bulging, slammed into the ground as it sprang toward him. Although the lychee rabbit was not particularly fast, 30 meters could be covered in at most 3 seconds. Lin Yi had no time to loose a second arrow. Without thinking, he turned and ran. Calm down, calm down, calm down, Lin Yi shouted inwardly as he ran, wildly adjusting his mindset. Once he opened up a sufficiently safe distance, he immediately halted, set his stance, drew the bow, channeled strength from his feet, twisted his waist, and released the arrow in one smooth motion. Hit it. At the moment the arrow left the string, the lychee rabbit had just entered his range. Thud, blood blossomed. Above the rabbit's head, a line of red characters instantly floated up. 16. Lin Yi's own base attack power was only 13 points, but with the 10 points provided by his crude wooden bow, it reached 23. The lychee rabbit had 7 defense and 50 health. With 16 damage per shot, he would only need 4 arrows to kill a lychee rabbit. Of course, that was on the premise that the lychee rabbit did not get close to Lin Yi, otherwise the situation would be immediately reversed. At the same time, a line of golden text floated across Lin Yi's vision. Proficiency 1. So it really is like this. With his guess confirmed, Lin Yi's heart leaped and his battle intent surged. The struck lychee rabbit went berserk, roaring as it lunged again. Taking advantage of the brief stiffness caused by the arrow, Lin Yi once more opened up distance, bent his bow to aim, and loosed another arrow. Again 16. This arrow pierced straight through the lychee rabbit's thigh, and its speed dropped sharply. Not daring to grow careless in the slightest, Lin Yi repeated the same pattern until the lychee rabbit finally collapsed, thus ending this battle in a narrow yet safe victory. You have slain a lychee rabbit. Experience 10. You have slain a level 1 vicious beast. Proficiency 5. As the lychee rabbit fell, Lin Yi exhaled heavily, and an unfamiliar sensation quietly sprouted in his heart. This was his first real battle, and the first vicious beast he had personally killed. Not only did he feel no lingering fear, he was to his surprise exhilarated. The drop rate of vicious beasts was very low. This level 1 lychee rabbit left nothing behind except its corpse. Lin Yi walked over to retrieve the arrows that had fallen, then deftly skinned the lychee rabbit's pelt. Before becoming a professional, he had worked in a slaughterhouse and was already thoroughly at ease handling all sorts of vicious beast carcasses. The lychee rabbit's hide could be sold directly to the game shop for 2 contribution points. In addition, its teeth were worth 1 contribution point as well. Unfortunately, Lin Yi currently had no suitable tools and could not pry them out, which pained him for quite some time. Once I have earned enough, I must buy a decent cutting knife. Even a mosquito is still meat. Every little bit adds up, and only then can he more quickly ease his burdens, redeem their house, and buy more herbs to suppress the poison in his sister's body, which was nearly depleted. All of this required a vast amount of contribution points. Before level 3, his inventory permissions had yet to be unlocked. So to avoid affecting his subsequent actions, Lin Yi sold the pelt directly to the shop, then finally took a moment to open his panel. Character level 1 10,100. Proficiency level 1 910. Staring at the panel, Lin Yi's eyes flickered. His proficiency was about to reach level 2. He wondered what changes that would bring. Just one more point of proficiency, and I'll level up. Wiping the icy rain from his face, Lin Yi steadied the restless pounding of his heart, and keeping close to the corner of the wall continued edging forward with utmost caution. The gray mist was diluted by the rain, yet his field of vision grew even more limited. He dared not advance too rashly. Though this was the hunting ground of razor-toothed rabbits, if he were to encounter a level 2 ferocious beast with his current strength, he would be doomed without a doubt. Fortunately, the danger he anticipated did not appear. After advancing another dozen meters or so, Lin Yi discovered another razor-toothed rabbit. A rustling sound came from behind a pile of scattered rocks. A rabbit with fiery red fur was gnawing on a corpse. It was a young woman. Her skin swollen and pale from being soaked in the rain, and half of her face had been chewed away. The stench of decay was suffocating. Forcing down his nausea, Lin Yi crept forward in silence. Once he entered shooting range, he drew his bow and loosed an arrow without hesitation. With one battle's experience behind him, he was no longer so nervous. His arm was as steady as bedrock, his gaze locked firmly onto the razor-toothed rabbit, and his movements were several times more fluid than before. Whoosh! The feathered arrow tore through the curtain of rain and struck precisely into the rabbit's back. A damage value of 16 appeared. A crimson damage number leapt into the air as the razor-toothed rabbit let out a pained shriek. It whipped its head around, scarlet pupils locking fiercely onto Lin Yi. Abandoning the food at its mouth, it lunged straight at him. You hit a ferocious beast. Proficiency 1. Proficiency has risen to level 2. You have received a reward, all attributes 1, archery 1. The instant the golden words appeared, a warm current surged through his body. His fatigue vanished in an instant, and Lin Yi felt so comfortable he nearly groaned aloud. He had never expected that merely raising his proficiency by a single minor level would bring such benefits. An increase of 1 to all attributes was an enormous boost for him. Converted into numbers, his attack power rose by 3 points, his health and mana each increased by 10 points, and his defense went up by 1 point as well. His combat strength stepped up a whole tier, giving him far greater confidence in battling razor-toothed rabbits. As for archery 1, Lin Yi still did not know its precise effect. Perhaps it's related to shooting technique or something else. TCH. You beast. You're ambushing me. In the brief moment his mind had wandered, the razor-toothed rabbit had already leapt high, its fangs snapping toward him. If not for his quick reflexes, shifting half a step to the side just in time, he might well have lost his entire arm. Even so, the razor-like incisors grazed past like blades, carving a ghastly wound across his chest. His health plummeted by nearly half in an instant, startling Lin Yi into a furious curse. Fortunately, there was a brief gap between the rabbit's attacks. Ignoring the pain, Lin Yi hastily retreated to widen the distance, not daring to be the slightest bit careless again. Knocking, drawing, releasing. The entire sequence flowed in one seamless motion. Thump! Thump! 2 successive arrows of force struck home with perfect accuracy. 19. The damage overflowed as the razor-toothed rabbit collapsed unwillingly into the mud, splattering filth in all directions. You have slain a razor-toothed rabbit. Experience 10. You have slain a level 1 ferocious beast. Proficiency 5. A single strike of 19 damage was already a clearly noticeable improvement. Now Lin Yi needed only 3 arrows to bring down a razor-toothed rabbit. Though the number of attacks per kill had decreased, the proficiency each razor-toothed rabbit could provide dropped from 9 points to 8. His actual efficiency, however, had increased significantly. Proficiency level 2, 720, all attributes 1, archery 1, unlocked entries none. Prompt: at proficiency level 10, the first passive entry will be unlocked. Please strive to level up, host. Just 2 more rabbits and my proficiency will reach level 3. Lin Yi's heart burned with excitement. At this pace, he might very well reach level 10 and unlock an entry within a single day. With the immediate crisis temporarily resolved, a surge of pain from his wound suddenly washed over him. Lin Yi sucked in a sharp breath of cold air, hurriedly took out a bottle of wound salve and swallowed it. As his health began to recover, the gash slowly started to knit. Yet the moment he remembered that each bottle of wound salve cost 5 contribution points, he felt a sharp pang in his heart. What a loss. I'll just treat it as spending money on a lesson. The perilous scene just now served as a constant warning to Lin Yi. This was not a game. Any moment of negligence could very well cost him his life. Quickly retrieving his arrows and stripping the rabbit's hide, Lin Yi continued searching the vicinity for more razor-toothed rabbits, only now he moved with even greater caution than before. The rain poured down ever more fiercely. Braving the wind and rain, Lin Yi kept drawing and loosing his bow, his proficiency steadily climbing. Proficiency has risen to level 3. All attributes 1, archery 1. Proficiency has risen to level 4. All attributes 1, archery 1. After leveling up in quick succession, Lin Yi's attack power reached 32 points. Now he could easily kill a razor-toothed rabbit with just 2 arrows, greatly improving his grinding efficiency. Beyond that, he seemed to have grasped the subtle wonders brought by improved archery. Up ahead, a razor-toothed rabbit lunged out from the ruins. Lin Yi bent his bow and knocked an arrow, his movements as smooth as flowing clouds in water. In the next instant, the arrow ripped through the rain and pierced straight into its eye. Weak point attack 30. The razor-toothed rabbit let out a wail and launched an even fiercer assault. Lin Yi hurriedly retreated, his hands never stopping. He loosed another arrow, even as he moved. 25. Mud splashed up as the fight ended in at most 3 seconds, and Lin Yi dispatched his foe with ease. If any other professional had seen this scene, they would have been left gaping in astonishment. Since when had a level 1 archer become so powerful? It was one thing to kill a razor-toothed rabbit with just 2 arrows, but his archery was so exquisite that he could land steady hits even while moving at high speed. Under normal circumstances, wasn't such advanced technique something only veteran professionals could master? Yet for Lin Yi, achieving this seemed nothing worth marveling at. With archery increased by 3, everything felt like a natural extension of instinct. If archery 3 can elevate my technique to this level, what about 10, or 20? Once again, Lin Yi profoundly sensed the uniqueness of his golden finger. It did not merely boost his attributes, it fostered comprehensive growth beyond what could be shown on a status panel. Continue. Seeing improvements visible to the naked eye, Lin Yi had no intention of stopping. He fought with ever-increasing vigor. As yet another razor-toothed rabbit fell, a faint golden light finally shimmered around his body. You have reached level 2. Strength 1, agility 1, free attribute points 5. This was the sorrow of frank compatibility. Not only was his starting point poor, even the attributes gained upon leveling up were pitifully small. By comparison, those with a rank compatibility received 10 free attribute points to allocate with each level, and for rank and above the number only increased. According to what Lin Yi knew, the highest strength compatibility granted a staggering 50 free attribute points per level, 10 times his own. Such was the vast chasm between a genius and those at the very bottom. If not for his golden finger, the gap between Lin Yi and other professionals would only have widened. Now, however, things were different. As long as he relentlessly ground proficiency, he could obtain massive attribute growth, and sooner or later, he would catch up to and even surpass those so-called geniuses. For now, though, he had to survive, first earn enough contribution points to redeem his house and cure his younger sister's mist poison. Tightening his grip on the battered wooden bow in his hand, Lin Yi once more strode into the gray mist ahead. Torrential rain poured down, adding yet more uncertainty to a wilderness already fraught with danger. Lin Yi had no choice but to stay utterly focused, ready to respond to any sudden crisis that might erupt at any moment. Moreover, in his haste to accumulate contribution points, Lin Yi had allocated all of his free attribute points into strength, striving to raise his monster-slaying efficiency as much as possible. In this way, his attack power reached 45 points. If he managed to trigger a weak point strike, there was a chance he could kill a sharp-toothed rabbit in a single arrow. Human Lin Yi. Class Archer Frank. Level 2, 200. Health 60. Mana 40. Attack 35, 10. Defense 6. Attack speed 0. 47. Strength 14. Agility 7. Constitution 6. Intelligence 4. Spirit 4. Skills none. Equipment rotten wooden bow. Proficiency level 4, 1940. All attributes 3. Archery 3. Compared to level 1, Lin Yi's strength had improved significantly. Even if he encountered 2 sharp-toothed rabbits at once, he would still have the strength to fight. Of course, in such an environment, he would never dare to try this lightly. No amount of caution could be considered excessive. Soon a notification appeared. His proficiency had risen to level 5, all attributes 1, archery 1. After killing 3 more rabbits, Lin Yi had pushed his proficiency up to level 5. Lifting his head to glance at the dimming sky, his expression gradually grew solemn. Night was about to fall, and under the influence of the gray mist, the beasts would become more frenzied, and their numbers would swell. By then, the level of danger would multiply several-fold. Before darkness fully swallowed the land, Lin Yi returned to the area near the city gate to ensure that if anything went wrong, he could retreat back inside the city in time. Clearly, many others shared his thought. Before long, several teams of professionals had gathered here. Each group guarded its own section, not interfering with one another as they awaited the coming of night. All right. With the nearby beasts temporarily cleared and no danger in sight, Lin Yi swiftly purchased a skinning knife from the marketplace. Spending 10 contribution points made his heart ache, yet it was absolutely necessary. With this knife, he could not only strip rabbit hides more quickly, but also extract their teeth along with them. Bit by bit it would amount to a considerable income. After checking the durability of his equipment, Lin Yi replenished a quiver of arrows. Once he was sure nothing was amiss, at last night descended. The instant darkness devoured the earth. Vast banks of gray mist surged rapidly in from beyond the ruins, soon shrouding the area and reducing visibility to less than 20 meters. This was an exceedingly dangerous omen, especially for Lin Yi. With his vision constrained, his attack range was drastically reduced, and the level of peril shot straight upward. I'll try first. If it becomes untenable, I'll retreat to the city. With more beasts roaming at night, risk walked hand in hand with reward, and Lin Yi was unwilling to give up so easily. Soon pairs upon pairs of crimson pupils appeared in the darkness, gleaming with bloodthirst. Heavy breathing and savage roars echoed, and a disturbing aura spread through the air. They're here. Using the vague silhouettes outlined by the rain curtain, Lin Yi spotted his targets in advance. It was a completely hairless sharp-toothed rabbit, its body a full size larger than those he had encountered during the day. Muscles knotted across its frame like gnarled roots of an ancient tree, and its blood-red eyes radiated a brutal, frenzied aura. The moment it saw Lin Yi, the mutated sharp-toothed rabbit tore through the rain curtain and lunged at him with ferocious speed. So fast. Lin Yi's pupils contracted sharply as he realized something was wrong, yet his hands did not falter in the slightest. An arrow flashed out, the shrill whistle of its flight tearing through the air as it struck home. Bang! Blood sprayed as the sharp-toothed rabbit's charge was momentarily checked. A red damage number 34 floated up, as if confirming a suspicion forming in Lin Yi's mind. His current attack power had already reached 48 points. Even without hitting a weak point, the damage should not have been this low. Unless... There was no time to think it through. Wounded, the mutated sharp-toothed rabbit only grew more savage. With a roar, it crossed the 20-meter gap in a single bound. Lin Yi hastily withdrew, stowing his bow as he retreated while moving. Even as he backpedaled, he drew and loosed another arrow which struck true once more. 34. Still not dead. Astonished, Lin Yi shot a third arrow. This time the sharp-toothed rabbit finally collapsed and lay motionless. It seems the nighttime sharp-toothed rabbits have been strengthened in all aspects by the gray mist. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Yi roughly deduced the mutated sharp-toothed rabbit's attributes. They were likely doubled compared to an ordinary one, greatly increasing the difficulty of the hunt. Fortunately, the rewards had risen accordingly. Sharp-toothed rabbit slain experience 20. Level 1 mutated beast slain proficiency 10. The two prompts appeared in succession, and Lin Yi's eyes lit up. High risk and high reward truly were worth the gamble. Swiftly retrieving his arrows and processing the corpse, Lin Yi began searching for his next target. Meanwhile, many of the surrounding professional teams had likewise fallen into bitter battles. In particular, squads composed entirely of newcomers, with weak mental fortitude and a severe lack of combat experience, were already on the verge of collapse. For some reason, the mutated sharp-toothed rabbits seemed to target the more crowded teams, specifically sometimes appearing in several strong packs. Move, move, move. Healer, top them up. Shield guard, grab their aggro. Mage, stop shaking and start casting. We can't do this anymore. These muscle-bound rabbits are insane. We can't handle them. Fall back. Retreat. Night had only just begun, yet many teams could no longer hold the line and were already withdrawing toward the city. Lin Yi saw one team retreating in such panic that their formation was shattered by the sharp-toothed rabbits. Those who were slower ended up at the front and were torn apart by the rabbits in an instant, entrails spilling everywhere in a scene of brutal misery. Brother, help me. One remaining man, panic-stricken, ran in Lin Yi's direction, with several mutated sharp-toothed rabbits hot on his heels. Lin Yi noticed a fleeting glint of malice flash in the man's eyes, and instantly understood he intended to use Lin Yi as a scapegoat. So you want me to die in your place? Unfortunately, you picked the wrong person. In the apocalypse, human hearts were more treacherous than any beast, and Lin Yi would never show mercy. Before the man could react, Lin Yi raised his hand, and without wasting a single word, shot an arrow clean through his thigh. Oh! The man let out a miserable scream as he crashed to the ground, his gaze toward Lin Yi filled with venom. Yet he had no chance to spit out a single threat, for in the next instant several sharp-toothed rabbits descended upon him and tore him limb from limb on the spot. Professionals nearby witnessed this scene, yet none said a word. Only a faint awe entered their eyes when they looked at Lin Yi. That was the apocalypse for you. The more ruthless you were, the more others feared you. Those who were not ruthless enough already had grass growing over their graves. Casting a brief glance at the dismembered corpse, Lin Yi seized the moment while the sharp-toothed rabbits were still feasting and quickly left the area, continuing his search for isolated beasts. Beast hit proficiency 1. Level 1 mutated beast slain experience 20 OI proficiency 10. Under the deepening night, it was the perfect time for the hunt. With every arrow he loosed, Lin Yi's strength 111. Proficiency level 2. All attributes 2. Archery 2. Current proficiency level 7. You have reached level 3. Strength 1, agility 1, free attribute points 5. After more than an hour of high intensity, hunting, Lin Ye's body once again burst into golden light. Without the slightest hesitation, he poured all of his attribute points into strength. In an instant, Lin Ye's strength reached 23 points, and his attack soared to a formidable 67 points. Under normal circumstances, 2 arrows would be enough to shoot a mutated sharptooth rabbit to death. Besides that, all of his attributes had increased, and his overall strength was steadily rising. Upon reaching level 3, the personal inventory function has been unlocked. Lin Ye's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly checked the new feature. The inventory contained 10 slots in total, with identical items stackable up to 99. Though not much, it was more than enough for the moment. Moreover, accessing it was extremely convenient. A single thought was all it took. This solved Lin Ye's greatest current headache. Otherwise, every time he skinned rabbits and pulled their teeth, he would have to sell them on the spot, which both wasted time and was unsafe. It was worth mentioning that the hides and teeth of mutated sharptooth rabbits fetched double the usual price when sold to the shop. In this short period of time, Lin Ye had earned another 60 contribution points. As his strength grew, his hunting efficiency continued to climb. With the 2 remaining days, Lin Ye was confident he could accumulate enough contribution points to buy back the house from Zhang Suolan. Realizing this, his mood instantly lightened. He stowed his belongings into the inventory, slung the quiver over his back, tightened his grip on the worn wooden bow, and hurried on without pause to continue the hunt. Up ahead, a mutated sharptoothed rabbit suddenly lunged out from the gray mist. Not good. Lin Ye failed to notice it in time, and let it get close, cold sweat breaking out in fright. In the next instant, he instinctively drew 2 feathered arrows at once, set them both to the string, aimed, and released. Twang! Twang! 72. Weak point hit. 54. Both arrows struck true at the same time, instantly emptying the mutated sharptooth rabbit's health bar and sending it crashing from midair. You have slain a level 1 mutated beast. Experience 20, a proficiency 10. Lin Ye subconsciously wiped at the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead, still shaken. That was close, but just now. He stared at the bow in his hands in disbelief. 2 arrows loosed in unison. Could this be another powerful technique granted by his archery skill? As expected, as long as one works hard enough, everything will naturally fall into place. After he finished dealing with the corpse and was about to leave, his steps suddenly halted. What is that? Beside the carcass, a dim white light point flickered faintly in the rain. Without careful observation, it would have been easy to miss. An equipment drop. Lin Ye's brows lifted with delight as he quickly reached out to touch it. Picked up leather armor 1. A notification surfaced before his eyes, revealing the equipment's details. Leather armor white, wearable at level 1, HP 20, defense 1. A level 1 common white piece of equipment, worth about 50 contribution points, was a tidy, unexpected windfall. More importantly, the HP and defense granted by the leather armor neatly compensated for Lin Ye's current weaknesses, significantly reinforcing his survivability. Without further hesitation, he equipped the armor on the spot, and an immediate sense of security washed over him. Continue. Night deepened, the rain gradually lessened, yet the gray mist grew ever thicker. The direct consequence of this shift was that ferocious beasts began appearing with greater frequency. Previously, Lin Ye had to take the initiative to seek out mutated rabbits. Now, simply by remaining where he was, the mutated rabbits would come to him on their own. He killed one after another. At times, even 2 would appear simultaneously. If not for his newly acquired twin arrow technique, he would likely have been unable to hold out long ago. Even so, he still ran into a major problem. The corpses piling up on the ground left him no chance to process them, and each one represented precious contribution points. Lin Ye had considered directly storing the corpses in his inventory, but it simply did not work. For reasons unknown, intact bodies could not be placed inside. You have slain a level 1 mutated beast. Experience 20, a proficiency 10. A faint golden radiance flashed across his body as Lin Ye leveled up once more. Meanwhile, his proficiency was edging closer to level 10. Proficiency level 9, 3,890. At level 10, he would unlock his first passive entry, a prospect he eagerly anticipated, but it did nothing to resolve his current dilemma. At the same time, near the city gates, the number of teams still holding on had dwindled. Those remaining were either well-equipped or led by seasoned veterans. By contrast, Lin Ye, a lone archer holding an entire section by himself, stood out strikingly. Naturally, some people noticed his abnormal situation. Fortunately, profession information could not be casually viewed, so people instinctively took him for an old hand. Archers were so weak that if not for a sufficiently high level, how could one possibly farm monsters alone? Makes sense. Especially after seeing Lin Ye's consummate archery, their assumption only solidified. Thus, some secretly grumbled. With such a high level, he still comes to kill sharp-toothed rabbits for contribution points. Archers really are a trash profession. Of course, some tried to recruit Lin Yi into their parties, but he refused them all. It was not that he feared his abnormality being discovered, rather he knew how treacherous human hearts could be. Entrusting his back to a band of strangers was simply not Lin Yi's way. You have slain a level 1 mutated beast. Experience 20, a proficiency 10. The number of mutated rabbits kept increasing and Lin Yi was nearing his limit. The thought of returning to the city flashed through his mind only to be suppressed by lingering reluctance. Thankfully, at that moment his proficiency finally rose to level 10. Proficiency has risen to level 10. You have received rewards, all attributes 1, archery 1. The fixed rewards remained unchanged, but the real climax was yet to come. As lines of golden text flashed repeatedly, Lin Yi's expression gradually shifted. Proficiency level 10, a first passive entry unlocked. You have obtained the entry Furious Shot Green. Furious Shot Green normal attack damage is permanently increased by 1/3. At proficiency level 30, the next entry will be unlocked. Please strive to level up host. So this is the result of my efforts. Lin Yi was stunned. The effect of this first entry far exceeded his expectations. With proficiency at level 10, his attack had already risen to 89 points, and each normal attack now dealt 75 damage to mutated rabbits. With the Furious Shot entry equipped, it meant that even without triggering a weak point hit, he could now kill a mutated rabbit with a single arrow. Combined with his high-level twin arrow technique, his efficiency more than doubled. Good. Simple and brutal. I like it. Energized, Lin Yi swept away his earlier gloom. His hands moved ceaselessly, bowstrings singing as the mutated rabbits fell in droves, unable to even get close. Moreover, with the inventory function, he could remotely retrieve arrows directly. Before their durability ran out, it was effectively infinite ammunition, an incredible convenience. With such a dramatic boost in efficiency, the monsters could no longer spawn fast enough to match his killing speed. At last, he carved out a brief window of respite for himself and seized the chance to hurriedly skin hides and pull teeth. Once it's in the bag, it's truly mine. Looking at the bulging bundle in his hands, Lin Yi's mood soared. These were all contribution points. Just thinking about it filled him with a quiet sense of happiness. The durability of these arrows is almost completely spent. Without realizing it, Lin Yi had already risen to level 5. His expression shifted slightly. After clearing away the few remaining mutant rabbits nearby, he began to retreat in the direction of the city gate. By this time, the city gate was about to close, or if he did not leave now, it would be too late. Once the gate shut, it would not reopen until 5 o'clock the next morning. During this period, no one could hope to survive out in the wilderness. Before long, Lin Yi safely made his way back inside the gate. Returning alongside him were other class professionals, each looking utterly exhausted. Some were grievously wounded, their lives hanging by a thread. It could not be helped. In the apocalypse, anyone who dared to stop moving would be the first to be eliminated. All returnees soak in the spring before you go. The city-guarding soldier bellowed the command, and Lin Yi followed the group toward the plaza behind the city wall. The spring, known as the Spring of Life, was the core facility of every major main city. It could help class professionals heal rather serious injuries and disperse the gray mist lingering within their. If one stayed too long in the world outside the city, even a professional would be eroded by the gray mist. If left unchecked over time, it would become fog poison, and by then, even soaking in the Spring of Life would be too late. It was a pity the Spring of Life had no effect on ordinary people, or otherwise his younger sister Lin, she would never have ended up like this. The spring was vast, large enough to accommodate more than 1,000 people at once. Lin Yi picked a spot in a corner and stepped into the water. Instantly, a gentle warmth seeped in through every pore, lightening his body and mind, as though some inner filth were slowly being cleansed away. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Lin Yi checked the day's gains. Human Lin Yi. Class Archer Frank. Level 5, 480,500. Health 140, 20 mana 120. Attack 98, 10 defense 14 1. Attack speed 0. 58. Strength 40, agility 18, constitution 14. Intelligence 12, spirit 12. Skills none. Equipment rotten wooden, bow leather armor. Proficiency level 12, 128,300. All attributes 11. Archery 11, unlocked entry Furious Shot Green. Judging by level alone, reaching level 5 in a single day could only be considered average. But numbers did not lie. Lin Yi's current attributes were nothing like what in rank compatibility should have. At the very least, he was not inferior to someone with a rank compatibility and was even close to approaching rank. Moreover, both his archery and Furious Shot brought a tremendous boost to his real combat strength. His greatest shortcoming now was the lack of equipment and skills, otherwise his power could rise yet another tier. However, both of these were extremely difficult to obtain. Monsters dropped them rarely, and the marketplace prices were exorbitant. Problems that could not be solved in a short time. Taking a moment to check, he saw that even a basic skill book for archers cost at least 1,200 contribution points in the marketplace, enough to make one click their tongue in shock. This all the more highlighted the weakness of blank slate classes. Normal classes came with at least one starting skill, if not more. Aside from that, Lin Ye's greatest harvest today was his contribution points. After selling the materials in his pack, his contribution points had reached 318, equivalent to an entire month's wages at the slaughterhouse before his class change. There's still a bottle of hemostatic medicine, a cutting knife, oh right, and a piece of leather armor, not yet counted. After deducting the cost of arrow consumption, it's equivalent to having earned 353 in total today. Doing the math filled Lin Yi with delight. He had originally planned to restock some arrows and medicine, but after thinking it over, he gave up. The money had barely warmed his hands. Spending it immediately felt inappropriate. It would not be too late to prepare supplies tomorrow before heading out of the city. Leaving the spring of life, Lin Yi allowed himself a rare bit of extravagance. On his way home, he stopped by the market and bought a jean of beef brisket, 2 jean of eggs, and 10 jean of rice, spending a total of 10 contribution points. His younger sister Lin Shi's health foundation was terribly weak. Since he now had the means, he ought to nourish her properly. Lin Yi could mistreat himself, but he would never allow his sister to suffer. Before long, he returned home. "Brother." Lin Shi immediately rose to greet him, worry plainly etched between her brows. But she was sensible enough not to bombard him with questions. Instead, she pulled Lin Yi to sit down. "I made plain porridge. Once it's reheated, we can drink it." Looking at the 2 bowls of plain porridge and the small dish of pickled vegetables on the table, Lin Yi shook his head. "We're not eating this today." Lin Shi was 11 this year, yet from long-term malnutrition, she was still short, barely reaching Lin Ye's chest. Even sitting down, he could easily reach his sister's head. He affectionately ruffled her hair and lifted the ingredients in his hand. "Shall she look? What's this?" "Wow, it's beef. And eggs and rice." Lin Shi's eyes lit up as she instinctively took the ingredients from him. A moment later, she lowered her head, her gaze dimming. "Brother, isn't this too wasteful?" "It's not wasteful. It was bought for you in the first place. Besides, your brother is a professional now. Oh, taking care of you is no problem at all." Lin Yi patted his chest and grinned broadly. "Brother." Seeing him force a light-hearted act, Lin Shi's nose stung and her eyes reddened. "It's all because I'm useless that you have to work so hard." Ever since their parents died in a beast tide 2 years ago, Lin Yi had shouldered the burden of the family at a very young age. Lin Shi had seen it all and felt endlessly grateful. After being afflicted with fog poison, she often sank into self-blame. It seemed to have become a knot in her heart. "What nonsense are you saying? As long as you're well, your brother doesn't feel tired at all." Lin Yi deliberately put on a stern face. "If you keep talking like that, I'll get angry." Lin Shi burst into laughter through her tears. "Brother, your acting is so fake. I'll go cook." "Is my acting really that bad?" Watching Lin Shi head into the kitchen, Lin Yi rubbed his nose and hurriedly followed. Though still young, Lin Shi's cooking skills were truly impressive. She took charge of the stove while Lin Yi acted as her helper. Before long, a table full of steaming dishes was ready. Potato stewed beef brisket and steamed eggs paired with fragrant white rice. On such a bitterly cold night, it was an exceedingly rare feast. The siblings' appetites were immediately aroused. "Shall she eat more?" "Brother, you eat too." It had been a long time since the 2 of them had eaten their fill. They finished every last grain on the table. After washing the dishes and watching his sister take her medicine, Lin Yi finally returned to his own room. Everything is slowly beginning to get better. Lying on his bed, however, Lin Yi found it hard to sleep. Having transmigrated here 16 years ago, he had endured endless hardships. He feared that everything that had happened today was nothing but a dream, and that upon waking, life would once again sink back into the mire. If only we could live in the inner city, he thought. They say it's a pure land beyond the gray mist, where people live in abundance, where countless powerful professionals reside, and where even ferocious beasts cannot invade. For those living in the outer city, the inner city is like a paradise spoken of only in whispers and hidden behind a cold, towering steel wall. When Lin Yi was very young, he once encountered a person from the inner city during a beast tide when the outer city was on the brink of collapse. A team of black-armored professionals descended like divine soldiers, fiercely cutting through the beast horde, saving countless lives from disaster. From that moment on, Lin Yi harbored a yearning for the inner city. This thought took deep root in his heart, and he dreamed that one day he would take his sister away from the dilapidated outer city, step into the inner city, and live a stable life. The night passed in the blink of an eye, and as dawn broke, Lin Yi climbed out of bed. Listening closely to the even breathing from the next room, he let out a sigh of relief and quietly slipped out. The wind at 5 a.m. was particularly cold. A faint gray mist lingered in the streets like dark clouds hovering above people's heads, refusing to disperse. "Shall you're out so early today?" On the street, the Bowsy shop owner had just raised the roll-up door and greeted Lin Yi. "Good morning, Oldly." Lin Yi walked into the shop, chose a seat, and sat down. He was a regular here, having worked at the slaughterhouse and coming here for breakfast every day. 3 meat buns, a bag of soy milk, and pack 1 more of these to go. Sure thing. Soon steaming hot meat buns were served. Since it was still early and there were not many customers, Old Lee simply sat down and started chatting with Lin Yi. I heard you successfully changed professions. You've made it big. Old Lee held a thermos cup and blew on the steam rising from the cup. What profession? It's nothing to boast about, just a blank slate archer at most. I can scrape by with enough to eat. Lin Yi bit into the meat buns, slurping up the scalding soup with a sound. That's a bit of a pity, but it's still pretty good, much better than my boy. Old Lee sighed, looking somewhat desolate. Shall you tell me what's going on with my Old Lee family? How come 3 generations have never had such fortune? Lin Yi forced a bitter smile, unsure how to answer that question. Changing professions is much like opening a blind box. Until the mystery is revealed, no one knows what awaits them. Moreover, the Old Lee family is not unique. In this world, ordinary people make up the majority, struggling on the bottom for their entire lives. Just as the atmosphere grew a bit heavy, a commotion arose from the street. Out of curiosity, Lin Yi grabbed a bowsy and stepped outside the shop, only to see a crowd gathered at the neighboring house, bustling with excitement. What's happening? Lin Yi instinctively looked at Old Lee beside him. Old Lee appeared momentarily stunned, murmuring, "Old Xia must have really struck gold. He has a good daughter." After hearing Old Lee's explanation, Lin Yi was also quite surprised. It turned out that the daughter of the butcher shop owner next door, Xiaqing Xue, had achieved an astonishing level compatibility when changing professions yesterday, causing quite a stir. Several guilds from the inner city had extended olive branches to her, offering generous terms. Today's spectacle was likely to announce her family's move to the inner city. Once Old Xia's family moves to the inner city, we'll be living in 2 different worlds. Old Lee lamented repeatedly, his expression filled with envy. One person achieves success, and the whole family rises. Why doesn't my Old Lee family have such good fortune? As soon as he finished speaking, several tall and burly professionals emerged from the butcher shop. They were clad in pitch-black heavy armor, with fearsome wolf-head helmets, creating a striking and intimidating presence. It's the Iron Floating Towers wolf armor guards, the #1 guild in the inner city. A gasp rippled through the crowd as people instinctively stepped back, clearing a path. Amidst the wolf armor guards, a girl dressed in a plain long skirt, her expression indifferent, stepped forward. Xiaqing Xue. Lin Yi was not familiar with her, having only seen her a few times, but her cool demeanor stood out distinctly in the filthy outer city, making her easy to recognize. She seems to have become even colder. Lin Yi's cold referred not just to her demeanor, but also to a physical sensation. As the girl appeared, an inexplicable chill enveloped the surroundings. Not only the ordinary people nearby, but even Lin Yi couldn't help but shiver. Level compatibility indeed extraordinary. Lin Yi thought with lingering fear. But that was all. Everyone has their own destiny. Some are born on clouds, attracting attention wherever they go, while others are trapped in the mire, faced with thorns, yet they might still carve out a bloody path with determination. Suppressing his unease, Lin Yi retracted his gaze, greeted Old Lee, and then headed home. He placed the packed breakfast on the table, leaving a note to prevent his sister from worrying when she woke up, and then directly left the city. This time Lin Yi was better prepared, as he planned to venture deeper into the wilderness to hunt higher-level ferocious beasts, as that would earn him money faster. 10 arrows, 2 bottles of hemostatic medicine, and 1 antidote cost him 120 contribution points, which made Lin Yi feel quite pained. However, these were necessary investments, and he believed that after today, he would earn far more than this. At 5:30 a.m. Lin Yi arrived outside the city. The sky was not fully bright yet, but many teams were already practicing levels near the city gate, with sounds of combat echoing. Lin Yi did not linger, directly bypassing the area with the sharp-toothed rabbits and heading in the intended direction. His target today was the Falling Moon Pond, located 1 kilometer outside the city, where a large number of level 3 ferocious beasts, the Xuanjia turtles, gathered. Near Linen City, there are many types of level 3 ferocious beasts, and the reason Lin Yi chose the Xuanjia turtle was due to his own considerations. Firstly, the shells of this ferocious beast are particularly valuable. Each one can be sold for 10 contribution points. If he can kill 300 of them, the money to redeem a house would be sufficient. More importantly, the Xuanjia turtle has high defense and thick blood, making it particularly difficult to defeat, so very few people go there, alleviating the worry of competition for monsters. As for whether he could fight against them, that was out of the question. Lin Yi was already level 5, with pure strength allocation. Crushing down on level 3 ferocious beasts was more than enough, not to mention that the Furious Shot perk was not merely for show. The Xuanjia turtle is even slower than a level 1 sharp-toothed rabbit, making it perfect for me. Before long, Lin Yi arrived at the Falling Moon Pond. It was called the Falling Moon Pond because the entire pond is crescent-shaped, with a cliff to the north, where water cascades down, creating a mist that looks like celestial rivers falling into the pond. As expected, there were very few people leveling here. Only a few scattered individuals were distributed in various spots, not interfering with each other. Lin Ye's presence did not attract their attention, allowing him to enjoy the peace. Gripping his shabby wooden bow, Lin Yi cautiously approached the edge of the pond and soon spotted the first. The Xuanjia turtle was quite large, about the size of a wash basin, resembling an alligator turtle, with a fierce-looking head and a stout tail. Its shell was highly arched, covered in grooves and barbs, appearing extremely hard. The Xuanjia turtle was lazily wandering at the pond's edge, unaware of the impending danger. The next moment, bang! The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow shattered the air. The arrow, propelled with tremendous force, directly knocked the Xuanjia turtle off balance. At the same time, bright red text floated up. 104. With a single arrow, Lin Yi deduced the defense of the Xuanjia turtle to be around 30, more than double that of the mutated rabbit. Roar! The Xuanjia turtle let out an angry roar as it felt the pain, its vertical pupils locking onto Lin Yi. Its four short, thick legs covered in scales moved quickly, resembling a road roller, as it charged forward, raising clouds of dust. Lin Yi did not dare to be careless. Distance was the archer's greatest advantage. As he retreated, he quickly nocked an arrow, exerting his wrist strength to fire 2 arrows simultaneously. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds echoed and 2 bright red damage numbers floated up instantaneously. 104. 104. The Xuanjia turtle was repeatedly struck by the powerful arrows, nearly going mad, yet helpless. Its steps were too clumsy, and it could only trail behind Lin Yi, kicking up dust. Just as one round of shots ended, another followed. 2 feathered arrows instantly depleted the remaining health of the Xuanjia turtle. Just when Lin Yi let down his guard, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Before the Xuanjia turtle met its demise, it whipped its head and shot out a water arrow. Whoosh! The water arrow was incredibly fierce, zipping through the air at high speed, leaving a clear trace in its wake. Skill. Lin Yi never anticipated this. He had no time to evade, and was directly struck in the chest by the water arrow. Bang! It felt like being struck by a heavy hammer, and Lin Yi instantly felt short of breath. With a gasp, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The powerful inertia sent his body flying over 10 meters before he finally came to a stop. Lin Yi looked at his health bar, which was barely 1/3 left, and a cold sweat broke out. Fortunately, it was just a dying counterattack, and there were no other Xuanjia turtles nearby, who otherwise the consequences would be dire. No one told me that the Xuanjia turtle had such a trump card. Lin Yi felt quite frustrated, realizing that not knowing the details of the ferocious beast had led him to this perilous situation. I heard there's a special lecture hall in the inner city that teaches professional knowledge and strategies for dealing with various ferocious beasts, but unfortunately, I never had the chance to attend. After taking a bottle of healing medicine, Lin Yi felt a significant improvement in his chest as his health slowed. However, the basic healing potion had a recovery cap of 100 health points, and Lin Yi had just lost 107 points, missing full recovery by 7 points. Looking at the incomplete health bar on his panel, his obsessive-compulsive disorder flared up, but recalling that the potion cost 5 contribution points, he gritted his teeth and chose to ignore it. I'm indeed a tough guy who I can endure this. You have killed a level 3 Xuanjia turtle. Experience 30, proficiency 15. You have leveled up to level 6. Strength 1, agility 1, free attributes 5. A series of prompts flashed by, and Lin Yi was enveloped in a faint golden light. After some thought, he allocated the 5 free attribute points in a 32 split between strength and constitution to appropriately enhance his survival ability. Otherwise, his body would be too fragile, leaving no room for error. Human race: Lin Yi, profession archer, F rank level 6, 101,000 health 160, 20 mana 120, attack power 107, 10 defense 16, 1 attack speed 0. 59 strength 44, agility 19, constitution 16, intelligence 12, spirit 12, skills none, equipment rotted wooden bow, leather armor, proficiency level 12, 148,300, all attributes 11, archery 11, unlocked trait fury shot green. Glancing at the panel, Lin Yi was quite satisfied with the growth of his attributes. However, as an archer, his agility attribute was slightly lacking. But there was no rush. He could invest in agility later for better cost-effectiveness. For now, relying on the all-attribute bonus from increased proficiency was sufficient. Quickly removing the turtle shell, Lin Yi picked up his rotted wooden bow and continued searching for the next Xuanjia turtle. Having learned from his previous lesson, he was now on guard. As the Xuanjia turtle shot out the water arrow, he quickly dodged to the side and easily finished the battle. Kill. Fully immersed in battle, 3 hours quickly passed. The number of turtle shells in his bag reached 36, averaging 12 Xuanjia turtles killed per hour. This efficiency was somewhat slower than Lin Yi had anticipated, mainly because most of the time was wasted on searching for prey. Fortunately, the experience gained from the Xuanjia turtles was quite good, and during this period his level rose again. His proficiency even increased by 2 levels, bringing his total attack power to an astonishing 130. With the boost from the Fury Shot trait, he could eliminate a Xuanjia turtle in just 2 rounds of shots. Such power naturally could not compare to those prodigies, but when compared to other F and E rank professionals, he was far superior. Lin Yi estimated that once his proficiency increased a few more levels, his stats would likely surpass those of D rank professionals. The Xuanjia turtle no longer posed a threat to him, and the subsequent hunting became tedious. However, he relished this feeling of steadily growing stronger. Moreover, each Xuanjia turtle guaranteed a minimum of 10 contribution points, which was quite satisfying. Well, something good has dropped. The surprise came too suddenly. As the Xuanjia turtle fell, a fist-sized green light orb appeared on it. The green light orb indicated that the quality of the drop was green. In this world, any item with a quality classification followed a unified standard white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and crystal. With such a low drop rate, Lin Yi never expected a green drop from a level 3 Xuanjia turtle. Luck has arrived, it can't be stopped. Lin Yi jogged over, just about to reach out to pick up the light orb, when an unpleasant voice came from behind. Hey, wait a minute. We discovered this Xuanjia turtle first. It's one thing to steal the kill, but isn't it a bit shameless to come over to loot as well? Lin Yi almost laughed out of anger upon hearing this. When he fought this Xuanjia turtle, there were no other players nearby. Oh, it turned out someone had seen him get lucky and wanted to take advantage of it. However, if you want to steal something, just say it outright. The one with the strongest fist is the boss. Yet they shamelessly turned right and wrong upside down. Lin Yi's face instantly darkened, his gaze cold and terrifying. He did not cause trouble, but that did not mean he was afraid of it. Lin Yi turned around, looking coldly at the 3 people not far away, and succinctly said, "Get lost." Relying on their numbers, even though they knew Lin Yi could solo the Xuanjia turtle and must have some skills, they were not the least bit intimidated. "Kid, I advise you to be sensible and leave this place quickly, or don't blame us for being rude." Without wasting words, Lin Yi showed them the answer with his actions, directly raising his hand to shoot 2 arrows. Damn, this kid is not following the rules and is attacking from ambush. The leader, a shield warrior, was startled, white-faced by Lin Yi's sudden 2 arrows, and hurriedly raised his shield to protect himself. Bang! Bang! The 2 powerful arrows collided with the shield one after another, and the shield warrior's hands were instantly bruised. 2 red damage numbers exploded directly above his head. 133. 133. Damn, a mere archer, yet their damage is so high. The shield guard, seeing himself lose half his health in one blow, immediately turned pale, exchanging glances with the other 2, before making an unexpected decision. The green mountains remain, and the waters flow long. Without finishing his words, the 3 fled in disarray. Watching their panicked retreat, Lin Yi did not pursue. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted, it was simply that the 3 were determined to escape, making them difficult to catch. Moreover, the sudden ambush had frightened them, and if they regained their composure and fought back together, Lin Yi would surely find himself in a tough battle, which is why he chose to retreat. It was better to waste no effort and instead hunt a few more Xuanjia turtles for greater profit. Automatically brushing off the dust from his clothes, Lin Yi turned back to collect the loot from the Xuanjia turtle. Meanwhile, several other teams in the distance, having just witnessed Lin Yi take on 3 opponents, immediately suppressed their budding curiosity and collectively distanced themselves from the area. Those who strike first without hesitation are either very confident or extremely ruthless. Either way, they are not beings to be approached lightly. Looting Survey Technique 1. At the moment the prompt flashed, a glimmer of surprise appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. It's actually a skill book. Survey Technique. Activate the skill to view the basic information of targets up to your own level. Learning. Although it wasn't a combat skill for archers, Lin Yi had heard of the Survey Technique's fame. It was indeed one of the essential skills for various professions in the early stages. In the shop, it was clearly priced at 1,000 contribution points per book, and its usefulness was self-evident. You have chosen to recover the Survey Technique for 50 contribution points. Do you confirm? Lin Yi was startled and quickly cancelled. He had just gotten a sudden idea to check the recovery price of the Survey Technique and didn't expect the shop to be so unreasonable. For something worth 1,000, you're only offering 50. Why not just rob it? Lin Yi suddenly felt a wave of helplessness and seriously doubted that the materials he sold earlier hadn't been unfairly taken as well. However, this question would undoubtedly remain unanswered. The system shop was a function that every practitioner could access, and no one knew exactly who controlled it. Looking at the skill book in his hand, Lin Yi found himself in a dilemma. The Survey Technique was highly valuable and useful, especially for him at this moment, as it could prevent him from being caught off guard in unexpected situations. However, he was currently in dire need of money, and spending such a hefty sum on it felt quite wasteful. Although the shop's recovery price for the skill was only 50, if he could trade it with other practitioners selling it for a few hundred wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, it was a necessary item with high demand, so he wouldn't have to worry about selling it. After much contemplation, Lin Yi ultimately made a conservative decision. If he could gather enough contribution points by tomorrow to redeem his house, he would learn the survey technique. Otherwise, he would trade the skill book, just in case. Since I'm only hunting Xuanjia turtles, now there shouldn't be any unexpected incidents. The Xuanjia turtles could be hunted until level 8, after which he planned to hunt the level 5 steelback wolves. After all, as a solo player, Lin Yi always adhered to the principle of level suppression, only hunting ferocious beasts below his own level. However, it seemed Lin Yi had forgotten an old saying. He wanted to decide on using the survey technique based on the situation, but often plans cannot keep up with changes. Of course, that was a matter for later. For now, let's set it aside. Continue. As time passed, Lin Yi's skills became increasingly proficient, and as noon approached, the glow of leveling up flashed briefly, bringing his level to 8. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that he was just a small amount of experience away from reaching level 16 in proficiency. Lin Yi had a hunch that once his proficiency reached 16 and his shooting skill hit 15, his archery technique would undergo a new transformation. There are no more experience points from killing Xuanjia turtles. Next, he'll go hunt steelback wolves. The territory of the level 5 steelback wolves was not far from the falling moon pond, reachable in just over 10 minutes. However, Lin Yi did not set off immediately. Patting his stomach, he decided to eat something first. People are like iron and food is like steel. Without a meal, one feels anxious. Only when full can one have the strength to hunt ferocious beasts. Confirming that no new ferocious beasts would spawn nearby for the time being, Lin Yi sat down on the spot, took out his rations and water, and began to eat ravenously. Soon he let out a satisfied burp and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of an unusual light reflecting in the. That light appeared as a sinister shade of green, invisible from normal angles, just right for Lin Yi to see at the moment. He stood up while in a half-squatting position. Could there be some treasure at the bottom of the falling moon pond? Lin Yi's thoughts stirred as he stared intently at that patch of water. After the game had arrived, not only had countless ferocious beasts emerged outside the city, but various rare treasures were also born. These treasures might have different effects, but they all shared one commonality: they were all quite valuable. If he could seize the opportunity, it would be very likely for him to turn his fortunes around. There were many rumors in the marketplace about those who stumbled upon opportunities and rose from the bottom. Although Lin Yi often regarded these as exaggerated stories, he couldn't help but feel his heart race after experiencing it himself. What if? Nothing in this world comes without reason. Our opportunities often come with risks. Lin Yi reminded himself to stay calm. He was not alone in this world. Before acting, he had to consider his sister's situation and could not take risks lightly. Stay calm. He had clearly decided to give up, but his feet inexplicably moved closer to the water's edge. Just take a look from a distance. If something seems off, leave immediately. The pond's water was icy cold, wrapping around Lin Yi from all sides, making movement quite difficult. Luckily, he had some experience with water in his past life, and after a brief adaptation, he instinctively dove downward. Beneath, the water visibility was dim, and several Xuanjia turtles were hunting fish. Lin Yi wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. He could easily shoot Xuanjia turtles from the shore, but here it was uncertain. Deliberately avoiding them, he continued to swim towards the green light at the bottom of the pond. After diving about 30 meters, he finally saw clearly what the so-called light source was, and was greatly shocked. This is eaming grass. Lin Yi was absolutely certain eaming grass was one of the few things that could suppress the fog poison, selling for no less than 100 contribution points each outside, and it was often in short supply. He was very familiar with it, because for the past 6 months the medicine he had been brewing for the creek used this very grass. After half a year, Lin Yi had very little eaming grass left, and just as he was running low, he unexpectedly encountered such an opportunity. There are at least 100 eaming grasses here. The creek's fog poison won't be a worry for a year or two. Looking at the nearby eaming grass, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. With this cluster of herbs, there would be no more worries about his sister's mist poison. They could live peacefully for the next year or two. But the more proud he became, the more danger lurked. Just as his body sunk, preparing to dive to the bottom of the pond, a dark shadow suddenly shot out from the depths, moving so fast that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Hiss! Amidst the sharp sound of wind, a tearing pain shot through his left arm, and red numbers exploded instantly. 200. His health bar was nearly emptied, with only 50 points left hanging at the edge of the red line. Lin Yi broke into a cold sweat, and what was even more frightening was that his arm was swelling visibly, the wound spreading with a strange purple-black hue. He was poisoned. 5. The numbers flashing above his head were like death's countdown, making Lin Yi's heart race wildly. At this critical moment, his mind was surprisingly clear. As the venom spread rapidly, he hesitated not at all, quickly taking out the antidote and healing ointment, downing them both in one go, then using all his strength to swim frantically toward the surface. "Run!" Lin Yi shouted while surfacing, gripping his decayed wooden bow tightly, ready to counterattack at any moment. Fortunately, the worst did not happen. Perhaps Lin Yi had moved out of its warning zone as the dark light hesitated for a moment before it ceased its pursuit and slowly sank back into the depths. That was close. Seeing this, Lin Yi finally let out a sigh of relief, quickly consuming a bottle of healing ointment, and once his injuries began to heal, he focused his attention back toward the bottom of the pond. Now he could see clearly that the dark light from earlier was actually a small black snake, no thicker than a chopstick. The snake, only about a foot long, was hidden beneath the hazy green light, almost blending into its surroundings, making it difficult to spot. What was most terrifying was that there was not just one of these small snakes at the bottom of the pond, but a dense swarm. They swayed like aquatic plants, their pea-sized pupils flickering with eerie red light in the dark depths. There were at least dozens. What the hell are these things? Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Thankfully, he had fled in time, otherwise if he had been a moment later, he might have met a very grim fate. If a single black snake had nearly cost him his life, what about a whole group? Lin Yi felt as if he had been doused with cold water. How could he possibly retrieve the herbs in such a situation? If it were something else, he might not be so troubled. He could always give up and return when he was more certain, but it happened to be Yuming grass. Yuming grass was quite scarce in the market, often hard to come by. He had very few herbs left on hand. What if he couldn't buy any later? Lin Yi didn't dare to gamble. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Lin Yi's gaze gradually solidified as if he had made a certain decision. If I could learn the details about these black snakes, perhaps I would have a way to deal with them. With this thought, Lin Yi no longer hesitated. He immediately took out the skill book, gripping it tightly, and the pages instantly transformed into starlight pouring into his forehead. You have learned the reconnaissance skill. Reconnaissance skill, level 1. Activate the skill to view information about targets not higher than your level. Cooldown duration 1 minute. A remarkably profound sensation surged within him, and Lin Yi instantly grasped the principle. He raised his head to look at the nearest black snake. Black line snake, level 5, companion beast, HP 500, defense 10, attack 224, skills venom injection. A level 5 beast, no wonder. Lin Yi's heart tightened. It was clear that this was a typical beast with high attack and low defense, and its speed was astonishing. There were many ways to deal with such a beast, but what suited Lin Yi was to take them out one by one, luring out a black line snake and quickly killing it without disturbing the swarm. This was not too difficult. As long as he managed the warning distance of the black line snake, Lin Yi was confident he could do it. The key was that his current damage was insufficient. If he couldn't eliminate it in one hit, given the speed and attack of the black line snake, coupled with the venom injection, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Yi had carefully calculated the damage. Even with the Fury Shot attribute, 2 arrows fired simultaneously could only deal 352 damage to a black line snake, which was still quite lacking. To make up for the remaining damage seemed not to be something that could be resolved in a short time. Perhaps I could try firing 3 arrows at once. A flash of inspiration struck Lin Yi's mind. He had a feeling that after his archery skill improved again, his bowmanship would likely advance once more. Though he didn't yet know what abilities would be added, Lin Yi felt it was worth a try. Proficiency level 15, 564,600, only 36 points away. It wouldn't take too much time. If he could really achieve firing 3 arrows at once, then all the difficulties would be easily solved. No longer hesitating, Lin Yi immediately surfaced, returned to the shore, and disregarding his soaked clothes, he picked up his decayed wooden bow and began searching for monsters. Coincidentally, not far away, a Xianjia turtle was leisurely strolling about. Sorry. He drew an arrow, knocked it, pulled back the bow, and released. Every action was executed seamlessly. Whoosh! The arrow accurately struck, and crimson numbers floated up. The Xianjia turtle, caught in an unwarranted disaster, instantly became furious and charged at him wildly. Lin Yi remained calm, dodging and weaving easily, resolving the battle. Just one more to go. Shortly after, a notification appeared in Lin Yi's field of vision. Proficiency has increased to level 16. You have received a reward, all attributes 1 archer. Host Lin Yi, profession archer, proficiency level 16, 2,700, all attributes 15, archery 15, unlocked attributes, Fury Shot, green. Reminder, reaching proficiency level 30 will unlock the next passive attribute. Please work hard to level up. At the moment his archery skill improved, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. Haha, it worked. Just as he had guessed, his technique advanced again, and he mastered the astonishing ability of firing 3 arrows at once. Aiming at a Xianjia turtle, Lin Yi instinctively knocked 3 arrows simultaneously. With 3 sharp sounds of arrows slicing through the air, the target's head was bombarded with red notifications, and the Xianjia turtle, known for its defense, was nearly taken out in an instant. The black-line snake's HP was comparable to the Xianjia turtle's, but its defense was only a third of that. Now it was completely manageable. After adding another arrow, he easily dealt with the unfortunate Xianjia turtle and began preparing to confront the snake swarm. After checking the durability of his equipment to ensure everything was fine, he replenished his healing ointment and antidote. To be safe, Lin Yi also spent a hefty sum to buy 2 bottles of Dahong, which were advanced healing ointments. Advanced healing ointment restores 30 HP per second for 10 seconds. The effect of the advanced healing ointment was approximately 3 times that of regular healing ointment, yet the price was 5 times more. The 2 bottles cost 50 contribution points. Should I switch to a different weapon? Lin Yi had his eye on a black woodbow white, in the shop usable at level 5, with an attack power of 30 and strength 2. Lin Yi found a black woodbow white in the mall which could be used at level 5, and had an attack power of 30 and strength 2, equating to a total attack increase of 34 points, which was quite impressive. However, upon seeing the price, he decided against it. A level 5 white weapon was priced at an astonishing 300, making it a poor value. Equipment typically upgraded every 5 levels, and with such rapid changes, Lin Yi thought it better to wait until he reached level 10 before acquiring a good set. With everything prepared, Lin Yi took a deep breath and once again submerged into the falling moon pool. The icy water wrapped around him with a chill, constantly stimulating his nerves and keeping him sufficiently alert. Soon Lin Yi saw the hazy green light again. With previous experience, he did not rush in, but instead descended slowly, calculating the distance at which the black-line serpent would trigger its alert. Just as Lin Yi was about 30 meters away from the green light, the nearest black-line serpent suddenly stirred. It abruptly turned its head, its pea-sized pupils emanating a strange red glow, fixating on Lin Yi as its scarlet tongue flicked in and out, producing a chilling hissing sound that sent shivers down his spine. 30 meters. Lin Yi instantly realized that if he took another half step forward, the black-line serpent would undoubtedly launch an attack. Lin Yi did not rush to act. His range was also 30 meters, but underwater there was significant resistance, which would surely reduce it. As for how much it would be reduced, that needed testing. Soon Lin Yi estimated that his effective range was only 10 meters. This was not good news, meaning he would have to shoot as the black-line serpent attacked, and ensure he could hit accurately while it moved at high speed. Such a high-difficulty maneuver required not only precision, but also a degree of foresight. However, Lin Yi was not particularly worried. His archery skill of 15 gave him ample confidence. It's starting. Lin Yi no longer hesitated and moved forward half a step. The black-line serpent seemed to sense something leaping forward like a streak of black light charging at Lin Yi. So fast, Lin Yi could barely see a blurry trace streaking through the water, instinctively squinting his eyes as the bowstring in his hand creaked with tension. At the same time, Lin Yi noticed that the black-line serpent's attack trajectory was not a straight line, but constantly changing direction, making it exponentially harder to hit. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Just as the black-line serpent entered Lin Yi's effective shooting range, 3 arrows tore through the water, carrying an incredible force, preemptively sealing off its path. From the outside, it appeared as though the black-line serpent had crashed into the arrows itself, which was quite bizarre. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, 3 muffled sounds echoed and a series of vivid red numbers erupted at the bottom of the pool. 180, 180, 180. I hit it. A flash of excitement crossed Lin Yi's face as the kill notification followed in quick succession. Killed a level 5 beast, experience 50, proficiency 25. As he watched the black-line serpent's corpse sink to the bottom of the pool, being consumed by its kind, Lin Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps due to the intense concentration, after just one draw of the bow, Lin Yi felt incredibly exhausted, nearly suffocating. He had no choice but to quickly surface for air before continuing. Having gained experience from the previous encounter, Lin Yi became more adept at controlling the distance to lure the beasts, aiming the bow and making predictions. With each arrow released, a black-line serpent was bound to fall. Time quietly passed, and after about 2.5 hours, a faint golden light flickered around Lin Yi, indicating that he had leveled up to 9 here, with his proficiency level also reaching 18. Human race, Lin Yi, profession archer, F grade, level 9, 0 health, 280, 20 mana, 180 attack power, 150, 10 defense, 28, 1 attack speed, 0. 68 strength, 61 agility, 28 constitution, 28 intelligence, 18 spirit, 18 skill, exploration technique, level 1, equipment, rotted wood bow, white leather armor, white proficiency level 18, 243,900, all attributes 17. Archery 17, unlocked entry, furious shot, green. His status panel had undergone a complete transformation, having advanced to the second day. Lin Yi's growth far exceeded that of a basic profession. Of course, none of this was the main point. Looking at the few remaining black-line serpents at the bottom of the pool, Lin Yi felt no fatigue. Instead, he was full of energy. 3 arrows at once. Killed a level 5 beast, experience 50, proficiency 20. Everything proceeded step by step, trying to avoid unexpected incidents. Until the last black-line serpent was cleared, Lin Yi was rewarded with a small surprise. Loot drop. Seeing the green light orb floating above the corpse, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. In just one day, he had surprisingly found 2 green items, and his luck seemed a bit outrageous. I wonder what it could be at. After confirming that there were no more dangers nearby, Lin Yi swam over to touch the light orb. Picked up a serpent muscle bow green one. It turned out to be a weapon of green quality. This was like a pillow arriving just as he felt sleepy. Lin Yi's eyes brightened as he hurried to check its attributes. Serpent muscle bow green, usable at level 5, attack power 55, agility 5, with a 10 chance to poison the target. The attributes were quite good, surpassing the same level white blackwood bow by more than 1 tier. The entire bow was about a meter long with a smooth curve, its body appearing in a deep black color, slightly curved at both ends, and the tips resembling snake heads revealing fierce fangs. Lin Yi equipped the new weapon, instantly feeling more imposing. He tried pulling the bowstring. The feel was incredibly comfortable, making him reluctant to part with it. It even has a special entry, though I wonder what the specific effect is. Lin Yi thought to himself, but there was no target to test it on right now. He decided not to waste any more time, and quickly dove back down to harvest the ghostly grass. The ghostly grass had deep roots, and simply pulling it out wouldn't do. Lin Yi took out a cutting knife and carefully cut it, trying not to damage its roots to avoid overharvesting. The entire process lasted for more than half an hour, and after collecting the last ghostly grass, Lin Yi returned to the shore. Looking at his haul, he had gathered a total of 113 stalks. Lin Yi appeared calm on the surface, but he couldn't contain the joy in his heart. After finally calming his emotions, he looked up to check the time. It's still early, let's go hunt some steelback wolves, and see if I can level up to 10 today. Level 10 would be a watershed moment for a professional, enhancing his strength significantly. Additionally, after reaching level 10, the trading channel would open, allowing for exchanges of items needed, which would be very convenient. Most importantly, the dungeon function would also be unlocked. Without further thought, Lin Yi gripped the serpent muscle bow and set off. The territory of the steelback wolves was very close to the falling moon pool, taking only about 10 minutes to walk. However, when he arrived, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Unlike the completely different falling moon pool, the valley where the steelback wolf resides is teeming with. Lin Yi stood at the valley's entrance, and all he could see was a sea of heads with not even a shadow of a fierce beast to be found. What happened next left him utterly dumbfounded. A gray-furred vicious wolf roughly the size of a calf suddenly appeared nearby, less than 10 meters away, and the stench of blood assaulted his senses. A monster has spawned, kill it. Lin Yi didn't even have time to use his reconnaissance skill before a loud shout started. Immediately the air was filled with flashes of blades and the sound of gunfire, and the poor steelback wolf, still in a daze, was overwhelmed by the barrage, reduced to nothing. Lin Yi was stunned for quite a while, unsure of what to say. What kind of monster could they be fighting? There were too many people and not enough spoils to share. He understood why this was happening. The steelback wolf had balanced attributes, lacking any particularly outstanding traits. While its hunting difficulty was low, the real reason was that the fierce beast had treasures all over its body. Wolf teeth, bones, and hides could all be sold for money. Moreover, there was a chance of dropping extremely rare accessory-type equipment, and precisely because of their rarity, these types of items were worth far more than others. Of course, the probability of the steelback wolf dropping accessories was extremely slim, but that didn't stop people from trying their luck, which resulted in the scene Lin Yi was witnessing. Well, it seems I won't be leveling up to level 10 today. He thought about going elsewhere, but there wasn't enough time. If he continued deeper, he might not return before dark. Once night fell, the fierce beasts would become even more frenzied, and their attributes would surge. Safety was the priority. Just as Lin Yi was feeling a bit disheartened, there was another stir in the crowd. Brothers, grab your weapons, the Wolf King has spawned. Everyone sprang into action, rushing towards the back. The Wolf King. Lin Yi looked at the excited crowd, feeling very surprised. Since it was called the Wolf King, it had to be much stronger than ordinary fierce beasts. If he encountered such a fierce beast, he would definitely turn and run. Why were these people not fleeing, but instead charging forward with excitement, as if they weren't afraid of death? While he was puzzled, a tall and thin passerby shouted at him. "Hey buddy, why are you standing there dazed? The Wolf King has spawned, hurry up and help. If you're lucky and get the last hit, you might snag an accessory for free." Accessory? Lin Yi was taken aback. Are you kidding me? You don't know that. The Wolf King's spawn time isn't fixed. It could be every 10 to 20 days, or it might not spawn for half a year, but once it does, it will definitely drop accessories. The person looked at Lin Yi with a look of disbelief, as if to say, where did this novice come from, not even understanding the most basic knowledge and coming to join the fray? It wasn't Lin Ye's fault his parents had passed away early, and he had been struggling to take care of his sister, leaving him no extra time to learn about such things, nor any means to do so. The little he knew was from working at a slaughterhouse where he occasionally heard the workers talk about it. Even on the eve of his job change, he had tried to cram some knowledge, but naturally there were many gaps. As long as I get the last hit, I can claim ownership of the Wolf King. Watching the figure of the person who had just left Lin Ye's expression shifted. At this point, he had no time to go to another place to hunt monsters, so it was better to follow these people and broaden his horizons. The Wolf King, he wanted to see just how fierce this beast truly was. Besides, what if he got lucky and landed the last hit? Without further hesitation, Lin Ye joined the crowd as they advanced into the valley. Before long, he heard a thunderous roar coming from ahead. The roar was like thunder shaking the entire valley, and soon Lin Ye saw a wolf standing atop a slope 100 meters ahead, howling at the sky. This could no longer be called a wolf, but a true ruler of the mountains and forests. The Wolf King was not only several times larger than an ordinary steelback wolf, but its joints were adorned with reverse-boned spurs, and a ring of dark golden mane bristled on its neck, both fierce and majestic. Faced with dozens, or even hundreds of professionals surrounding it, the Wolf King was not afraid, but instead took the initiative to attack. Roar! With a furious roar, the Wolf King leaped down from the mountaintop, sending a gust of wind that knocked people off their feet, screams echoing everywhere. Shield guards, hold the line. Healers, keep an eye on the health. Everyone stay calm, focus, fire together. Although these professionals were a ragtag group, brought together temporarily, it was fortunate that someone was leading and commanding them, preventing a complete rout. After withstanding a wave of damage from the Wolf King, they finally gained an opportunity to counterattack. Blades, guns, axes, and various spells flew everywhere, and all available techniques were aimed at the Wolf King, but the results were minimal. 3, 5, 11. Except for a very few professionals, most of the people here could only deal single-digit damage to the Wolf King, and their attacks couldn't match its self-healing. If it weren't for their numerical advantage with many ants biting an elephant, the professionals would likely have had no chance of winning. Even so, after a short while many were injured, their combat effectiveness sharply decreased, and the situation took a turn for the worse. Injured brothers, fall back. The rest of you step up. The Wolf King is down to 2/3 health, everyone let's go. The leaders shouted hoarsely, and the shield guards took turns stepping up, while the healers worked hard to restore health, finally stabilizing the situation once again. As long as they could withstand the damage, it was only a matter of time before they wore down the Wolf King. Meanwhile, Lin Ye also arrived nearby, and as he got closer, he could feel the terror of the Wolf King. Its monstrous size was incredibly impactful. Reconnaissance. Lin Ye didn't immediately join the battle, but instead used the skill from a distance. Steelback Wolf King, level 9. Elite Fierce Beast, health 9,000, 6,300, defense 198, attack 510 skills, pounce bite. So fierce. The Wolf King's attributes made Lin Ye gasp in amazement. Although both were level 9, the gap was simply too vast. 10 of him would not be enough. Fortunately, the situation was different now. Someone was holding the front line, and he only needed to follow the crowd and fish in troubled waters. Since he was here, he might as well try his luck. 16. An arrow hit its target, dealing very limited damage, and this was after benefiting from the furious shot effect. However, Lin Ye wasn't in a hurry to unleash all his firepower. If he wanted to grab the last hit, he had to keep some trump cards. Aside from his triple shot, his greatest advantage was the reconnaissance skill, which allowed him to clearly see the Wolf King's remaining health. As long as he timed it right, there might still be a chance. As time ticked by, the Wolf King's health decreased slowly, but ultimately could not withstand the barrage from over 100 people. Unbeknownst to them, it was down to its last third. It was then that the Wolf King let out a series of long howls, clearly entering its final desperate phase, its attack rhythm suddenly accelerating, and its assault becoming even more ferocious. Pounce, bite. In the arena, the Wolf King was like a mad beast, unleashing skills one after another. The few frontline shield guards were immediately in distress, and the pressure on the healers was immense. Quick change, defense, I can't hold on any longer. Oh. A wretched scream echoed as a shield guard was crushed to pieces by the Wolf King's claw, shield and all, without having the chance to retreat. A breach opened in the defense line, and the scene turned chaotic with screams rising one after another. Don't hold back on skills, everyone unleash your firepower, kill them. The battle grew increasingly fierce, igniting the bloodlust within everyone. They attacked frantically with various skills, illuminating the arena in a dazzling display. In an instant, the Wolf King's health plummeted. 2,000, 1,500. Now's the time. Lin Ye was closely monitoring the Wolf King's health. As it dipped to the last few hundred, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he unleashed all his firepower. The serpent muscle bow was drawn to its full moon shape, the bowstring vibrating violently, and arrows rained down like a storm. 3 arrows were fired simultaneously. 16, 16, 21. Weakness attack. One more shot. 16. In a brief moment, Lin Yi unleashed 2 rounds of arrows, dealing over 100 points of substantial damage to the Wolf King. As for whether he could claim the finishing blow, that was entirely left to luck. Lin Yi was originally quite relaxed, merely enjoying the spectacle, but as the Wolf King's health bar emptied and he collapsed, he felt an inexplicable tension in his heart. The finishing blow. Whose was it? Everyone held their breath, nervously glancing at each other, and the entire arena seemed to fall into an eerie silence, but it was only for a moment. Suddenly someone shouted, and instantly everyone became excited. Holy crap! It exploded. Double explosion. The corpse of the Wolf King was now hovering with 2 orbs of light, one blue and one green, shimmering brightly. Among these 2 drops, at least one was an accessory, or perhaps both, and their value was so high that no one could resist feeling envious. Damn it! I can't pick it up. Whose finishing blow was it? Never mind for now, just hold the position to prevent anyone from snatching it, and when the protection time is up, everyone can claim their own. The ownership of items has a protection time limit. Exceeding this limit means they become unowned, and the quick will have them while the slow will be left with nothing. More than one person thought of this point. What they had to do was stall for time and ensure that the items were not picked up by the one who claimed the finishing blow. The idea was correct, but they underestimated human nature. The current situation was clearly a crowd pushing against each other. The closer one was to the Wolf King's corpse, the higher the chance of picking up the items, causing everyone to desperately try to squeeze in, creating utter chaos. The opportunity has come. Seeing this situation, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, his heart pounding, because just then, you have killed the Steelback Wolf King. Experience points 1000, proficiency 300. The moment the notification appeared, Lin Yi himself couldn't believe it. He had indeed snatched the finishing blow from over 100 people. Especially when he saw the 2 drops of light on the Wolf King's corpse, one blue and one green, he held his breath. No matter what, he had to get the items first. As time ticked by, Lin Yi finally spotted an opportunity. He quickly squeezed into the crowd, taking advantage of their distraction to swiftly reach out and snatch both items into his hands. He didn't even have time to glance at the pickup notification, immediately dashing into the crowd, deliberately shouting, "Someone snatch the items, everyone stop him." Lin Yi now feared that the world would not be chaotic enough, trying his best to muddle the situation. Otherwise, even if he got the items, he might not be able to leave safely. Sure enough, after he shouted, everyone realized the light orbs were gone, and they panicked as if they'd lost their wives, their eyes blazing with fury. Who took the items? A muscular man shouted, glaring. Lin Yi pointed randomly, choosing whoever as long as they were far from him, and he exclaimed, "It was that man I want, misidentify." Was it the guy in black? Lin Yi didn't expect the muscular man to cooperate so well, truly the best comedic partner of the year. Yes, that's right. It was him. Hurry, chase him. Lin Yi had no idea who the guy in black was. He just wanted everyone to run. People have a herd mentality. As he ran, everyone followed, and soon 100 or so people rushed through the valley, creating utter chaos. Lin Yi seized this opportunity to slip out of the valley's entrance, taking a detour to ensure no one was following, before finally feeling relieved. By the time he returned near the city gate, the sky had begun to darken. He walked directly into the city and found a secluded corner nearby to check the 2 items dropped by the Wolf King. To be honest, after taking such a huge risk, he was quite eager to see the results. Wolf Fang Pendant Blue, level 5 to use, attack 100, strength 10, luck 1. At the moment he opened the bag, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Indeed, an accessory drop. The blue quality Wolf Fang Pendant had excellent attributes. Once equipped, Lin Yi's attack power instantly reached 330 points, a tremendous boost. As for the luck 1, Lin Yi didn't pay much attention to it. Luck was a type of hidden attribute. Its specific effects were hard to define, but it was certainly better to have it than not. Then Lin Yi looked at the other dropped item, which was a stone glimmering with a metallic sheen. Beginner Enhancement Stone Green can be used to enhance any equipment. Enhancement stones were things that commoners couldn't afford. They belonged to the wealthy. In the shop, a beginner enhancement stone sold for 3,000, and for the first enhancement of any equipment, a full 10 of such stones were needed. 30,000 contribution points could allow Lin Yi to gather a full set of top-tier equipment. Who would be foolish enough to waste money on something like this? Without further thought, Lin Yi placed the enhancement stone back in the bag, planning to wait until he leveled up to 10 tomorrow, unlock the trading function, and see if he could sell it to some fool, a rich person. As for why he didn't just recycle it back to the shop, Lin Yi had also noticed that the shop was as unreasonably greedy as ever, and the recycling price they offered was exactly 250. Anyone who sold it to them would be foolish. After a brief rest, the sky was completely dark again, and night fell once more. Although he still didn't dare to venture too far from the city alone at night, he couldn't waste this time either. Lin Yi planned to continue hunting the mutated fang-toothed rabbits tonight. Level 1 rabbits couldn't provide experience points, but rabbit skins and teeth could be sold for money. With his current damage, he could kill quite a few in one night, likely earning several hundred contribution points, while also improving his proficiency. Gray mist surged forth and figures with well-defined muscle lines emerged from the haze. Something had clearly changed. Tonight the number of mutated fanged rabbits was notably greater, and their ferocity intensified, which suited Lin Yi perfectly. After a day of accumulation, his strength had already reached a new level. With 3 arrows fired simultaneously, there was truly no end to the slaughter. The bowstring thrummed as 3 feathered arrows pierced the night, effortlessly taking down 3 mutated rabbits that charged at him. Hit. Proficiency 1. You've killed a level 1 mutated beast. Proficiency 10. The prompts continued to come, the proficiency progress bar increased rapidly, and before long, he leveled up twice. Ding. Proficiency has reached level 19. All attributes 1 archery 1. Proficiency has reached level 20. All attributes 1 archery 1. Host Lin Yi. Class Archer. Proficiency level 20 71,000. All attributes 19, archery 19. Unlocked entry rage shot green. Tip proficiency level 30 will unlock the next passive entry. Please work hard to improve your level. Glancing at the panel, Lin Yi noticed something different. Starting from level 19, the proficiency progress bar seemed to be fixed at 1,000. Of course, this was just a preliminary judgment. The specifics would depend on subsequent changes. However, if his guess was correct, the pressure of leveling up would significantly lessen, perhaps allowing him to reach level 30 quickly and unlock the next entry. A single entry of Rage Shot would greatly benefit him, and Lin Yi eagerly anticipated the new entry. The hunting continued as time passed. The bodies in front of him piled up like a mountain, but he had no time to collect materials. Gradually, he began to feel that something was amiss. In the past, no matter how many mutated rabbits there were, as long as he cleared them quickly, there would always be brief pauses, but tonight was entirely different. These rabbits seemed to have gone mad, becoming not only more bloodthirsty, but also attacking in relentless waves with no intention of stopping. Many teams unable to withstand such high-intensity assaults had no choice but to retreat back to the city early. What's going on? Lin Yi continued his actions, but his brow furrowed unconsciously. He couldn't shake off a bad feeling. However, the abnormalities tonight went far beyond this. The gray mist thickened so dense it seemed impenetrable. As he watched several shadows suddenly appear ahead, Lin Yi's pupils contracted sharply. Is that a Xuanjia turtle and a steelback wolf? Besides that, there were even more fierce beasts that Lin Yi did not recognize coming from behind. These beasts should not have appeared in this area, yet they were all converging towards Linen City. Such an unusual scene made Lin Yi instinctively think of something, and he suddenly jolted. Not good. But before he could react further, a chill ran down his spine. A sharp, piercing alarm suddenly sounded throughout Linen City, and the once quiet city was instantly plunged into chaos. A level 1 beast tide is about to strike Linen City. All combat personnel prepare. A level 1 beast tide is about to strike Linen City. All combat personnel prepare. The alarm rang 3 times in quick succession, highlighting the urgency of the situation. At the same time, everyone heard a hurried yet calm voice. I am Qin Xuan, president of the Iron Floating Tower Guild. A level 1 beast tide will strike Linen City in 10 minutes. All outdoor professionals should return to the city as quickly as possible upon receiving this message. In 10 minutes, all city gates will be closed until the beast tide is repelled. During the beast tide, the leaders of all major guilds will lead elite members to the front lines. Level 10 and above free agents may choose to participate in the battle, but remember not to leave the city, just defend the city walls. Finally, we ask all civilians and our new professionals to stay safe at home. A level 1 beast tide is not to be feared. A victory will ultimately belong to us. The voice was powerful and resonant, and it was indeed Qin Xuan himself. As the leader of Linen City's top guild, Iron Floating Tower, he was a formidable force. Almost every time there was a beast tide, Qin Xuan would issue similar pre-war declarations as the commander. The key was that he always delivered on his promises, never disappointing anyone. Thus, in the hearts of all Linen residents, he was truly the pillar of strength and a steadfast anchor. No matter how dire the situation, as long as he was present, morale would not crumble, and everyone firmly believed that Linen would be safe. What a pity. As Qin Xuan's words echoed, Lin Yi looked at the mountain of corpses before him, feeling a pang of regret. These were all contribution points. They must be worth several hundred at least, but because of the sudden beast tide, all his efforts that night were in vain. Damn beast tide coming at the worst time. He cursed, but Lin Yi dared not delay any longer. He quickly cleared a few obstructing beasts and finally rejoined the main force heading towards the city gates. In this apocalypse, protecting one's life was the priority at all times. Contribution points could be earned again, but if life was lost, then nothing would remain. Upon successfully returning to the city, Lin Yi didn't even stop to drink water. He first wanted to hurry home to take care of his sister. Perhaps too anxious, he did not notice and collided with someone at the corner. "I'm sorry, I." The voice sounded simultaneously, and both stopped in surprise. "Xiaoxi, brother." Their eyes met, and the siblings finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at each other. Without needing to say much, Lin Yi tightly held his sister's small hand, his tone resolute. "Let's go home." As for the beast tide, the sky could fall, and there would be someone to hold it up. He was just a level 9 novice and did not even qualify to participate. Even if he wanted to do something, it would be an effort in vain. At this moment, all he wanted was to protect his sister and ensure she remained safe. As night deepened, Lin Yi settled his sister down to sleep and leaned against the window, unable to sleep the entire night. In the distance outside the city, the sounds of fierce battles echoed incessantly. The dark sky lit up with bursts of various skills, red, blue, and gold, illuminating the night in a dazzling and tragic display. This war had already reached a fever pitch. Lin Yi gazed at the blazing battlefield in the distance, his thoughts drifting. "I wonder how the battle is going. It's just a level 1 beast tide. With that person around, there shouldn't be any major problems." The beast tide was graded with higher levels posing greater threats. The most severe beast tide Linen City had faced was the level 7 beast tide, which was a disaster akin to world annihilation. The gray mist obscured the sky and fierce beasts surged endlessly. The city walls lost all effectiveness, and everyone was worn out, yet could face death at any moment from the claws of the beasts. If not for the timely aid of several other main cities, and the Iron Floating Tower Guild led by Qin Chuan taking the lead, Linen City might have long ceased to exist. Even so, that battle still came at a heavy cost. Over half of the high-level professionals in Linen were killed or injured, and it took more than a decade to gradually recover their vitality. At 1 o'clock in the morning, a resounding announcement echoed throughout the entire city of Linen, abruptly shattering the long night. Breaking news. President Qin Chuan of the Iron Floating Tower has single-handedly penetrated the heart of the beast tide. He decapitated the beast king amidst the army of thousands. This battle marks a great victory for us in Linen. The voice was powerful and passionate, penetrating every household. The dread that had enveloped the city was instantly swept away, and the suppressed Linen erupted into thunderous cheers. "We won. The Beast King is dead. With the beast tide leaderless, it will soon collapse. President Qin is invincible. As long as he is here, Linen will always be safe." Lights flickered on in every household, and cheers rose and fell as the anxious hearts of all were finally put to rest. The ferocious beasts were not devoid of intelligence. Each beast tide had a beast king directing them from the rear. As long as the beast king is slain, the battle is already half won. However, the beast kings are usually very strong and cunning, making it no easy feat to infiltrate the beast tide and slay them. Lin Yi could not imagine how Qin Chuan accomplished such a miraculous feat with just his own strength. It can only be said that he truly deserved to be regarded as the pinnacle of combat power in Linen, the number 1 in name and reality. "I wonder when I can possess such strength." Lin Yi was lost in thought, when suddenly his expression stiffened. A grand voice exploded in his mind, ethereal like the sound of heavenly music. "Qin Chuan slays a level 220 beast king and receives a reward from the blue star, while all attributes 100, level 5. Qin Chuan breaks through level 200, reward all attributes 100. All Linen City practitioners 5 free attribute points." Moments later, Lin Yi's face was filled with astonishment as he found his previous thoughts amusing. Look at him, already at level 200, casually receiving rewards that surpassed his total attributes by several times. How could he compare? It was simply impossible. Even if given several more decades, it would be difficult to catch up. This is the true worth of the number 1 in Linen. Casting aside those unrealistic thoughts, Lin Yi allocated his 5 free attribute points, still favoring a balance of strength 3 and physique 2 for more even growth. Gaining 5 free points was still quite pleasing to him. With the Beast King dead, it seems this beast tide will soon come to an end. Just as Lin Yi had this thought, chaos suddenly erupted in the streets, followed by a series of beast roars and desperate cries. How could ferocious beasts appear in the city? Lin Yi was startled by the commotion outside. Just as he was about to step out to check the situation, she was also awake and looking at him with a face full of panic. "Brother, don't be afraid, I'm here." Lin Yi softly reassured her, gently patting her back to soothe her nerves. "I will go take a look. Stay home and don't go out." "Okay." She calmed down a bit, although she still looked helpless. She understood and nodded. "Brother, be careful. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Lin Yi took up his snake tendon's bow and pushed the door open. The once peaceful street was now in utter chaos, with plump rats bursting from the ground, attacking anyone in sight. These rats were jet black, over a meter long, adorned with strange patterns, their pupils blood red, and their fangs like sharp chisels, creating massive bleeding wounds upon contact with humans. Magic pattern rats. Lin Yi instantly recognized this ferocious beast. Magic pattern rats were a common level 10 ferocious beast, vicious and fond of eating human brains. If it were a direct confrontation with practitioners, they would not be difficult to deal with. However, most people in the city were ordinary individuals without professions. How could they possibly be a match for these monsters? Magic pattern rats excel at burrowing, but Linen's defenses are solid. The entire city is like an iron wall. How could these rats easily infiltrate? This is truly strange. Perhaps the saying joy begets sorrow describes the current situation. Just as people were celebrating their victory over the beast tied, the magic pattern rats suddenly appeared, charging into the crowd and mercilessly slaughtering. Screams and panicked voices echoed in succession. In just a short moment, the streets could only be described as a scene of utter carnage. Everywhere were severed limbs and broken bodies. Human remains strewn about, as if they were discarded scraps of food. The sight was appalling. Lin Yi witnessed a magic pattern rat cruelly sucking the brain marrow of a child, even revealing a look of enjoyment. These damned beasts! Lin Yi was filled with rage and immediately drew an arrow, pulling back the bowstring as the arrow, infused with surging anger, accurately struck the rat's head. 395. Weak point attack. The magic pattern rat was interrupted in its fine dining, furiously locking its gaze on Lin Yi. It charged at him. Die! Lin Yi's eyes were as cold as frost. His arms exerting force, the snake tendons, bow-shaped like a full moon. 296. 296. 296. In the next moment, 3 sounds of arrows slicing through the air rang out instantly, slaying the magic pattern rat on the spot. Kill. A level 10 ferocious beast. Experience 100, proficiency 50. In just 4 arrows, Lin Yi had slain a level 10 magic pattern rat. Such strength already surpassed many ordinary practitioners by several folds, yet he felt not a shred of joy. Looking at the familiar faces on the streets being ravaged by the magic pattern rats, he felt an unprecedented rage and profound helplessness. There were too many magic pattern rats. With just his own strength, he could change nothing in the situation. Bang! 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 After shooting another magic pattern rat that lunged at him, Lin Yi's expression shifted as he climbed up a nearby power pole. Most houses in the outer city were low one-story buildings. Standing atop the power pole, Lin Yi not only had a clearer view, but also increased his shooting range thanks to the downward momentum, making it easier to hunt the magic pattern rats. Kill! The sound of the bowstring was like thunder. Taking advantage of the high ground, Lin Yi transformed into a god of death, with one magic pattern rat after another falling beneath his arrows. His experience and proficiency were rapidly increasing. A faint golden light shimmered around Lin Yi, but he had no time to check his upgraded attributes, fully engrossed in the slaughter. Everyone gather towards me. Lin Yi's voice carried from above the power pole. It's that kid from the Lao Lin family, Lin Yi. The fleeing neighbors quickly noticed him as if they had grasped a lifeline, flocking over while being astonished by Lin Yi's strength. Didn't they say he failed at his job change? How can he be so fierce? This is a magic pattern rat, and he can take one down with just a few arrows. Indeed, rumors are truly unreliable. Moreover, this archer profession doesn't seem as weak as everyone said. It's not the archer that's strong, it's Lin Yi who's strong. He must have had some fortuitous encounter or awakened some powerful talent. Lin Yi paid no heed to the comments below. In this apocalyptic world, he was merely doing his best as long as it did not endanger himself or Lin Shi. Xiao Yi, the old Li, and his son from the bun shop have met with tragedy. Below, a familiar figure to Lin Yi suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with sorrow. Those words made Lin Yi's heart tremble violently. The kind old man he had just met that morning was gone. Recalling the warmth of old Li each time they met, Lin Yi pressed his lips tightly together, unable to utter a word, his hand instinctively gripping the bow tighter. He knew that this world was just like this. Anyone could die at any moment, even before they had time to grieve, and remember, reality forced you to keep moving forward again and again. And all he could do now was to kill as many ferocious beasts as possible and defend this small piece of land. The sound of the bowstring trembling continued in the night like the notes of a death knell as blood flowers bloomed incessantly, and the corpses of the magic-patterned rats piled higher and higher on the ground. Lin Yi had become somewhat numb from the killing, completely unaware of how much time had passed. The golden light of upgrades flickered several times on his body, and the durability of his arrows was about to be exhausted, yet the magic-patterned rats kept surging forth from the ground. Not just others, even Lin Yi felt a wave of despair. There are too many, we can't kill them all. Could it be that I will die at the hands of these filthy rats? The thought flashed by, and at the brink of life and death, a group of people charged in from the periphery. It's the wolf armor guards of the iron floating tower. We are saved. Cheers erupted from the crowd, sweeping away all despair. Lin Yi climbed up high to get a better view, and saw a line of armored guards resembling dark reapers. They were truly powerful. A small team facing the rat horde was as easy as cutting vegetables. Wherever they passed, the magic-patterned rats fell one after another like cut wheat, and soon the previously dense black rat swarm was no longer a threat. Kill them all, not a single one must escape. The leader ordered with a swift motion, and several wolf armor guards quickly spread out to exterminate the rats that were trying to flee. Die! Lin Yi seized the opportunity and shot a magic-patterned rat whose half-body had burrowed underground. Seeing the crisis lifted, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and jumped down from the utility pole. At that moment, the expressions of the survivors around him were quite complex. There was relief at having escaped death, grief for the deceased, and a sense of confusion and unease about the future. Xiao Yi, we owe you big time this time, otherwise everyone would have become food for those beasts. The neighbors came to express their gratitude, but Lin Yi was too exhausted to say a word. After relaxing, he suddenly felt his hands numb and swollen, nearly unable to hold the snake tendon bow, and his stamina was almost depleted. I'm still too weak. Lin Yi felt quite helpless about this, and also realized that personal strength could sometimes be utterly unless one reached an exaggerated level like Qin Chuan, capable of single-handedly infiltrating the beast's territory to decapitate the Beast King in the face of overwhelming beast tides. Human strength would ultimately run out. You've done very well, there's no need to belittle yourself. At this moment, a tall wolf armor guard approached Lin Yi, patting his shoulder with an admiring tone. I am Jia Xiu, the leader of the wolf armor guard's Ding unit. Once you reach level 30, come find me in the inner city, and I will recommend you to the Iron Floating Tower. Leaving those words behind, Jia Xiu hurried away. Watching his back, Lin Yi felt a bit astonished. Does he see potential in me? Not thinking too much about it, level 30 was still far away, and besides, he didn't necessarily have to join a guild. With the proficiency panel, all he lacked was time. As the night faded, the beast tide finally retreated, and Linen City celebrated a great victory. In contrast, the small episode that occurred on Pingan Street seemed so trivial. No one cared about how many had died. The living reveled before dawn, enjoying a moment of indulgence. Xiao Yi, you are now the great hero of our Pingan Street. Uncle Wang won't say pretty words. How about we go drink together? Many came to invite him enthusiastically, but Lin Yi politely declined. He didn't like crowded places, and right now he was truly too tired, just wanting to get some sleep. Upon returning home, his sister rushed up to take his hand, her big eyes blinking with admiration. Brother, you're amazing. I want to be as strong as you in the future. Lin Yi affectionately ruffled her hair, chuckling. All right. Our little, she will definitely be 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than me in the future. Hee, brother, you just know how to flatter. Lin, she felt a bit shy from the compliment, her little face flushed. After chatting a bit more, Lin Yi returned to his room to rest. He didn't dare to sleep too deeply, and set an alarm for 9 a.m., springing out of bed precisely 3 hours later. After a moment, his thoughts gradually became clear. Level 10 will unlock the trading feature. Today he'll sell enhancement stones to gather contribution points, and then retrieve the property deed from Zhang Suan. Thinking this, Lin Yi quickly opened the panel log to check. You have reached level 10. You have reached level 11. You have reached level 13. Lin Yi hadn't even noticed at the time. He had actually leveled up 4 times by killing magic-patterned rats, and his proficiency level had also risen to level 29, just 1 level away from unlocking the next entry. After distributing all the free attribute points, Lin Yi opened his character panel, and his current stats were as follows. Human race: Lin Yi. Class Archer, F grade. Level 13, 600, 7000. Health 490, 20 mana 290. Attack power 252, 155. Defense 49, 1. Attack speed 0. 90. Range 40 meters. Strength 91, 10. Agility 45, 5. Constitution 49. Intelligence 29. Spirit 29. Skill survey technique, level 1. Equipment: leather armor white, snake, tendon, bow green, wolf fong, pendant blue. Proficiency level 29, 511, 1000, all attributes 28, archery 28, unlocked entry furious shot green. A range of 40 meters. Lin Yi keenly noticed some differences and quickly scrolled up the log to check, and indeed he found this piece of information. You have reached level 10, your class has been strengthened, range 10 meters. Aside from that, the log also recorded the information Lin Yi cared about most. Trading channel has been opened. Dungeon feature has been opened. The entrance to the trading channel was right below the character panel, and Lin Yi easily found it, while the dungeon required him to go to the dungeon hall, to enter which he wasn't currently concerned about. He clicked it directly, and the chat content inside almost made him think he had entered the wrong place. Brothers, just tell me, am I impressive, or what? Yesterday's beast tide was a total of 7 in and 7 out akin to Zhao Zilong reincarnated. Keep bragging, you went in and out 7 times. I saw you being chased by a big lizard covering your head and fleeing. If it weren't for your summoned creature blocking the knife for you, you'd have been dead long ago. Can't you speak? I was clearly showcasing my dodging skills. How did it turn into fleeing? But speaking of impressive, Qin Shin truly is impressive, single-handedly slaying the Beast King. Clearly a trading channel, yet all that happens is boasting and nonsense with not a shred of useful information. Qin Shun has surged into the top 10 of the Blue Star overall rankings and has also made it into the top 30 of the level rankings. Truly a testament to Linen's prowess. Unfortunately, aside from Qin Shin, our Linen has no one else in the top 100. There's a lack of successors. You know nothing. I want to say that Linen's Zhao Zilong will eventually break into the strength rankings. Just look at that girl who joined yesterday. It won't be long before she shines. She possesses in strength ice magic, and I've heard she has awakened a talent. Lin Ye's heart stirred upon seeing this message recalling the ice gold girl. He never expected she had awakened a talent, truly impressive. A small number of individuals awaken talents while changing professions, and those with talents have much greater potential than ordinary professionals. Of course, Lin Yi didn't feel envious. He simply marveled, and a strange thought emerged in his mind. Could proficiency be my talent? Chuckling to himself, Lin Yi continued scrolling through the chat records until he finally found the information he needed. Looking to buy all levels of enhancement stones, private message me with prices. The publisher's ID was Linen Zhao Zilong. Lin Yi had seen this name before. He appeared to be quite active. To prevent information leaks, the first time chatting in the trading channel requires setting an ID. Nothing special. After setting up the ID, the chat box popped up. Lin Yi pondered and typed selling low-level enhancement stones for 3,200 each. Are you interested? After sending the message, there was no reply for quite a while. Just when Lin Yi thought the deal had fallen through, Zhao Zilong's avatar began to bounce. Instead of replying with text, the other party sent a voice message filled with frustration. What are you thinking, brother? You think I'm a fool? You're selling me something that costs 3,000 in the shop for 3,200. Have you lost your mind? Lin Yi felt no embarrassment and quickly explained, my hand slipped. How about this, brother? Just give me a price, and if it's reasonable, I'll sell it to you. Lin and Zhao Zilong replied, that depends on how many you have. The normal market price is 2,600 each. If you have a lot, I can go as high as 2,700. You won't lose out at that price. Think about it. No need to think. It's 2,700, no room for negotiation. Lin Yi was very satisfied with this price and immediately proposed a trade. Lin and Zhao Zilong accepted the trade request. Looking at the solitary enhancement stone in the trading column, his mouth twitched awkwardly before he finally managed to say, brother, you know how to do business. Under Lin Ye's shameless persistence, the trade was successfully completed. Brother, I feel we have a good connection, so I won't be too particular about things. Let's add each other as friends. In the future, if you have enhancement stones, you can sell them to me. Let's agree on 2,700 for now, okay? Alright. After adding each other as friends, they could see more information about each other. Lin Yi was surprised to find that the seemingly frivolous Linen Zhao Zilong was actually a summoner of very well-rounded profession, and he was already at level 57, likely a professional who completed their transfer last year. Not bad, brother. Just 2 days after your transfer, and you're already level 13 as an archer. Clearly your compatibility must be quite high, at least to be right. Lin Yi chuckled to himself, you're the bee here. Why so quiet, brother? Did I guess wrong, or did you actually awake? No way, brother. Are you that lucky? Lin and Zhao Zilong look impressive and handsome. Why don't I have such good luck? By the way, I need to tell you, brother. Lin and Zhao Zilong was a chatterbox, once he started talking it was a never-ending stream. Lin Yi regretted his earlier decision to agree to add him as a friend. Seeing the voice messages flooding in for several tens of seconds, or even a couple of minutes, Lin Yi decisively muted him out of sight, out of mind. Achoo! At the same time, Huang Qin, who was outside the city grinding monsters, suddenly sneezed. But as a summoner with his pets providing protection, it didn't affect his ability to voice chat and talk with others, speaking of which awakened talent archers are quite rare. Brother, if only your level were a bit higher, we could team up for a dungeon. By the way, I have an excellent piece of equipment for archers here. Do you want it? Selling it cheap. Reply, why aren't you responding? Hey, you didn't block me, did you? Lin Yi, of course, had no idea that his private messages were being spammed by someone. After selling the enhancement stones, he calculated his earnings. He now had a total of 3,391 contribution points, which was considerably less than he expected. The main reason was that he had just been charged a 10 transaction tax by the game system. Just thinking about it made him angry. He couldn't help but curse. They never forget to squeeze us poor folks. It's so damn unfair. As for the ghostly grass, Lin Yi was unwilling to sell even one unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, these contribution points were enough to redeem the house deed, and the remainder could be used to buy some supplies, but the equipment issue would likely have to be put on hold. Anyway, I'll be level 15 soon, so I might as well wait until then to get a better set of equipment. Lin Yi felt this sounded somewhat familiar, but he didn't pay too much attention to those trivial details. The urgent task was to quickly find Zhang Zuolan and redeem the house deed. After saying goodbye to his sister, Lin Yi left, and of course, he didn't forget to throw the broken wooden bow into the shop. 10 contribution points may not be much, but even a mosquito is meat. Zhang Suilan lived at the end of Pingon Street. When Lin Yi arrived, he found her in a heated argument with the neighbor over trivial matters. Her face flushed. However, Zhang Quilin's words were clearly sharper, giving her the upper hand. Lin Yi frowned, not wanting to waste too much time. He stepped forward directly. Zhang Suilan, can you pause for a moment? I need to talk to you. Pause for you. Zhang Suilan cursed, and upon seeing Lin Yi, her expression froze, her tone suddenly turning sharp and sarcastic. Oh, isn't this our great hero from Pingon Street? What do you need me for? Let me guess, is it about the house? You want me to extend the deadline a few more days? Huh? Zhang Suilan laughed coldly. Let me tell you, a deal is a deal. This cannot be changed. It was clearly written that if the payment is not made by the deadline, the house becomes mine. Just then the neighbor, who had just been scolded by Zhang Suilan, seized the opportunity and pointed at her angrily, shouting, you heartless, despicable wretch. If it weren't for Xiao Yi saving everyone, you and your child would have been nothing but mouse droppings by now, and you still have the nerve to shout. I say, you old hag, what business is it of yours? Just shut your mouth. Zhang Suilan appeared somewhat guilty, yet she continued to argue. And was he really saving me? As a professional, it's his duty to protect civilians. And besides, repaying debts is a matter of principle. Whoever comes to collect must follow this rule. Lin Yi had no intention of wasting words with her and got straight to the point. I came to repay the debt, as agreed, a total of 3,200 contribution points, and the matter will be settled. Where are you getting the contribution points from? Zhang Suilan looked suspiciously at him, and seeing that Lin Yi did not seem to be lying, she quickly changed her tune. Who said you only owe 3,200? To get back the deed, you must at least give me 3,500. No, you need to pay me 4,000 contribution points. 4,000. Lin Yi's expression immediately darkened, his cold gaze fixed on Zhang Quilin's ugly fat face. Do you know that usury is illegal? So what? Pay up, or the house belongs to me, your choice. Heh. Before Zhang Suilan could finish her sentence, Lin Yi grabbed her by the throat and lifted her up. She never expected Lin Yi would dare to act against her. Panic flashed in her eyes, but she still tried to act tough. What do you want to do? I warn you not to act recklessly. Recklessly? No, you're mistaken. Protecting civilians is the responsibility of a professional, and punishing those who lend at usurious rates is also my duty. Lin Yi tightened his grip, and the overwhelming feeling of suffocation finally made Zhang Suilan panic completely, as her face turned red from struggling desperately. What do you want? Of course I'm going to beat you up and then hand you over to the enforcement hall. Lin Yi smiled dangerously. Upon hearing the name enforcement hall, Zhang Suilan instinctively shrank her pupils. That was a place that devoured people without spitting out bones. Anyone who entered never came out whole. Now she was truly panicking, her previous bravado completely gone, as she begged Lin Yi. No, Master Lin. Please don't hold this against me. I misremembered. It was 3,002. No, 3,000. You can take back the deed for 3,000. Isn't this what I made you say? Seeing his goal achieved, Lin Yi's hostility lessened somewhat. We are neighbors after all. I can't really charge you. Zhang Suilan relaxed her grip on her neck, quickly caught her breath, and hurriedly went inside to retrieve a note and a deed. Master Lin, everything is here. If you find no problem, could you? Lin Yi snatched the note and deed, checked them, and after confirming there were no issues, turned over the 3,000 contribution points without looking at Zhang Suilan. After greeting Aunt Wang nearby, he turned and left. Aunt Wang secretly gave Lin Yi a thumbs up. Good job, Lin kid. Finally someone can deal with that shrew Zhang Suilan. Old hag, what are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out for the dogs. Zhang Suilan cursed and slammed the door behind her. That Lin is such a despicable person, or it's infuriating. Mom, why are you yelling so early in the morning? I'm hungry, hurry up and get me something to eat. A scruffy-haired boy with sleepy eyes came out from inside the house. Seeing him made Zhang Suilan even angrier. She walked over and tugged at his ear, scolding loudly. How did I give birth to such useless trash? I'm almost bullied to death, and all you know is to eat. Were you a starving ghost in your past life? Who dares to bully my mom? He'll kill him. The scruffy-haired boy suddenly exploded with rage. Zhang Suilan, full of frustration, quickly fanned the flames of anger, recounting the earlier incident. So it's that little bastard Lin Yi. I'm going to get him now. Zhang Chong stood up abruptly, ready to rush out, but was pulled back by Zhang Suilan, twisting his ear. What are you going to do? Do you think you can take on anyone? Wait, what did you do last night? I got drunk and slept. What else could I do? Zhang Chong rolled his eyes. I say, Mom, could you ease up a bit? You're about to rip my ear off. You fool, you're lucky to be alive. Do you know what happened last night? The mother and son continued their relentless chatter, and Zhang Chong gradually realized what had occurred the previous night, instantly turning pale. His stomach was no longer hungry, and he was sober now, but he still felt uneasy. But why? He's just a lousy archer, a worthless piece of trash. Why is he getting so much attention? As a peer of Lin Yi, Zhang Chong was at least a drink gunner. Even he had no confidence in dealing with the magic-marked rats. Why could Lin Yi I heard them say it seems that the little bastard named Lin has awakened a talent. Zhang Zuolan, being a commoner, didn't understand these things and could only repeat what she heard. Impossible. Zhang Chong immediately denied it. The probability of awakening a talent is as rare as pie falling from the sky. Moreover, he's just a piece of trash with only F compatibility. He wouldn't even have a chance. Zhang Zuolan nodded along. That makes some sense. So what do you think is going on? In just 2 days, a salted fish has completely turned over. Zhang Chong stroked his chin, his eyes beginning to gleam with greed. Unless it's pure luck hitting a major opportunity, I can't think of any other possibility. Once I find out the secret behind him, I must snatch it. Lin Yi naturally had no idea of Zhang Zuolan and her son's schemes. Clutching the regained deed, the heavy stone weighing on his heart finally dropped. With the ghost poison on his sister suppressed by the nether grass, and having returned home, the fatigue and oppression of the past days were swept away, leaving him feeling unprecedentedly at ease. He hurried home to share this good news with Lin Shi. The little girl held the deed, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. But Lin Yi knew that this brief period of stability was just the beginning. To protect his sister forever and establish a foothold in this apocalyptic world, he must continuously grow stronger. After a short rest, he set off again, heading towards the outskirts of the city. After the previous battle, Lin Yi's strength had improved significantly, and it was time to hunt down some more powerful beasts. Today's target was Spider Ridge, located 3 kilometers north of Falling Moon Pond. Just from the name, one could tell that Spider Ridge was home to a large number of spider-like beasts, all generally between levels 11 to 13. Most spider beasts primarily attack with toxins, and as long as one is careful not to get caught in their webs, killing them is not too difficult. In addition, the silk spinning glands of spiders are particularly valuable, selling for around 30 contribution points each. A day's work could yield a substantial income, allowing for both monster hunting and earning money. Looking at the hard-earned savings being emptied once again, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Still short on money. But my skill proficiency is about to reach level 30, and I can unlock new attributes. That's something to look forward to. Deliberately avoiding other ferocious beasts, Lin Yi did not waste much time and soon arrived near Spider Ridge. Taking a deep breath while gripping his snake tendon bow, he walked in. The trees in the mountains were tall and lush, and the light suddenly dimmed. The ground was particularly damp and sticky, covered with dense spider webs, making movement quite inconvenient. Lin Yi was on high alert, daring not to be careless. Soon he spotted his first target, a terrifying beast more than a meter tall, its abdomen covered in patterns, exuding a fierce aura. 8 small red eyes continually scanned for prey, and sharp fangs dripped with dark green venom, sizzling as it hit the ground. Lin Yi did not rush to attack, but instead decided to assess the opponent's details. Survey technique. As the skill activated, a thin mist appeared over his eye membrane, and rows of illusory text emerged in the air. Abdominal pattern, spider, level 11, ordinary ferocious beast, health 1500, defense 120, attack 210, skill silk spit. It's not too tough. Oh, I can take it down with 4 arrows, but I must be careful not to get hit by its silk spit skill, or it could be troublesome. This is the advantage of the survey technique, allowing him to grasp the opponent's details and devise strategies to mitigate risks. However, the level 1 survey technique could only check targets of equal or lower level, which was quite limiting. If he encountered a higher level enemy, it would be of no use. Looks like I need to upgrade the survey technique to level 2 or even level 3 soon. The method to upgrade skills is simply to repeatedly use them, and naturally the skill level will increase. Lin Yi planned to grind monsters while leveling up his skills, as it wouldn't take too much time. Here we go. With everything ready, Lin Yi's gaze locked onto the abdominal pattern spider ahead, drawing 3 arrows simultaneously. With a surge of strength from his arm, the entire snake tendon bow was drawn into a perfect crescent. His range had now reached 40 meters, further than most mages of the same level, which was one of the few advantages of being an archer. At 40 meters, Lin Yi could shoot 2 rounds of arrows. As long as he avoided the silk spit skill, he could shoot down the abdominal pattern spider without taking any damage. Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed in the dark forest as 3 arrows struck true. 380, 380, 380. The health bar of the abdominal pattern spider instantly dropped to below 1/3, its 8 eyes shining with rage as it let out an angry roar. At the same time, its abdomen rapidly swelled, and a mass of silk was violently spat out, forming a 2-meter diameter web in midair, descending towards Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi was already prepared. Sensing danger, he rolled to the side. The web was not particularly fast, making it relatively easy to evade. Before hitting the ground, Lin Yi quickly adjusted his posture in midair, looking back at the moon. Oh, another arrow struck its abdomen. With a crisp crack, the abdominal pattern spider suddenly burst apart, various fluids spraying everywhere. Lin Yi half knelt as he slid backward, elegantly stabilizing his position. Killed, level 11, ferocious beast, experience 110, proficiency 55. Seeing the kill notification appear, Lin Yi couldn't help but boast, "So cool." But coolness lasts only 3 seconds. For a mere 30 contribution points, he had to endure the foul stench as he rummaged through the messy fluids for the abdominal pattern spider's silk gland, ending up in a rather messy state. Money is hard to earn and shit is hard to eat. Indeed a profound saying. With 30 contribution points in hand, Lin Yi's mood improved slightly. He casually cleaned off the slime on his body and continued on to find the next prey. The monster density in Spider Ridge wasn't high, but it wasn't too difficult to find one. Before long, Lin Yi spotted another one. He started with the survey technique to gain some skill experience, then repeated the previous rhythm, taking it down with 4 arrows. Killed level 11 ferocious beast experience, 110, proficiency, 55. Proficiency steadily increased, moving towards level 30. When the 9th abdominal pattern spider fell, the familiar notification finally rang in his ears. Proficiency has risen to level 30, all attributes 1, archery 1. Successfully unlocked trait Good Luck Green. Good Luck Green, the goddess of luck, watches over you. Your luck is permanently doubled. Current proficiency level 30, 421,500, reaching level 50 will unlock the next trait. Please continue to work hard, host. Luck doubled. Lin Yi frowned slightly as the new trait seemed to offer no direct boost to his strength. Moreover, luck was a hidden attribute, and he couldn't see the value, making it difficult to intuitively assess its specific effects. However, the effect of the green trait Furious Shot was beyond doubt, and good luck likely wouldn't be too bad either. What I gain is my fortune, what I lose is my fate. Not dwelling too much on it, Lin Yi continued hunting spiders. After all, traits were merely embellishments for him. Grinding proficiency and accumulating attribute values were the fundamental ways for him to grow stronger. He estimated that his total attributes should now be comparable to a class profession, with the next step being to catch up to class professionals. Additionally, the improvement of his archery skills was also crucial. Lin Yi felt he was already touching the threshold of shooting 4 arrows simultaneously and would likely master it soon. This skill could be said to be the foundation that allowed Lin Yi to solo with overwhelming damage thus far. It was not just a skill, but also one that could continuously evolve, becoming exceptionally powerful. The entire afternoon Lin Yi toiled in Spider Ridge. Unknowingly, he leveled up to 14, and his proficiency level rose significantly, reaching 32. After reaching proficiency level 30, the requirement increased from 1,000 to 1,500, making leveling up more challenging. However, this was within his expectations, and the increase wasn't too severe, so it was still manageable. It's worth mentioning that despite being sufficiently cautious throughout the process, some minor accidents were still on. An abdominal pattern spider hung upside down on a tree branch, and when Lin Yi noticed it, a web had already descended upon him. Caught off guard, he was ensnared and rendered immobile. Fortunately, by this time his attributes had seen a comprehensive boost, and he managed to withstand the spider's attack with high-grade healing medicine and antidotes. As soon as the 3-second confinement ended, Lin Yi immediately created distance to counterattack, shooting several arrows to kill it. Oh, what's this? Another item dropped. Looking at the white light orb hovering above the corpse, Lin Yi's expression turned strange. This was already the 3rd item he had dropped this afternoon. Although they were all white drops, he usually wouldn't get even 1 item in a day, making this probability clearly very unusual. Could it be? Lin Yi faintly understood something. If luck was truly linked to drop rates, then the effect of the good luck trait was undoubtedly far greater than he had. In a situation where resources were extremely scarce in the early stages, doubling luck was undoubtedly his strongest support to get through this phase. From now on, I must pay close attention to equipment that increases luck. Lin Yi was in high spirits as he touched the light orb. You have picked up Spider Silk Armor White 1. Spider Silk Armor White wearable at level 10, defense 5, health 100. The attributes of this level 10 armor are significantly better, prompting Lin Yi to immediately replace his previously obtained level 1 leather armor. Additionally, he had also obtained 2 pairs of Spider Silk Boots. Spider Silk Boots, white wearable at level 10, defense 3, health 50. After equipping everything, Lin Yi's defense had now surpassed 60, and his health had nearly reached 700, greatly enhancing his survival ability. He directly tossed the level 1 leather armor into the marketplace, selling it for 10 contribution points. As for the extra Spider Silk Boots, Lin Yi planned to wait until night to see if anyone in the trading channel wanted them. Anything with a bit of value would definitely result in a loss if tossed into the black market. After grinding for a while at Spider Ridge, seeing the sky grow dark, Lin Yi hurriedly made his way towards Linen City. For safety's sake, he decided to stay near the city gate after nightfall and hunt the sharp-toothed rabbits to grind his proficiency. Perhaps due to the recent end of the beast tide, the gray mist was temporarily calm, and the frequency of sharp-toothed rabbits appearing that night became particularly low. Before the city gate closed, Lin Yi barely managed to grind his proficiency to level 35. However, overall today's progress was quite gratifying. Human race Lin Yi profession Archer F grade, level 14 to health 570, 150 mana 350 attack, power 279, 155 defense 57 attack speed 0. 97 range 40 meters strength 101, 10 agility 52, 5 constitution 57 intelligence 35, spirit 35 skills survey technique. Level 1 equipment spider silk armor white spider silk boots, white snake muscle bow green wolf tooth, pendant blue proficiency, level 35, 91,500 all attributes 34, archery 34. Unlocked attributes furious shot green good luck green. Besides the enhancement in strength Lin Yi also had many other gains today. Just from the materials on him, he had sold for over 4,000 contribution points, and if counting the 3 pieces of equipment obtained, he estimated that he had earned around 5,000 in total. Indeed, as my strength steadily increases, my speed in making money is also rapidly accelerating. 5,000 contribution points for Lin Yi in the past was an unimaginable fortune, yet he had earned it in just one day's time. The gap between professionals and ordinary people is evident. Having acquired a fortune, Lin Yi had no intention of squandering it. He planned to set aside 2,000 to buy a skill book and save the rest for emergencies. His younger sister Lin, she would also be changing jobs in a few years, and regardless of the outcome, Lin Yi hoped to gather enough resources in advance to pave the way for her future. Additionally, he was thinking of buying a property in the inner city once he had enough contribution points. By then he could move in with his sister, no longer having to live in constant fear, worrying that the next beast tide would destroy everything he cherished. While soaking in the hot spring, Lin Yi opened the trading channel. As before, the actual traders were few, and most were just chatting or discussing strange tales. For example, someone turning their fortunes around after gaining some opportunity, or news of hidden dungeons being discovered, etc. Lin Yi paid no attention to these, quickly searching for useful information while listing the spider silk boots for sale. A level 10 white quality piece of equipment is generally valued, but selling it for around 200 contribution points shouldn't be a problem. Especially since only a few days had passed since the job change this year, most newcomers were still at this level, so there would definitely be a market. Sure enough, the reality matched Lin Yi's expectations closely. Shortly after listing the spider silk boots, many people came to inquire about the price, and he ultimately sold them for 280 contribution points to a player with the ID using Fireball to light a smoke. Brother, let's be friends. In the future, if you have any unused equipment, you can sell them to me. I'll buy at a high price. After the transaction ended, using Fireball to light a smoke sent a friend request. Though Lin Yi wasn't particularly fond of dealing with strangers, considering this one as a customer, having one more customer meant one more avenue for income, so he naturally agreed. He now had 2 customers, but he had already blocked the previous one. Thankfully, using Fireball to light a smoke wasn't a chatterbox like Lin and Zhao Zilong. After adding each other, they both returned to their own matters. After selling the spider silk boots, Lin Yi continued to browse the trading channel. With the good luck attribute, the probability of him obtaining equipment on his own had greatly increased, so he didn't need to rush in that regard for now. What he needed to focus on now was gathering resources and buying a professional skill book for archers to quickly enhance his strength in preparation for the upcoming dungeons. There aren't many skills available for archers at the beginning, and the most suitable one for him was undoubtedly multi-shot. Combined with shooting 3 arrows simultaneously, the damage could achieve a qualitative change. However, multi-shot is a blue quality skill book, which is not only very expensive, but also particularly rare. Having money doesn't necessarily guarantee acquisition. In the end, Lin Yi could only settle for a green quality skill book, spending 2,100 contribution points. Charged shot. Level 1 can be learned when the archer reaches level 5. A charge is up to 3 seconds. The longer the charge, the higher the damage, with a maximum damage increase of 20, skill cooldown of 10 seconds, a mana cost of 3 points. A maximum of only 20 damage increase is quite limited for a pure damage-dealing profession. The reason Lin Yi chose this skill was partly due to its affordability. On the other hand, he mastered the 3 arrows shooting simultaneously, meaning 3 arrows charging together would effectively enhance damage by 60, which was already quite considerable. This illustrates the difference between someone skilled in their profession and a pure novice. The same profession can unleash completely different power in their hands. In fact, other professions also have similar techniques. Being able to master such techniques, in a sense, is also a kind of talent. Of course, Lin Yi isn't a genius, but he might be even more talented than a genius. After mastering the skill, he finished soaking in the hot spring, bought some daily necessities at the market, and headed straight home. Upon entering, the delicious aroma of food immediately greeted him. Brother, hurry up and sit down for dinner. Lin, she stood up to greet him. Her mental state had clearly improved a lot recently. Not only could she often get out of bed and move around, but she even had the energy to prepare a feast for Lin Yi. Having been hungry all day, looking at the table filled with fragrant and colorful dishes, Lin Yi's appetite was instantly whetted. He devoured 3 large bowls eagerly and patted his belly with satisfaction, saying, "Xiaoshi, your cooking skills are truly no joke. You could open a restaurant." "Brother, you're just teasing me." Lin, she felt embarrassed by the praise, fidgeting a bit, but the smile in her eyes revealed how much she appreciated Lin Ye's words. The siblings chatted for a while, taking care of Lin Shi as she finished her medicine. After she fell asleep, Lin Yi picked up the snake Tinden Bao and left the house. It was only a little past 9 in the evening. Although he couldn't leave the city after reaching level 10, he had unlocked the dungeon access. Lin Yi didn't want to waste this opportunity. The dungeon hall was about a 10-minute walk from Ping'an Street. From a distance, Lin Yi spotted a huge building brightly lit in the night. The origin of the dungeon was unclear, but it had existed since the game arrived. It was also filled with fierce beasts where practitioners could hone their skills to level up and increase their power. It is said that each dungeon was once a real world. I wonder if this saying holds any truth. A thought flashed through Lin Ye's mind, but he didn't dwell on it, and pushed open the door to enter the dungeon hall. Dungeons also had levels. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty, and the rewards would be more substantial. Lin Yi was aware of his own strength and walked directly toward the entrance of the level 1 dungeon through the crowd. "Would you like to enter the dungeon? Please confirm within 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. Enter." With a flash of light, Lin Yi disappeared from his spot, but after a few breaths he was kicked out. The reason was simple. Not long after entering the dungeon, he encountered several level 15 fierce beasts clustered together. Would he just stand there and offer them a snack? Fortunately, the level 1 dungeon allows for immediate exit, otherwise I would have been in big trouble just now. Lin Yi thought, still feeling a bit shaken, but it was also because he knew this that he dared to attempt it alone. However, the fact was that with his current strength, he was far from being able to challenge the level 1 dungeon alone. Lin Yi actually didn't want to team up with others, as entrusting his safety to someone else was not his style. But given the current situation, he had no other choice. Without teaming up, he couldn't enter the dungeon. A slow step would lead to more delays. If he were to wait until he could challenge the level 1 dungeon alone, it would not only waste a lot of time, but by then the level 1 dungeon would hold no benefits for him. He'll find someone to team up with first. If it really doesn't work out, I can always exit midway. Lin Yi resolved and started looking for a group for the level 1 dungeon. However, the process of forming a team was more difficult than he had expected. Damage dealers were not a rare profession in the dungeon, and moreover, he was a biased archer. After sending out several team requests, the results were either rejections or complete silence. Those who declined were still relatively polite, but a few individuals spoke harshly. "It's better to team up with a dog than with an archer. Just go away and stop causing trouble." Lin Yi didn't waste his breath arguing. Since changing jobs, he had experienced similar situations more than once. Sometimes he wondered why among so many professions archers seemed to be abandoned by the version and became universal. "Hey brother, do you want to go into the dungeon? We have an opening." Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, a cheerful voice suddenly interrupted his musings. It was a young man with rare short red hair, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a tall build, giving off a particularly sunny vibe. "What are you standing there for? Do you want to join or not?" Seeing Lin Yi silent, the young man extended the invitation again. Only then did Lin Yi come to his senses, but the other's enthusiasm made him somewhat skeptical. "I can team up, but let's be clear first, I'm an archer. I know I noticed you earlier." The young man spoke without hesitation. Although archers are a bit lacking, their long range makes up for some of the damage. Besides, it's too late now. We don't want to waste more time looking for someone else, so it's you. Lin Yi could tell the other's goodwill and thanked him before joining their team. Besides Lin Yi, there were 4 others in the group, 2 frontline fighters, 1 healer, and 1 damage dealer. The red-haired boy was a level 17 fire mage, and mages were known for their explosive damage, with fire mages being among the best. As long as the front line could absorb the damage, a fire mage could often clear out a group of fierce beasts by themselves. There was also another member of the team who left a strong impression on Lin Yi. This guy was at least 2 meters tall with dark skin and a robust build. Just standing there, he resembled an indestructible iron tower, exuding an overwhelming presence. His profession was exactly as Lin Yi suspected, a powerful shield warrior at level 17. As for the other 2, they were slightly lower in level at 15, but still higher than Lin Yi. "Let me introduce myself first. I'm Luo Qi, a level 17 fire mage." The red-haired boy broke the silence. "Yi Shan, level 17 shield warrior." "Lin Yi, level 14 archer." Everyone skipped the small talk and prepared to enter the dungeon. Luo Qi glanced at Lin Yi and reminded him, "When we go in, I'll take the lead. Your task is to protect the healer and clean up any stragglers. As for the rest, just do your thing." "Okay." Lin Yi nodded, indicating that he had no problems. As the countdown ended, the 5 of them vanished from their spot. This was an abandoned town shrouded in a blood moon, with cold winds sweeping through the desolate streets, stirring up a few fallen leaves, creating an eerily silent atmosphere. What they saw were all remnants of walls and ruins. In the center of the town stood a dilapidated clock tower over 10 meters high, the large clock at the top, still turning occasionally, emitting a few click sounds that sent chills down one's spine. I'll lure the monsters, you all stay here, and don't move. Yishan raised his shield and walked into the town. Soon after, a cloud of dust rose in the street, accompanied by the sounds of bones grinding and colliding, making one's teeth ache. They're coming, Yishan shouted from a distance, running wildly toward them. A group of skeleton soldiers wielding long knives followed closely behind, baring their teeth and claws, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Pulling this many at once. If it goes wrong. Just as Lin Yi felt uncertain, Luo Qi beside him had already raised his staff, high dense fire elements converging around him. Everyone prepare. The healer gathered their mana, standing ready, while another shield warrior quickly moved forward to help Yishan absorb the damage. Taunt. The two shield warriors exerted their strength simultaneously, firmly attracting the hatred of the skeleton soldiers. At the same time, a massive fireball with a diameter of 1 meter quickly took shape on Luo Qi's staff, the terrifying blaze turning everyone's faces red. Explosive fireball. With a swing of the staff, the fireball plummeted to the ground like a falling star, exploding among the group of skeleton soldiers. The raging power of the fire elements rampaged, followed by a flurry of damage numbers jumping up, creating a visually explosive effect. Thud. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi instinctively swallowed. So this is what the fire mage known as the king of damage is like. It truly is terrifying. Watching as Luo Qi unleashed a devastating fireball that nearly cleared the field, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. The output capability he prided himself on seemed insignificant in the face of fire magic, especially with such sweeping AoE abilities which were far beyond the reach of archers. Don't just stand there, seize the opportunity to deal damage. My skill has a long cooldown. Luo Qi waved his staff, continuously casting ordinary fireballs, each one capable of finishing off a low-health enemy. Just then a skeleton soldier broke free from the tank's aggro and charged towards them. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed, instantly snapping back to focus as he drew his serpent's bow into a full moon, knocking 3 arrows at once, their tips shimmering with a faint white light. Charged shot. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The 3 arrows pierced the night, leaving behind phantom trails as they accurately struck the skeleton soldier. 371. 371. 371. Such low damage. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned as the red numbers flashed before him. He had expected Luo Qi's casual fireball to deal nearly 2,000 damage, thinking the skeleton soldier's defense wouldn't be high. But with his base attack power of 432, combined with the charged boost and the furious shot enhancement, he only dealt 371 damage, indicating that the skeleton soldier's defense must be around 200, comparable to the previous level 9 elite Steelback Wolf King. Roar. After being hit by the arrows, the skeleton soldier became even more ferocious, leaping into the air over 10 meters away, swinging its long sword. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly fired another round of arrows, finally bringing it down. 15 level beast slain, proficiency 75. The beasts in the dungeon do not provide experience directly, after clearing the rewards are calculated based on individual contribution in the team. At this moment, the contribution rankings on the team panel showed a stark disparity. Luo Qi dominated with 40, followed closely by the main tank Yishan at 27, while Lin Yi sat at a mere 10, firmly at the bottom. After all, archers are weak, lacking area damage skills, and with Luo Qi's explosive output, he couldn't steal any damage. In just half a minute, over a dozen skeleton soldiers were completely wiped out by Luo Qi's firepower. Luo Qi walked over to Lin Yi, patting him on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration and surprise. Brother, your triple shot is quite impressive. I see many veteran archers who can't even do that. Though archers are weak, mastering such advanced techniques compensates for many shortcomings. Luo Qi increasingly felt that this archer he casually formed was not as simple as he seemed. The other 3 shared similar sentiments, looking at Lin Yi with newfound respect. Well done. Yishan, as sturdy as a tower, spoke in a deep voice, not holding back his praise. Lin Yi could only smile wryly, saying little. The gap was evident. Luo Qi was only 3 levels higher, yet their strengths were worlds apart, leaving him feeling frustrated. If it weren't for the incredible growth feature of the proficiency panel relying solely on the fire archer's base profession, he would likely feel utterly hopeless. Sensing Lin Yi's inner turmoil, Yishan approached and said, "Don't compare yourself to that guy, he's a freak. Other fire mages don't possess such outrageous output." Yishan thought for a moment and added, "Based on your performance just now, you're already stronger than many we've grouped with before." Really? Lin Yi felt a bit less confident, but hearing this made him feel somewhat better. If other professions were of this caliber, he truly felt he might struggle to keep up. Skill cooldown is over, Yishan. Go pull the monsters. Let's make the most of our time and aim to clear the dungeon a few more times tonight. Alright. Everyone was full of energy and Lin Yi tried his best to deal damage to improve his ranking within the team. However, Luoqi's damage was simply too high, making it difficult for Lin Yi to secure kills from him, leaving him feeling unsatisfied. My proficiency. Kills by teammates do not raise Lin Yi's proficiency, but he couldn't say this outright lest he expose his secret. After clearing about 10 waves of small monsters, the dungeon finally reached its final checkpoint. The group arrived at the ruined clock tower. Looking up, they saw a towering dark gold skeleton standing atop the clock, its hollow eyes resembling a pitch-black abyss coldly watching them. This skeleton held a tumtor-long dark red scythe shimmering with a strange cold light beneath the blood moon, while a scarlet cloak billowed behind it, exuding a fierce aura. It was the most powerful presence in this dungeon, the level 15 elite monster, Skeleton General. You dare invade my domain. Die. The Skeleton General spoke human words, and the next moment, it leaped down directly from the top of the clock tower. Boom. The ground shook, creating a massive pit around the point of impact. Amidst the rolling dust, all that could be seen were a pair of fiery eyes burning brightly. Charge. The team clearly had experience dealing with such formidable foes, moving in an orderly fashion. Luoqi chanted an incantation, and the intense fire elements began to gather at the tip of his staff. Yishan and another tank rushed into the dust, using taunting skills to draw aggro. Of course, the healer didn't forget to cast a continuous healing buff on them. Soon the dust cleared, and the two tanks engaged in a fierce battle with the Skeleton General. The level 15 elite monster dealt exaggerated damage with each swing of its scythe, taking nearly 1/5 of Yishan's health. Another tank soon found it hard to hold on, retreating to recover. The healer quickly tossed him a skill, redirecting all attention to Yishan. Yishan was the main front line of the team. As long as he didn't fall, everything would be manageable. Copper skin. Yishan roared, his body radiating a dazzling metallic sheen, his skin turning a golden hue like a warrior cast from molten copper. After activating the copper skin skill, Yishan's defense significantly increased, allowing him to withstand the Skeleton General's damage alone for a short time. Now's the time. Colossal explosive fireball. Luoqi had also finished charging, taking more time to unleash an even more terrifying explosive fireball. The nearly 3-meter diameter fireball radiated a terrifying heat that warped the air. Boom. A colossal explosion sounded, hurling the Skeleton General's solid body away, instantly reducing its health by 1/3. Lin Yi watched in awe, simultaneously noticing that Luoqi's face had turned pale after casting this skill, nearly exhausting himself. It seems such powerful skills come with massive costs. Luoqi seemed prepared, quickly taking out a blue potion to drink, then continuously casting fireballs to whittle down the Skeleton General's health. Boom. The fireball technique exploded continuously, and the battle grew increasingly fierce. Lin Yi was not idle, either drawing his bow and occasionally unleashing a charged shot, putting forth his utmost effort. However, the Skeletal General's defense was simply too high. Even though the snake tendon bow was almost smoking from the strain, Lin Yi was unable to inflict much damage. The primary output still relied on Luoqi's fireball technique. As time passed, just when the Skeletal General's health bar was down to its last fifth, Yishan's bronze skin disappeared. The healing pressure suddenly increased, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yi go retreat for now, let Xiao Chun take the front, my healing ability isn't enough. Don't panic, my skill cooldown is up. Just then Luoqi suddenly shouted. He raised his staff high, and quickly finished chanting the spell, followed by a bursting fireball that bombarded the Skeletal General with low health. Amid the violent explosion, flames shot up to the sky, and the Skeletal General's remaining health bar was instantly emptied. He didn't even have time to make a final struggle before his flaming bones exploded in all directions, leaving the scene in chaos. Seeing this, everyone finally sighed in relief. You have successfully completed the level 1 dungeon challenge by defeating the Skeletal General. From entering the dungeon to defeating the Skeletal General, the total time did not exceed 1 hour, and the entire process was thrilling yet safe. The main contributors were undoubtedly Luoqi and Yishan. They coordinated perfectly, showcasing outstanding strength at this level. The contributions of the other two were also significant, as they managed to stabilize their roles within the team. As for Lin Yi, despite his efforts, his abilities were limited, and the help he could provide was truly minimal. To put it nicely, he did his best. To be blunt, he was merely a bystander, a completely unnecessary presence. Upon seeing the contribution rankings, Lin Yi felt his face burning with embarrassment. Only 5. He came in last place, even failing to reach the contributions of those ahead of him, making him no different from a bum. Ultimately, it was still due to his poor foundation. Even with the bonus from the attribute points, when compared to real experts, the current gap was still glaringly evident. It seems I need to work even harder to gain proficiency in the future. Lin Yi's self-awareness had always been clear. It's okay to have gaps now. With the proficiency panel in place, each step he took was very solid. he would eventually surpass, or even catch up to those so-called geniuses. With the dungeon successfully cleared, it was time for reward settlement, and Lin Yi barely received a safety net reward. Team Overall Evaluation A. Team Rewards Level 1 Chest 13. Personal Reward Experience 3,000. It took nearly an hour to obtain 3,000 experience points, and this efficiency could not be considered high. It was even less than what Lin Yi gained while farming spiders at Spider Ridge. The key was that he couldn't secure any kills, and was only gaining points through hits, resulting in slow proficiency growth. Indeed, soloing fits me better. As he thought this, another prompt popped up before his eyes. First completion of the level 1 dungeon. You receive the achievement reward free attribute 10. This reward is nice. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, pleasantly surprised. After hesitating for a moment, he allocated all 10 attribute points to strength. He hoped to enhance his attack as much as possible, wanting to contribute more. After all, being a dead weight at the back of the team, even if no one else said anything, a normal person would feel quite embarrassed. Once the allocation was done, Luo Qi's voice came through as usual. Take 5 chests, Yishan 3, Xiao Chun and Xiao Wang 2 each, and Lin Yi you take 1. Lin Yi naturally had no objections to this distribution. The amount of effort put in should correlate with the rewards received. It was only fair. Next, it was time to open the treasure chests. In theory, dungeon chests could yield any item. However, the higher the chest level, the greater the probability of obtaining high-quality items. Level 1 chests were likely to yield contribution points or white-quality items. To get something better, one would need extraordinary luck. He'll go first. Luo Qi rubbed his hands together full of anticipation and opened all the chests in one breath. Contribution points 100. Contribution points 100. Contribution points 100. All 5 chests yielded the minimum reward. Such luck was unprecedented. Damn it, this terrible luck, I'm truly fed up. Luo Qi cursed, nearly throwing his staff in frustration. The others couldn't help but laugh, starting to tease him. Brother Luo's performance is consistently stable, never disappointing in any aspect. If I remember correctly, you seem to have hit the minimum reward 15 times in a row, right? Impressive. Yishan patted him on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Bro, let me help you recover your face. But he quickly stopped laughing. Out of 3 chests, he opened 2 minimum rewards plus 1 worthless white item, matching Luo Qi's luck. What the heck? Yishan couldn't help but curse, his face already dark, now looking even darker. Haha, this cracks me up. Your luck really does deserve the reputation. Seeing his brother in the same predicament, Luo Qi was instantly relieved and delighted. Just then, a dazzling green light suddenly erupted from the chest in Lin Yi's hands. The Luo Qi who had just been mocking Yishan suddenly had his smile freeze. He turned halfway, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. No way, you this. Yishan also felt a bit sore in his neck, speechless. Bro, are you kidding me? Under 4 piercing gazes, Lin Yi felt a bit helpless, shrugging. There's nothing I can do. Ooh, I guess my luck is... It's not just good luck, it's the power of the attribute. After all, doubling the luck value is no joke. Other than Lin Yi himself, the other 4 exchanged glances. It was hard for them to accept that he with the least chests opened the best items. This was really frustrating. Especially for Luo Qi, who felt like a deflated eggplant, repeatedly sighing. You lucky guys, you're really not human. The dungeon continued with a new round while Lin Yi took the opportunity to check the items he obtained from the chest, which turned out to be a beginner strengthening stone. This made Luo Qi and the others green with envy. Lin Yi obtained items worth more than what the 4 of them combined got from just 1 chest. Who was he supposed to reason with about this? Alright, I refuse to believe it. I bet he'll get another 5 minimum rewards. Luo Qi vented all his anger on the skeletal soldiers. For a moment, fireballs flew everywhere, illuminating the entire dungeon in a fiery glow. The unfortunate skeletal soldiers bore the brunt of the unwarranted disaster. Luo Qi's contribution rate soared to an exaggerated 60. Having experienced a dungeon run with him before, Lin Yi's mindset was much calmer now. There was no need to compare with such a monster. Lin Yi estimated that Luo Qi either had a high professional compatibility or had awakened a talent that boosts damage, otherwise it was impossible for him to possess such power. Luo Qi unleashed his might, turning the dungeon into his personal showcase. Lin Yi seized the opportunity, trying his best to claim some kills and enhance his proficiency. This time it took even less time than before, and soon they found themselves beneath the clock tower. The skeletal warrior brandished its flashy scythe and leaped down after delivering its lines. The elite battle commenced. With Yishan the reliable shield bearer in the team, accidents were unlikely. A single copperskin skill allowed him to stand tall like a fortress. Luo Qi further let himself go, pouring blue potions into his mouth as if they were free. The fireball spell was almost used like a machine gun, relentlessly blasting towards the skeletal warrior. Even a level 15 elite could not withstand such firepower. Its health bar dropped at a visible rate. Lin Yi, unwilling to be outdone despite his limited damage, shot furiously, as if his life depended on it, causing his snake tendon bow to smoke. What if? What if fortune smiled upon him, and he managed to secure the elite kill? That would be a significant boost to his proficiency. Sometimes luck just can't be stopped. The experienced Luo Qi, for reasons unknown, made a misjudgment. A fireball exploded downwards, and the skeletal warrior surprisingly still had a sliver of health left. Just then Lin Yi managed to take it down with a trio of arrows. You have slain a level 15 skeletal warrior. Proficiency 1000. Proficiency has risen to level 36. All attributes 1. Archery 1. A few of them were taken aback, casting strange glances at Lin Yi. Is this really possible? Your luck is truly unparalleled. Fortunately, this was a team dungeon, otherwise if Luo Qi had been dramatically robbed of a kill like this, he would likely be furious. Next came the thrilling treasure opening segment. This time it's pretty good. Ew, I opened a level 15 white weapon, just what I needed. Me too, I got 1,000 coins, feeling great. What about Luo Qi? Please don't come up with another 5 consecutive wins this time. Before he could even utter the words guaranteed, Yishan noticed Luo Qi looking at him with a face full of grievance, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Your luck is truly unmatched. The same words carried completely different meanings. Luo Qi seemed resigned, not even wanting to voice his complaints, like a frost-bitten eggplant wilted. He looked at Lin Yi and said with a touch of bitterness, "Bro, could you just open the chest and let me get it over with?" Seeing his expression, Lin Yi found it hard not to laugh. "How about I just hold off on opening it to avoid breaking your spirit? No worries, just go ahead, I can handle it." Luo Qi gritted his teeth, looking as if he was ready to face death. "Then I really will open it now?" Lin Yi couldn't stop laughing the moment the chest opened. A green light shot up. "Oh no!" Luo Qi fixed his gaze, letting out a shriek, nearly toppling over. Without mentioning Luo Qi, the unfortunate fellow who opened 2 initial enhancement stones in succession, Lin Yi was in a remarkably good mood. This was a significant amount of silver, giving him even more strength for monster hunting. In the 3rd dungeon, Lin Yi's contribution rate astonishingly reached 10. Though still at the bottom, his growth was evident. The reason for such progress? Mainly because upon reaching archery 35, Lin Yi finally mastered the skill of firing 4 arrows simultaneously, significantly enhancing his output. Even Luo Qi, an anomaly, was quite impressed with his progress. It's a pity you're an archer, otherwise with your insight you could easily excel in any profession. I actually think being an archer is quite good. Switching professions may not suit me. That's true. Lin Yi shrugged, feeling indifferent. He knew his own situation well. He wasn't exceptionally talented, he had simply exploited a cheat. That makes sense. Luo Qi pondered for a moment, agreeing with Lin Yi's reasoning. Then, taking advantage of Lin Yi's distraction, he casually launched a fireball, finishing off the low-health skeletal general. "Oh dear, I'm sorry. I struck too hard. How did it kill it in one hit?" Watching Luo Qi's mischievous expression, Lin Yi felt a surge of anger, nearly wanting to strangle him. Claiming he struck too hard, this guy was clearly doing it on purpose, denying him the chance to secure the kill. Could it be that this guy discovered something? Lin Yi looked at Luo Qi with suspicion. This thought was fleeting, and he soon deemed it impossible. Unless Luo Qi had X-ray vision to see through his secrets, he couldn't deduce anything from the sparse clues. Lin Yi felt increasingly that this guy was simply indulging in some kind of bored malice. "Damn you, Luo Qi, give me back my proficiency!" Lin Yi yelled inwardly, almost unable to resist rushing up to punch him. Time quickly passed to just after 1 in the morning. By now they had completed the 5th dungeon, and were quite exhausted. "I can't take any more, it's too tiring. Are you all still up for more?" Luo Qi propped himself on his knees, nearly drained of strength. Continuous high-intensity dungeon runs, being the main damage dealer, had truly taken a toll on his stamina. Xiao Chun and Xiao Wang were the same, sitting down on the ground as soon as they exited the dungeon, not wanting to get up at all. Yishan, on the other hand, appeared to be fine. With such a robust physique, his energy was indeed extraordinary. "I'm good to go, Lin Yi, how about you?" Lin Yi glanced at Luo Qi, then thought about how he had to wake up early for Spider Ridge tomorrow, so he said, "Let's call it a night. I'm heading back to sleep." Overall, tonight's harvest was quite good. Not only did his proficiency level up, finally mastering the 4-arrow skill, but thanks to the guaranteed experience rewards, he smoothly reached level 15. In addition, he acquired 2 initial enhancement stones, which even after deducting transaction fees, netted him around 5,000 coins. As for the 3 treasure chests, afterwards Lin Yi's luck was poor, yielding 2 guaranteed items and a level 10 white bow. The attributes of the level 10 white bow were worse than those of the level 5 green snake tendon bow, so Lin Yi decided not to switch, planning to sell it later in the trading channel. Lin Yi, wait a moment. Just as he was about to leave, Luo Qi called out to him. Lin Yi, puzzled, asked, "What's up?" "Actually, it's nothing," Luo Qi said casually. "It's rare to meet someone I click with. How about we add each other as friends and continue tomorrow?" "Sure." With a competent free helper approaching him, Lin Yi certainly had no reason to refuse, and gladly agreed. At that moment, Luo Qi sent a friend request, and Lin Yi click confirm only to be met with a system prompt the other party is already on your friend list, no need to add again. My. Not only Lin Yi, but Luo Qi also appeared startled. He noticed Lin Yi's channel ID revealing a look of surprise on his face. Ordinary and unremarkable. Use fireball to light a smoke. Lin Yi's friend list contained only 2 people, making it easy to guess who Luo Qi was. Who says this isn't a kind of fate, haha? After confirming each other's identities, they couldn't help but smile at one another. This sense of online friends meeting offline inexplicably brought Lin Yi and Luo Qi closer together. After a casual chat, Lin Yi added Yishan Xiaochun and Xiao Wang as friends. The 5 agreed to meet at 9 o'clock the next evening at the dungeon lobby entrance, and then they dispersed. By this time Lin Yi had long fallen asleep, and Lin Yi quietly returned to his room, careful not to make too much noise. He planned to keep the enhancement stones for Lin and Zhao Zilong. Although this wealthy figure could be a bit chatty, he couldn't. Casually listing the whiteboard bow for 500 in the trading channel, Lin Yi lay down fully clothed and fell into a deep sleep. The alarm clock rang punctually at 5 in the morning, startling him awake. Not fully awake, Lin Yi glanced at the trading channel. Then he frowned. No one wants it. That shouldn't be the case, the price isn't high. Weapons are inherently worth more than other components of the same level. To Lin Yi, selling a level 10 whiteboard weapon for 500 contribution points seemed reasonable, so how could no one want it? After checking the buyer comments, he quickly discovered the issue. The problem lay with the archer profession. Not only was the profession itself disadvantaged, but the equipment was also particularly undervalued, which made Lin Yi feel targeted everywhere. However, thinking about it the other way actually wasn't so bad, or at least he could save a lot of money when collecting gear in the future. After some hesitation, Lin Yi changed the price to 400 and sure enough it sold quickly. After deducting the greedy system's handling fee, he ended up with 360. If he counted the value of the 2 enhancement stones, he was almost a wealthy individual now. He couldn't compare to those rich folks, but at least he was much more financially comfortable. Everything was heading in a positive direction. Off to Spider Ridge. During the day, he still focused on solo hunting. Gaining experience was secondary, mainly to ensure his proficiency level didn't fall behind. The attributes and archery skills gained from proficiency upgrades were the foundation of his strength. Additionally, unlocking the 3rd perk at level 50 was something Lin Yi looked forward to. Around 6 in the morning, Lin Yi arrived at Spider Ridge. He needed about half of the experience to reach level 16. Lin Yi frantically hunted the striped spiders, and after about 2.5 hours, you have reached level 16. Strength 1, Agility 1, free attribute 5. The attributes gained from leveling up were too meager, akin to throwing crumbs to a beggar. Fortunately, Lin Yi had his own way of becoming stronger. Proficiency has increased to level 39. All attributes 1, archery 1. As his strength increased, proficiency rose rapidly, allowing him to level up 3 times in a short period. His total attributes had now exceeded 300 points, surpassing most drank professions. Catching up to crank professions seemed to be just a matter of time. After reaching level 16, continuing to hunt the level 11 striped spiders yielded no experience. While proficiency was important, he couldn't let his level fall too far behind. Moreover, hunting higher level beasts allowed him to gain proficiency more quickly. Lin Yi continued deeper into the inner area, where the main threat was the level 13 Steelfang spiders. Steelfang spiders had a focus on defense, making them relatively difficult to hunt. However, Lin Yi had mastered the 4-arrow volley technique, and with a charged shot for increased damage, he only needed to follow up with another round of attacks. Steelfang spider. Level 13, normal beast. Health 2700, defense 150, attack 210. Skill rampage. 40-meter range coupled with Lin Yi's current attack speed of 103. He could easily stand still and fire 2 volleys of arrows before the Steelfang spider got close enough to attack. This was the advantage of hunting lower-level beasts. Even when solo hunting, he could maintain sufficient efficiency without much risk. In fact, Lin Yi enjoyed this feeling of bullying weaker creatures. The confidence shaken by that pervert Luo Qi the night before seemed to have been restored significantly. Especially watching his proficiency soar, that feeling was simply wonderful. Lin Yi was getting more and more into it, not feeling at all that this monotonous grinding would become boring. Killed a level 13 beast, proficiency 65. Including his hit rate, a single Steelfang spider could yield 72 points of proficiency. He only needed to kill 21 Steelfang spiders to level up his proficiency, which was quite good. Proficiency has increased to level 41. All attributes 1, archery 1. Not long after, his proficiency leveled up again, and Lin Yi was invigorated. At this rate, perhaps he could raise his proficiency to level 50 today. I wonder what the new perk will be. Quite looking forward to it. Aside from that, the good fortune perk was still in effect. Within a few hours, Lin Yi had managed to loot several level 10 white gear pieces, one of which was a spider silk glove that he could use. Spider silk glove, white, wearable, at level 10, defense 3, health 50. With this, Lin Yi had completed the three-piece spider silk set. However, this wasn't a true set in the traditional sense, as it offered no additional attribute bonuses. Moreover, the appearance of this set was truly hard to describe. If it weren't for its hidden functions, Lin Yi wouldn't even want to wear it. Soon it was noon, and Lin Yi felt a rumbling hunger in his stomach. Man is iron, rice is steel. Without a meal, one feels restless. Leveling up was important, but it wasn't as crucial as eating. One needed to be well fed to have the strength to fight. Finding an empty spot, Lin Yi took out food and water and immediately started to wolf it down. The food was left over from last night, and his backpack had a preservation function, so he didn't have to worry about spoilage. So satisfying. After a moment, Lin Yi patted his belly, feeling content after a hearty burp. Lin Shi's cooking was just to his taste 100 times better than those dry rations. However, as his belongings increased, the 10-slot backpack was gradually becoming insufficient. To expand the backpack capacity, he needed expansion stones, which were available for sale in the system mall. They weren't cheap, with one costing 500 contribution points. The first use can increase the capacity by 3 slots, as afterward each stone can only add 1 slot. Although it was expensive, it was a necessary investment to avoid the loss of opportunities when he couldn't store anything after defeating monsters. Enduring the pain of spending, Lin Yi spent a whopping 1,500 to purchase 3 expansion stones, increasing his capacity to 15 slots. After a brief rest and checking his supplies to ensure nothing was missing, he took up the snake's sinew bow and headed deep into the mountain ridge. One steel-fanged spider after another fell under Lin Yi's arrows, steadily increasing his experience and proficiency. However, he did not notice that several sneaky figures were lurking far behind him. They hid behind trees like wolves eyeing a fat sheep, their gazes filled with both ferocity and greed. It's only been a few days since changing professions, and this guy with a whiteboard bow has such strength, it's truly unreasonable. And have you noticed? This guy seems to have particularly good luck. The loot he's gotten in just one morning is even more than all of us combined. It seems Zhang Chong didn't deceive us. This kid definitely has a huge secret. Brother Kai, you jest. I wouldn't dare deceive you even with 100 guts. If I weren't certain that Lin Yi is truly off, how could I have made you come all this way for nothing? A yellow-haired youth, his face brimming with sycophancy, whispered apologetically to the young man beside him. If Lin Yi were here, he would surely recognize the yellow-haired youth as Zhang Chong, Zhang Qilin's son. Ever since this fellow had set his sights on Lin Yi, he had been like a hyena, stealthily trailing him from dawn till dusk, determined to uncover the secret hidden within him. After 2 days, Zhang Chong had discovered that aside from Lin Yi's seemingly absurd luck, his strength was also peculiarly eerie. At times, without any level up or equipment upgrade, his damage would inexplicably surge by a significant margin. This utterly inexplicable situation only solidified Zhang Chong's conviction that the secret behind Lin Yi was far from ordinary. I don't care if you've truly awakened a talent or stumbled upon some other fortune. Either I obtain it or I destroy it. Zhang Chong had long harbored a deep resentment toward Lin Yi, an orphan burdened with a dependent, yet always putting on airs of aloofness. Especially after Lin Yi had changed class to a blank archer, Zhang Chong believed he could easily overshadow him. Yet this fellow completely defied expectations, stealing the spotlight during the beast tide. A trash archer, a motherless wretch. What right did he have? What right did he have to achieve what even Zhang Chong could not? Now, whenever Zhang Chong stepped out, the people of Peace Street would instinctively compare him to Lin Yi. That feeling of being dismissed as utterly worthless sometimes made Zhang Chong wish he could simply kill Lin Yi. However, despite his narrow-mindedness, Zhang Chong possessed a modicum of self-awareness. Given the strength Lin Yi had displayed, Zhang Chong knew he was no match and would only be delivering himself to be slaughtered if he sought trouble. Thus a stroke of inspiration struck him. He approached several local bullies of Peace Street, who laid out the matter concerning Lin Yi, and they readily agreed to help him deal with the boy. These local bullies had all completed their class change last year. Though their talents were limited, and they were too cowardly to venture out of the city for combat, their levels barely exceeded 30, but that was more than enough to handle Lin Yi. Especially their leader Zhao Kai, a level 31 assassin. To him, a fragile ranged class like Lin Yi was no sturdier than paper. Brother Kai, when do we strike? With your skills, finishing him off would be a matter of minutes. And don't forget the reward you promised me. Though Zhang Chong flattered Zhao Kai and his crew profusely, he harbored ulterior motives. An intuition told him that Lin Yi was not so easily dealt with. Once Zhao Kai and the others had fought Lin Yi to a stalemate, he would. Well, a secret was best kept alone. Too many in the know meant it was no longer a secret. What's the rush? I've been in this game long enough to keep my word. Once we get our hands on that kid's secret, you'll get your— Zhao Kai cursed under his breath, but a flicker of murderous intent hid in his eyes. This fool still expected a reward, unaware that the dead were the best keepers of secrets. Once the kid was dealt with, it would be this fool's turn. Exchanging glances with his two companions, a silent understanding passed among them. Zhao Kai lowered his voice and waved his hand forward. Let's go. Well, follow him, and strike when we reach a secluded spot. Proficiency increased to level 42. Proficiency increased to level 43. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lin Ye's proficiency had risen by 2 more levels, rapidly approaching level 50. However, his own class level had barely budged. The experience required for level 17 had reached a full 200, meaning he would need to kill 154 steel fang spiders just to level up. He could currently slay about 20 to 25 steel fang spiders per hour, which meant at least 6 hours to level up with no breaks in between. As he progressed further, the experience required for leveling multiplied, sometimes doubling. He could still manage 1 or 2 levels a day, but that pace would soon plummet. Especially after level 20, the experience demand skyrocketed. Without other opportunities, it would be a struggle for an ordinary class holder to reach level 40 within a year. Beyond experience, strength also influenced leveling speed. If one's strength couldn't keep pace, they would encounter the stuck on monsters phenomenon. For instance, if at level 30, you couldn't kill monsters above level 26, you'd gain no experience, sometimes getting stuck for months until you fell behind everyone else. Thus, strength was the foundation, with sufficient power, leveling naturally accelerated. Take for example the Linen Zhao Zilong, Lin Yi had once known. He had changed class last year and was already level 57. Such a leveling speed would be considered elite, even genius anywhere. Lin Yi didn't dwell on it. With the proficiency panel, his strength grew every moment, so he had no fear of getting stuck. During a brief respite, he checked his current attributes. Race human, name Lin Yi, class archer, Frank, level 16, 1900, HB 690, 200 MP 430, attack 341, 155 defense 69, 11 attack speed 107. Range 40 meters, strength 127, 10 agility 62, 5 constitution 69, intelligence 43, spirit 43. A skills survey, level 1 charge shot, level 1 equipment, spider silk armor, white spider silk boots, white spider silk gloves, white serpent sinew bow, green wolf thong, pendant blue, proficiency level 43. 911,500, all attributes 42, archery 42, unlocked affixes, fury shot, green fortune green. If he didn't speak of it himself, no one would believe this was the data of an Frank class holder. Yet Lin Yi felt no undue pride. The road ahead was long and arduous. Especially after witnessing geniuses like Luo Qi, he believed it was essential to maintain a humble mindset at all times. The proficiency panel was no effortless cheat that granted invincibility with a wave of the hand. It required ample time and low-key development. Besides, this world was truly vast. With 47 major cities and over 5 billion class holders alone, Linen City ranked only in the lower middle in terms of both population and strength. Even across all cities combined, the number of new class changers each year reached hundreds of millions. With such a massive base, even if only 1 in 10,000 were geniuses, their numbers would be as countless as fish in a river. At least for now, Lin Yi felt he had no room for complacency. The hunt continued. You have slain a level 13 beast. Experience 130, proficiency 65. As the steel-fanged spider before him fell, a patch of green light burst forth unexpectedly. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Finally, a good drop. As he reached out and brushed his hand over the light, a prompt immediately appeared. You have picked up the skill book Green Eagle Eye 1. Lin Yi's pupils widened and his heart raced. If he remembered correctly, Eagle Eye was a class skill that archers could learn at level 10. The greatest function of this skill is to detect invisible units. An archer with Eagle Eye is an entirely different concept. The former would be thoroughly countered by professions capable of invisibility, such as assassins. The latter, however, is in a completely opposite situation. With the advantage of Eagle Eye and the natural range superiority, if an assassin dared to flaunt themselves in front of an archer, it would be akin to seeking death. It is precisely because the role of Eagle Eye is irreplaceable, and as one of the few skill books not directly sold in the shop, the value of this skill, which is only of green quality, is astonishing. It often fetches sky-high auction prices, and it is common for it to be priceless where even money cannot buy it. Lin Yi himself did not expect his luck to be this extraordinary. To have obtained such a treasure from killing the steel fang spider, there was no hesitation. Even if he was short on money, this skill was definitely a must-learn. Otherwise, if he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't know when the next would come. Moreover, among the ferocious beasts, there were many types capable of invisibility, and learning the Eagle Eye skill would significantly enhance his safety while traveling alone. You have learned the class skill Eagle Eye. With the system prompt, Lin Yi immediately clicked on the skill icon to check the details. Eagle Eye level 1 increases shooting accuracy slightly. When actively used, it can detect all invisible units within a 10-meter radius for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds and a mana cost of 50 points. The passive effect does not disappear during the skill cooldown. There is nothing much to say about the introduction. Detecting invisibility is considered a divine skill. Unfortunately, the level 1 eagle eye has a limited effective range and a short duration. To truly unleash its potential, the skill level must be increased. The only way to upgrade the skill is to tirelessly use it repeatedly until one achieves mastery. But this is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Including the investigation technique and charge shot, Lin Yi has been fervently practicing the skills ever since he obtained them. Yet so far he still has not touched the threshold of breakthrough, and it even feels far away. That said, Lin Yi never felt that he was working in vain. A very simple principle: without taking small steps, one cannot travel 1,000 miles. Without perseverance and daily persistence, where can one hope to reap rewards? Practicing skills must start from now. Eagle-eyed. It seemed as if the cry of an eagle resounded in the air, and Lin Yi immediately felt that his vision had changed, giving him a sense of keen insight. The textures on the leaves, the trails left by ants crawling under the fallen branches. At this moment, he saw everything clearly. Suddenly Lin Yi's expression froze. In his line of sight, a blurry figure was stealthily approaching him. The figure flickered and disappeared as the duration of eagle eye ended, as if it had been erased from existence. Invisible. In the next moment, Lin Yi reacted, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. An assassin capable of invisibility had actually gotten this close to him. If he had not fortuitously learned the eagle eye skill, he might have never known what was happening until it was too late. Lin Yi did not believe that someone approaching him while invisible would have any good intentions. Regardless of the other party's intentions, I must seize the initiative. In this critical moment, various countermeasures flashed through Lin Yi's mind. The other party was unaware that he had already detected their presence, which might just turn out to be the biggest turning point in this incident. 3, 2, 1. Lin Yi predicted the rough location of the person and counted down in his heart, while decisively pouncing to the side. At the same time, a cold metallic gleam suddenly exploded in place. The person maintained the posture of swinging a dagger as they exited the invisible state. Lin Yi instantly caught the expression of shock that flashed across their face. It seemed they did not expect Lin Yi to react so quickly, managing to evade the surprise attack in an instant. Now's my chance. The person was briefly stunned, and Lin Yi immediately seized the opportunity to counterattack. Turning to gaze at the moon, he exerted his arms forcefully, drawing the bow, as if it were a full moon. Boom! The sound of the bowstring echoed, and 4 arrows swiftly tore through the air, whistling sharply as they shot toward the person's vital points. 20, 20, 20, 20. What? The moment the damage numbers appeared, the expression on Lin Yi's face completely froze. His current attack power was nearly 500 points. Even when facing a level 15 elite ferocious beast, the skeleton general, the damage would be far beyond this. When did an assassin's defense become so exaggerated? Or is it that? Tisk, not bad at all to be able to dodge my attack while I was in an invisible state. But what's up with this damage? Are you just scratching me? Ha ha. The reckless laughter echoed, and Lin Yi finally saw the person's true face, causing his emotions to turn perplexed and serious. Zhao Kai, what do you mean by this? We have no grievances or enmities. Why did you come all the way here to attack me? Lin Yi knew all the ruffians on Peace Street. This guy had always engaged in petty thefts, and after successfully changing jobs, he became even more unscrupulous. If it weren't for the enforcement team keeping him in check, he would likely become a source of trouble for ordinary civilians. Lin Yi just couldn't understand why this guy would attack him for no reason. There seemed to be no past grievances between them. Of course, this was not the time to consider such matters. Although Zhao Kai was not particularly capable, he was still a veteran who completed his job change last year, and in terms of level, he could definitely crush Lin Yi. This was evident from the damage just dealt. Moreover, Zhao Kai made a sneak attack right off the bat, clearly aiming to kill, and Lin Yi had to figure out a way to say, what does it matter if there are no grievances or enmities? I can kill whoever I want. Zhao Kai looked at Lin Yi leisurely, as if toying with a mouse. Seeing Lin Yi on high alert, he immediately changed his tone. Forget it, I won't pretend anymore. I'm here to kill you. Come out. He shouted behind him, and 3 figures appeared from behind the trees. 2 of them were ruffians from Zhao Kai's group, and the remaining one was someone Lin Yi recognized, though he was somewhat surprised. Zhang Chong. Lin Yi, I bet you never thought you would fall into my hands one day. Lin Yi, be smart and hand over your secrets. That way Brother Kai can give you a quick death. Otherwise, you wouldn't want your sickly sister to suddenly drop dead at home, would you? You wouldn't want your sickly little sister to suddenly die at home, would you? At that moment when Zhang Chong uttered these words, Lin Yi had already considered him a dead man. The impulse to kill was stronger than ever for Lin Yi, yet he maintained an outward calmness. Secret? What secret? I don't understand what you're saying. Zhang Chong sneered repeatedly. Stop pretending, Lin Yi. Since we are here, do you really think you have no flaws? If you know what's good for you, hand over the secret, and he'll leave your corpse intact. Oh, is that so? Lin Yi turned his gaze towards Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai, if there is indeed a so-called secret on me, tell me, who should I give it to, you or Zhang Chong? Brother Kai, don't let him sow discord. Of course it's for me. Both Zhang Chong and Zhao Kai spoke simultaneously, taken aback. Die. At that moment Lin Yi seized a fleeting opportunity, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow in one fluid motion. In the next second 4 arrows filled with lethal intent shot straight towards Zhang Chong's face, without warning. Vengeance waits for no one. Lin Yi found his chance and aimed to kill Zhang Chong immediately. Brother Kai, save me. Zhang Chong, a gunner, was clearly at a disadvantage in level and attributes compared to Lin Yi. Faced with Lin Yi's thunderous killing intent, there seemed to be no choice but to await death. Thud, 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 thud. After 4 muffled sounds, Zhang Chong's head was turned into a sieve, and he instantly lost all breath. Even as his body fell, Zhang Chong's eyes remained wide open, displaying disbelief. Perhaps until his death, he could not comprehend how Lin Yi dared to strike so ruthlessly in front of Zhao Kai. How could he appear so weak before Lin Yi, like an ant that could be easily crushed? This shouldn't have happened. Once Lin Yi and Zhao Kai were both injured, he planned to reap the benefits. Killing level 13 gunner Zhang Chong, experience gained 3,000. Zhang Chong's death did not cause any ripples for Lin Yi, rather he was momentarily stunned by the system notification that appeared. Killing someone also granted experience. This was a first for him. However, whether he had experience or not was now irrelevant. With Zhang Chong dead, Zhao Kai and the others immediately revealed their fierce intent, closing in on him. These 3 were not like the weak Zhang Chong. Having advanced for a year, even at a lower level, they were surely above level 30. Lin Yi was simply no match for them. Wait. If you kill me, you won't gain any benefits. Why don't we talk? Zhao Kai was no fool, having fallen for a similar trick before, he wouldn't be fooled again. Zhao Kai licked the sharp dagger in his hand, his triangular eyes fixed on Lin Yi, flashing with dangerous light. Don't listen to his nonsense, just kill him first. With that, he disappeared into invisibility, preparing to launch a deadly attack on Lin Yi from the shadows. The other 2 also drew their weapons, rushing at him with murderous intent. Charge. Strike hard. The 2 glimmered with brilliant skill effects. Seeing the situation, Lin Yi did not attempt to guess Zhao Kai's position and turned to flee. What a joke. 3 level 30 professionals were surrounding him alone, with a troublesome assassin among them. How could he not run? However, Lin Yi could not directly escape back to Linen City. Zhao Kai and the others had already anticipated this and blocked his route, forcing him to flee in the opposite direction. Of course, Lin Yi did not choose his direction randomly. Beyond Spider Ridge lay the Serpent Valley, where the terrain was sufficiently complex, making it ideal for evading pursuit. If he could reach Serpent Valley, perhaps he would still have room to maneuver. Lin Yi, where are you running? Do you believe we will turn back now and kill your sister? Zhao Kai, do not involve my family. I advise you not to go that route. If you dare to touch my sister, I will definitely destroy your entire family. Lin Yi ignored their provocation, running wildly while countering with words. But the speed difference between them was simply too vast. Even though his archery skills were exquisite, constantly shooting arrows to disrupt them while running, the distance between them was still rapidly closing. Lin Yi, you can't escape, prepare to die. The shouts of killing seemed to be right behind him, causing the hair on Lin Yi's back to stand on end. At the same time, a cold gleam descended rapidly towards his back. Seeing he could not reach Serpent Valley and was about to perish, Lin Yi suddenly caught sight of a pitch-black spatial rift opening in the nearby bushes. With no time to consider what lay beyond the rift, he had no other choice but to dive into it. Damn it! Where did he go? Just as they were about to catch Lin Yi, he suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving Zhao Kai dumbfounded, furiously waving his dagger. The other 2 also used their weapons to part the nearby bushes in search. At that moment, one of them shouted loudly, "Brother Kai, come over here and see what this is." The man stared wide-eyed, pointing at the spatial rift Lin Yi had just entered. Strange sights flickered within the rift, resembling another realm. This is the entrance to a secret realm. Zhao Kai exclaimed in shock, rushing towards it, but it was ultimately a step too late. The spatial rift closed at an astonishing speed, vanishing completely. Damn it! This bastard's luck is too good, he actually escaped. Zhao Kai, having missed the secret realm, fell to the ground in frustration, cursing loudly. A secret realm often symbolizes opportunity. Encountering one in the wild has a probability lower than winning the lottery for $2. Yet Lin Yi stumbled upon it at the brink of life and death. Zhao Kai felt he had no reason to complain. Brother Kai, what do we do now? Just wait. What else can we do? If the secret realm ends, the exit won't reopen in the same place. I don't believe he can sprout wings and fly away. While Zhao Kai spoke, he brushed off the dirt from his clothes, feeling quite glum. Then we follow Brother Kai's lead. But what if Lin Yi doesn't come out before nightfall? Are you an idiot? Zhao Kai slapped the back of that person's head. It's already dark, do you still care whether he can come out? When the city gates close, he'll die for sure. Oh, I guess that's right. Suddenly Lin Yi fell from midair, landing on his backside, wincing in pain. Where the hell am I? Lin Yi rubbed his backside and stood up surveying his surroundings. Clearly he was no longer at Spider Ridge. This place appeared to be an unfamiliar cave, dark and damp, filled with sticky webs and fluids, the air thick with a nauseating musty odor. A gust of cold wind blew from the depths of the cave, howling like a baby, crying at night, sending chills down his spine. What in the world is this place? Just as Lin Yi was cautiously on guard, a scarlet prompt appeared before his eyes. You have entered the Hidden Realm, Spider. Please kill the Hell Spider Matriarch within 24 hours to meet the conditions for clearing. Otherwise you will be completely erased. Spider Nest. Lin Yi was utterly exasperated, never expecting to stumble into a hidden secret realm. It was a classic case of jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. To evade Zhao Kai's pursuit, Lin Yi had driven himself into another dead end. It was true that clearing a hidden instance brought rewards, but that premise hinged on having the strength to do so. As the name suggested, that so-called Hell Spider Mother was undoubtedly a formidable foe, otherwise the time limit for clearing it wouldn't have been a full 24 hours. Moreover, no secret realm allowed midway exits. The only way out was to meet specific conditions, otherwise one could only await death. And even if he could leave, what then? Going out now would still be a death sentence. Since he was here, he might as well make. Lin Yi had no other choice now. He could only take things one step at a time. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 51 seconds. The countdown timer hanging overhead was like a death knell, each tick adding immense pressure. Without further hesitation, Lin Yi gripped his serpent sinew bow tightly and cautiously advanced along the passage into the depths of the cave. The paths within the cave were intricate and confusing. Without a map, it was easy to lose one's way. Lin Yi walked for a long time, not even catching a glimpse of the Hell Spider Mother, let alone any other beast. He kept glancing at the countdown timer overhead. 3 hours had already passed since he entered the secret realm. By now it was probably dark outside. As night fell, the gray mist would grow increasingly violent, and everything would descend into chaos. Zhao Kai and his bunch have most likely left already. What if those scumbags go back to the city and make a move on Xiaoxi? The mere thought filled Lin Yi with intense unease. But he was trapped in the secret realm now. The best-case scenario was that he wouldn't return until tomorrow during the day. If something happened to Xiaoxi in the meantime, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Maybe I can ask someone to look after Xiaoxi. Lin Yi slapped his forehead, wondering why he hadn't thought of that earlier. The enforcement patrols were active at night. If someone else was watching over her, even Zhao Kai wouldn't dare act rashly, even with 100 times the courage. But finding the right person to help was another challenge. An ordinary person definitely wouldn't do. Zhao Kai could just use stealth, and it would be another life needlessly lost. Just then a message popped up on his friend list, making Lin Yi's eyes light up. Bro, same team, same time at 9 tonight. Watch me tear through the level 1 instance. Luo Qi, the one who lights his cigarettes with a fireball. Right, there was no one more suitable than him. Lin Yi quickly replied with a voice message. Sorry bro, I'm afraid he'll have to stand you up tonight. Also, I have an impertinent request. His heart was pounding as he said this. After all, he and Luo Qi weren't that close, and he wasn't sure if the other would be willing to help. But as it turned out, Lin Yi's worries were somewhat unnecessary. After learning about his predicament, Luo Qi replied immediately, Bro, just focus on conquering the secret realm. Leave your little sister to me. If that Zhao guy dares to show up, he'll blast him away with a fireball. Lin Yi never expected Luo Qi to be so warm-hearted and was filled with gratitude. Bro, thank you. If there's ever anything you need, just say the word. With his sister's safety finally taken care of, a huge weight was lifted from Lin Yi's heart. Luo Qi then added, We're brothers, no need for that. With me around, no one will lay a finger on your sister. Once you get out of that secret realm alive, we'll hit the instances together. Deal. Ending the call, Lin Yi could finally focus all his energy on the current secret realm. With his worries eased, his thoughts gradually cleared. He made marks along the way to ensure he wouldn't lose his bearings again, and before long Lin Yi finally found the Hell Spider Mother. At the end of a narrow tunnel, an enormous jet-black spider hung, suspended in midair, its massive body nearly filling his entire field of vision, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. 8 spear-like razor-sharp caliceri were firmly embedded in the stone walls on either side, a terrifying and grotesque sight. Its head was covered in blood-red eyes, emitting a sinister, eerie red glow in the dimness. A single glance was enough to send a chill down one's spine and freeze the blood in one's veins. Lin Yi's gaze shifted downward, noticing that the Hell Spider Mother's abdomen was abnormally bloated and swollen. The surface flesh was bulging and undulating, and he could vaguely discern something foreign writhing and churning within its cavity, exuding a heart-stopping strangeness. He dared not approach recklessly. Keeping his distance, he used his appraisal skill, hoping it would work. The more he knew about its details, the greater his chances of survival. As the skill activated, several lines of ethereal text materialized. Hell Spider Mother level 15, a boss. HP 50,000, defense 500, attack 10. Skill Screech Spawn. The good news was that the Hell Spider Mother was only level 15, so appraisal worked. The bad news was that the boss defense was too high. Lin Yi couldn't even break through it. If he couldn't even break its defense, how could he fight it? Even if he had several times more than 24 hours, it would be utterly futile. The countdown timer hanging overhead now felt like a blade drawing ever closer. A wave of despair washed over Lin Yi. Xiaoxi. His eyes went vacant, but a fierce will to survive refused to let him give up. Damn it. He vented with a curse, gritted his teeth, and pulled himself together. Picking up his serpent sinew bow, he charged toward the Hell Spider Mother. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to fight the boss to the bitter end now. Besides, he had noticed that while the boss defense and HP were exaggerated, its attack power was absurdly low. 10 points of attack, even lower than a razor-toothed rabbit. This was very peculiar. If he could figure out the reason, perhaps the situation would take a turn. Without further hesitation, Lin Yi entered firing range. He planted his feet, and with a sudden surge of strength from his arms, he drew the serpent sinew bow to its full crescent. With a crisp twang of the bowstring echoing through the space, 4 faintly glowing arrows shot swiftly toward the Hell Spider Mother. Charged shot. Ineffective. 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 As Lin Yi had suspected, even using a skill, he couldn't penetrate the Hell Spider Mother's defense. Though the arrows failed to inflict damage, they were enough to provoke its fury. The next moment, the Hell Spider Mother let out a deafening roar, and the countless blood-red eyes on its head swiveled in unison to fix on Lin Yi, sending a deep primal chill through him. But what happened next struck Lin Yi as even more bizarre. The Hell Spider Mother just stood there roaring, showing no sign of launching an attack. When something was out of the ordinary, there was bound to be a trick. Lin Yi dared not let his guard down. Just then, the Hell Spider Mother let out another piercing, agonized shriek. Its bloated abdomen, radiating an eerie red light, suddenly split open from the middle. A thick, foul-smelling yellow liquid dripped from the gaping wound of the Hell Spider matriarch's abdomen. Lin Yi instinctively took a half-step back. A chilling sound reminiscent of countless arthropods crawling simultaneously emanated from its abdomen. Shortly after, Lin Yi saw several peculiar little spiders emerge from the wound. These spiders were only the size of an adult's fist, with bloated abdomens reflecting an eerie red glow, their heads capable of rotating a full 360 degrees as they moved with astonishing agility. Such a sight alone was not enough to terrify Lin Yi. The critical factor was their sheer number, far too many. Initially, there were only a few dozen. But as the Hell Spider matriarch's abdomen completely shriveled, thousands upon thousands of these bizarre spiders nearly filled the entire passage. What on earth is this? This scene nearly triggered Lin Yi's claustrophobia. He instinctively cast a detection spell. These are the evil spiders hatched from the eggs of the demonic spiders residing within the Hell Spider matriarch. There was only a simple description with no additional information. No wonder the Hell Spider matriarch had almost no offensive power. With this swarm of evil spiders, it didn't need to act itself. Truly, it was a boss-level beast with methods that were not only strange, but also terrifying. Looking at the spider swarm before him, akin to a red-tide, Lin Yi felt his scalp tingle, not daring to breathe a word. However, no matter how cautious he was, it was futile. Under the Hell Spider matriarch's control, tens of thousands of evil spiders surged forward simultaneously. The crimson tide of spiders rose and fell, and Lin Yi found it difficult to swallow before turning to flee. Run. If he didn't run, he would surely perish. If he moved quickly enough, perhaps there would be a chance of survival. The tide of spiders was right behind him, seemingly transforming into a giant abyssal mouth, eager to swallow him whole. In his desperation, Lin Yi could no longer discern direction. He ran forward blindly, and in his panic, he unwittingly chose a dead end. It's over. Seeing the path ahead blocked by several large stones, Lin Yi's mood plummeted. He turned pale as he glanced back, the deafening noise drawing ever closer. Around the corner, he could already see the terrifying red glow. Several evil spiders at the front came to a sudden halt, then leapt toward him. Lin Yi quickly drew his bow and shot, intercepting all of them. No damage numbers appeared. Upon being hit, the evil spiders exploded midair. The intense shockwave shook the entire passage, causing loose stones to rain down, and Lin Yi nearly lost his balance. Kill the evil spider. Experience 1, proficiency 1. Their attack method seemed to be self-detonation. However, as long as he maintained enough accuracy to shoot them down before they got too close, it wasn't too difficult. After all, the sheer number was overwhelming in the tens of thousands. Even if Lin Yi had 10 bows and 10 arms, he couldn't possibly kill them all alone. Eventually, he would be drowned by the tide of spiders. More and more evil spiders emerged from around the corner, starting to close in on him. Lin Yi was blasted by their self-detonation attacks multiple times, his health rapidly declining. Just as he was about to perish, a single evil spider ran up to him and self-detonated. Lin Yi reacted. Just as he was about to perish, a single evil spider ran up to him and self-detonated. Lin Yi reacted quickly, kicking it away. That very kick gave Lin Yi a glimmer of hope for survival. The kicked evil spider exploded only after crashing into the rocks behind. Whether it was luck or something else, the explosion happened to occur at the junction of two obstructing boulders. The intense force caused the area to shift, and the massive stones began to grind and collide with each other due to inertia. Suddenly, with a crack, the lower boulder that bore the weight was forced to crack open a narrow fissure from top to bottom. Got it. Seeing the several meter-long crack, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. He braved a few more self-explosions, gripping his bow tightly, and continuously shot the approaching evil spiders, sending them all into the crack. Boom, boom, boom. As explosions rang out in succession, the crack that was barely half a body width was blown open by Lin Yi into a hiding nook. With life and death at stake, Lin Yi seized the snake's sinew bow and hurriedly squeezed into the crevice. Just as Lin Yi got in, the tide of spiders surged in behind him, filling the entire passage, including the massive stone he had just occupied. However, the entrance of the crevice was already not spacious enough, and the collapsed debris blocked more than half of it, severely limiting the number of evil spiders that could squeeze in at once. Lin Yi maintained a half-crouched position and frantically shot with the snake's sinew bow. One evil spider after another was shot away, endlessly pouring in as if there was no end. At least for now, he had managed to preserve his life. Kill the evil spider, experience 1, proficiency 1. Kill the evil spider, experience 1, proficiency 1. Kill. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The countdown above him kept ticking down, and Lin Yi had almost forgotten how long this situation had persisted. At this moment, his whole body was extremely sore, especially his arms, which had begun to lose feeling from the continuous high-intensity bow drawing. Lin Yi was now completely relying on a powerful survival instinct to hold on. Proficiency has risen to level 44. Proficiency has risen to level 45. Proficiency has risen to level 50. Within a few hours, Lin Yi had killed nearly 10,000 evil spiders. Including hits, each evil spider granted him a 2-point proficiency bonus, cumulatively raising his level. Proficiency at level 50 successfully unlocked the green attribute armor break. Reaching proficiency level 100 will unlock the next attribute, with the new attribute quality being blue. Please continue to work hard, host. At proficiency level 50, he finally unlocked the new attribute armor break. The effect of this attribute was also quite exciting. Just from the name, it was evident that this attribute was definitely a powerful weapon. Armor break green hits accumulate armor break layers. Each layer reduces target defense by 5, with a maximum of 6 layers lasting for 5 seconds. Our repeated hits can refresh the duration. With this attribute combined with the damage increase effect of the Furious Shot attribute, a breakthrough against the Hell Spider Matriarch appeared possible. However, Lin Yi's biggest problem at this moment was not the Hell Spider Matriarch itself, but rather the seemingly endless swarm of evil spiders before him. He had little time left. If he couldn't quickly clear this tide of spiders once the countdown ended, he would still meet it. In this situation, it appeared that Lin Yi had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Until moments later, a glimmer of hope finally arrived. Proficiency has risen to level 51. All attributes 1, archery 1. After reaching proficiency level 51, the experience required for the next level surged from 1500 to 3000. However, this is not the primary focus at the moment. The key point is that Lin Yi's archery has finally reached 50, and a familiar yet intense sensation emerged. This is... A look of disbelief and sheer joy revealed itself in Lin Yi's eyes. In the next moment, he drew his bow and nocked an arrow. Bang, 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 bang. It wasn't just 4 arrows or 5 arrows launched together. What came with the 50 archery seemed to be a fundamental sublimation. 7 crisp sounds echoed in the darkness. 7 arrows launched simultaneously. 7 feathered arrows shot out from the cracks in the stones, sweeping across a vast area. The efficiency nearly doubled. Good. Lin Yi instinctively shouted, and after mastering such an extraordinary skill, he truly saw hope for survival. You have reached level 17. Strength 1, agility 1, of free attributes 5. After some time, Lin Yi's professional level finally increased. This time he decided not to allocate his free attributes in the old way. What he needed right now was neither attack nor defense, but attack speed. Without hesitation, he allocated all points to agility, instantly raising his attack speed to 121. Moreover, during the upgrade, a warm current surged within him, sweeping away all fatigue, and Lin Yi's condition returned to its peak. However, the surprises did not stop there. Proficiency has risen to level 52. All attributes 2, attack speed 0.02. Lin Yi never expected that such changes would occur at the peculiar threshold of level 52. The rewards for proficiency upgrades changed from all attributes 1 to all attributes 2. Although it was only a slight increase, it was a significant enhancement for Lin Yi, especially since archery 1 transformed into attack speed 0. 02, which was precisely what Lin Yi urgently needed. For archers, the initial benefits of attack speed might not seem substantial, but as overall damage increases, the benefits of this attribute become astonishing in the later stages. As for the disappearance of the archery bonus, Lin Yi was not too surprised. Archery 50, or rather 7 arrows launched simultaneously, had already reached a certain limit. To continue breaking through, he would likely need other opportunities. Regaining his focus, Lin Yi concentrated again on the crisis at hand. Although he had seen a glimmer of hope, the situation was still grim. At this moment, there were only 10 hours left until the countdown ended, yet the swarm of demon spiders outside seemed to be endless. Time passed second by second, and beads of cold sweat began to form on Lin Yi's forehead and palms. He needed to be faster. Proficiency has risen to level 53. Proficiency has risen to level 54. Proficiency has risen to level 61. The number of kills was increasing, and proficiency levels were constantly rising, bringing Lin Yi a massive boost in attributes. Especially the attack speed, which increased rapidly, finally breaking through the threshold of 2.0 at one point. What does this mean? It means Lin Yi could unleash 2 rounds of 7 arrows in 1 second with all his might. 14 arrows in 1 second. How astonishing is that? At this moment, Lin Yi finally had some capital to be proud of. If only I could learn the skill of multiple shots, my strength would surely undergo a qualitative change. A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Yi's mind. Unfortunately, given the current situation, all he could do was the blue quality multiple shots was even rarer than eagle. I am mastering this skill was not an easy task. Focusing back on the present, as Lin Yi's killing speed increased exponentially, the number of demon spiders in the passage began to visibly decrease. Explosion sounds erupted one after another, and the red glow gradually dimmed. Everything would eventually return to calm. With only 2.5 hours left on the countdown, Lin Yi eliminated the last malicious demon spider. You have reached level 18. Strength 1, Agility 1, a free attributes 5. In fact, from the experience gained from leveling up, it could be inferred that he had probably killed around 40,000 malicious demon spiders. This is a terrifying number. It also gives an idea of the difficulty of the spider lair's secret realm. Not to mention those in their teens, even professionals in their 20s or 30s, if they come in without sufficiently good equipment and coordination, would surely meet a dead end in this secret realm. The reason Lin Yi could achieve this on his own was primarily due to the advantage of the terrain. Additionally, the significant boosts from the proficiency panel were indispensable. An output of 14 arrows in 1 second was almost comparable to a terrifying artillery. Such capabilities should not exist in a novice. Perhaps this was Lin Yi's greatest gain from this secret realm. Risks accompany opportunities, and the tests between life and death often serve as the best whetstone for a person's growth. After this battle, Lin Yi's strength finally stepped over an extremely important threshold. Looking at the ravaged cave, Lin Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. Even though leveling up could restore his stamina, the mental exhaustion still left him quite fatigued at this moment. It is no exaggeration to say that if Lin Yi were given a bed right now, he could instantly fall asleep. However, now was not the time to think about sleep. There was still a big guy waiting for him to deal with ahead. Hell Spider Mother. The boss of this secret realm, the one who had pushed Lin Yi into a corner. If previously Lin Yi had no chance against the Hell Spider Mother, the current situation was entirely different. With the armor-breaking attribute and the 7 arrows launched simultaneously, supported by an attack speed of 2.09, it was merely a living target no matter how tough it was. Having lost the malicious demon spider as his trump card, Lin Yi did not believe that the Hell Spider Mother could pose any threat to him. Of course, saying and doing are two different things. Caution is always prudent. Facing the only existence in the secret realm, Lin Yi felt that any caution was not enough. Moreover, he had not forgotten the boss' other skill. Wail. Not far away, the Hell Spider Mother suddenly let out a piercing wail. This sound was not transmitted through the mouth, but rather emitted through the high-speed vibration of its abdomen, creating a peculiar wave. And from this center, visible shockwaves violently spread outward. Lin Yi had just returned here when he was hit by the residual wave of the skill, causing his brain to feel as if it had been pierced by thousands of needles, unbearable pain coursing through him. His health instantly dropped by nearly 45, leaving only a thin layer of health left. Lin Yi was greatly alarmed. Fortunately, he had replenished some healing ointment on the way here, and he quickly consumed it to bring his condition above the safety line. The shrill cry lasted nearly 20 seconds. Fortunately, Lin Yi was not too close, otherwise he would have been unable to retreat in time. As the pain subsided, his thoughts regained clarity. It seems this skill should be a mental type area attack with a radius of at least 50 meters. I just don't know how long the cooldown is. If it happens frequently, that would be quite troublesome. Lin Yi frowned. The Hell Spider Matriarch itself had no offensive power, but both its skills were quite tricky, one akin to summoning, and the other was area damage combined with crowd control. Regarding this shrill cry skill, Lin Yi currently had no good countermeasure. He could only take it one step at a time. Time is running out, let's make a move. Looking up at the countdown above his head, Lin Yi had no time for slow strategizing and directly took action. The snake's sinew bow bent into a full moon and 7 feathered arrows arched out. As a faint white light flickered at the arrowheads after a brief moment of charging, the feathered arrows left a trail of shockwaves in the air as they shot towards the Hell Spider Matriarch. Roar! The Hell Spider Matriarch let out an angry roar, somewhat fierce, yet cowardly. Despite its fearsome appearance during the cooldown period of its skills, it had no offensive capability. At this moment, it could only become a living target in front of Lin Yi. 258, 258, 258, 258, 258, 258, 258. All 7 feathered arrows hit their mark, and a long string of damage numbers exploded in the air. At the same time, a golden icon appeared above the Hell Spider Matriarch's head, indicating all 6 layers of armor penetration effects were instantly activated. More, Lin Yi showed no mercy. Once his attack speed exceeded the threshold of 2.0, drawing his bow was like unleashing a machine gun. A set of movements almost left shadows behind. Moreover, with the effect of the armor penetration, the Hell Spider Matriarch's defense was reduced to a meager 350 points. Even without using charged shots, the damage of the second round of volleys would increase by at least 50%. This is the power of the armor penetration effect. It is truly the nemesis of elites and bosses. With single arrow damage reaching 415 points and firing 14 arrows per second, that amounts to nearly 6,000 damage per second. With such output capability, Lin Yi was already on par with the abnormal output of Luochi. Furthermore, Luochi needed sufficient mana to maintain that exaggerated output. Lin Yi had no such concerns, a regular attack sufficed. As long as the durability of his equipment was intact, he could keep shooting continuously. At this moment, he did not even realize that in terms of strength, he had undergone a tremendous transformation compared to yesterday. At the very least, he would surely rank among the top newcomers in Linen City. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the bowstring resonated repeatedly as countless feathered arrows flew through the air, creating a formidable spectacle. Without its greatest trump card, the Hell Spider Matriarch was no different from a lamb awaiting slaughter, having lost almost all resistance. Theoretically, with Lin Yi's current damage output, he could eliminate the Hell Spider Matriarch in less than 10 seconds, considering it had only 50,000 hit points. However, the actual situation was not so simple. Typically, elite-level beasts and above possess self-healing abilities. The healing capacity of boss-level beasts is even more terrifying. For instance, the Hell Spider Matriarch was currently recovering 2,000 to 3,000 hit points per second, stubbornly enduring Lin Yi's relentless assault for quite a while. As its health approached the final third, a high-frequency rumble suddenly emanated from the abdomen of the Hell Spider Matriarch. Sensing something was amiss, Lin Yi quickly withdrew and retreated. His suspicion proved correct. The next moment, the Hell Spider Matriarch unleashed another shriek. The terrifying mental fluctuations almost solidified into substance, with debris flying wildly through the corridor. Touching it even slightly would not be a trivial matter if caught directly by the skill. Without precaution, he would likely suffer severe injuries. Lin Yi had a hunch that the Hell Spider Matriarch's shriek skill was meant to be used in conjunction with the evil demon spider. While using mental skills for crowd control, they would also implement a terrifying tactic of spider swarming. Even the most skilled players would likely find it incredibly challenging. However, Lin Yi's unintentional strategy had drawn the demon spiders away from this location, and he finished them all before returning to challenge the Hell Spider Matriarch. At this point, the Hell Spider Matriarch had lost its true trump card, resembling a toothless tiger, formidable in appearance, but lacking in substance. Once the duration of the shriek ended, Lin Yi immediately rushed back. Although the Hell Spider Matriarch had recovered a considerable amount of health during this interval, it no longer had much effect. Lin Yi accelerated his output pace, and the snake's sinew bow trembled incessantly. After a series of high-frequency shots before the Hell Spider Matriarch could refresh its skill cooldown, he directly struck it down. You have killed the level 15 boss Hell Spider Matriarch. Experience gained 300, proficiency 5000. You have leveled up to level 19. Proficiency increased to level 73, a proficiency increased to level 74. Boom. The massive body fell heavily, raising a cloud of dust, and the entire nest seemed to tremble. Especially the wailing of the Hell Spider Matriarch before its death, which faintly revealed an intense unwillingness. Countdown 1 hour, 57 minutes, 39 seconds. Time was still ample, and Lin Yi could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After several life-and-death crises, he relied on his calm judgment in those moments, and the proficiency panel as his absolute trump card to resolve each situation, finally surviving without major mishaps. You have killed the Hell Spider Matriarch, achieving the clearance condition. Successfully completed the Hidden Realm trial. You will receive the following rewards: 1. 50 free attribute points. 2. A random quality weapon of level 15 for your profession. 3. A random skill book. The rewards are about to be distributed. Please ensure your inventory has enough space. It's no wonder so many people flock to the Hidden Realm despite knowing the dangers. At that moment, upon seeing the reward details, Lin Yi completely understood their mindset. This was an incredible reward. Just the 50 free attribute points alone were worth the risk. Especially for a novice player, 50 free attribute points could change a lot. In addition, the other two rewards were not bad either. A level 15 random quality weapon and a random skill book. Lin Yi took a deep breath, praying for good fortune to bless him once more. As it turned out, doubling his luck was no joke. At a critical moment, the good fortune effect activated again. You have obtained a level 15 purple quality weapon. Return to Origin Bow. You have obtained a blue quality mage skill book, fire resistance ring. Please check your personal inventory for details. It worked. Lin Yi was first taken aback, then clenched his fists, nearly shouting in excitement. A level 15 purple weapon. Even the worst purple weapon would require contributions of at least 10,000 to acquire. If the attributes were slightly better, it would be snatched up in the trading channel, easily selling for several tens of thousands in contributions. The value of the mage's fire resistance ring is also quite substantial. As one of the essential skills of fire mages, it possesses both life-saving and crowd control effects. The main reason is that this skill, like Eagle Eye, is not available in the shop, making it extremely rare. Its value is at least equivalent to a level 15 purple weapon. The Guiyuan Bao is certainly meant for Lin Yi's personal use. Although it feels somewhat extravagant, this experience in the secret realm has made him profoundly aware of one issue. Sometimes one really can't be frugal. What needs to be used should be used, and everything should focus on enhancing strength. Otherwise, if he encounters something similar again, he would only regret it too late. As for the fire resistance ring, he currently has no plans to sell it. He will observe for now. Lin Yi then opened his inventory to check the attributes of the purple weapon Guiyuan Bao. Purple, usable by archers, level 15 attack power, 300 agility, 20 constitution, 20 range, 5 meters, 3 lifesteal. This is excellent. Lin Yi swallowed hard, unable to contain his excitement. This level 15 purple weapon had attributes far better than he had expected, especially with the added 5 meters of range and 3 lifesteal. These are all rare attributes. Even for a purple weapon, the probability of rare attributes appearing is very low, yet the Guiyuan Bao came with 2 at once. The importance of range for an archer is self-evident, and the 3 lifesteal greatly enhances survivability and sustainability. What are we waiting for? Let's equip it quickly. The Guiyuan Bao, over a meter long, displayed a heavy metallic sheen with smooth and fluid curves, and the bow's body was engraved with beast patterns, exuding a substantial quality. With this new weapon in hand, Lin Yi suddenly appeared much more profound, giving off an air of a seasoned expert. Next comes the allocation of free attributes. With the 5 points gained from leveling up, Lin Yi currently has a total of 55 free attribute points. Times have changed. With the considerable overall attribute boosts and attack speed enhancements from proficiency, constitution, and agility are not the primary choices for the upcoming allocation. As an output, profession damage capability is always the top priority. After some contemplation, Lin Yi decided on a final allocation of 3 strength and 2 agility. After allocating the points, his personal panel now displayed the following data: human race Lin Yi, profession archer, F grade, level 19, 1 health 1430, 200 mana, 970 attack power, 625, 400 defense, 143, 11 attack speed, 2. 55 range, 40 meters, 5 strength, 217, 10 agility, 151, 20 constitution, 123, 20 intelligence, 97, spirit, 97 skills, exploration technique, level 1 charge shot, level 1 eagle eye, level 1. Equipment: spider silk armor, white spider silk boots, white spider silk gloves, white wolf fong pendant, blue Guiyuan Bao purple, proficiency level 74, 19003000, all attributes 96, archery 50, attack speed 0. 46, unlocked attributes: furious shot, green, good luck, green armor, breaking green. Having completed a secret realm, Lin Yi's transformation was immense, making his overall strength seem like a different person. Although the level increase was not much, his total attributes had nearly doubled, and he had also unlocked new attributes, mastering the technique of shooting 7 arrows simultaneously and obtaining purple weapons. One can only say that opportunities are unpredictable. If one can seize them, the strong will remain strong, while the weak may still have chances to rise from the bottom. I wonder if Zhao Kai and the others have come to guard me today. They better have left, or else. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he walked towards the exit of the secret realm. Meanwhile, in the grass not far from the exit of the secret realm, 3 figures were lurking. Kaigo, it's been almost a day, and that kid still hasn't come out, or I think he must have died in there. Should we leave now? It's been a long time since I checked on the neighbor's widow. She's really quite attractive, huh? Liangzi is right. Besides, it's not like we can just sit here. This cursed place has too many mosquitoes. It's driving me crazy. You two losers, can you have a bit of ambition? Just wait a little longer. If that kid hasn't come out before dark today, we won't come back tomorrow. From their voices, it was clear that these three were Zhao Kai and his companions. After returning to the city last night, they indeed had thoughts of attacking Lin Yi, but upon discovering that Luo Qi was also there, they immediately backed down and did not dare to take any action. So this morning, as soon as the city gates opened, Zhao Kai called the other two and prepared to ambush Lin Yi in the place where he disappeared. Truthfully, Zhao Kai was also unsure whether Lin Yi was still alive. He just felt somewhat unwilling to accept it. Damn it. Why do these pesky mosquitoes only bite me? Zhao Kai was covered in mosquito bites, constantly scratching and feeling quite annoyed. He couldn't help but curse that bastard better not get caught by me, otherwise I'll make sure he regrets it. At that moment, Liang Zi's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly pushed Zhao Kai beside him, exclaiming, Kaigo, the exit of the secret realm is opened. Zhao Kai slapped Liang Zi on the head. Damn it, can you keep your voice down? I'm not blind. A hint of suspicion flashed in Zhao Kai's eyes. This kid is really lucky. How did he manage to come out alive? Whatever, just follow my orders later. You two attract attention from the front while I go invisible and sneak up on him when he's unprepared. Kaigo, do we really need to be this cautious? The opponent is just a newly promoted rookie, and besides, we have the advantage of 3 against 1. Liang Zi questioned, feeling that Zhao Kai was being overly cautious. Why not just charge in and overpower him with a flurry of attacks? Zhao Kai clearly disagreed, glaring at Liang Zi. Who's the leader here, you or me? Everyone follows my lead. No one moves without my command. The three of them held their breath, staring intently at the not-so-distant exit of the secret realm. Moments later, a blurred figure slowly emerged. It was undoubtedly Lin Yi. He's out. 3, 2, 1. Action. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cloud of smoke burst from Zhao Kai, and he vanished. Liang Zi and Hu Zi also wasted no time drawing their weapons and charging out. Charge. Strike first. Lin, you brat, die. As Lin Yi just exited the secret realm, he was still momentarily dizzy. Luckily, he had prepared beforehand, and upon seeing Liang Zi and Hu Zi charging at him, he bit his tongue to regain focus and dodge backward. However, Lin Yi's main focus was not on these two. For him, the biggest threat was undoubtedly the assassin Zhao. Clang, clang, clang. Though Liang Zi and Hu Zi were reckless and unskilled, their levels were undeniable. Under the barrage of their skills, Lin Yi found himself in a rather sorry state. Yet he had held back all along, unwilling to reveal his true strength, saving it as a surprise for Zhao Kai. He was waiting for an opportunity to strike. Zhao Kai was waiting too. Zhao Kai harbored deep doubts about Lin Yi's ability to emerge from the secret realm. Could this guy still have some hidden trump card? Even with a clear advantage on the surface, Zhao Kai dared not be careless. Fear of death was an instinct etched into his very bones. Otherwise, why would it have taken him a whole year since changing classes to barely scrape past the level 30 threshold? Let Liang Zi and Hu Zi test the waters with this Lin guy first. Once I'm sure he has no tricks left, I'll make my move. It won't be too late then. As time ticked by, seeing Lin Yi utterly unable to fight back, Liang Zi couldn't help but crow with delight, bursting into loud laughter. Brother Kai, if you don't step in now, you'll miss your chance. This guy's about to be beaten to death by us. Hiding in the shadows, Zhao Kai nearly stumbled upon hearing Liang Zi's words. It was a classic case of fearing the worst. Liang Zi, with his simple mind and clumsy body, was nothing but a deadweight dragging the team down. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Zhao Kai couldn't hold back and blurted out a curse before quickly clamping a hand. That fleeting moment was all Lin Yi needed to spot his chance. Eagle Eye, he murmured, inwardly activating the skill instantly. Within a 10-meter radius, Zhao Kai had nowhere to hide. Found you. Lin Yi located Zhao Kai, who was skulking behind a bush not far away, looking utterly pathetic. The Eagle Eye effect lasted only 3 seconds, but that was enough. An assassin's invisibility wasn't invincible. One hit, and their form would be revealed immediately. Knocking an arrow, drawing the bow, and releasing. Lin Yi executed the motions in one fluid, practiced motion. 7 arrows aligned in midair, whistling as they streaked toward Zhao Kai's hiding spot. Thud, thud, thud. 3 arrows were blocked by the bush, 2 were dodged by Zhao Kai, and only 2 found their mark. 720. 752. His health plummeted by nearly a third in an instant. Zhao Kai's face turned pale with fright, cold sweat beading on his back. How did his attack power get so high? If his memory served him right, yesterday Lin Yi could barely scratch his defenses, dealing a pitiful 20 damage. Had even mocked Lin Yi for it, calling it a mere tickle. How could such a drastic change happen overnight? Was he hiding a secret weapon, or had he stumbled upon some incredible fortune in the secret realm? Whatever the reason, Zhao Kai was beginning to lose his nerve. The only reason he dared to ambush Lin Yi here was his conviction that the man posed no lethal threat. But now reality was nothing like had imagined. In a single exchange, Lin Yi had completely shattered Zhao Kai's mental defenses. "What are you two standing around for? Get over here and kill him," Zhao Kai yelled for his cronies while frantically gulping down healing potions. Despite his fierce shouts, his will to fight had evaporated. He was only looking for a chance to flee. Liangzi and the other man had been oblivious to Zhao Kai's predicament. Unaware of the damage Lin Yi had dealt, they charged forward with wild abandon. Having flushed Zhao Kai out, Lin Yi decided to drop the pretense. He transformed into a human turret on the spot, unleashing 14 arrows a second in a relentless barrage. Uft, 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 uft. Caught completely off guard, the two were riddled with arrows in an instant, turned into pincushions without so much as a cry of protest, collapsing to the ground. Killed level 30 Berserker Zheng Liang, EXP 10,000. Killed level 30 Monk Wang, who EXP 10,000. Their classes were decent enough, but they were sorely lacking in skill and brains used as shields without even realizing, and so they died utterly senseless. The sight chilled Zhao Kai to the bone. He felt as if half his body was already in the grave. Damn it, what kind of freak is this Lin? Run. His invisibility cooldown still had a few seconds left, too long to wait. Zhao Kai turned tail and sprinted for his life. All thoughts of fortune or secrets were cast aside. Nothing mattered more than survival. Think you can escape? How could Lin Yi forget Zhao Kai, the prime culprit? If not for his lack of strength back, then Zhao Kai would have met the same fate as Zhang Chong for daring to threaten his sister. Power strike. Lin Yi pursued while drawing his bow, charging the skill. A faint deadly gleam flickered around the arrow as it shot toward Zhao Kai's back, carrying a chilling intent to kill. Swoosh. The arrow flew with incredible speed, the air itself seeming to tear with a faint echo. It carved a visible wake through the sky, striking Zhao Kai square in the back, sending blood spraying. "Ah!" Zhao Kai screamed in agony. The immense impact combined with his forward momentum sent him tumbling and stumbling for over 10 meters. Just as he was about to fall, a cloud of smoke erupted around him, and he vanished. Invisible again. Lin Yi frowned, surprised by the man's slipperiness. His eagle-eye cooldown wasn't up yet. This was getting troublesome. If Zhao Kai got away, now had be a constant threat. But Lin Yi never expected the problem to resolve itself so quickly. To his astonishment, a gleaming golden icon floated in the air a few dozen meters ahead, wobbling unsteadily as it moved forward. "This is..." Lin Yi was stunned at first, then ecstatic. He never imagined the armor break attribute could have such a marvelous use. Once the armor break effect was applied, as long as its duration lasted, this golden icon marking the target would persist. Even invisibility was useless against it. And it seemed only Lin Yi could see the icon. So Zhao Kai doesn't even know I can still see him. This realization put Lin Yi completely at ease. An assassin stripped of stealth was no different from being naked. "Zhao Kai, today is your day of reckoning. I swear it." Lin Yi grabbed his Guyuan bow and gave chase. The full power of a level 15 purple weapon was now on full display. Not to mention the massive attack boost, it was the extra 5 meters of range that became the final straw, breaking Zhao Kai's back. Lin Yi took a few steps forward, gauging that he was within range, and without a word raised his arm, drew the bow, and took aim. Twang! As his fingers released, the bow shuddered violently. Several arrows tore through the air with a startling whoosh, their shrill whistle piercing the silence as they shot toward the empty space beneath the golden icon. With a loud bang, blood sprayed, and the next moment Zhao Kai was forced out of invisibility, crashing awkwardly to the ground. His left knee was shattered by Lin Yi's arrow, while his abdomen and left shoulder each bore a wound, blood gushing freely. Zhao Kai clutched his knee, writhing in agony. This was indeed a world fused with a game. Health points were the foundation of everything. But an injury was still an injury. It not only affected one's condition, but also caused excruciating pain. Especially for someone like Zhao Kai, who was inherently terrified of death. He was already scared out of his wits. "Don't kill me. I know I was wrong." Faced with Lin Yi's relentless killing intent, Zhao Kai finally broke down completely, kowtowing frantically on the ground and begging for mercy, tears and snot streaming down his face, without him even realizing it. "You don't know you were wrong, you know you're about to die." Lin Yi looked at him expressionlessly, with not a trace of sympathy on his face. Then he slowly raised his arm, as cold as a machine, his drawing motion as precise as a textbook. Thud! The next moment, the dull sound of an arrow piercing flesh rang out. Under Zhao Kai's horrified gaze, Lin Yi shot him at close range, turning him into an experience pack. Killed level 31 assassin Zhao Kai, experience 12,000. With all threats finally eliminated, Lin Yi heaved a heavy sigh of relief. As for the feeling after killing someone, to be honest, Lin Yi didn't feel much at all. Including Zhang Chong, for those who bore him such strong hostility and even dared to set their sights on his sister, Lin Yi killed them with no more distinction than slaying a ferocious beast. it was merely a matter of process. That set aside from the lack of proficiency, killing people indeed yielded faster leveling than killing beasts. These three trash had brought Lin Yi over 30,000 experience points, nearly enough to reach level 20. Maybe I should just hunt professionals to level up from now on. This bizarre thought flashed through Lin Yi's mind and vanished instantly, startling even himself. What a joke. He wasn't a bloodthirsty demon. Besides, if such a thing were ever exposed, he would likely have no place in Linen City. Another pity was that this world had no such thing as loot drops from kills. After a professional died, their equipment and inventory were destroyed simultaneously, otherwise Lin Yi might have made a huge fortune. As for the bodies of these three, there was no need to deal with them. In the desolate wilderness, they would soon be devoured by beasts. Having dealt with Zhao Kai and his crew, Lin Yi didn't linger and headed toward Linen City. The journey went smoothly, and he finally had time to check his messages. Luo Qi's chat showed dozens of unread messages. They were mainly asking how he was doing, whether the dungeon raid went smoothly, and telling him not to worry about home. Everything was fine. Lin Yi could tell that some messages were sent in Lin Zai's tone. It's fine, I'll be back soon. After sending this message, Lin Yi felt an urgent desire to return home, quickening his pace, while also feeling a lingering fear. This night had truly been perilous. Chased by Zhao Kai and his men, forced to fall into a secret realm, surviving life and death situations multiple times, and finally killing Zhao Kai in retaliation. It sounded simple, but only those who had experienced something similar could understand Lin Yi's feelings of surviving a desperate situation. Linen City by day seemed somewhat desolate. With few people outside, Lin Yi headed straight for Peace Street after soaking in the spring. Just as he reached the street corner, he saw Lin Yi running toward him from afar. Brother. Tears welled up in the girl's slightly reddened eyes. Before Lin Yi could react, she had already hugged him tightly, refusing to let go. After a whole night of worry and torment, she could no longer hold back her emotions, all dissolving into intermittent sobs. Tears soaked Lin Yi's chest, bringing a warmth. Don't cry, don't cry. See, your big brother is back safe and sound. It's okay now. Lin Yi didn't know how to comfort her, so he instinctively ruffled Lin Zai's hair. This only made her shoulders shake even more. Lin Yi was at a loss, casting a pleading look at Luo Qi, who was snickering on the side. Luo Qi caught on and said in a loud voice, "Hey, you two siblings, that's enough. There are so many people watching on the street. I'm embarrassed for you." Hearing this, she felt a surge of shyness. She hastily wiped away her tears, but the tear stains were still visible, making her look like a little kitten as she hid behind Lin Yi, too embarrassed to come out. Looks like there's nothing for me here. They'll be off then, let's catch up later. Luo Qi paused, not wanting to intrude on the siblings' time. He was about to take his leave when Lin Yi stopped him. Brother Luo Qi, wait. Lin Yi pulled Luo Qi aside and, despite his puzzled expression, initiated a trade request, without explanation, placing the repelling fire ring skill book in the trade window. This was a decision Lin Yi had made after careful consideration. Luo Qi was, after all, a mere acquaintance who had agreed to help him without hesitation, proving him to be a truly worthy friend. Moreover, Lin Yi didn't like owing favors. He had nothing else valuable on him, and although the repelling fire ring was worth a lot, it was the perfect way to repay this debt, at least in his own eyes. Lin Yi, what do you mean by this? Luo Qi's reaction to the skill book was somewhat unexpected, yet seemed he immediately darkened his expression, looking at Lin Yi with displeasure. If you consider me a friend, then take this. Lin Yi was taken aback, then quickly explained, Luo Qi, don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. It's just that you helped me so much and I really don't know how to thank you. Luo Qi wasn't truly angry. Hearing Lin Yi's explanation, his tone softened. All right, between brothers, mutual help is only natural. Besides, I didn't really do much. You really don't need. Lin Yi could be stubborn at times, or rather he had his own principles, precisely because we're brothers, courtesy demands reciprocity. Besides, you've delayed so much time because of my matters. If you refuse to accept this, they'll be too embarrassed to ask for your help next time. Don't you agree? Everyone had just changed classes a few days ago, and Lin Yi knew all too well how precious time was at the moment. No matter how much Luo Qi refused, he felt he must offer compensation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be his way of handling things. That makes some sense, but I still feel something's off. Luo Qi was stunned by Lin Yi's lengthy argument. After a moment of thought, he finally spoke with a hint of helplessness. How about this? I do need the repelling fire ring, so let me buy it from you at the market price, okay? Let's get this straight, no more rambling this time. It's settled. If you still disagree, they'll really get angry. Further bickering would have been unbecoming, so, in the end, both parties compromised. Lin Yi agreed to sell the Ring of Resistance to Luo Qi for 2,000 contribution points, roughly 1/3 below the market price. The two agreed to meet at the entrance of the dungeon hall at 9 in the evening, then parted ways for the time being. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and his sister returned home. Although it was only 2 in the afternoon, having stayed up all night without sleep coupled with continuous high-intensity battles, and teetering on the brink of life and death multiple times. Lin Ye's condition had reached its absolute limit. After grabbing a quick bite, he returned to his room and crashed onto the bed. It had been a long time since Lin Ye had slept so soundly, his mind free of any stray thoughts. When he groggily woke up, he saw that it was nearly 8 in the evening. Since there was still over an hour before his agreed dungeon run with Luo Qi, he allowed himself to lie in bed a while longer. Seizing the moment, Lin Ye opened the trading channel to browse, searching for any suitable equipment or skill books. He wasn't lacking in weapons for the time being. The level 15 purple Yuan Bao would serve him well even up to level 30. What he needed now were other gear pieces and attack skills. He was about to reach level 20, yet he was still wearing the level 10 White-Terror Spider Silk Trio set, which was rather underwhelming in terms of stats. Furthermore, the only attack skill he currently possessed was Charged Shot, making his arsenal far too limited. Overall, there was still immense room for improvement in every aspect. Additionally, he urgently needed to sell the few extra White-Terror pieces and the snake sinew bow he had on him. Otherwise, in another day or two, once everyone's levels increased, these items would lose their value. After browsing for a while, Lin Ye found nothing he wanted to buy, but the equipment he had listed sold out completely. The snake sinew bow sold for 1500 contribution points, and the other White-Terror pieces combined fetched 2000. After deducting the transaction tax, his total earnings were just over 3000. Oh, I almost forgot about the 2 low-grade enhancement stones. The 2 stones he and Luo Qi had obtained from the level 1 dungeon the night before last were still sitting in his inventory. He decided to convert them into contribution points while he had the chance. Money in hand felt secure. Why is this person's avatar gray? Could it be? Opening his friend list, Lin Ye saw that the avatar for Linen Zhao Zilong had turned gray. He was taken aback for a moment, but thankfully quickly realized what had happened. He had almost mistakenly thought something had happened to the guy, forgetting that he himself had failed to remove him from the block list. Silently apologizing, Lin Ye lifted the block and immediately sent him a message. Brother Zilong, are you still buying enhancement stones? He had no idea what Linen Zhao Zilong did all day, but his reply speed was truly astonishing. Oh, yes I am. Don't tell me it's just one again. Let's be clear, if it's only one, I can offer 2700. Deal. They'll sell you 2 low-grade enhancement stones for 5400. Lin Ye declared with unearned confidence. Clearly, even a chatterbox like Linen Zhao Zilong was left speechless by his audacity, taking a long while to reply. Just as Lin Ye was about to lower his price, thinking, was that too much? Linen Zhao Zilong sent over a trade. Brother, I'll let it slide this time. Well, go with your price. It's my fault for not being clear. But from now on, I can only offer the same rate for at least 3 stones. Deal. Lin Ye thought it over. That was certainly fine. In the future, he could just stockpile them until he had 3. With this transaction confirmed, another substantial sum of contribution points flowed into Lin Ye's account. He checked his balance, and his mood instantly soared. 30601. He had never been this wealthy before. Who needed sleep now? Sleep was nothing compared to making money. Let's go. Hit the dungeon, open some treasure chests. As if timing it perfectly, just as Lin Ye was about to get up, Linen Zhao Zilong sent him a message. Brother, don't block me this time. Oh, and I have a top-tier piece of archer equipment. I wonder if you'd be interested. Oh. Lin Ye's heart stirred, and he quickly replied, send me the stats. Soon the other's avatar flashed again. Opening it, Lin Ye's eyes lit up. Swift wind boots, purple level 20 required. Health 500, defense 30, agility 30. Though it lacked special affixes, it possessed pure numerical beauty. The 30-point agility boost in particular was a perfect complement for an archer. Upon seeing these boots, Lin Ye felt an instant connection with them. However, he was careful not to let his eagerness show. Feigning nonchalance and even a hint of disdain, he said, this is what you call top-tier equipment. It looks rather average to me. I suppose ITLL do in a pinch. With stats like these, I doubt you'll have an easy time selling them to anyone else. How about this? Since we've dealt with each other twice, give me a fair price, and if it's reasonable, I'll take them off your hands. Huangqin was taken aback by Lin Ye's message. Are new players this outrageous these days? He couldn't believe a level 20 purple tire piece was being dismissed. Was Lin Ye's standard too high, or were the boots really not that good? Huangqin's confidence wavered. He had originally intended to ask for 3,000 contribution points, but now he hesitated and tentatively offered 20,000. No, 15,000. If that works for you, it's a deal. Securing a top-tier level 20 purple tire item for 15,000. Lin Ye knew he had struck gold, but he couldn't let it show. Ahem. Brother Zilong, to be honest, I think even 15,000 is a bit of a premium. But since we hit it off, I'll take a small loss and agree to your price. Brother, you're a true friend. I, Huangqin, am honored to know you. By the way, may I ask your esteemed name? Even with his thick skin, Lin Ye felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he replied, no need for such formalities. My surname is Lin, given name Ye. From now on, we're friends. Since you're a higher level than me, I'll call you Brother Huang, if that's all right. Of course, no problem at all, Brother Yi. Huang Can's excitement was palpable as he rambled on about how fortunate he felt to meet Lin Yi. Lin Yi was well aware of Huang Can's talkative nature, but this time, he didn't have the heart to block him having taken such advantage of him. Brother Huang, can I have a dungeon run scheduled with someone now? Let's catch up another time. Alright, go ahead. Logging off the trading channel, Lin Yi saw it was nearly 9 o'clock. He quickly got ready, said a quick goodbye to his sister, and headed for the dungeon hall. The top-tier purple tire, swift wind boots wearable only at level 20 gave him a renewed drive. Everyone was punctual, gathering smoothly at the dungeon hall entrance before 9 o'clock. The team composition remained exactly the same as before. The main DPS was Fire Mage Roche, main tank Shield Guard Yishan, off-tank Shield Guard Qin Feng, healer Priest Wang Yue, and off-DPS Archer Lin Yi. Except for Roche, who had been delayed by Lin Yi's matters and remained at level 20, though everyone else had improved significantly compared to last time. Yishan had reached level 22, while Qin Feng and Wang Yue had both advanced to level 21. The most dramatic change was in Lin Yi, who had only been level 14 the night before last. Now he was level 19, almost level 20, and closing in on Roche. From each person's level, one could see just how much that one night had set Roche back. Originally, he should have been far ahead. Lin Yi still felt somewhat guilty about it. As if sensing his remorse, Roche walked over, draped an arm around his shoulder, and said nonchalantly, "Brother, don't take it to heart. A few levels mean nothing to me, I can catch up easily." Lin Yi had to agree. Given Roche's abilities, if he truly went all out to level up, the others couldn't hope to keep pace. Besides, some things were better kept in mind. Since Roche had said as much, Lin Yi didn't dwell on it further. The group then headed toward the entrance of the level 1 dungeon. For this team, the level 1 dungeon no longer posed much of a challenge. With each member's strength significantly enhanced, the battles grew even easier. Roche remained his usual self, opening with a blazing fireball to dominate the field. Fireballs flew wildly through the air, and the mere level 15 skeleton soldiers could barely withstand a few hits, falling in droves. It showcased the overwhelming power of a fire mage to the fullest. Yishan was even more audacious, drawing over 100 skeleton soldiers at once. He let Qin Feng share some of the pressure, while Wang Yu cast a healing buff on him. Activating his copper skin skill, he stood amidst the horde, virtually unkillable. Seeing his teammates perform so admirably, Lin Yi was determined not to lag behind. He had previously been in a supporting role, but now with his improved strength, it was time to shine. Charged shot. 7 arrows simultaneously. 14 arrows per second. When Lin Yi transformed into a humanoid machine gun, Roche and the others were utterly stunned. Especially since Lin Yi's damage was now remarkably high, taking down skeleton soldiers with a single hit. Rows of arrows swept across the battlefield with an overwhelming, devastating momentum. A truly spectacular sight. "Kid, what kind of fortune did you find in that secret realm to boost your strength so much?" Roche exclaimed, giving Lin Yi a firm punch on the chest. There was no trace of jealousy in his expression. Instead, he was genuinely happy for Lin Yi. Yishan was equally excited, looking at Lin Yi and saying, "If I'd known your firepower was this intense, I would have gathered even more monsters." Lin Yi was startled and quickly waved his hands. No. Let's be a bit more cautious. We don't want to capsize in a ditch." Taking turns to fight again with Lin Yi's firepower support, they quickly cleared all the lesser monsters and arrived before the bell tower, face to face with the skeleton warlord. Roche suddenly spoke up. "Lin Yi, let's have a contest to see who gets the killing blow on the skeleton warlord." Lin Yi's eyes lit up. "Deal. He'll pull the aggro." As soon as his copper skin skill cooldown ended, Yishan went to awaken the skeleton warlord. "A bunch of petty scoundrels, die where you stand." The skeleton warlord leaped down from the bell tower, its entire body blazing with dark gold radiance, appearing different from before. The next moment, they all saw a notification. Due to excessive player kills, the skeleton warlord has entered revenge mode. All attributes 100 health significantly increased. Boom. Dark gold flames erupted from the skeleton warlord, exuding an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure. Even its title and skills had changed. Vengeful Flame Soul level 17, enhanced elite beast health 65,000, defense 800, attack 1500, skills Flame Explosion / combo. Lin Yi used an inspection skill to reveal its stats, and was greatly astonished. The enhancement after entering revenge mode was immense. Its stats, in every aspect, even surpassed those of the Hell Spider Queen. Of course, in terms of overall combat capability, the Hell Spider Queen was still superior. The greatest difference between a boss level and an elite beast was that their skill intensities were on entirely different levels. With the Hell Spider Queen's hatching skill, the Vengeful Flame Soul stood no chance against it. "Seems like our luck is pretty good. We triggered the dungeon's hidden mode right away. After clearing it, each of us should get at least a level 2 treasure chest." Roche's words made Lin Yi's eyes sparkle with excitement. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." Thump, thump, thump. As his words faded, the sound of bowstrings vibrating formed a continuous rhythm heralding the start of the slaughter. Lin Ye's hands moved so fast they became a blur, arrows flying without pause, all striking their target with precision. 340, 340, 340. While each individual arrow might not deal massive damage to the vengeful flame soul, the sheer attack frequency was absurd, reducing its health by nearly a fifth within seconds. Giant blazing fireball. At that moment, Roche finished chanting his spell. He swung his staff with force, and a fireball carrying terrifying heat hurtled toward the vengeful flame soul, visibly distorting the air in its path. With a thunderous boom, an exaggerated damage number rose from the vengeful flame soul's head. 15. Holy crap. That's insane. Lin Yi swallowed unconsciously. Despite being mentally prepared, he was still awestruck by Roche's damage output. This was far beyond the burst capability of a normal fire mage. If Roche hadn't awakened a talent, Lin Yi would never believe it. Fortunately, Roche's blazing fireball had a long cooldown. While his normal fireballs dealt decent damage, their frequency couldn't compare to Lin Yi's basic attacks. If I want to steal the kill from Roche, I can't let his cooldown reset. A competitive spirit flared in Lin Yi. His hands trembled violently, and the Guiyuan Bao hummed incessantly. Time ticked by, and the vengeful flame soul's health plummeted. With Yishan acting as an impenetrable frontline tank, they could output with virtually no pressure. With a final crash, the vengeful flame soul collapsed, its flames dissipating in the wind. You have slain the level 17 enhanced elite beast vengeful flame soul. Proficiency 3000. Proficiency increased to level 75. All attributes 2, attack speed 0. 02. As expected from an enhanced elite, securing the kill instantly raised his proficiency by a full level. The efficiency was incredibly satisfying. Awesome. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow at Roche, and the two burst into hearty laughter. Although Lin Yi had successfully slain the vengeful flame soul, his contribution, ranking in the team, still placed him third. The first was still Rocky, and the second Yishan was equally undisputed. However, Lin Yi and Yishan's contribution rates differed by only 1. You have successfully completed the level 1 dungeon's hidden mode challenge by defeating the vengeful flame soul. Team Evaluation S. Rewards 15 level 1 treasure chests, 5 level 2 treasure chests. During the dungeon settlement phase, Lin Yi, with a 20 contribution rate, earned 1 of 0 experience points, smoothly advancing to level 20. Level increased to level 20. Profession enhanced range 10 meters. Combined with the additional 5 meters from the returning origin Bao, Lin Yi's current range reached 55 meters, marking a crucial advancement. After enhancing his stats, Lin Yi did not forget to equip the Gale shoes. The significant boost in health and defense from this purple gear gave him greater confidence. Additionally, the added 30 agility was excellent, further increasing his attack speed, and he was close to breaking through the 3-0 threshold. Once he breaks through this bottleneck, Lin Yi would no longer shoot 14 arrows per second, but rather 21, drastically transforming his damage capabilities. We each take 1 level 2 treasure chest. I will take 5 level 1 treasure chests. Lin Yi and Yishan will each take 3, and Chen Feng and Wang Yu will take 2. Is that acceptable? As the core member of the team, Rocky allocated the rewards, and no one had any objections. Next came the thrilling treasure chest opening phase. Lin Yi felt at ease with his good luck attribute, ensuring a minimum outcome. On the other hand, Rocky, who usually had bad luck, was extremely nervous at this moment. Why are you all looking at me? Open your own. Rocky was annoyed to find that everyone, including Lin Yi, had stopped moving and was staring at him. This situation made him anxious, feeling that something was about to go wrong. Just open it and don't worry about us. Yishan grinned, showing no urgency. Lin Yi joked, let you go first so that the chances of us getting good stuff will be higher. What do you mean let me go first? Watch me pull off a stunning reversal. Rocky opened 5 level 1 treasure chests in one breath, achieving the daily minimum reward 51. They'll give you 4 words steady as an old dog. Ha ha. Seeing Rocky's unfortunate expression, everyone burst into laughter. No one knew what terrible fate Rocky had faced. His luck was truly abysmal. Fortunately, Rocky did not continue his bad luck with the subsequent level 2 treasure chests, otherwise he would have surely coughed up his old blood in frustration. A level 2 treasure chest yields a basic enhancement stone. Well, better than nothing. When Rocky said this, he looked at Lin Yi with a particularly resentful gaze. After all, Lin Yi had previously opened 2 enhancement stones from his level 1 treasure chests. This comparison made it hard for Rocky to maintain his mental balance. After that, Yishan and the others opened their treasure chests as well. Their luck wasn't exceptional, but it was at least decent. Among them, Wang Yu opened a green quality priest skill book, the Clear Heart spell. Although the Clear Heart spell could not remove hard control, it could help teammates dispel most negative statuses, enhancing the priest's support capabilities. It was indeed a rare and valuable skill, and Wang Yu learned it immediately. Finally, it was Lin Yi's turn. There was nothing more to say. With the good luck attribute, he was destined to be the luckiest. He opened all the treasure chests in one go. Several green lights and a particularly striking blue light burst forth from the chests. From the 3 level 1 treasure chests, Lin Yi obtained 2 basic enhancement stones and a level 15 green bow. Iron frame bow green, usable by archers at level 15, attack power 150, agility 15, critical hit rate 1. Critical hit rate is an extremely important attribute for an archer or indeed for all damage-dealing professions. However, a 1 critical hit rate is rather negligible, and the overall attributes of the iron frame bow were far inferior to those of the returning origin bow. Lin Yi could never abandon a purple weapon to use a level 15 green bow. He could only turn around and toss the weapon into the trading channel, hoping to sell it for a good price. What a pity! If only this 1 critical hit rate were on the returning origin bow, it would be perfect. Lin Yi sighed with regret, but his mood quickly lifted. After opening the level 2 treasure chest, a blue light shot up into the sky, immediately drawing everyone's attention. It was hard for Yishan and the others to comprehend how one person's luck could be so extraordinary. Rocky's expression was even more exaggerated. His gaze toward Lin Yi was almost mournful as he shouted, "Wait, did your family develop this game? Why is it like this?" When he finally saw what was inside the treasure chest, he was so envious he could hardly speak. Azure Ring Blue, usable at level 10, a critical hit rate 5, luck 1. Incredible. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. He never expected to open a piece of equipment. There are many types of accessories such as necklaces, earrings, bracelets, and rings, but each person can wear a maximum of 2 at the same time. Lin Yi already had a wolf tooth pendant, and with the Azure Ring, he perfectly completed the 2-piece set. While the Azure Ring provided no basic attribute bonuses, its critical hit rate bonus of 5 was undeniably a rare find, as evidenced by Rocky's frantic swallowing of saliva. Additionally, this accessory also added 1 point to luck, further enhancing the effect of the good luck attribute. Come on, you better confess, did you awaken a talent related to luck? Rocky's suspicious gaze made Lin Yi's heart skip a beat. However, it was understandable for others to feel this way. Given Lin Yi's treasure-opening performance, it was hard to attribute it solely to luck. Occasionally opening something good might be understandable, but Lin Yi's luck was consistently exceptional, though anyone with a bit of sense would find it suspicious. That said, while Rocky's guess was not entirely accurate, the good luck attribute did indeed relate to luck, so it wasn't entirely incorrect to say so. Lin Yi seized this opportunity to keep his secret under wraps, avoiding future complications when spending time together. Most importantly, this way he could conveniently conceal the most crucial secret of his proficiency panel. Rocky, your intuition is impressive. You've even uncovered this secret. Lin Yi feigned surprise, saying half-truthfully, the talent I awakened is called good luck, but it's not a high-grade talent, it's just a grade talent. As you can see, it slightly boosts my fortune, and coupled with my existing equipment that increases luck, my luck has been consistently good. I see. This explanation was still convincing, and Rocky's eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Yi, as if he were a massive treasure. Why didn't you mention this talent sooner? Why didn't you tell me earlier that you had such talent? Luo Qi's words left Lin Yi slightly puzzled, and he looked at him with a hint of confusion. Well, I think someone as gifted as you shouldn't be held back. Luo Qi walked over and threw an arm around Lin Yi's shoulder, acting like they were the best of buddies. I just came up with a great idea. Not only will it let you shine, but it's also a surefire way to make a profit. Want to hear it? What is it? Stop keeping me in suspense. Lin Yi gave him a light punch, his curiosity now piqued. Luo Qi chuckled. Alright, I'll cut to the chase. I was thinking, why not let you open my chest from now on? Whatever we get, we split it 70-30. No, a 70-30 split, how about it? This proposal genuinely made Lin Yi's eyes light up. Why hadn't he thought of this himself? This was the best way to maximize the value of the luck trait. Since someone had to open the chests, it might as well be him. With his luck, the loot wouldn't be too bad. As for the split, he didn't really mind. Luo Qi was a good guy, and it was just a favor. Lin Yi felt a bit awkward taking money for it. No need for a split. But there's one thing we need to agree on beforehand. Luck isn't guaranteed. If I don't get anything good, you can't blame me. Lin Yi felt it was necessary to lay his cards on the table first to avoid any unpleasantness if things went south. Of course. But the split is settled, or I'd rather drop the whole thing, Luo Qi said in a tone that brooked no refusal. Yishan and Chen Feng exchanged glances and said in unison, Lin Yi, you can open our chests too, with the same split. Luo Qi mentioned. No matter what you get, we won't complain. But likewise, don't argue about the split. Consider it a finder's fee, or we'd feel bad. Well, alright then. Lin Yi had no choice but to accept, turning to Luo Qi. Shall we continue now? Yes, but I think the level 1 dungeon isn't very rewarding for us anymore. How about we try the level 2 dungeon? Luo Qi had actually wanted to try the level 2 dungeon for a while. Though more challenging, the rewards were far greater. But he hadn't been confident enough before, so had stuck to level 1 for safety. After seeing Lin Yi's strength increase so dramatically, he felt emboldened to give it a shot. I think it's doable. With our team's strength, we should be fine if we're careful. Yishan agreed with Luo Qi's suggestion. Chen Feng and Wang Yu nodded in assent as well. Since everyone was on board, Lin Yi had no objections. This was a perfect chance to snag the first clear achievement for the level 2 dungeon. The attribute points from those first clears were quite tempting. Alright, everyone check your gear. If there are no issues, let's move out. As Luo Qi pressed confirm, the 5 of them materialized in the level 2 dungeon. It was a grim mausoleum, the air thick with the stench of decay. The faint sound of chewing echoed from deep within, sending chills down their spines. Hundreds of coffins lay scattered haphazardly throughout the tomb. As Lin Yi and his party arrived, the coffins began to tremble, as if something was about to crawl out. "It'll take point. Everyone stay alert," Yishan said in a low voice, stepping forward as the others. As a shield warrior, Yishan's strength was undeniable, instilling a sense of security. Suddenly, several nearby coffins burst open, their lids flying off as they slammed upright onto the ground. As the lids fell away, the dark openings of the coffins seemed to open a passage, heralding the first wave of monsters. "Here they come." Yishan raised his shield on high alert, with Chen Feng right behind him, ready to engage and draw aggro. Moments later, the grating sound of bones echoed from within, and dozens of skeletons emerged. Unlike the skeleton soldiers in the level 1 dungeon, these skeletons were a dilapidated gray, looking far more menacing. Moreover, not all the gray skeletons were identical. Some wielded swords and shields, indicating they were melee. A dozen or so skeletons hung back, clutching black staves, and draped in tattered robes, giving them an odd appearance. Skeleton Mage level 20, Common Feral Beast, HP 8000, Defense 180, Attack 1100, Skill Mana Surge. Skeleton Shield Bearer level 20, Common Feral Beast, HP 22,000, Defense 320, Attack 800, Skill Shield Bash. Aside from Lin Yi, Luo Qi also had the appraisal skill, and they quickly shared the monster's information with the combination of skeleton mages and shield bearers was intimidating, but with a solid shield warrior and 2 powerful damage dealers, they could handle it without too much trouble. "We can take them, but Yishan and Chen Feng need to watch out for the shield bearer's bash. Don't get stunned," Luo Qi warned. Although Wang Yu had learned the cleansing heart incantation, it couldn't break hard crowd control. If both frontliners were stunned by shield bash at the same time, things would get tricky. "Got it." Yishan and Chen Feng exchanged glances and activated their taunt skills simultaneously. Clatter, clatter. All the skeleton shield bearers charged at them, hacking and slashing wildly, while the skeleton mages in the back raised their black staves and began casting spells. Fireball, Gust, Lightning Bolt. A barrage of spells illuminated the dark mausoleum, raining down destruction. Yishan, with his higher toughness, was holding up fine for now, but Chen Feng's health was dropping fast, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Wang Yu acted quickly, casting a healing spell to restore Chen Feng's HP. "The skeleton mages are too far back. I can't reach them with my attacks. Lin Yi, you handle the mages, and I'll take the shield bearers." "Alright." Luo Qi finished his incantation in a flash and hurled a blazing fireball at the skeleton shield bearers. With a deafening boom, a sea of fire erupted and massive damage numbers bloomed across the battlefield. Lin Yi was not to be outdone. His returning origin bow hummed as arrows streaked through the air with a faint white glow, each one striking a distant skeleton mage with unerring accuracy. 1427, 1427, 1427, 2141 critical. With his attack speed boosted and the 7 arrows technique, Lin Yi turned his basic attacks into a devastating area effect barrage. Almost every second, several skeleton mages fell to his arrows. 111. Defeated. A level 20 beast, proficiency 100. Proficiency upgraded to level 76, all attributes 2, attack speed 0. 02. After eliminating a few skeletal mages, Lin Yi noticed that his proficiency had leveled up. His current attack speed reached 296. Just one more level in proficiency, and his attack speed could truly break through the 3-0 barrier. Continue. Lin Yi unleashed his firepower. Possibly due to his high damage, some of the skeletal mages' aggro shifted from Yishan to him. Crack. A lightning spell suddenly struck Lin Yi, and the exaggerated damage from the skeletal mage directly reduced his health by nearly half. At this moment, Rocky shouted, "Wang Yu, heal Lin Yi." In truth, there was no need to remind her. As the only healer in the team, Wang Yu was always attentive to the status of others and activated her skill at the first opportunity. As the healing light enveloped him, Lin Yi's health began to recover. However, archers are inherently fragile classes, and Wang Yu worried that Lin Yi couldn't withstand the damage, quickly calling out, "Lin Yi, hold on for a moment, wait for old Yi to regain aggro before you attack." "I'm fine, I can do this." Stopping his output now would undoubtedly put immense pressure on the 2 shield bearer. He downed a bottle of healing potion, drew his bow frantically, and as the arrows hit, a strange blood-red glow lit up the body of the Guyuan bow. Attack lifesteal. 36, 36, 36. In an instant, Lin Yi regained several hundred health. With Wang Yu's healing spells and the healing potion, Lin Yi was surprisingly able to withstand the damage from several skeletal mages while retaliating. While the luck talent is truly exceptional, this is the use of a purple weapon. Noticing the Guiyuan Bao in Lin Yi's hands, both Rocky and Wang Yu's eyes brightened, followed by a deep envy on their faces. Let alone purple weapons, they hadn't even managed to get blue quality ones yet. How frustrating it was to compare themselves to others. Wang Yu, you don't need to worry about him anymore. This guy has a top-notch purple weapon with lifesteal attributes, so let him tank for a bit longer, Rocky said with resentment. I think you make a very valid point. Wang Yu nodded in agreement. While shooting arrows, Lin Yi shouted at the two, hey, don't you think you're being a bit unfair? You're just going to ignore me. Dog luck king. Rich jerk. Of course, while they were joking, Lin Yi understood it was all in good fun and didn't take it to heart. Soon he focused entirely on hunting the skeletal mages. With Rocky and Lin Yi as the two major damage dealers, within a minute the first wave of monsters was completely cleared. With the gained experience, the following actions went much smoother. Rocky drew aggro, Wang Yu healed, and then Rocky and Lin Yi both entered the fray, launching a full-scale offensive with everyone's cooperation becoming increasingly tacit. Defeated a level 20 beast, proficiency 100. Proficiency upgraded to level 77, all attributes 2, attack speed 0.02. Finally, after clearing a few waves of small monsters, Lin Yi's proficiency leveled up again. His attack speed broke through the crucial 3.0 barrier. 21 arrows per second output capacity underwent a further qualitative change. Perhaps in short bursts, Lin Yi still couldn't match Rocky, but when it came to sustained firepower suppression, he had already surpassed him by a head. At the same time, Lin Yi deeply realized the power of the proficiency panel. From the basics to a qualitative change, every step was extremely solid, and the key growth was visibly apparent. Bang bang bang. The sound of the bowstring vibrating was almost continuous. This wave of kills took noticeably less time. This doesn't feel right. Why do I feel like your damage has increased a lot? Rocky's gaze towards Lin Yi carried a hint of suspicion, but since the battle had been intense earlier, he hadn't paid much attention, so he wasn't entirely sure. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly played it down. Could it be your illusion? I don't feel like I've gotten any strong. Is that so? Rocky fell silent for a moment, unsure whether to believe Lin Yi's words. However, he didn't. The map of the level 2 dungeon was over twice the size of the level 1 dungeon, and the next few people quickened their pace, spending a full 2 hours to finally reach the last checkpoint. Guarding the checkpoint was a humanoid beast clad in a black cloak. Its face hidden in the shadows, it appeared tall, but the exposed arms resembled withered wood, and its skin exhibited a strange gray hue emanating a strong stench of decay. At this moment, the humanoid beast sat leisurely at a long dining table, savoring its delicacies, the unsettling sound of chewing emanating from beneath the cloak. Necromancer Roy, level 20, elite beast, health 100,000, defense 1200, attack power 2200, skills corruption, curse, bone hell. Lin Yi immediately shared the beast's information on the team panel. Yishan took a closer look and instinctively muttered, Rocky, this seems like your relative. Do you want to handle it? Rocky rolled his eyes in annoyance, and then analyzed the opponent's information. With 2200 attack, Yishan, you should be able to withstand it with your copper skin, but is this guy really a mage? Why is its defense so absurd? It can be done, but it's going to take quite a bit of effort. Lin Yi naturally noticed this. Roy's defense was as high as 1200, and under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even be able to breach its defense. Of course, it was said that was under normal circumstances. Now Lin Yi had the armor break attribute, and with the 6 layers of armor break effect stacked, Roy's defense actually only remained at 840. And now Lin Yi's attack power reached a staggering 1084, coupled with the rage shot attribute boosting his damage. He could not only hit, but also do so at a reasonable speed. The only troublesome part was that he didn't know how to explain all this to Rocky and the others. After all, armor breaking was a skill only high-level archers could train, and for a novice like him to know it seemed rather suspicious. Got it. Lin Yi's mind suddenly turned, thinking that since he had already established himself as the Luck King and possessed a piece of equipment with armor-breaking effects, it should be quite reasonable, right? Ahem. Lin Yi cleared his throat and casually said, I have a piece of equipment with armor-breaking effects, it should be effective. Another purple item. Rocky was taken aback at first, but after seeing Lin Yi nod in confirmation, he looked at him with a face full of resentment, indicating that he didn't want to talk to him. Damn, if I had your luck, I would rather live 10 years less. Rocky's lament was immediately met with unanimous agreement from Yishan and the others. What a fresh bunch of flesh. Ooh, I'm hungry again. It was unclear whether they spoke too loudly or if the scent of the living had attracted Roy's attention. They saw it grabbing half a rotting human leg and standing up from the dining table, its eyes glowing green from beneath the cloak, now fixated on them. Hungry. So hungry. I want to eat fresh flesh and blood. Roy let out a wail like a banshee, wildly waving a human leg in his hand, causing the dining table to rattle and blood to splatter. Seeing this, Yishan quickly remarked, "Is this guy really a glutton?" Luo Qi had already raised his staff, channeling an explosive fireball. "Even if he is a glutton, he's a beast that enjoys eating human flesh. Oh, let's take action now." Alright. With that, Yishan dashed forward quickly. He was tall and robust, even taller than Roy by half a head, when standing, and he swung his shield directly at Roy's forehead. Skill activated. Taunt. No wonder Yishan is a born tank. He timed the activation of his skill perfectly. With a loud clang, one could only wonder what Roy's head was made of, as this hit even produced sparks. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was certainly maximized. In the next moment, the pair of green eyes beneath Roy's cloak fixated on Yishan, and he uttered incomprehensible sounds. "Die, you must die." Roy swung the human leg in his hand fiercely towards Yishan. This attack was powerful. Despite Yishan being prepared and bracing with his shield, he was still pushed back several steps by the overwhelming force. Damn, is this guy a melee mage? Yishan couldn't help but curse while turning to the others behind him, shouting, "Hurry up and help, I've drawn its aggro." Without needing Yishan to say much, Luo Qi was already ready. Super large explosive fireball. The sound of crackling echoed through the tomb, the flames instantly illuminating the darkness. Luo Qi's neck bulged with veins as he threw the fireball with all his might. Amidst the intense rumbling, Roy was forced back, his health visibly dropping significantly. Despite this, Roy's gaze remained locked on Yishan, frantically swinging the human leg in his hand, relentlessly pursuing him. It seemed that the power of Yishan's shield strike should not be underestimated. Seeing this, Lin Yi no longer hesitated. He forcefully drew back his Gu Yuan bow, and with a twang of the bowstring, 7 arrows flew in an arc towards Roy. Thud, 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 thud. All arrows hit their mark, and in Lin Yi's sight, a brilliant gold armor-breaking icon appeared above Roy's head, instantly stacking 6 layers of armor reduction. Defense 30. Armor break is up, unleash everything. Lin Yi shouted, his hands moving like shadows, showcasing an attack speed of 3.0 at that moment. A dense barrage of arrows formed an impenetrable net with damage per second reaching thousands. Luo Qi similarly understood, continuously conjuring fireballs to bombard Roy. However, in comparison, Luo Qi's sustained output capability was on a completely different level from Lin Yi, especially with the mage's mana shortage being magnified at this moment. Despite Luo Qi drinking mana potions like water, his recovery still could not keep up with such intense consumption. "Sometimes I really envy you archers, you just shoot, and that's it." Hearing Luo Qi's words, Lin Yi smiled, but remained silent. Archers indeed rely primarily on their basic attacks for damage output, hardly needing to consider mana consumption. But not every archer is like Lin Yi. Without the significant boost from a proficiency panel version, abandoned archers stood little chance against fire mages. It would be difficult for them to even secure a position in dungeons. Lin Yi did not speak, focusing entirely on his offensive efforts. Roy's health was visibly dropping at an alarming rate, 80 of 70. When his health reached 60, Roy struck back in fury, sending Yishan flying. He stood there muttering incantations, and a strange aura rapidly expanded from him. Skill corruption curse. All targets within sight will surely be hit by the skill. Once cursed, all attributes will rapidly decline by 1 per second until death. In an instant, the situation took a sharp turn. Yishan's copper skin skill had not yet cooled down and could not withstand the damage at this moment, forcing him and Shen Feng to continuously maneuver. But Roy's damage was simply too high. Each attack left both of them in distress. Wang Yu was frantic, but their health still wouldn't recover. At this moment, Luo Qi shouted loudly, "Wang Yu, don't worry about anything else. Use the cleansing charm on Yishan to dispel the curse." Okay. Wang Yu nodded, understanding that Luo Qi was right. The cleansing charm had a cooldown of 10 seconds and was a single target skill. It was imperative to dispel the debuff from Yishan, the main tank, otherwise, if he fell, the entire situation would collapse instantly. As the skill's glow blossomed on Yishan, he immediately felt a cool sensation wash over him, so pleasant that he wanted to shout. Refreshing. Yishan gritted his teeth and shouted. The next moment, the effects of the cleansing charm took full effect, immediately dispelling the curse and restoring his condition to normal. At the same time, Yishan's copper skin skill also cooled down, and he immediately issued another taunt, firmly holding Roy's aggro, so Shen Feng could catch his breath. Wang Yu was simultaneously healing Yishan while waiting for the cooldown of the cleansing charm. With each cleansing charm cast, it was not long before everyone had dispelled the curse, and the situation finally stabilized again. However, this time, everyone became more focused, constantly watching Roy's movements to prevent him from suddenly using his skills again. Sure enough, just as Roy's health dropped to the last third, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from him. Not good, this guy is about to unleash a big move. Yishan Shen Feng retreat. Lin Yi keenly sensed as soon as he finished speaking, the entire tomb began to shake violently. In the next moment, massive bone spikes gleaming with a chilling light shot up from the ground like blades one after another. In no time, the area within a 30-meter radius of Roy was completely covered by these terrifying bones. Thanks to Lin Yi's timely warning, otherwise, even if Yishan could withstand it, he might not be able to hold up against Roy's ultimate move. And as for Chunfeng, he was even more at risk. With his defensive capability inferior to Yishan's, if he fell into the bone prison, he would almost certainly perish. The duration of the bone prison was not very long. In just over 10 seconds, those massive bone spikes turned to dust and disappeared. Yishan mimicked the action, jumping up and smashing his shield down onto Roy's head, quickly regaining the aggro, while Chunfeng occasionally assisted with stuns to share some of the pressure. After that, nothing unexpected happened. Roy could not break through Yishan's defense, and with Lin Yi and Luo Qi providing firepower from behind, the necromancer finally began to falter. "Luo Qi, how about letting me have this kill?" As Luo Qi finally got his fireball skill off cooldown, with less than 10 health remaining, he was just about to unleash it to end the battle when Lin Yi quickly intervened. Luo Qi was momentarily taken aback by these words, then seemed to understand, putting down his staff with a smile and saying, "What's the big deal? It's not like I'm competing with others for the last hit. If you want the kill, take it." "Thanks," Lin Yi murmured. The reason he acted this way was also well thought out. Although he had concealed his proficiency panel very well, it would eventually show signs. Rather than let others speculate wildly, it was better to expose some abilities proactively and guide others to think in the direction of his talent. While awakening dual talents was rare, it wasn't out of the question. Additionally, the proficiency gained from killing a level 20 elite beast was simply too lucrative for Lin Yi to waste. Luo Qi's character was trustworthy, revealing a bit to him should pose no problems. "You have killed the level 20 elite beast, the undead mage Roy. Proficiency, 5,000. Proficiency increased to level 78. Proficiency increased to level 79. Without Luo Qi competing for the kill, Lin Yi smoothly secured the head. He gained a total of 5,000 proficiency, leveling up twice in a row with the previous accumulation. All attributes increased by 4 points, and attack speed also increased by an additional 0.04. By defeating the undead mage Roy, your team has successfully completed the level 2 dungeon challenge. Team Evaluation B. After all, it was their first attempt at a level 2 dungeon, so achieving a B rating was quite commendable. Moreover, Lin Yi's contribution rate skyrocketed, surpassing Yishan and Luo Qi, taking the lead with a contribution rate of 27. He received nearly 30,000 experience points, directly leveling up by a significant margin. First clear of level 2 dungeon achievement reward, free attributes 20. The achievement for the first clear of a dungeon is a significant factor that attracts many players to tackle them. The level 1 dungeon rewards 10 points, the level 2 dungeon rewards 20 points, the level 3 dungeon rewards 30 points, and so on up to level 100 dungeons, meaning one can earn 100 first clear achievements. Lin Yi quickly calculated in his mind and immediately reached a startling conclusion. If someone could gather all 100 dungeon achievement rewards, they would receive over 500,000 attribute points, making them practically invincible. Unfortunately, up until now, no player in the entire Blue Star had managed to clear all the dungeons. As Lin Yi pondered this, a grand voice suddenly resonated in the minds of all players. Congratulations to Qi Zhan for successfully completing the level 100 dungeon challenge. As the first player to achieve this, Qi Zhan will receive an additional personal reward of 1,000 all attributes. All players from Star City who fought alongside Qi Zhan will receive a reward of 100 free attributes. Game permissions upgraded, dungeon level cap raised to level 110. Player level cap raised to level 300. All players of Blue Star, take Qi Zhan as your example, continue to strive forward. Victory will ultimately belong to us. As the announcement concluded, the world channel erupted in excitement. In an instant, nearly everyone was discussing news related to Qi Zhan. No doubt he is the #1 player in Blue Star. This is truly impressive. I'm still struggling in the level 10 dungeon, while others are tackling the level 100 dungeons. The game system finally showed some generosity. This is what it means for one person to attain enlightenment while their pets ascend as well. A total reward of 100 free attribute points means all new players in Star City are in for a treat. Did you all not notice the last part of the announcement? I wonder if this upgrade in game permissions will have any impact on us ordinary players. However, today's shock did not end here. The fervor surrounding Qi Zhan's discussions had yet to fully subside. Once again, a series of announcements exploded in everyone's minds. Congratulations to Qin Xuan for completing the level 100 dungeon challenge. Qin Xuan received an additional personal reward, all attributes 500. All players from Linen City who fought alongside Qin Xuan will receive a reward of 50 free attribute points. Blue Star's Battle Power leaderboard has been updated. Blue Star's level leaderboard has been updated. All players above level 20 can check their existing rankings on the leaderboard at any time. From now on, a new Blue Star Potential Dragon leaderboard will be introduced. This leaderboard will rank all players under level 100 based on their comprehensive battle power, with calculations made quarterly, biannually, and annually. At that time, those ranked in the top 10 will receive generous rewards. All new players are encouraged to strive for excellence and aim for a spot on the leaderboard. As the announcement ended, Lin Yi and the others saw excitement and shock reflected in each other's eyes. First and foremost was Qin Xuan, and no one expected that this top player from Linen City had already reached such heights without anyone noticing. Closely following the number 1 player in Blue Star, Qi Zhan, he became the second top player to clear the level 100 dungeon. All players from Linen City received 50 free attribute points, and just this alone made it unlikely for anyone else in Linen City to have contributed as much as he did. Additionally, there was the newly introduced Blue Star Potential Dragon leaderboard. This leaderboard was clearly opened for all new players. Without even mentioning what rewards the top 10 would receive, just the phrase being on the leaderboard was enough to ignite everyone's enthusiasm to chase after it. All of them were young people just beginning to show their potential, who wouldn't harbor the desire to compete with others. Moreover, the real-time updates of leaderboard information would allow them to clearly recognize the gap between themselves and those so-called geniuses. As the dungeon rewards were being calculated, and since there was a brief resting period, Lin Yi took the opportunity to check the leaderboard. First was the Blue Star Battle Power leaderboard, with Qi Zhan sitting at the top, followed closely by Qin Xuan. This war god of linen, who had just squeezed into the top 10 of the Battle Power leaderboard last time during the Beast Tide, had in just a few short days leaped to the second position. It made one wonder what kind of opportunities he had gone through, or whether he simply had a solid foundation waiting for the right moment to shine. As for the names that followed, Lin Yi did not recognize them. After all, he hadn't been in the profession long and rarely paid attention to this leaderboard, so it was normal for him not to have heard of these prominent figures. In any case, being ranked higher on the Battle Power leaderboard represented being among the strongest in all of Blue Star. As for Lin Yi's own ranking on this leaderboard, it was better left unmentioned. With 5 billion players in Blue Star, he suspected he was at the very bottom. The level rankings are the same, with Qi Zhan topping both lists, reaching an impressive level of 260. As for Qin Xuan, he has risen dramatically from barely breaking into the top 30 last time to 9th in the Blue Star, with a level of 251. In fact, Lin Yi was eager to ask this expert how he managed to level up. Isn't it said that the further one goes, the harder it becomes to level up? Yet there was no sign of that challenge in his case. In just a few days, he soared from level 200 to 251. While Lin Yi was still feeling proud of reaching level 20, in comparison, it was truly disheartening. In the world of the elite, we mere mortals really can't comprehend it. Lin Yi could only self-deprecate like this in the end. He then opened the leaderboard. He was most concerned about the hidden dragon list. Although it had only recently opened, the leaderboard was already filled with numerous names. Among the top 100, all of them were elite players at the maximum level of 100. At the top was an assassin named Nie Feng from Dawn City, and among the top 10, 4 were from Emperor Star City, which accounted for 1/3 of the top 100, showcasing the profound depth of this first city in the Blue Star. As for Linen City, it was far less impressive on this leaderboard, with only one person making the list, a gunner. Additionally, Lin Yi spotted a few familiar names on the list, with Luo Qi and Yi Shan making it into the top 100 million, while Huang Can had entered the top 30 million. What surprised Lin Yi the most was Xia Qingxue. If it weren't for the sudden opening of the hidden dragon list, he would have nearly forgotten about this genius girl who had just changed jobs and was taken to the inner city by the Iron Floating Tower Guild. They all changed jobs on the same day, and in such a short time Lin Yi barely made it into the top 100 million, while Xia Qingxue had already burst into the top 1 million on the hidden dragon list with her comprehensive combat power. This ranking was even significantly higher than Huang Can, who completed his job change last year. Could this be the worth of a top genius with its level affinity? In that moment, Lin Yi truly felt the vast gap between himself and those favored by the heavens. Another thing that saddened Lin Yi was that among the top 500 on the hidden dragon list, the professions were diverse, yet there was not a single archer in sight. Fortunately, I have the proficiency panel, otherwise how could I play like this? Lin Yi complained, then closed the leaderboard, taking a deep breath to calm himself. The improvements brought by the proficiency panel were visibly apparent. This was just the beginning, and with a long road ahead, Lin Yi believed that in the near future, he would not necessarily be inferior to those geniuses. At that moment, the rewards from the dungeon were finally calculated, totaling 7 level 2 treasure chests. Lin Yi and Luo Qi each took 2, while Yi Shan and the others each received 1. According to their previous agreement, all the treasure chests would be opened by Lin Yi this time. Which one should I open first? Lin Yi scanned the faces of Luo Qi and the others. Maybe leave me for last. My luck is a bit weird, and it wouldn't be good if it affected you. Luo Qi quickly shook his head, expressing his concerns. Though Lin Yi didn't understand, he respected his wish. In that case, let's start with Yishan's. Yishan was quite indifferent. I'm fine with anything. As Lin Yi took the treasure chest the moment he opened it, a green light burst forth. It was an assassin's skill book, which should easily fetch a few thousand contribution points. Lin Yi, you're quite something. Your talent is truly exceptional. Yishan, holding the skill book, felt quite satisfied. Once I sell the skill book later, I'll transfer the contribution points to you. Lin Yi nodded and proceeded to open the remaining treasure chests. However, what happened next was strange. Lin Yi opened the 2 treasure chests belonging to Chun Feng Wang Yue and himself, and remarkably 4 guaranteed items appeared in succession. In such a situation, not just the others, even Lin Yi was a bit dumbfounded. Should I keep opening? Lin Yi looked at Luo Qi uncertainly, his face filled with helplessness. Luo Qi gritted his teeth. Open. No matter what, it's better for you to open than me. Since Luo Qi said so, Lin Yi felt no psychological burden. He directly opened the first treasure chest, and it was another guaranteed item. Things were getting increasingly bizarre, and Luo Qi's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth, saying, continue. Damn, this is making me a bit nervous. Lin Yi cursed and decisively opened the last treasure chest. He was determined not to believe in misfortune, no matter how absurd Luo Qi's bad luck was. It couldn't possibly negate his own good luck trait. With a pop, the moment the box opened, a blue light suddenly burst forth. Seeing this, Lin Yi instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Luo Qi was even more stunned then. With a face full of disbelief, he exclaimed, "Ha, I never thought there would be a day when my bad luck would finally turn. Quick, let's see what it is." Lin Yi handed the treasure chest back to Luo Qi, wanting him to feel a bit involved. The chance of a level 2 treasure chest yielding a blue item was still very low, and everyone was quite curious, so they all gathered around. Luo Qi peered inside, then looked up at Lin Yi, his eyes reflecting something peculiar. Your talent is indeed something. The first good thing you opened for me happens to be this. What exactly is it? Now even Lin Yi's interest was piqued. Luo Qi didn't answer. Instead, he tossed the item directly into Lin Yi's hands. You take a look, it's definitely useful for you. Lin Yi instinctively caught it, then focused his gaze. The skill book. When he saw the name of this skill book, his face lit up with surprise. It's actually multi-arrow. Lin Yi never expected that this skill, which he had sought in vain, would finally appear in such a manner. With a tone already filled with impatience, Lin Yi directly said to Luo Qi, "Enough nonsense, how much will you sell it to me for?" Luo Qi, not being coy at this moment, thought for a moment, and said, "The conservative price for multi-arrow should be around 30,000. If we split it 70-30, you just need to give me 21,000 contribution points." Lin Yi quickly checked his balance, only to find it insufficient, and he looked at Luo Qi with some difficulty. Luo Qi instantly understood and asked, "How much do you have on you?" 15,000. Lin Yi hesitated. "How about this? Once I gather enough contribution points, we can trade then. We are comrades who fight side by side. There's no need to make it so complicated." Luo Qi waved his hand nonchalantly. "Just transfer 15,000 to me, and this skill book is yours." "That won't do." Lin Yi immediately objected. He wasn't someone who liked taking advantage of others, especially since 6,000 contribution points were not a small amount. How could he just say he wouldn't pay? Seeing his firm attitude, Luo Qi thought for a moment and said, "In that case, you can take the skill book first. As for the remaining 6,000, you can give it to me whenever you have the means." "Deal," Lin Yi said cheerfully as he transferred 1500 contribution points to Luo Qi, leaving himself with only a few hundred for emergencies. He had finally obtained the multi-arrow skill and could hardly wait to learn it. Multi-arrow, level 1, available to archers at level 10. When actively cast, all your attacks generate an additional arrow dealing 100 base damage and all attack effects. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. From the skill description, it was clear that multi-arrow was one of the core skills for archers in the early stages. The additional arrow with 100 base damage effectively doubled the attack output. This was only the effect at level 1, as the skill leveled up, both the number of additional arrows and base damage would increase. Moreover, for Lin Yi, this skill offered far greater benefits than for other archers. He had mastered the top-tier archer technique of 7 arrows in unison, and when combined with the extra arrows from multi-arrow, the enhancement was more than just a simple doubling. It was already late, and after finishing this dungeon run, everyone had planned to call it a day. But with the new skill just learned, Lin Yi couldn't resist the urge to practice. After getting everyone's consent, they started another level 2 dungeon. Inside the dungeon, Lin Yi unleashed his full power. Though his attack speed hadn't increased, activating multi-arrow boosted his shots from 21 per second to 42 per second. Crucially, multi-arrow could carry all attack effects, including critical hits and lifesteal, making it incredibly powerful. Thump, thump, thump. The bowstring vibrated continuously as a rain of arrows filled the air. Even without Luo Qi's help, Lin Yi could easily take down waves of beasts. Watching Lin Yi, Luo Qi, and the others couldn't help but exclaim, "After this, anyone who dares say archers are weak will have me to answer to. This isn't just not weak, it's ridiculously overpowered." After watching Lin Yi's performance for a while, Luo Qi joined the fray, and the monster-clearing speed increased significantly. Soon they stood before Roy once again. Without any unnecessary words, they engaged in battle immediately. Having faced him before, they handled the fight with greater ease and seamless coordination. The entire process went without a hitch. When Roy's health dropped to the last 10, Luo Qi voluntarily stopped attacking, letting Lin Yi deliver the finishing blow. They exchanged a knowing glance in silent agreement. After the dungeon, Lin Yi's proficiency rose by over 2 levels, and his own level finally broke through to 21, significantly boosting his overall strength. Race human. Class archer, F rank. Level 21, 170-007-0000. HP 1550, I 650. Mana 1090. Attack 825, 400. Defense 155, 38. Attack speed 3, 43. Range 45 meters, 5. Critical rate 5. Strength 279, 10. Agility 197, 50. Constitution 135, 20. Intelligence 109. Spirit 109. Skills Survey, Level 1 Charged Shot, Level 1 Eagle Eye, Level 1 Multi-Arrow, Level 1. Equipment: Spider Silk Armor, White Spider Silk Gloves, White Wolf Fong Pendant, Blue Return to Origin, Bow Purple Wind Shoes, Purple Azure Ring Blue. Proficiency Level 81, 2000-3000, All Stats 108, Archery 50, Attack Speed 0. 58. Unlocked affixes: Fury Shot, Green Luck, Green Armor, Pierce Green. Next came the treasure chest opening, which was straightforward. Lin Yi handled it all. This time his luck was noticeably better than before, and everyone received at least 1 green item. In the end, Lin Yi obtained 1 blue and 1 green item. The green item was a bottled beginner agility potion, which permanently increased agility by 5 points. However, each professional could only use it 30 times for a total of 150 agility points. Beginner agility potions along with other stat-enhancing potions were sold in the shop for 5 contribution points each. Undeniably expensive, but well worth the investment if one had sufficient contribution points. Without hesitation, Lin Yi used the potion immediately, as it could instantly boost combat power. The taste of the beginner agility potion was similar to iced orange juice, quite refreshing. Unfortunately, the quantity was too small, and it was gone in 1 gulp. Lin Yi smacked his lips, still wanting more, then turned his attention to the blue item. Deep Blue Wand, blue, available to mages at level 20. Attack 200, Spirit 10, Intelligence 10, Mana Recovery, Speed 50. This is a pretty good top-tier weapon for mages, Lin Yi said, tossing it to Luo Qi. Should this cover the 6,000 contribution points I owe you? Luo Qi took a close look and was immediately thrilled, but he insisted on transferring another 1,000 contribution points to Lin Yi, saying the wand was worth at least that much, if not more. Lin Yi didn't argue and accepted the points without any fuss. With this 1,000 contribution points, he was at least temporarily free from being broke. When they emerged from the dungeon, it was already past 2 in the morning. Exhausted, they agreed to meet the next evening and went their separate ways. The team had become a regular group. They were all around the same level and decent people, and Lin Yi got along well with. When he got home, his sister was already asleep. Lin Yi tiptoed to the kitchen to check and saw that she had taken her medicine as instructed. Relieved, he returned to his room to rest. The night passed without incident, and Lin Yi rose at the crack of dawn. His stomach growled loudly, and he planned to go out for breakfast. Just then Lin Shi poked her head out of the kitchen. "Brother, I've already prepared breakfast. Don't go out today. Why are you up so early? You should have slept in," Lin Yi said, startled by the sound. He hadn't expected Lin Shi to be up this early making breakfast for him. His tone unconsciously carried a hint of reproach. "You're still weak and need more rest. There's no need to waste your time on this." As soon as he said it, Lin Yi realized he had misspoken. Sure enough, Lin Shi pursed her lips and looked at him with a hurt expression. "I'm sorry, brother. I won't do it again. Xiao Shi, don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant." Lin Yi scratched his head at a loss for how to explain. He glanced into the kitchen where a steamer basket of piping hot meat buns sat on the stove, their aroma wafting. Lin Yi grabbed a bun and took a huge bite, the juices bursting in his mouth. So fragrant. So hot. It's burning me. His clumsy antics finally made Lin Shi break into a smile through her tears. Lin Yi's growth plan had not changed much. During the day, he focused primarily on soloing wild monsters to improve his proficiency. In a game apocalyptic setting, fierce beasts emerged endlessly, and the city walls could be breached at any moment. The only way to ensure survival was to keep progressing along the path of leveling up, growing stronger and stronger. Although the growth brought about by the proficiency panel was visibly evident, it still required a substantial amount of time. Lin Yi's short-term goal was to quickly boost his proficiency to level 100 and unlock the first blue attribute. So far he had unlocked 3 attributes: Furious, Shot, Good Luck, and Armor Break. Although the quality of these 3 attributes was merely green, their effects were exceptional. Lin Yi was filled with anticipation for the upcoming level 100 blue attributes. Twilight Canyon. This was a new leveling spot located more than 10 kilometers away from Linen City. The canyon was densely populated with a type of level 20 fierce beast, the one-horned viper. The reason Lin Yi chose to level up here had been carefully considered. Firstly, although the one-horned viper was highly aggressive and displayed fierce behavior, it was relatively fragile. Given Lin Yi's current output capability hunting, it was quite easy. Moreover, the Twilight Canyon was relatively far from Linen City, resulting in fewer practitioners coming here to level up, so Lin Yi did not have to worry about competing for monsters. As for the travel time, Lin Yi had taken that into account as well. For this reason, he had specifically spent 1,000 contribution points in the shop to buy return stones and positioning stones. The return stone was directly bound to Linen City. As long as he did not exceed 100 kilometers, he could teleport back at any time while in a non-combat state. The positioning stone, on the other hand, served the exact opposite purpose. It had the capability to actively set coordinates. Once a location was determined, he could teleport directly from Linen City to the destination. Lin Yi planned to set the coordinates in Twilight Canyon after arriving, so this round trip would save a considerable amount of time and the exhaustion of the journey. However, both the return stone and the teleportation stone were consumables. Although Lin Yi knew this was a necessary expense, being frugal by nature, he couldn't help but feel a pinch. With a comprehensive increase in attributes, Lin Yi's physical fitness had already surpassed that of an ordinary. After running over 10 kilometers avoiding other fierce beasts along the way, he didn't even break a sweat. As the sky began to brighten, he arrived at Twilight Canyon. A gray mist enveloped this massive canyon that stretched over 10 kilometers deep, surrounded by towering cliffs. The light struggled to penetrate, rendering the entire canyon extremely eerie and terrifying. Deep within the canyon, strange shrieks occasionally echoed, the sounds reverberating in the valley intermittent and unsettling. Lin Yi took out the positioning stone, inscribed the coordinates, then grasped the return bow cautiously, making his way into the canyon. At this early hour, Lin Yi was the only one leveling up in the entire canyon. His footsteps on the gravel made a rustling sound, breaking the silence. Before long, he spotted his first fierce beast for this trip. It was a robust, venomous snake measuring about 3 meters and 40 centimeters in length, with a triangular head and an inky body. The fleshy horn on its head looked particularly strange. At this moment, it was continuously scanning Lin Yi with its crimson vertical pupils, its forked tongue flicking in and out, producing a chilling hiss sound akin to a silent warning. One-horned viper, level 20, common fierce beast, life 12,000, defense 200, attack 1350, skill death coil. Its attributes were significantly stronger than those of the skeleton mage in the level 2 dungeon. However, with Lin Yi's current strength, as long as he did not allow it to close in for an attack, it should not pose much difficulty. Just as Lin Yi was about to take action, he was surprised to find that there was not just one-horned viper in front of him, but 2 of them intertwined. The other one was smaller, hidden below, and the 2 venomous snakes were currently making a scene difficult to describe. At this early hour, Lin Yi murmured, but he did not hesitate in his attack. As the return bow trembled, a faint white light began to shimmer on the arrow. Charging shot. Boom. At the moment the arrow was released, a noticeable shockwave rippled through the air, akin to a bullet exiting the chamber with tremendous power. 1648. 1648. 1648. 1648. In the next moment, a flurry of red numbers erupted above the 2 one-horned vipers. In less than a breath, the smaller viper fell victim to Lin Yi's arrow, while the other one was left with only a thin layer of skin. Seeing its mate ruthlessly shot down by Lin Yi, the one-horned viper's vertical pupils erupted with an intense, murderous intent, seemingly saying, "You have sealed your fate." Despite its sturdy physique, the one-horned viper was incredibly swift. Like a bolt of black lightning, it sprang forward, opening its gaping maw to bite at Lin Yi. Lin Yi naturally would not be caught off guard. He quickly retreated, while drawing back his bow, intercepting the one-horned viper midair in a posture reminiscent of looking back at the moon, ultimately shooting it down, without a doubt. Killed a level 20 common fierce beast, experience 200, proficiency 100. Killed a level 20 common fierce beast, experience 200, proficiency 100. At this rate, Lin Yi estimated that he should reach level 22 by day's end, and at the latest by tomorrow he would be able to raise his proficiency to level 100 for unlocking new passives. Continue. Lin Yi prepared to search for his next hunting target, but before leaving, he did not forget to collect the one-horned viper's horn. Each of these horns could be sold for 50 contribution points, and by accumulating them, making several thousand, or even tens of thousands of contribution points in a day was possible. As his level increased, Lin Yi realized that the places requiring expenditure were becoming more and more numerous. It was crucial to spend, otherwise if his strength lagged behind, everything would become even more difficult. Even though he believed his earning speed was already fast enough, he still could not keep up with such expenses. At this rate, I don't know how long it will take to save enough contribution points to buy a property in the inner city. Lin Yi's biggest wish at the moment was to move into the inner city with his sister and live a more stable life. The inner city was not only safer, but also hardly affected by the gray mist. Living there would be extremely beneficial for his sister's condition. However, houses in the inner city were ultimately too expensive, with every inch being precious. Even a small dwelling of 20 or 30 square meters was worth at least $1 million, making it impossible for Lin Yi to achieve this goal in the short term. Thinking of this, Lin Yi dared not slack off as the sound of bowstrings vibrating continued to echo in the canyon. Currently, it was the mating season for the one-horned vipers, and those still in the act would soon face dire consequences. Time flew by swiftly, and it was only when Lin Yi felt a pang of hunger in his stomach that he realized it was already noon. In just one morning, his proficiency had increased by 4 levels, which was quite decent. Additionally, the good luck attribute continued to work wonders, resulting in several pieces of level 20 white gear along with a beginner enhancement stone and a green quality item. Viper skin armor green wearable at level 20 increases health by 200, defense by 15, and strength by 5. This armor's attributes far surpassed that of the level 10 white spider silk armor. Lin Yi quickly donned it and immediately felt a surge of safety. I wonder if I can gather the complete set of 3 Viper series items today. The green set can trigger additional attributes, which would be quite enjoyable to use. This thought flickered briefly in his mind, but Lin Yi didn't dwell on it further. He decided to find a place to have. Only after eating to his fill would he have the strength to deal with those vile unicorn vipers, especially since they flaunted their affection in front of him, a single dog. For lunch, he had the heartfelt bento that Lin Yi had specially prepared for him. With a space-wrapping freshness-locking feature, the bento still looked steaming hot and appetizing despite being left overnight. Lin Yi couldn't wait to dig in, devouring it ravenously. Satisfied, he patted his belly and thought if Xiaoxi doesn't successfully change her profession in the future, her cooking skills would still do well opening a restaurant in the inner city. After putting away the bento box, Lin Yi prepared to take a few minutes to rest in place and relax his tense nerves. Suddenly, several messages popped up on the game system indicating that the promised share from Yishan and the others had arrived. Though it was only 30%, the total contribution points added up to nearly 8,000. Despite previously claiming he didn't want it, Lin Yi still found it quite appealing once it was in his hands. He was in great need of money at the moment, and with this influx of funds his finances were at least a bit more relaxed. He decided to list some items for trade to free up enough space, then set off again to seek out the unicorn vipers. As afternoon approached, more and more adventurers began to arrive at the Twilight Canyon to level up. Thankfully, this place was large enough and the viper spawn rate was fast during the breeding season, so there was no need to compete with others. However, it was rare for someone to level up alone, and with Lin Yi's exaggerated drop rate of gear, it was inevitable that he would attract the attention of some opportunists. Sure enough, a few oblivious individuals surrounded Lin Yi, preparing to cause trouble. Under the guise of forming a team, they intended to lead him to a secluded area to coerce him. But Lin Yi was no fool and decisively refused. The leader of the group instantly became furious and seized the opportunity to act, saying, "Hey kid, if you don't want to listen to reason, don't push your luck." Lin Yi was really too lazy to listen to this person's nonsense and swiftly drew his bow to shoot. Poof, poof, poof. As the arrows were unleashed, Lin Yi's attack speed reached its peak, and a rain of arrows descended upon the group like locusts. They never expected Lin Yi to be the kind of person who would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Caught off guard, they had no time to retaliate, and were all shot down on the spot. Nearby adventurers witnessing this scene instinctively moved farther away from Lin Yi, their gazes filled with a hint of fear. Indeed, those who dared to venture out alone to level up must possess some skills. Even if he appeared to be a weak, "You have slain a level 20 thief." Several kill notifications appeared, and Lin Yi's experience bar surged significantly. "If anyone dares to provoke me again, I'll kill them all." A sense of inexplicable brutality surged within him, startling Lin Yi with his own thoughts. Taking a deep breath several times, he managed to suppress this murderous intent. While Lin Yi was certainly unyielding towards those who caused trouble, he did not wish to become a bloodthirsty man. Moreover, frequent killing would also lead to a red name. Those with red names would be placed on the wanted list, and if other adventurers killed those on the list, they would not only avoid punishment, but also receive substantial rewards from the game system. Thus, even though it was known that killing granted more experience, very few would take such risks. That said, although his mood had been significantly dampened by those troublemakers after this incident, there were hardly any players nearby, allowing Lin Yi to dominate an entire area and unleash his full potential. Just as well, he was no longer satisfied with the current hunting efficiency and planned to do something grander. Taking advantage of the fewer players now, he aimed to lure in more vipers at once, then use multi-arrow to quickly clear the area, which would likely improve his efficiency considerably. With that thought in mind, Lin Yi went ahead and bought a few more large red potions just to be safe before setting his plan into action. At this moment, many vipers had respawned nearby. Lin Yi simply entered their alert range to wake them, then quickly moved to lure the next one. In just a few minutes, a dozen unicorn vipers gathered behind Lin Yi. These vipers opened their massive jaws, moving like lightning. Any slight mistake on Lin Yi's part would result in him being surrounded and devoured. Seeing that the time was right, Lin Yi quickly jumped onto a large tree. Utilizing the advantage of terrain, the multi-arrow effect activated, unleashing a tempest of arrows for a continuous 30 seconds, raining down upon the unicorn vipers below. Poof, poof, poof. The dull thuds of arrows piercing flesh echoed throughout the canyon. Large red numbers floated before Lin Yi's eyes, and blood splattered everywhere. Many unicorn vipers fell beneath Lin Yi's arrows, and his proficiency increased rapidly, climbing significantly within a short time. Despite the occasional unicorn viper managing to close in, Lin Yi could rely on the lifesteal attribute of his bow to absorb damage, not to mention he had plenty of high-grade healing potions prepared to keep his health above a safe threshold. Before long, all the dozen unicorn vipers were slain by Lin Yi, and the duration of the multi-arrow had not even expired. Lin Yi swiftly jumped down from several meters high in the tree, efficiently collecting all the meat horns before repeating the process to initiate the next wave. After a few experiences, Lin Yi's rhythm of luring monsters became even smoother, and he could sometimes achieve a complete run without taking any damage. Time ticked away as Lin Yi immersed himself in this frenzied hunting atmosphere. By the end of the afternoon, his proficiency reached level 93, and his level successfully increased to 22, greatly enhancing all attributes. Among them, the most noticeable improvement was in attack speed, which had now reached 399, just a hair's breadth away from breaking the 4.0 mark. The proficiency panel can indeed provide some attack speed bonuses, so Lin Yi decided to allocate his free attributes according to the principle of 3 strength and 2 agility, believing this would make his growth more balanced. As for his constitution, Lin Yi felt it could wait for now, as the bonuses from the proficiency panel were more than sufficient. Taking advantage of the moment, after clearing a wave of horned vipers, he took a breath. After all, he was merely a flesh and blood being. Despite his health points appearing sound, prolonged intense combat would still leave him feeling weary both physically and mentally. Finding a safe spot, Lin Yi took a sip of water and checked the loot from the afternoon. Fortune was indeed still favoring him, as his bag was neatly filled with over 10 pieces of level 20 white gear. Calculating at least 1,500 contribution points per piece, the total value here conservatively exceeded 20,000. Additionally, there were several pieces of green gear, and after excluding the unusable ones, Lin Yi successfully gathered the Viper 3-piece set. Viper gloves green, wearable at level 20, 200 health, 10 defense, 5 strength. Viper shoulder armor green, wearable at level 20, 200 health, 10 defense, 5 constitution. Coupled with the previously acquired Viper leather armor, it perfectly triggered the set bonus. Viper set green, 200 health, 10 defense. Although it was merely a green set with limited bonuses, Lin Yi took advantage of the free attributes, leading to an increase in his health and defense. The sky was darkening. After clearing 2 more waves, he planned to return to town. After a brief rest, Lin Yi felt his condition improving. Originally, he wanted to secure another kill before nightfall, when he suddenly heard a cacophony of sounds ahead. Various colored skill lights suddenly erupted deep within the dim canyon, accompanied by a violent shaking that nearly made Lin Yi mistake it for an earthquake. Only when the cries of battle grew more pronounced did Lin Yi realize something was amiss. At this moment, several young adventurers came rushing from ahead. They wore expressions of panic, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Before Lin Yi could comprehend the situation, one of them shouted at him, "A fallen has appeared ahead. Are you waiting? Fallen?" The moment Lin Yi heard this term, his hair stood on end instinctively. In this world, the fallen were almost synonymous with evil. They lurked in the gray mist, relishing in hunting adventurers, and were feared like the plague. However, few knew the true origins of the fallen. Most adventurers only recognized that these beings bore a striking resemblance to humans, but were incredibly cruel and merciless, with slaughter seeming to be an instinct deeply ingrained in them. The fallen were not afraid of the gray mist, using it as a source of power, and within the mist-shrouded world they held absolute dominance. In fact, most fallen possessed terrifying intelligence, infiltrating human cities where they were nearly indistinguishable, causing massive chaos throughout history. It could be said that since the game descended, aside from ferocious beasts, the fallen posed the greatest threat to humanity. Lin Yi had never seen a fallen, and all he knew about them was hearsay. Upon hearing the news of the fallen, curiosity stirred within him, but his survival instincts screamed at him. Run. He had to run quickly. The farther he ran, the better. He needed to buy time to activate a return stone and escape back to Linen City. Lin Yi instinctively began to flee with the crowd ahead, when suddenly a figure sped past him from behind. It was a tall young man clad in a black mage robe whose appearance was almost indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human save for the strange purple hue of his pupils revealing his uniqueness. A fallen. Kik. None of you will escape. Die. You all deserve to die. The fallen's features twisted and he laughed maniacally, seemingly having completely lost his sanity. The magic crystal staff in his hand was now aimed at the crowd below, emanating a terrifying wave of magical energy. As the fallen began to chant quickly, an overwhelming pressure swept through the area, causing some weaker-minded individuals to turn pale and kneel on the ground. Lin Yi felt equally distressed, his heart feeling as though it was gripped tightly by a giant hand on the verge of exploding. At this moment, he could only rely on a strong will to survive, gritting his teeth to hold on. Shadow Devour. Just then the fallen completed his incantation, and with a blinding burst of black energy from the magic crystal staff, a massive shadowy veil descended upon the crowd. Shadow Devour, one of the core skills of high-level shadow mages. Once trapped within that shadowy veil, the target would gradually lose their senses and ultimately be completely devoured. Including Lin Yi, all present were merely adventurers of level 20 or so, facing a fallen, especially one as terrifying as a high-level shadow mage, utterly defenseless. In an instant, everyone was ensnared by the shadowy veil. Within the veil, a strange power incessantly eroded their consciousness. Lin Yi saw with his own eyes that nearby the expression of one adventurer quickly turned dull, completely giving up on the struggle. What was even more terrifying was that his body began to melt away like a candle, ultimately becoming a pool of blood that seeped into the veil. As time passed, more and more adventurers began to die. Lin Yi also felt his consciousness growing fuzzy. Had it not been for the multiple bites to his tongue, the intense pain, and the taste of blood in his mouth constantly stimulating his brain, he might have already succumbed. But if this continued, he would inevitably meet a dead end. As the number of deaths increased, the power of the shadowy veil grew stronger, beginning to tighten. Could it be? This is my place of burial. Lin Yi felt unwilling. He did not wish to die. What would happen to Xiaoxi if he were gone? However, there was no way to break the deadlock now. At this moment, a strong dizziness surged in his mind, making it difficult for him to tell where he was, and he forgot what he was supposed to do. Just then a tearing sound erupted in everyone's ears, instantly pulling their consciousness back from the brink. Immediately Lin Yi felt a dazzling light appear above him. He instinctively shielded his eyes, and then looked toward the source through his fingers. He saw that the shadowy veil that had enveloped everyone had now been torn open, as if sliced by a sharp blade, and the brilliant light just now emanated from that opening. Through the crack, a towering figure dressed in black wolf armor could be vaguely seen, currently holding a dragon-patterned spear suspended in the air. The man's gaze was fixed ahead, his eyes filled with disdain, and he bellowed in a deep voice, "Scum in the gutters, take another spear from me." The sounds of battle above did not last long. After a violent fluctuation, everything fell silent. Just as Lin Yi and the others were still worrying about the outcome, the shadowy veil above suddenly began to swiftly peel away, eventually vanishing into the earth. I'm not dead. We are saved. It's the wolf armor guards of the iron floating tower. That nobleman just now saved us. After a brief moment of shock, the crowd that had escaped death began to cheer. Lin Yi also let out a heavy sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Since his class change, this was the most deadly crisis he had encountered. Even when he was forced into the secret realm by Zhao Kai and others last time, he had never felt as desperate as he did today. The fallen, that suffocating sense of power still lingered in Lin Yi's mind. However, was this a mere coincidence, or was there another reason behind it? The fallen and the wolf armor guards unexpectedly appeared simultaneously in this leveling area near the city. Before Lin Yi could ponder further, the important figure from the wolf armor guards was already walking towards them. The dragon-patterned spear in his hand gleamed brilliantly under the sunset. Blood still dripped from the spear tip, and with his imposing black armor, he exuded an overwhelming aura. "May I ask your esteemed name? I will never forget your life-saving grace. We are immensely grateful." Someone mustered the courage to step forward and inquire, but the man did not respond. Under the black mask, his gaze appeared somewhat grave as he scanned the crowd. His deep voice slowly pronounced, "This place is not suitable for lingering. If there are no other urgent matters, you should all return to the city swiftly." "Noble sir, is something wrong?" Someone detected the unusual tone in his words and hurriedly asked. This time the man did not conceal anything and directly revealed a shocking truth. "Perhaps tonight a massive beast tide will attack Linen City. You should prepare yourselves in advance." Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. While Lin Yi was worried, he also had many questions. Why was it another beast tide? According to past conventions, there should typically be at least a half-month interval between two beast tides. However, it seemed that only a few days had passed since the last beast tide ended. Oh, what was going on? All the anomalies left no room for Lin Yi not to think further. Coupled with the appearance of the Fallen and the wolf armor guards, Lin Yi almost instinctively blurted out, "Noble sir, may I dare to ask whether this beast tide is related to the Fallen?" My. The man looked somewhat surprised at this remark and took a special glance at Lin Yi, but did not delve deeper into the topic. There is some connection, but for now it's just my speculation. I remind you all once more, I hope my words do not come true. The figure from the wolf armor guards clearly had other matters to attend to. After speaking, he did not linger, but was lifted by an invisible force flying directly into the sky. Since this noble sir has said so, I suspect the matter is nearly settled. Everyone take care tonight. May we gather again after the beast tide passes. All were heavy-hearted, and after exchanging greetings with familiar faces, they hurriedly returned home. After hearing this news, Lin Yi felt equally despondent. At the same time, he was also worried about Xiao Shi and decided without hesitation to teleport back to the city. A few seconds later, with a flash of white light, he disappeared into the Twilight Canyon. After soaking in the spring water, Lin Yi walked directly home. As the sky darkened, night began to fall. The streetlights along the road gradually lit up, casting a hazy glow in the gray mist. From a distance, the rich aroma of food wafted out from the window, and the sounds of family gathering and laughter came from the house, creating a peaceful scene. Perhaps at this moment, the vast majority of ordinary people still did not know what they would face tonight. Lin Yi walked down the street feeling particularly heavy-hearted. Although he also thought it unlikely, he couldn't help but pray silently, "I hope nothing happens tonight." Upon returning home, Lin Yi saw his sister busy in the kitchen. "Xiao Shi, I'll help you." Lin Shi looked up, surprise flashing in her eyes. "Go, why are you back so early today?" Lin Yi first went to wash his hands and, raising his head with a smile, said, "I just wanted to come back early to see you. By the way, what delicious food are we having tonight?" "All your favorite dishes: boiled fish slices and stir-fried potato shreds." Lin Shi tucked away the loose strands of hair from her forehead. "Good, you can cut the potato shreds. Remember to soak them in water, otherwise they'll stick to the pan when stir-frying." "Got it." Although Lin Yi wasn't very skilled at cooking, his knife skills were still decent. He first peeled and washed the potatoes, then sliced them. Using the back of the knife, he crushed the potato slices, and finally, with a swift motion, he cut the potato shreds evenly. As the rich aroma wafted from the kitchen, the siblings finally sat down for dinner. During the meal, Lin Yi did not bring up the topic of the beast tide, wishing not to worry his sister too much. However, having relied on each other for many years, how could Lin Shi not notice his every move? After finishing the meal, she casually asked, "Do you seem to have something on your mind today?" Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then replied, "What could I have on my mind? You are just a child, don't overthink it. By the way, take a rest, and don't forget to take your medicine. I'll wash the dishes." "Aren't you going out tonight?" Lin Shi looked at him puzzled. "Not going out tonight. I won't go anywhere. I'll stay at home and keep you company." Not wanting to take any chances, Lin Yi was worried about what Xiao Shi would do if the beast tide suddenly struck while he was in a dungeon, so he decided not to go. Staying obediently at home was best. If the beast tide didn't come, it would be for the best, and if it did, at least there would be someone to rely on. Compared to his sister, he felt that delaying a bit of leveling was not a big deal. Lin Yi's unusual behavior puzzled Lin Shi, but she was very well behaved and did not pry further since he didn't say anything. After tidying up the table, the siblings stayed in the living room for a while. Lin Shi, being weak, soon felt sleepy. After taking her medicine, she returned to her room to rest. Lin Yi also returned to his room. With such a heavy burden on his heart, even if there were no pressing matters, he could not sleep at this hour. After a moment's thought, he sent a message to each of Luo Qi and the others. The content of the message was the same. Besides canceling tonight's agreement, he informed them of everything he knew so they could prepare in advance. Times have changed. They were now all over level 20 professionals. If a beast tide occurred, they had the duty to man the city walls, and even to fight outside the city when necessary. The more preparations made, the greater the chance of survival. The beast tide is not a casual feast, nor can it be dealt with by a few individuals teaming up to play around. In the face of such a natural disaster, unless one is a top-tier figure like Qi Zhan or Qin Chuan, personal strength ultimately appears too feeble, and no one can guarantee their own safety. Although there are tall figures to shoulder the burden when the sky falls, newcomers like them generally do not take on overly arduous tasks when the beast tide arrives, yet they still cannot afford to be careless. That important figure in the Wolf Armor Guard has stated that once the beast tide appears tonight, it will be a large-scale beast tide. What scale qualifies as a large beast tide is currently unknown to Lin Yi, but he at least understands that it will certainly not be as simple as the previous level 1 beast tide. Once the scale of the beast tide reaches a level capable of destroying cities, it will be an unimaginable catastrophe for the entire Linen City. Not long after Lin Yi sent out the news, Luo Qi quickly replied with a voice message, "Brother, I reckon this matter is almost certain. I also noticed some anomalies in certain areas today and intended to tell you, but I didn't expect you to mention it first. In such a situation, it is indeed inappropriate to continue with dungeon runs. We should all prepare early just in case. Additionally, I am currently with Yishan and the others at No. 37, Chongqing Street. Would you like to come over? In case anything happens, we can look out for each other." After considering Luo Qi's proposal, Lin Yi ultimately decided to decline. In the face of the beast tide, whether to group up is actually of little significance. Either Linen City holds firm and everyone is safe, or it completely falls. When that time comes, most people will only have a dead end. Moreover, Lin Yi cannot possibly leave his sister behind for other places. When the beast tide arrives, he must guard this home well. "Brother, I won't go to Chongqing Street. Take care of yourselves, and we will gather again after the beast tide." "Alright, we'll meet then." After ending the conversation with Luo Qi, Lin Yi turned his attention to the trading channel. Earlier during dinner, he had listed all the equipment he obtained today. In just over an hour, except for 2 worthless white items, everything else had been sold. After deducting the handling fees, Lin Yi received exactly 40,000 contribution points, and along with his previous savings, his account balance was close to 60,000. In addition, he still had 3 low-grade enhancement stones, but unfortunately, he couldn't contact Huang Qin for the time being, so he had to give up. Looking at the balance in his hand, Lin Yi decided to indulge himself this time. With the impending battle, keeping contribution points would not serve any purpose. It would be better to convert all of it into immediate combat power for a greater assurance. However, figuring out how to spend it was another dilemma. 60,000 contribution points seemed like a lot, but in reality, it wasn't nearly enough. In the trading channel, even a decent piece of equipment or skill book costs tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. He could only covet them without any hope of purchase. Ultimately, Lin Yi decided to keep a small amount of contribution points for supplies, converting the rest into attribute potions. Attribute potions can permanently enhance one's attributes, and when unsure of what to buy, this choice is never wrong. The basic potions priced at 5,000 each in the shop are too expensive. Lin Yi thought about trying to gather more through the trading channel. There are usage limits on attribute potions at various levels. Those who have extras will naturally sell them, which is always more cost-effective than the greedy shop. Perhaps luck was on his side. Lin Yi quickly contacted a seller. After a round of intense bargaining, he managed to buy 8 bottles each of low-grade agility and strength potions at the low price of 3,500 per bottle. Contribution points, 56,000. Looking at the dwindling balance in his account, Lin Yi felt a pang of regret, but ultimately turned his sorrow into appetite, consuming all 16 bottles of potions in one go. The fruity flavor is rich and not bad. Power 40. Agility 40. Basic attack power surged by 120 points instantly, and attack speed increased by 0. For reaching a total attack speed of 439, finally breaking through the 4.0 bottleneck. Upon seeing the noticeable gain feedback, Lin Yi's mood improved significantly. In fact, attribute values not only manifest as direct gains in panel data, but also subtly influence the physical condition of the practitioner. Lin Yi had sensed this quite early on. Ever since becoming a practitioner, his entire physical capabilities seemed to be gradually evolving towards a superhuman state. However, thinking about it, this should be expected, as practitioners appear no different from superhumans in the eyes of ordinary people. Unfortunately, my proficiency is still far from reaching level 100, otherwise unlocking the blue attributes would surely help in the upcoming crises. A sense of immense crisis loomed in his heart, making the time pass excruciatingly slowly tonight. Lin Yi lay on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to rest well. It wasn't until he heard his sisters even breathing from the next room that he gradually felt a bit drowsy. Not sure what time it was, in a hazy state, Lin Yi suddenly heard a series of sharp alarms ringing throughout the city. The alarms sounded fast and urgent, abruptly waking everyone in Linen City from their peaceful slumber. Lin Yi sprang up from his bed, instinctively grabbing the nearby Guiyuan Bao and heading outside. At that moment, Linen City was enveloped in a massive red glow, becoming particularly eye-catching in the vast darkness of the night. Outside, the city mist surged, and from afar countless pairs of eyes were fixated on this solitary city, gradually revealing a fierce aura. Lights began to illuminate one after another, and neighbors rushed into the streets, their faces filled with fear as they exchanged worried glances. No one knew what was happening, but an inexplicable unease lingered in everyone's hearts. After ringing several times, the alarm suddenly stopped, and everything fell eerily silent, akin to the brief calm before a storm. As time ticked away, just when everyone felt anxious, a tremendous noise suddenly surged toward Linen City from all directions. Everyone felt an illusion of the earth shaking and the mountains swaying, as if thousands of iron hooves were simultaneously trampling the ground, sweeping toward Linen City with a destructive momentum. Warning! Linen City is under attack by the Beast Tide. This Beast Tide has reached level 4, and Linen City is in danger of being destroyed. All nearby players are urged to assist immediately. In a shared human destiny, we cannot abandon any of our fellow beings in the face of disaster. To resist this Beast Tide, the system will temporarily open the teleportation pathways to surrounding cities of Linen City. All teleportations will be free until the Beast Tide is repelled. The following system tasks are now released. 1. Players not from Linen City who participate in this battle will receive basic rewards according to their levels, with a minimum of 10,000 contribution points. 2. Rewards will be calculated based on the level and grade of the ferocious beasts killed. 3. The spoils of this battle belong to all players. After repelling the Beast Tide, rewards will be distributed based on individual contributions, and those in the top 10,000 in contributions will receive additional system rewards. A level 4 Beast Tide. The moment the system announcement appeared, Lin Yi finally learned the scale of the Beast Tide besieging the city, and his expression turned exceptionally grave. As everyone knew, with each escalation in the Beast Tide's level, the extent of devastation multiplied geometrically. A level 4 Beast Tide was also known as a city-destroying Beast Tide. This meant that under the assault of such a scale, Linen City could be annihilated at any moment. Otherwise, if the city had the capability to counter it like last time, the system would not have issued such a warning. Greater rewards also signified greater peril. In the history of Linen City, Beast Tides surpassing level 4 were rare. Each occurrence was a harrowing struggle for survival, resulting in devastating losses. Particularly during that unprecedented level 7 Beast Tide years ago, nearly all top-tier powerhouses perished. This caused a severe generational gap in Linen City's core strength, plummeting it from one of the top 3 main cities to its current lowly rank overnight. The Beast Tide has arrived. All professionals above level 100 follow me out of the city to engage. Those below level 100 ascend the city walls and await orders. As soon as the system announcement ended, the voice of Qin Chuan, the leader of Iron Bloodguard and the foremost figure in linen, thundered over the city. His tone was urgent, devoid of any motivational rhetoric, issuing the most direct commands from the start. Lin Yi looked up at the distant city walls and was about to head there when he heard Lin Zai's voice behind him. "Brother, come back safely." Lin Yi paused, turned to Lin Shi and grinned. "I will. Stay home and wait for me." Lin Shi nodded, watching his retreating figure, her hands clenching tightly. Neither sibling noticed that in the shadows of the street corner a pair of venomous eyes had been watching for a long. "Lin Yi, I will repay the pain you made me suffer 1,000-fold." As Lin Yi stepped onto the city wall, before he could glance at the scene outside, a wolf armor guard appeared before him. "What class?" "Level 22 archer," Lin Yi replied swiftly. The wolf armor guard pointed to a nearby turret. "Perfect position 34, still has space. Go there, don't worry about anything else, just close your eyes and shoot arrows outward." "Close your eyes and shoot." What the hell? The order sounded hasty and absurd. Puzzled, Lin Yi climbed into the turret and instantly understood the wolf armor guard's meaning. A rumbling sound drew nearer, and the earth seemed to tremble. Looking out from the turret, gray mist shrouded the heavens and the earth. Within the mist, a dense horde of ferocious beasts filled the entire field of vision, charging toward Linen City. How many were there? Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands? Or even more? It seemed endless, with no end in sight. Anyone facing a Beast Tide of this magnitude would inevitably be consumed by despair. This was no longer a Beast Tide, but a beast ocean, a terrifying ocean of beasts. At such density, there was no need to consider accuracy, or just as the wolf armor guard said, one could hit them even with eyes closed. As for how many he could kill, or how much effect he could have, it was all left to fate. Lin Yi swallowed hard, his lips and tongue parched. A cacophony of voices snapped him back to reality. "Someone cover my spot, all my skills are on cooldown. Support, give me a mana regen buff quick. There's an elite in the northwest, everyone focus fire." The turret could hold over 100 professionals, all desperately attacking the Beast Tide. Before Lin Yi could react, a mage shouted at him, "Newbie, stop gawking and cover my spot." Lin Yi instinctively raised his Guiyuan bow to take the position, but the man froze. "An archer. Fine, just hold on a bit, my cooldown will be up soon." Though not malicious, the word stung. But Lin Yi was used to it, and given the situation, he didn't bother arguing. He approached the firing port, gazed at the dense wave of beasts below, took a deep breath, and drew the Guiyuan bow, with both hands firing with all his might. Twang, twang, twang. The crisp sound of the bowstring vibrating echoed through the turret like a percussion instrument. In the next moment, arrows rained down like a torrent on the beasts below. Lin Yi's attack speed now exceeded 4.0, meaning he could fire 4 volleys per second. Coupled with his mastery of the 7 arrows simultaneous technique, a highly advanced archery skill. Leaving aside damage, the visual effect alone was astonishing. Yet Lin Yi felt it was far from enough. The next moment, He activated the multi-arrow effect lasting 30 seconds, doubling the number of arrows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More arrows flew from the firing port, piercing the air with sharp whistles into the swarm below. Under the intense firepower, beast after beast fell, clearing a small patch in an instant. Though the empty space was quickly filled by the ceaseless tide, that brief brilliance caught the attention of many, especially the other professionals in the same turret, who now looked at Lin Yi with profound surprise. The mage who had treated Lin Yi as a substitute earlier now wished he could take back his words. After witnessing Lin Yi's lethality, he dared not ask for his spot back even when his cooldowns ended. He obediently waited behind Lin Yi, becoming the substitute himself. Boss, you're insane. Let me. A support player seeing this assumed Lin Yi was a veteran who had long since changed classes, eagerly rushing over to grant him enhancements. Lin Yi naturally didn't refuse. Skip the mana regen buff, give me everything else. Got it. The support immediately complied, waves of skill energy radiating from him. Zhang Fan has bestowed attack light upon you, base attack 20. Zhang Fan has bestowed defense light upon you, total defense 20. Zhang Fan has bestowed healing light upon you, health recovery 100. Zhang Fan has bestowed skill light upon you, all skill cooldowns 50. With the full set of enhancements, Lin Yi's state peaked. The 50 cooldown reduction was especially impactful. It reduced multi-arrows cooldown from 5 minutes to 2.5 minutes. And with a 30-second duration, there was only a 2-minute gap, greatly improving output rhythm. Lin Yi cast an appreciative glance at Zhang Fan and said instinctively, good work. Receiving the boss approval, Zhang Fan scratched his head sheepishly. I didn't really do much. I'm all set here. If there's a need, I'll call for you. You go assist the others with buffs. Lin Yi said, then disregarded Zhang Fan, focusing all his attention on shooting downwards again and again. His hands moved so quickly, they nearly left after images. The Guiyuan Bao buzzed incessantly, pouring down firepower as much as possible. With each kill, in addition to experience points and proficiency, there were also contribution points awarded by the game system. An ordinary fierce beast was worth at least 100 contribution points. Just now Lin Yi had earned at least a few thousand. Despite such abundant gains, he felt no joy whatsoever. As time passed, the fierce beasts at the rear began to noticeably level up. Around the city walls, beasts of level 20 and even over level 30 had started to appear. Especially these fierce beasts seemed endless, dying in waves, but never decreasing in number. Rather, there was a trend of them increasing. Anyone facing such a situation would inevitably fall into despair. Besides that, Lin Yi noticed something rather strange. These fierce beasts attacking the city were vastly different from the usual. They acted like some programmed entity, completely unafraid of death, charging recklessly towards the city walls. It seemed as if they had a determination of not turning back until the city was breached. After several rounds, those defending the walls truly found it unbearable. If not for Qin Chuan leading the majority of level 100 professionals in a battle against the high-level fierce beasts, and the wolf armor guards splitting up to provide support across the battlefield, the situation would undoubtedly be even more dire. Even so, many areas had already seen fierce beasts starting to climb the city walls, and the battle had suddenly entered a brutal melee phase. At this moment, it had barely been half an hour since the beast tide began its assault. One can only imagine how perilous the long night would be, making it hard to see any hope. Time passed second by second, 1 hour, 2 hours. The long hours of frequent bow actions had severely drained Lin Yi's stamina. His hands felt as heavy as if filled with lead, and every shot became exceedingly difficult. Especially facing such an almost despairing situation, the layers of pressure made him feel as if each day stretched on for years. Every second felt excruciatingly long and torturous. Inside the artillery tower, the others were not faring much better. Each of them wore pale faces and looked numb. They were sustaining themselves purely on instinct. It wasn't until a squad of wolf armor guards arrived in time that the situation improved slightly. I am Feng Yuan of the wolf armor guards. Everyone listen to my command. Ranged professionals hold the artillery tower for fire suppression, while other melee professionals follow me out of the city to meet the enemy. Kill. Kill. Under the leadership of the wolf armor guards, everyone first focused their fire on the fierce beasts on the city walls, then pushed the front line forward by 30 meters, temporarily alleviating the pressure on the walls. Seeing this scene, everyone seemed to regain their confidence. Inside the artillery tower, various skills shone brightly again, with fireball spells, wind blades, and lightning spells continuously raining down into the beast tide, attempting to relieve the pressure on the teams below. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, called Zhang Fan to apply buffs again, and then, enduring the immense pain in his arms, began to shoot downwards frantically once more. Under the beast tide, one person's strength might be limited, but if everyone could unite as one, they could gradually become an unstoppable force. One by one, fierce beasts fell beneath Lin Yi's arrows. His proficiency was rapidly increasing. Proficiency has risen to level 97. All attributes 2, attack speed 0. 02. Proficiency has risen to level 98. All attributes 2, attack speed 0. 02. Proficiency has risen to level 99. As golden notifications continued to appear, Lin's eyes gradually sparkled with brilliance. Proficiency was about to reach level 100, soon unlocking the first blue attribute. Unlocking the attribute might not change the situation drastically, but it would at least make him stronger than he was now, giving him the capability to slay more fierce beasts. For every fierce beast slain, the odds of victory increased. All range professionals, heed my command. At 10 o'clock northwest, multiple battle axe beasts have appeared. Focus fire to take them down first. Just then Fang Yuan's shout came from below. Lin Yi looked in the direction he indicated. He immediately spotted several unusually large fierce beasts mingling in the tide, advancing towards the city walls. These fierce beasts were at least 30 meters tall, emanating a fierce aura. The battle axe beast, an elite fierce beast that only appears during beast tides, was specifically born for attacking cities. Once battle axe beasts appeared in the tide, it meant that this beast tide had entered its most intense phase. Battle axe beasts have high defense and thick health with incredible destructive power. If they approached the city walls or gates, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, they weren't without weaknesses. Battle axe beasts moved extremely slowly, and it took them a long time to approach the city walls, which provided an opportunity for the defenders to kill them. Under Fang Yuan's command, nearby professionals began to focus their fire on the battle axe beasts. In no time, all skills were being unleashed upon them. Just when they finally killed a battle axe beast, people hadn't even had time to catch their breath before the situation. One by one, battle axe beasts began to appear from various directions, and their numbers were increasing. As firepower was spread thin, killing them became even more difficult, seemingly allowing them to approach unimpeded. Once the city walls were destroyed, the situation would surely collapse completely, making all their efforts in vain. Damn it, these guys are too far away from me to hit. Lin Yi had the armor break, a tribute which was precisely a nemesis for such high defense fierce beasts. However, the current dilemma was that his attack range was insufficient. His arrows couldn't reach the battle axe beasts, rendering them ineffective. Faced with such a situation, Lin Yi was truly anxious. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted Fang Yuan battling below. His expression shifted, and summoning all his strength, he shouted, "Leader Fang, my attack has armor break effects. Draw the battle axe beasts over here." The battlefield was too chaotic. Lin Yi shouted repeatedly until his throat was sore, and only then did Fang Yuan respond. Across a distance of several dozen meters, their eyes finally met. Though he had little hope for Lin Yi, Fang Yuan could only try anything at this point, starting to take action. Everyone pay attention. Attack while retreating. Draw the battle axe beasts to the vicinity of Tower 30. Under Fang Yuan's command, several shield guards stepped forward in turns to control the aggro, and finally, after a few minutes, the first battle axe beast appeared within Lin Yi's range. "That's enough," Lin Yi shouted, immediately drawing his bow. With a flurry of arrows, the 6 layers of armor-piercing effects were instantly stacked. A massive golden emblem appeared above the head of the battle axe beast, indicating a defense reduction of 30. Without Lin Yi needing to say much, everyone immediately realized that their damage output had significantly increased. Fang Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, his attacks growing fiercer, and he couldn't help but shout towards the cannon tower, "Well done." It didn't take long for the battle axe beast to collapse under the onslaught of the crowd. During this time, Lin Yi also participated in the attack, but unfortunately, even with the maximum armor-piercing effect, his damage to the battle axe beast was limited, leaving him no chance to claim the kill. Otherwise, a large amount of experience would have been credited, allowing Lin Yi to unlock the skill instantly. It was a bit regretful, but Lin Yi didn't dwell on it, and shouted loudly to Fang Yuan, "Continue." There were still many battle axe beasts below, and if they didn't speed up, they wouldn't be able to clear them all. Seeing the plan was feasible, Lin Yi didn't even need to say anything. Fang Yuan had already started taking action. One by one, the battle axe beasts were lured near Cannon Tower No. 34. Once Lin Yi applied the armor-piercing effect, everyone began to focus their fire. Approximately half an hour later, there were few battle axe beasts left in the vicinity, and the situation finally stabilized again. However, Lin Yi had no time to catch his breath. Fang Yuan's voice came from below, "We can handle this ourselves. If possible, you should go help others." Standing high, Lin Yi had a better view than others, and had already noticed that many battle axe beasts were also gathering near other cannon towers, and the situation was quite urgent. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's suggestion, he agreed without a second thought. "Big guy, let me buff you up before you go." As soon as Lin Yi moved, Zhang Fan immediately followed behind. After a set of skills, all the buffs refreshed. "Thanks," Lin Yi nodded at him. Zhang Fan scratched his head, saying, "It's nothing, just take care." Exiting from Cannon Tower No. 34, Lin Yi sprinted along the city walls, the strong smell of blood wafting through the air, wildly stimulating his nerves. Not long after Lin Yi arrived at the nearest cannon tower No. 35. Everyone at Cannon Tower No. 35 had witnessed his previous performance and were thus invigorated. Brother, I'm counting on you. These beasts have tough hides and thick meat. Without the armor-piercing effect, we can't deal any damage. Now that you're here, the doomsday for these beasts has arrived. Lin Yi said, nothing directly moving to the shooting point to take aim. He was not greedy for damage, only responsible for applying the armor-piercing effect to the battle axe beasts below in turn. Once the area was mostly cleared, he quickly rushed to the next location for support. The front line was too long and battle axe beasts were appearing simultaneously in many places. Lin Yi alone couldn't handle it all and could only do his best. Everything had been going smoothly until an accident occurred as he rushed to Cannon Tower No. 50. A giant beast resembling a hawk flew over Lin Yi's head. In the next moment, those crimson eyes filled with a fierce aura locked onto Lin Yi's position. Not good. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and almost instinctively he dove to the side. Crack! A tremendous sound echoed as a terrifying shadow swooped down, and the massive claws swept past Lin Yi, leaving a distinct mark on the city wall. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yi even felt the grip of death beckoning him. Although he had temporarily evaded the attack, the crisis was far from over. After swiftly passing by, the flying beast actually turned in midair and dove down towards Lin Yi, once more seemingly determined to kill him. Puff, 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 puff. Lin Yi, unwilling to sit idly, unleashed the Guiyuan bow, sending dozens of arrows flying towards the beast in an instant. But they were ineffective. 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 The gap in strength was too great. Even with the maximum armor-piercing effect, Lin Yi's attacks couldn't break through its defenses, feeling no different than a tickle. As the flying beast drew closer, the stench of blood hit him, and just as Lin Yi was ready to close his eyes and await death, a calm yet cold voice suddenly rang out from above. Frost descent. As the voice echoed, an inexplicable chill swept across the city walls and thick frost began to form in many areas. Frost is forming. Lin Yi shivered, realizing it was still June, and instinctively looked up. Then he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Under the moonlight, a serene figure was quietly floating in the air. She wore a white long dress, and her magic book flipped pages on its own as if stirred by a breeze. A surging elemental aura erupted from her. For a moment the scene seemed to freeze, and then, without warning, the sky poured down heavy snowflakes. The snowflakes landed on the flying beast, quickly solidifying into ice, and in an instant the ferocious beast was frozen into an ice sculpture, crashing down and shattering. Xiaqingxue. Lin Yi recognized that stunning visage, proud and ethereal, as if she were untouched by the mortal world. Stunned, he stared at her in disbelief. It wasn't just because of her extraordinary beauty. Lin Yi couldn't comprehend why, though they were both new recruits who had completed their class change together, this girl had grown to such an extent. The massive beast that he couldn't even fight back against was being toyed with in front of others, dispatched with ease. While Lin Yi was lost in thought, Xia Qingsu's shout suddenly rang out. It turned out there was not just one flying beast above, another had circled around and was now attacking them from behind. Shield. Xia Qingxue descended onto the city wall, exerting her strength as a massive ice crystal shield materialized from thin air, blocking this sneak attack. However, under such a powerful impact, the ice crystal shield shattered in an instant, turning into a flurry of ice shards. Seeing this, Xia Qingxue remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. Her magic book flipped rapidly again. Countless ice shards floated up, and with a swift motion of her arm, these ice shards shot towards the beast like sharp blades. Bang, bang, bang. The ice blades exploded continuously, and the health of the flying beast began to plummet at a visible rate. A rare glimmer of fear flashed in its eyes as it turned to flee. However, the ice blades were like a relentless curse. Not only was the damage astounding, but they also had tracking capabilities. The flying beast couldn't shake off its pursuers. I'll help you. Lin Yi snapped back to reality and didn't remain idle. Although he couldn't deal effective damage to the flying beast, the armor-piercing effect could still take effect. As long as he stacked 6 layers of armor-piercing, he could help Xia Qingxue finish the kill more quickly. Boom. With their combined efforts, the other flying beast was also smoothly taken down. Its colossal body plummeted below, stirring up a cloud of dust. Thank you for saving my life just now. Lin Yi gazed at her nearly flawless visage, a complex expression on his face. Having slain 2 such formidable beasts in succession, Xia Qingsu's strength had far exceeded his imagination. One could only say she truly lived up to being a super genius who had fought her way into the top million of the Hidden Dragon rankings in just a few days after her class change. Xia Qingxue shook her head, her eyes fixed on Lin Yi in a daze. Although the timing was off, being stared at by such a beautiful woman made Lin Yi a bit embarrassed. He touched his face and said, "What are you looking at? Has my handsome face caught your attention?" Xia Qingxue chuckled, barely restraining herself from rolling her eyes. Then with a serious tone she asked, Is your armor-piercing ability a trait from your equipment? Lin Yi nodded. That's right. What's the specific effect? Didn't you just see it? 30 defense. That's impressive. Xia Qingxue hesitated. How about selling it to me? Name your price. Not happening. Then Lin Yi added emphatically, don't even think about it. No way. If he agreed to sell it to her, wouldn't that give him away? Xia Qingxue was persistent, looking into Lin Yi's eyes. Weren't you just thanking me for saving your life? Yes, but haven't I already thanked you? Xia Qingxue finally gave a big exaggerated roll of her eyes, and said with a sneer, Lin Yi, I never knew you had such thick skin. Lin Yi took it as a compliment. People always grow. Xia Qingxue said nothing more, whistled into the distance, and moments later a snow-white pigeon flapped its wings and flew over swiftly. This pigeon had a wingspan of over 10 meters, an enormous creature. The wind stirred up by its landing nearly knocked Lin Yi off his feet. Xiao Bai, my partner, Xia Qingxue introduced. Looking at this bird, Lin Yi's eyes turned into the shape of money signs. This was an extremely rare flying mount worth over $1 million, equivalent to a house in the inner city. Lin Yi had no idea how long it would take him to save up such a fortune. Rich lady, can I latch onto you? Lin Yi swallowed hard. Clearly to him money was more captivating than beauty. In your dreams. Xia Qingxue cast a levitation spell on herself, gracefully landing on the pigeon's back. She sat cross-legged, her beautiful eyes blinking at Lin Yi. What are you waiting for? Get on. It. Lin Yi pointed at himself, utterly bewildered. The clouds seemed within reach, and the cold wind howled incessantly in his ears. Although this was Lin Yi's first time riding a bird, he felt no fear at all. Instead, the wondrous sensation of riding the wind and overlooking all living things filled him with excitement. Moreover, the bird's back was more spacious than he had imagined. 2 people could sit together without feeling cramped. However, the ride was inevitably bumpy, leading to unavoidable physical contact. How to put it? Xia Qingxue's skin was not only white, but also smooth as silk, with a cool touch that was truly pleasant. Her soft hair would occasionally brush against Lin Yi's face, and a faint fragrance would waft into his heart through his nostrils, leaving him momentarily dazed. Ahem. Lin Yi quickly shook off those chaotic thoughts and asked, Where are you taking me? To fight a... Xia Qingxue said succinctly. After a moment's thought, Lin Yi understood. She was using him as a tool. I thought you were taken by my handsome face and wanted to elope with me. Lin Yi joked. But Xia Qingxue didn't find it amusing at all. She shot him a glare. It's going to be dangerous ahead. You can still sell me that armor-piercing equipment now. Do you think I'm someone who fears death? Lin Yi declared righteously. Defending our homeland is everyone's responsibility. They'll go with you. Good. Xia Qingxue looked at Lin Yi with a hint of surprise, then warned, Time is tight. I'm going to speed up. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Bei's massive wings began to flap violently. Its speed shot up from a leisurely pace to that of a supercar, zooming off into the distance. Holy crap. Lin Yi was caught off guard and nearly fell off Xiao Bei's back. This was an altitude of over 1,000 meters. If he fell, he'd be turned into a pulp before the beast tide could even tear him apart. Hold on to me. Xia Qingxue grabbed his collar, her cool voice commanding. At a time like this, Lin Yi had no room for modesty. He reached out directly to embrace her. In his panic, Lin Yi felt something odd about the texture in his hands. He instinctively squeezed it twice and muttered, Why is it so soft? A blush quickly crept onto Xia Qingxue's face. Her mouth twitched stiffly, and a murderous aura slowly seeped from her eyes. Where are your damn paws touching? If you want to die, I'll throw you off right now. Lin Yi wasn't stupid. He knew he had grabbed the wrong place. He quickly apologized, moved his hands down, and wrapped them around Xia Qingxue's waist. Her waist was slender, yet not as frail as other girls. Even through her clothes, Lin Yi could clearly feel the lines of her abdominal muscles. Keep your hands still. We're almost there. Xia Qingxue's cool voice came from ahead. When you see the boss, follow my commands. All right. Xiao Bai dove down, instantly emerging below the clouds, revealing the boundless beast tied beneath. The 2 of them now felt like duckweed adrift on an ocean of ferocious beasts. The oppressive darkness all around was truly terrifying. Have we gone deep into the beast tide? Looking back, Linen City was no longer visible. It was pitch black all around. Lin Yi could even feel countless eyes below staring up at him. His heart pounded uncontrollably, and he somewhat regretted coming to this suicidal place with Xia Qingxue, a newly class-changed rookie daring to venture deep into enemy territory with another rookie. Lin Yi really wanted to know where this woman got such courage. But this was clearly not the time for such thoughts. He took a deep breath, forcibly calmed himself, and looked at Xia Qingxue's cool, stunning face in the moonlight. What's the plan? Are you confident? Don't worry, I'm not ready to die yet either. Xia Qingxue made a rare joke, then gestured for Lin Yi to look down. See that big one? That's our first target. Lin Yi followed her gaze. Amidst the beast tide, a giant crocodile-like beast was staring at them menacingly. Blood-Eye Crocodile, a level 40 boss. Although this creature lacks aerial capabilities, its tough skin and thick flesh mean we must find a way to eliminate it quickly. Otherwise, attracting other bosses will be quite troublesome. Xia Qingxue spoke rapidly to Lin Yi, explaining the situation before inviting him to form a party. Xia Qingxue invited you to join her party. Do you agree? Agreed. In the next moment, the party sharing interface appeared. You're level 47. The moment Lin Yi saw Xia Qingxue's level, he was completely taken aback. How is this possible? Is she really a newcomer from the same batch as me? Seemingly sensing his confusion, Xia Qingxue said matter-of-factly, as long as you demonstrate enough potential, level is not an issue. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi suddenly understood. Indeed, this was the treatment a genius should receive. With the support of the top guild in Linen City, if someone is willing to cultivate you, leveling up is truly not a difficult task. Unfortunately, Lin Yi was not a genius, and some things were better left unthought. Alright, enough small talk, time is of the essence. We must hunt as many bosses as possible to relieve the pressure on the president and the others. Seemingly fearing he wouldn't understand, Xia Qingxue added a comment. The number of bosses is closely related to the strength of the Beast Kings. As long as we defeat enough bosses, the president has a high chance of directly beheading the Beast King and ending this crisis. Lin Yi nodded, indicating he understood. It seemed that more than just the two of them were currently deep within the Beast Tide. Many others were at this moment striving towards the same goal in different locations. What are we waiting for? Let's move. Lin Yi stood up, having somewhat adapted to the flying speed of Xiaobai. With his feet firmly planted and arms drawn back, the Guiyuan Bao was pulled into a perfect arc. Since he couldn't break through defenses, Lin Yi didn't bother to charge and unleashed 7 arrows directly hitting the blood-eye crocodile. Puff, 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 puff. 6 layers of armor penetration were instantly stacked, and a huge golden mark floated above the blood-eye crocodile's head. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly reminded Xia Qingxue it's time. Xia Qingxue's eyes sharpened, and in the next moment the pages of her spellbook flipped rapidly, a surge of elemental energy bursting forth. Frostfall. Freeze. Icebound Sphere. Xia Qingxue showcased her power, completing 3 spells in rapid succession in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, heavy snow fell from the sky like goose feathers, and a terrifying cold wave surged forth, seemingly intent on freezing everything. The blood-eye crocodile, still in a roaring stance, instantly transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. In the next moment, snowflakes condensed in the air, forming dozens of ice spheres with a diameter of half a meter. Under the moonlight, these ice spheres began to spin at high speed. Before Lin Yi could comprehend what was happening, he was blinded by a burst of intense white light. With a resounding crash, the level 40 boss blood-eye crocodile was instantly slain by Xia Qingxue. Gulp. Lin Yi could even hear himself swallowing. Is it really possible for a human to kill a level 40 boss in an instant? Xia Qingxue has slain the level 40 boss blood-eye crocodile. You gain a party bonus experience 100,000. You have reached level 23, strength 1, agility 1, free attributes 5. Such a high amount of experience. In the next moment, Lin Yi snapped out of his shock as a warm current surged through his body, washing away his fatigue. He looked at Xia Qingxue, feeling that she was truly a strong ally. The feeling of being carried by someone was really great. By the way, how is your damage so high? Is there really such a vast difference between Shrank and us ordinary people? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. The Shrank affinity indeed grants me a higher attribute boost, but my high damage is mainly due to my talent. Xia Qingxue seemed to trust Lin Yi and did not hide anything. My talent can exponentially enhance the effects of my skills, but as a trade-off, all my skills have longer cooldowns compared to others. Of course, without you I wouldn't be able to kill bosses so easily on my own. Next, let's look for targets while waiting for my skills to recharge. With that, Xiaobai flapped its wings, taking the two back into the clouds. About 10 to 20 minutes later, Xia Qingxue stood up again from Xiaobai's back. Lin Yi knew immediately that her skill cooldown had finished. Without needing Xia Qingxue to say more, the moment they spotted a boss, Lin Yi applied the armor-piercing effect on the target. Next, it was Xia Qingxue's turn to perform. Her splendid ice-type spells were executed with such finesse that they hardly required incantation. Each skill could be cast instantaneously in her hands, and the transitions between skills were flawless. She always managed to unleash the most timely skill combinations. Sometimes Lin Yi felt that this was not a massacre, but a personal showcase unique to her. Every time a skill cooldown was completed, it meant a powerful boss would fall. Naturally, Lin Yi also fully played his role as a support. The 30 armor-piercing effect was equally significant at this moment. He also gained a lot of experience from the bosses and his level soared. It's worth mentioning that Xia Qingxue was not blindly choosing her targets. Most of the beasts that fell to her were those with no aerial capabilities, and with Xiaobai a fast-flying mount, they could attack and retreat, making the whole process quite smooth. Being rich is great. Lin Yi stroked Xiaobai's soft feathers, feeling envious. If only he had such a flying mount, he could come and go freely, and with the range advantage, wouldn't hunting ferocious beasts be a delight? Unfortunately, with his current financial situation, he could only dream about it. Even if he pooled all his wealth together, it might not be enough to buy a single wing of Xiaobai. Several hours passed, and Lin Yi had lost count of how many bosses Xia Qingxue had killed. In any case, when the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, his level finally broke through to 30. You have reached level 30. Oi profession enhancement acquired range 10 meters. Lin Yi's range now reached 60 meters, which was quite decent among his peers, though of course, he couldn't compare with someone as abnormal as Xia Qingxue. That should be enough. I'll unleash a big move, and then we'll head back to the city. Even Xia Qingxue, who was usually strong, showed signs of fatigue, but her gaze remained resolute. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was first stunned, then looked at her in shock. Wait, you still have a big move? Xia Qingxue smiled and said, I originally didn't want to use this move, but since you've accompanied me all night, I've decided to give you a little benefit. Before Lin Yi could comprehend what the benefits that Xia Qingxue spoke of were, Xiaobai had already dived down, carrying both of them above the tide of beasts. At this moment, they were approximately 300 to 400 meters above the ground. As far as the eye could see, the area was filled with various ferocious beasts. Some of the beasts had already noticed Xiaobai's presence, casting fierce gazes and roaring towards the sky. Countless roars converged and shot up into the heavens, a scene terrifying enough to make the faint-hearted tremble in fear. Lin Yi wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. He then saw Xia Qingxue casually sweep aside her loose hair, gracefully rising from Xiaobai's back, her red lips parting to release a cool voice. Snow covers the universe. In an instant, heavy snow began to fall from the sky. This time it was not limited to a small area, but covered everything within a radius of 10,000 meters. Snowflakes fell like feathers, quickly transforming the world into a vast expanse of white. The ferocious beasts gazed up at the falling snowflakes, their eyes filled with confusion. Without any struggle, and completely unaware of what was happening, the terrifying power of frost rapidly spread from Xia Qingxue's center, freezing everything touched by the blizzard. Thousands of ferocious beasts vanished, leaving behind countless ice sculptures. Moments later, the ice sculptures exploded, taking with them innumerable beast lives, seeping into the ground and transforming into nutrients that nourished all things. For a brief moment, there was a deathly silence in the world. Staring at all of this, Lin Yi was left dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. With a single powerful strike, Xia Qingxue had annihilated over 10,000 ferocious beasts, once again reshaping his understanding of genius. He had always believed that with his proficiency panel he would eventually catch up to, or even surpass these so-called geniuses. However, after witnessing Xia Qingxue's strength today, his confidence was not as unwavering. With such power and such methods, even if his attributes multiplied 100-fold now, it would be hard to reach that level. Xia Qingxue killed a level 43 beast. You gained a team bonus experience 210. Xia Qingxue killed a level 45 beast. You gained a team bonus experience 230. Xia Qingxue killed. Before Lin Yi could react, a flurry of notifications flooded the screen, and golden light of leveling up flashed continuously around him. You have reached level 31. You have reached level 32. You have reached level 33. You have reached level 34. In just a short moment, Lin Yi's level skyrocketed to 34 like a rocket. Impressive. After a while, Lin Yi finally regained his senses, looking at the stunning girl before him, instinctively expressing his shock with the simplest words. Was this benefit not bad? Xia Qingxue put away her spellbook, gazing at Lin Yi with a smile. She seemed to want to say something else, but suddenly her feet gave way, nearly causing her to tumble off Xiaobai's back. Lin Yi reacted quickly, hurriedly supporting her, and then realized that Xia Qingxue was slightly trembling uncontrollably. Are you okay? I'm fine, just a bit overexerted. Xia Qingxue's face appeared quite pale, her voice revealing an undeniable weakness. She blinked her beautiful big eyes at Lin Yi and said weakly, of course, if you don't mind, I would like to lean on you for a while longer. Sure. Lin Yi understood that Xia Qingxue meant no harm. She was simply too tired and needed. However, when Xia Qingxue truly leaned against him, Lin Yi found himself at a loss. This was his first time having such intimate physical contact with a girl aside from his sister. Xia Qingxue's body felt as delicate as water, and the unique fragrance of a girl wafted into his nose, causing him to momentarily lose focus. The contrast between Lin Yi's tension and Xia Qingxue's calmness was stark at this moment. She quietly leaned against Lin Yi, her breathing gradually becoming even, and she actually fell asleep. Though the current position made Lin Yi uncomfortable, his arms starting to numb, he dared not move, fearing to disturb Xia Qingxue's brief rest. With their skin touching, an unusual sensation quickly spread throughout Lin Yi's body, causing a slight warmth in his heart. He took a deep breath to calm himself, but his gaze unconsciously wandered to her face. Her long, slender eyelashes curled slightly, revealing a hint of liveliness, her skin like congealed fat brows like distant mountains, her features perfect, almost like a meticulously carved work of art. Have you seen enough? A chilling voice pulled Lin Yi from his daze, and he realized that Xiao Bai had landed on the city wall without him noticing. You're awake. As Lin Yi prepared to help her up, Xia Qingxue had already stood up by herself. Xiao Bai obediently spread its wings and leaned its body, allowing her to step down. Lin Yi jumped down immediately, hurriedly covering up the earlier awkwardness. So, what do we do next? Everything we could do has been done, and now we just wait to see what the president and the others will do. Xia Qingxue raised her eyes to look at the distant horizon, her expression complex. Beneath the gray sky, the tide of beasts remained endless, making one's heart race. In addition, the sounds of shouting and killing continued to resonate, with skills flashing on the city wall. Fortunately, although it was difficult with everyone's persistence, not a single ferocious beast managed to break through the defenses and appear on the other side of the city wall. At this moment, an exhilarating voice suddenly echoed throughout the city of Linen. Good news. Just now, under the encirclement of President Qin Xuan and several powerful figures, the Beast King has been successfully beheaded. Seemingly to validate this news, immediately after the system announcement echoed in everyone's ears, Team Qin Xuan cooperatively killed the level 290 Beast King, a crucial turning point in this battle. All team members receive the blue star, will reward all attributes 1,000. All players participating in the city defense battle free attributes 100. The announcement rang out 3 times, and after a brief silence, cheers erupted from all directions. Haha, that beast is finally dead. Qin Xuan is amazing. My sword is dull. I was already resigned to my fate, but I didn't expect hope to come so suddenly. Victory is surely ours. But at this crucial moment, everyone must not let their guard down and be cautious of a last-minute counterattack from these beasts. The system's announcement came very timely. After a long night of relentless slaughter, most people had already become numb, even despairing. The news of the Beast King's beheading at this moment was undoubtedly like a shot of adrenaline, renewing everyone's hope of repelling the tide of beasts and surviving. Beyond this, the 100 free attribute points rewarded by the Blue Star system were also crucial. Seemingly insignificant, yet at this critical juncture, every minor change could become the key to completely altering the course of events. If each person's damage increased by just a little, then for 10,000 people, 100,000. Perhaps the outcome would be entirely different. The Beast King has been beheaded. Now comes the most perilous moment. If we can endure this, victory will be ours. Lin Yi knew this well, even without Xia Qingshua's reminder. With the loss of its supreme will, the beast tide would unleash its most ferocious counterattack. Like the darkness before dawn, this was often the most dangerous time, leaving no room for the slightest negligence. I just received a notice from the guild to support the North Gate. Take care of yourself. Just like their chance encounter, the parting was equally sudden. Before urging Xiao Bai to take flight, Xia Qingxue paused, as if remembering something. You haven't joined any other guild, have you? Lin Yi was taken aback, wondering why Xia Qingxue suddenly asked this. Before he could answer, a prompt appeared in his field of vision. Xia Qingxue invites you to join the Iron Bastion Guild. Do you accept? Lin Yi looked up in surprise. Why are you suddenly inviting me into the guild? You don't want to? Xia Qingxue looked at him. It's not that. Lin Yi rubbed his nose. But is this against the rule? Don't worry, adding one member is within my authority. Alright then. Lin Yi never expected to enter the Iron Bastion this way. Was this taking advantage of Xia Qingshue's connections? You have become a member of the Level 3 Guild Iron Bastion. You have received the Level 3 Guild bonus attack 5, defense 5. Iron Bastion activates the city defense aura. You gain the boost all stats 3. Guild shop unlocked. Guild points unlocked. Your current guild points 0. A cascade of prompts left Lin Yi momentarily stunned. Seeing his expression, Xia Qingxue found it amusing. You mean you didn't know that joining a guild comes with various boosts? Lin Yi nodded blankly. I just found out now. Previously he had thought joining a guild didn't matter, but now his views had changed. The mere thought of these free boosts was quite appealing. Moreover, Iron Bastion was the only level 3 guild in Linen City, so its boosts were likely far superior to those of other guilds. Thanks. Lin Yi nodded to Xia Qingxue, then spoke with feigned seriousness. I'll work hard and contribute to the guild. I won't let you down. Oh, spare me. Xia Qingxue chuckled. Do as you wish with contributions, but I must warn you, our guild uses a bottom-ranking elimination system. Members with the lowest points are purged monthly. Don't embarrass me. Of course. Lin Yi patted his chest, then asked weakly, by the way, how do I accumulate these points? Complete guild tasks or contribute to Linen City as a whole. For instance, during this beast tide, the guild will award points based on your individual performance. Of course, there's a more direct method: donate supplies to the guild warehouse, equipment, skill books, rare items. In short, anything of value will do. As for other benefits of joining the guild, I'll hold off for now. You'll figure them out in time. Xia Qingxue said a great deal in one breath, then waved. I'm really leaving this time. See you. Good. Mounted on Xiao Bai, she soon vanished from sight. Lin Yi didn't idle either, returning directly to Bunker No. 34. Though the Beast King had been decapitated, the battle raged on. The most ferocious assault since the Beast Tide's inception was yet to come. Only by surviving this hardest stretch could victory be finally secured. At Bunker No. 34, after a brief cheer, everyone plunged back into the intense fight. Lin Yi's return lifted everyone's spirits. Big Shot, I'm so glad you're back safely. Zhang Fan, though exhausted, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the sight of Lin Yi. Yeah, give me a set of buffs. Let's continue the fight. With layers of enhancements applied, Lin Yi felt Without a word, he strode to the firing port and unleashed a torrent of arrows upon the Beast Tide below. Times had changed. With his greatly elevated level and various boosts, a rain of arrows swept through like autumn wind, stripping leaves, slaughtering swathes of beasts, and instantly relieving the pressure on nearby fighters. A rain of arrows is still rain, a timely downpour. Wolf Armor Guard Fong Yuan noticed the scene. Having been struggling to hold on, he suddenly found renewed strength, shouting, "Brothers, reinforcements are here. Push the formation forward. Don't let those beasts near the walls." Hearing this, everyone felt an inexhaustible surge of energy. With red-rimmed eyes, they charged forward, holding the line firmly. Above, Lin Yi drew his bow with frantic speed. The twang of the bowstring blurred into a continuous hum, with no discernible pause between shots. His attack speed had already surpassed 5.0. Activating multi-arrow, he unleashed 70 arrows per second. The dense projectiles formed a storm in the air, felling beasts in droves. Almost. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed as he awaited the moment. Proficiency 111. Kill. Finally, a golden text appeared in his vision. Proficiency reached level 100. All stats 2, attack speed 0.02. First blue affix, unlocked charge. Charge blue after remaining stationary for 5 seconds, again a significant boost, attack 20, a critical hit 20, attack speed 20. Thereafter gain 1 charge stack per minute up to 20 stacks. Each stack provides 5 to all 3 stats. Moving instantly removes all bonuses. Tip: reaching proficiency level 200 will unlock the first purple affix. Keep up the good work. The long-awaited blue affix had finally arrived. The moment he saw the affix's effect, Lin Yi was utterly invigorated. As expected of a blue affix, it's incredibly strong. Judging by the description, the charge affix seemed tailor-made for him. With all 20 stacks of charge, attack speed, and critical hit were boosted by a full 120. On paper, the stats had more than doubled, and the actual killing power was far greater. In this state, Lin Yi was akin to activating an invincible mode, or even stronger. Of course, the charging attributes are not without their flaws. The greatest shortcoming is that they cannot be moved, otherwise the bonus will be reset immediately. Is this intended to make me a stationary firepower output point? Lin Yi felt a bit frustrated. After all, it was merely a blue attribute, and having such an effect was already sufficient. At least in the current situation, he could perfectly utilize the charging function. A startup time of 5 seconds. That's manageable. Lin Yi stood at the firing point, silently counting in his heart. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just as he counted to 5, a powerful force suddenly erupted from within him. You have gained charging enhancement, attack power 20, critical hit 20, attack speed 20. Current attack power 2144. Current critical hit 25. Current attack speed 6. 5. The changes in attack power and attack speed were within Lin Yi's expectations. 20 was equivalent to a 1.2 times increase. But what about the critical hit? Apart from the 5 bonus from accessories, Lin Yi couldn't recall having any other sources of critical hit enhancement, so how did it reach 25? Could it be that the calculation for critical hits is different? Lin Yi had a bold guess in his heart. If that's the case, wouldn't stacking up the charging layers allow him to immediately experience the thrill of critical hits with every arrow? Lin Yi couldn't wait any longer. He knocked an arrow and unleashed a volley at the Beast Tide below. Under the enhancement of charging, his attack speed broke through 6.0. With multiple shots fired, he released over 80 arrows in a second, which was simply outrageous. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of hits echoed throughout the night sky. From Lin Yi's perspective, the screen was filled with red numbers displaying enormous damage values everywhere. The previously fierce attack from the Beast Tide suddenly faltered. However, this was merely the beginning. As time passed, the charging layers continued to accumulate, and after 20 minutes, Lin Yi truly entered the invincible state. Current attack power 3931. Current critical hit 125. Current attack speed 11.9. Almost 12 attack speed. Critical hit with every arrow. At this moment, Lin Yi completely transformed into a battlefield killing god. The more beasts there were, the more exhilarating his slaughter became. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed. Half an hour. 1 hour. Lin Yi had long lost count of how many ferocious beasts had died beneath his arrows. Only by counting the number of times the golden light flickered on his body could he ascertain that he had leveled up 3 times during this period, currently reaching level 37. Although he still couldn't compare with top talents like Xiaoqing Xue, he was already far ahead of the vast majority of his peers. Moreover, the gains in proficiency were astonishing, with his levels skyrocketing at a visible speed. Level 110, level 130, level 150. At a certain moment, Lin Ye's proficiency ultimately stabilized at an exaggerated level of 191. Meanwhile, the dawn finally broke a ray of morning light, dispelling the gray fog, and the endless beast tide quickly retreated like a receding tide. After a brief silence, cheers erupted from all corners of the battlefield. The beast tide has really retreated. It's not an illusion. We truly defended Linen City. That's right, brother. We won. We finally won. Victory belongs to us. I've never felt that being alive is such a wonderful thing. At that moment, Linen City was filled with jubilant voices. Some were in disbelief, some wept tears of joy, but many others wore expressions of exhaustion and sorrow as they silently mourned for the fallen. Although they ultimately repelled the beast tide, Linen City had lost far too many vibrant faces in just they sacrificed their most precious lives to protect Linen City and the countless ordinary citizens behind. We won, but the comrades who fought alongside us have also been buried in the ground. They are all heroes. The names of the heroes will forever be etched in the hearts of the people of Linen. Moreover, from now on we will all carry their mission and live on living well. Qin Xuan's slightly weathered and heavy voice resonated above Linen City at that moment, causing everyone to lift their heads as tears silently evaporated in the wind. Lin Yi, along with others in the watchtower, walked up to the city wall. He gazed at the ravaged land, then looked up at the gray sky, remaining silent for a long time. It seemed he remembered something. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately opened his friend list. When he saw that all the familiar names were accounted for, Lin Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everyone is still alive. The somber atmosphere did not last long after the great battle. As everything began to recover, more people quickly became busy again. Meanwhile, the rewards from the Blue Star system were also being calculated simultaneously. You performed exceptionally well during this beast tide, with an overall ranking of 51352111. You will receive the following rewards: contribution points 100, all attributes 100, random class skill book 1. Including the outer city professionals who came to assist. The number of people participating in the defense of the city exceeded 100 million. Lin Ye's ranking among over 50 million was already quite impressive. This time the system finally did not skimp on rewards. The ranking rewards were exceptionally generous and were distributed in no time. A total of 100 arrived, along with the contribution points earned for each beast killed. His current savings had already surpassed a new record amounting to 23000. 230 was enough to buy 15 of a house in the inner city, bringing Lin Yi one step closer to his goal. In addition, he also received 100 to all attributes and a random skill book. There was nothing to say about the all attribute bonus. As for the skill book, it was of green quality, but still had decent effects. Swift Shadow Step Level 1 can be learned by archers at level 20, granting explosive movement speed for 10 seconds, CD 3 minutes. This was just enough to make up for Lin Ye's slight deficiency in movement speed, making it great for chasing or fleeing. With a simple tap on the skill book, Lin Yi successfully learned it. Of course, all of these were merely additional gains for Lin Yi. The most important significance of this beast tide was the opportunity for a qualitative change in his strength. First, his level, he was only level 22 before the beast tide, but by the end he had risen to level 37, an increase of 15 levels. At the previous normal speed, it would take at least 3 months or more for him to reach this level. With one swift step, Lin Yi certainly understood how significant this was. In addition, his biggest gain was the proficiency panel, which skyrocketed to level 191. Not only did he unlock the crucial blue attribute charging, but he also gained a massive boost in attribute. Thinking of this, Lin Yi subconsciously glanced at his profession panel, noticing that all the data had undergone significant changes compared to before. Human race: Lin Yi. Profession: Archer, F grade. Level 37, 810000, 1500000. Health: 5710, 1300 mana, 5200. Attack power: 2539, 400 defense, 570, 175. Attack speed: 11. Range: 55 meters, 5. Critical hit rate: 5. Strength: 854, 20 agility, 741, 50 constitution, 546, 25. Intelligence: 520, spirit: 520. Skills: surveying technique, level 1 charged shot, level 1 eagle eye, level 1 multi-shot, level 1 swift, level 1. Equipment: viper leather armor, green viper gloves, green viper shoulder armor, green wolf fong, pendant blue, azure ring blue, returning essence, bow purple, gale shoes purple. Proficiency: level 191, 23310000. All attributes 419, archery 50, attack speed 2. Unlocked attributes furious shot green, good luck green, armor break green, charge blue. Tip: reaching proficiency level 200 will unlock the first purple attribute. Please keep it up, host. With total attributes nearing 4,000 Lin, he had already surpassed the grade professionals of the same level, and the gap with the grade professionals was no longer insurmountable. Aside from basic attributes, Lin Yi's greatest improvement was in attack speed. Currently his attack speed had broken through the barrier of 11.0. 7 arrows fired at once. Multi-shot. 154 arrows per second. Of course this was just a theoretical figure. In reality Lin Yi was still just a flesh and blood being. Aside from a momentary burst that could reach such levels, maintaining 100 arrows in a normal state was already quite impressive. But it was already astonishing enough. His normal attacks were akin to a rain of arrows, dealing damage comparable to others' ultimate skills. Moreover, he had now unlocked the charged attribute, with every arrow critting the screen, filled with red. Combined with a frighteningly high attack speed, the damage was simply explosive. Speaking of attributes, proficiency was nearing level 200, and he would be able to unlock the first purple attribute then. Lin Yi was quite looking forward to it. Closing the profession panel, Lin Yi did not linger in place. At this moment he was eager to return home. Lin Yi had been waiting at the door. The moment she saw Lin Yi, she could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes, and dashed into Lin Yi's embrace, her sobs intermittent. Brother, I'm so scared. I'm so scared you won't come back again. Lin Yi patted her head, speaking softly. Alright, didn't I come back safely? Besides, you're already a big girl, crying like this, how embarrassing. If you're not ashamed, I feel ashamed for you. Let's go inside and talk. After a while of comforting Lin, she gradually calmed down. Seeing his sister safe and sound, Lin Yi's mood also relaxed completely. With this relaxation, an overwhelming fatigue immediately swept over him. Lin Yi could no longer hold on and collapsed into sleep. After a night of slaughter and multiple brushes with death, he was utterly exhausted. The drowsy feeling persisted until dawn the next day, when Lin Yi slowly awoke, but his whole body was still sore and had not fully recovered. He stretched lazily, easing the soreness in his body, and instinctively glanced at the time. It was already 10 in the morning. No wonder his stomach was growling. He walked to the living room to look for something to eat, but did not see Xiaoxi, causing him to feel puzzled. Why is Xiaoxi still asleep today? At first he thought his sister was just still waking up, but soon sensed that something was off. There was no sound coming from the next room, not even a breath. An ominous premonition suddenly grew exceptionally strong. He hurriedly pushed open Lin Yi's bedroom door, and his mood sank drastically. The room was empty, and his sister Lin Yi was missing. What was even more terrifying was that the blanket on Lin Yi's bed was in disarray, and the pillow had been thrown to the ground. This was completely out of character for her. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi felt as if an invisible hand had brutally tugged at his hair, causing a sharp pain at the back of his head. His face instantly lost all color, turning as white as paper, and he nearly fell over. Where is Xiaoxi? Where did she go? She was just a fragile little girl. How could she simply vanish like that? Lin Yi seemed to lose his sanity, stumbling out onto the street, asking anyone he saw if they had seen Lin Yi. Xiaoxi is missing. How could that be? Xiao Yi, don't panic. You look too scary. I'll get everyone to help look for her right now. Upon seeing Lin Yi's state, someone quickly gathered all the neighbors to help search for her. But it was no use. They searched the entire Ping and street, and even large parts of the outer city, yet there was no trace of Lin Yi. Having barely survived the beast tide, now he had lost his sister. Why was the heavens tormenting him so? Damn it. Damn it. Why is this happening? Lin Yi squatted on the ground, frustratedly grabbing his hair. Just as he was about to break down the head of the slaughterhouse, old Zhang rushed over in a hurry. Xiao Yi, there's news about Xiaoxi. Old Zhang was breathless and looked extremely anxious. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt as if he had grasped a lifeline and quickly stood up from the ground. His eyes were red bloodshot, and he quickly grasped old Zhang's hands, asking, Xiaoxi, where is she? After I tell you, you must remain calm. Old Zhang took a breath, and then slowly recounted everything he knew. It turned out that around 4 in the morning, an employee from the slaughterhouse had an urgent order to deliver and happened to pass by Ping and street. Xiaoli said he was too anxious at the time and bumped right into someone at the street corner. Do you know who that person was? Zhang Cuilan. You know Zhang Cuilan, right? She's a shrew. Normally, if someone bumped into her, she would definitely yell and curse, but this time she acted out of character, got up, and left in a hurry, without even looking at Xiaoli. Oh, and Xiaoli also mentioned that Zhang Cuilan had a large burlap sack on her back, not sure what was inside, but it looked heavy. However, at the time, Xiaoli didn't think much of it. It was only after learning that Xiaoxi was missing that he recalled this incident and felt something was off. It's very likely that Xiaoxi's disappearance is closely related to Zhang Cuilan. Old Zhang finished speaking in one breath, exhausted. Lin Yi closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to control his emotions. He reopened his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Where is Shaoli now?" "Brother Yi, am here." A young man of 14 or 15 clad in coarse linen stepped out from the crowd. Lin Yi looked at him and asked word by word, "When you saw Zhang Sulan, do you remember which direction she went?" Shaoli quickly replied, "It was strange, so I paid extra attention." Zhang Sulan seemed to be heading toward the unfinished building on Wenming Street. The unfinished building. Lin Yi clenched his fist, his suspicions nearly confirmed. Xiao Zai's disappearance was most likely Zhang Qilin's doing. The reason was simple. Zhang Sulan was probably aware that Zhang Chong had tried to corner him back then. But things spiraled beyond the mother and son's control. Not only Zhang Chong, but even Zhao Kai and the others had all died by Lin Yi's hand. There was a subtle time gap in between. On the night Lin Yi entered the secret realm, Zhao Kai had likely already told Zhang Sulan about Zhang Chong's death. Even if Zhao Kai hadn't spoken, given time, Zhang Sulan would have figured it out herself. Lin Yi had once considered this possibility. In the end, he clung to a sliver of hope, thinking Zhang Sulan might not know. The sudden beast tide left him no time to deal with it properly, leading to this dire outcome. Zhang Sulan. If even a single strand of Xiao Zai's hair is harmed, I will grind your bones to dust. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes radiating an icy, murderous intent. Then he strode straight toward the unfinished building. "Xiao Yi, don't be rash." Old Zhang tried to follow, but he was too old. After a few steps, he was left far behind, panting heavily. He stopped and said to Shaoli, "Shaoli, go after him. Don't let him do anything reckless. They'll notify the enforcement team to handle this." "All right." Shaoli nodded. Lin Yi had always looked after him back at the slaughterhouse, so he took this matter to heart. The crowd split into two groups. One went with old Zhang to find the enforcement team, the other followed Shaoli to help Lin Yi. By then Lin Yi had already reached the abandoned building on Wenming Street. The building occupied a large area standing 6 stories high. Abandoned years ago, it had been neglected ever since, now decrepit and piled with garbage reeking of foul odors. Though it was still daytime, the tall structures blocked most of the light. As Lin Yi stepped inside, his vision, Xiao Shik. Lin Yi kept calling Lin Zai's name, but only echoes returned. No one answered, and there was no other sound. Could Zhang Sulan not be here? Lin Yi wasn't sure. His heart ached with worry for Xiao Shi, hoping there was still a chance to make things right. He searched from the first floor to the 6th, finding nothing. Just as despair began to set in, a faint, barely audible sound came from behind a half-collapsed wall. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly circled around and saw a sight that tore at his soul. Lin Shi was tied to a half-height wooden chair, her hands bound behind her back. Her eyes were blindfolded and her mouth was sealed with strong adhesive tape. No wonder she couldn't make a sound. Behind the chair was nothing but empty air. A single misstep would send her plummeting from the 6th floor. Hearing Lin Yi's voice, she struggled desperately. The chair wobbled, half of its legs already hanging over the edge. A nearby stone was knocked loose and rolled down, taking several seconds before hitting the ground with a distant thud. The consequences if Lin Shi fell were all too clear. Terrified, Lin Yi shouted, "Xiao Shi, don't move. I'm coming to save you. Can you save her, you little beast?" At that moment, a shrill voice suddenly emerged from the shadows nearby. Lin Yi paused and turned toward the sound, uncertain. "You?" Zhang Sulan. He hesitated because Zhang Sulan looked nothing like before. Though her facial features bore some resemblance, her figure was no longer as bloated as it used to be. Now, with disheveled hair, her gaze at Lin Yi held a familiar madness. Looking closely, the shape of her pupils had completely deviated from that of a normal human. They were more like the vertical slits of a beast, with a strange purple glimmer flickering deep within. Before Lin Yi could react, Zhang Qilin's figure blurred. In the next instant, she appeared beside Lin Shi and grabbed the back of the chair. With just a slight push, she could send Lin Shi into an abyss of no return. "Zhang Sulan, what do you want? My sister is innocent. If you have a problem, take it out on me." In his desperation, Lin Yi had no time to wonder how Zhang Sulan had transformed from an ordinary person into this, possessing agility far beyond an average professional. He shouted at Zhang Sulan but dared not act recklessly. His sister's life hung entirely in this woman's. Hee. Zhang Sulan let out a piercing laugh, nearly losing her mind, her eyes brimming with venom. "You killed my son and you ask what I want. Of course I want you dead, but I won't let you die so easily." Her gaze shifted to Lin Shi. "You want to save this little wench, don't you? He'll give you a chance. Gouge out your own eyes, and he'll consider letting her go. How about that?" Lin Yi frowned. "You mean it? You have no choice but to believe me, or he'll push this little wench down right now." Zhang Sulan pressed down hard on Lin Zai's shoulder, her face a mask of insanity. "Fine, don't do anything rash." "I agree." Lin Yi's heart raced. "But first let me hear my sister speak. I need to know she's okay." "Fine." With a ripping sound, Zhang Sulan tore off the tape from Lin Zai's mouth. In the next second, Lin Shi cried out frantically, "Brother, don't mind me. Zhang Sulan has gone mad. She won't let us go." "You little wench, what did you say?" "Who's mad?" "No, I'm not mad. You're the ones who are mad. For some reason those words triggered Zhang Zuolan. She grabbed Lin Yi by the throat and lifted her chair. Then Zhang Zuolan whipped her head toward Lin Yi, her eyes bloodshot and wild. He'll count to 3. If you don't do it, he'll throw this little wench down. 3, 2. But before Zhang Zuolan could finish Lin, she suddenly bit her arm. Caught off guard, Zhang Zuolan flung Lin Yi away. Little stream. At that moment Lin Yi's heart leapt to his throat, nearly causing him to black out from the shock. Fortunately, the most desperate situation did not occur immediately. Perhaps Lin Yi was fortunate. After being thrown out by Zhang Zuolan, the chair happened to hang on the exposed rebar outside. However, years of wind and sun had long left the remaining piece of rebar rusty and mottled. After bearing the weight of a person, it immediately began to deform, emitting sounds of unbearable strain. The situation could change at any moment, and Lin Yi no longer hesitated, quickly preparing his stance and aiming his bowstring at Zhang Zuolan, pulling it back repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the dense sound of vibrations, a torrent of arrows instantly shot forth. However, Zhang Qilin's reaction was equally swift. A shadow flickered and immediately vanished from the spot. Not good. The level of danger posed by Zhang Zuolan seemed to exceed Lin Yi's estimations. Acting on instinct, Lin Yi suddenly lunged to the side. Sure enough, the next moment Zhang Zuolan appeared behind him, her claws wreathed in black energy, reaching for his back. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yi forcibly changed his posture midair. There was no time to shoot again, so he exerted all his strength, swinging the Guiyuan Bao behind him. Boom! The clash of two powerful forces erupted in the air as Lin Yi adjusted his body and landed steadily, while another figure was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a precarious wall. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst the smoke and dust, Zhang Zuolan knelt on the ground, blood spilling from her mouth uncontrollably. Although she possessed extraordinary strength, due to some aberration, fundamentally, she remained just an ordinary woman, unable to fully utilize her power. After a brief encounter, both sides quickly fell back. After suffering such a heavy blow, the madness in Zhang Qilin's eyes seemed to retreat, slightly replaced by a mix of malice and uncontrollable fear as she looked at Lin Yi. Clearly that man in the black robe said my current strength was enough to kill this little beast. Why is it like this? Zhang Zuolan couldn't understand, as she had originally planned to fight to the death for Zhang Chang's revenge. Suddenly her expression froze, as if receiving some last-minute instruction, and without even leaving a parting threat, she got up from the ground and immediately fled in another direction. Lin Yi reacted half a beat too late. By the time he thought to pursue, it was already too late, and he could only watch helplessly as she escaped. She actually got away. Lin Yi looked regretfully in the direction Zhang Zuolan had fled. Not being able to completely eliminate this threat, he feared there would be greater trouble in the future. Just then a cold voice came from afar. She won't escape. As the voice sounded, a black figure sped past him, creating a gust of wind. The speed was so fast that Lin Yi couldn't even see who it was. However, since the person was also heading for Zhang Zuolan, it at least proved they were not an enemy. As for whether that person could catch Zhang Zuolan, Lin Yi had no time to think about that now. He hurried to the edge of the floor and pulled Lin Yi up, then quickly helped her remove the blindfold and the ropes. Woo! Brother, I almost thought I would never see you again. After such a scare, Lin Yi was already terrified, and after being freed, she immediately threw herself into Lin Yi's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Yi quickly stroked her back, softly comforting her. Don't be afraid, little stream, it's all over now, everything is fine. It's all my fault for not protecting you well. Just then footsteps approached, and old Zhang Xiao Li and a crowd of neighbors rushed over. Seeing the siblings safe and sound, everyone collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Especially old Zhang, who being older was most affected by such scenes, and in an instant tears streamed down his face. Xiao Yi, seeing you two safe and sound, I can finally rest easy with this old body of mine. Old Zhang secretly wiped away a tear, then seemed to remember something, asking, by the way, Xiao Yi, did you see Captain Su from the law enforcement team? She should have arrived before us. So it turns out they were law enforcement team members. Lin Yi immediately connected this to the shadow that had just pursued Zhang Zuolan. Just as he was about to inform old Zhang, several consecutive gunshots suddenly rang out from a distance. Bang, bang, bang. After the gunfire, everything quickly fell silent again as Lin Yi looked at the crowd, puzzled about what had happened. At that moment, footsteps echoed and a tall, curvaceous woman in a black tactical outfit emerged from the Seeing this woman, old Zhang hurriedly whispered to Lin Yi, "This is Captain Su Mo from the law enforcement team." From the sound of the gunfire just now, it seems Zhang Zuolan has been dealt with by her. Lin Yi nodded, saying nothing more. However, the name Su Mo sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it. In the next moment, Lin Yi suddenly realized the only professional from Linen City on the top 100 of the Qianlong rankings was exactly this name. Combined with her profession as a gunner, Lin Yi was instantly certain. However, he did not expect that this talented individual from the Qianlong rankings would actually be a member of the law enforcement team, and it seemed her position within the team was not low. At the same time, Su Mo's gaze slowly scanned the room, ultimately locking onto Lin Yi. You are Lin Yi, right? Come with me for a moment. Su Mo spoke suddenly, then took long strides to the side. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. He did not understand the meaning behind Su Mo's actions, but had no choice but to follow. Brother. Lin Shi, seeing this, nervously grasped his arm. Lin Yi smiled at her. Don't worry, I'll be right. The two arrived in another room, and watching Su Mo's curvy silhouette in front of him, Lin Yi asked, I wonder why Captain Su called me here alone. Su Mo turned around, her luscious red lips blowing a puff of air toward the barrel of her gun, looking up at Lin Yi and saying, I'm just quite interested in you. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, feeling even more confused about what she meant. The two seemed to have no connection, and if it was regarding Zhang Sulan, Su Mo's attitude seemed somewhat off. The hero of Ping'an Street, who recently fought valiantly against the beast tide. Su Mo then shifted her tone, seemingly with hidden meaning. Tell me, how does an Frank Archer, who has only been a transfer less than half a month, manage to achieve such feats? Hearing this, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively took half a step back, warily looking at Su Mo. Everyone has their secrets to varying degrees. Captain Su doesn't intend to pry into mine, does she? Logically, I shouldn't pry into other people's secrets, but at this point Su Mo's gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on Lin Yi. If this matter involves the Fallen, then I must get to the bottom of it. Fallen one. Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Su Mo with disbelief. Wait, you can't be suspecting that I am the Fallen one, right? Seeing that Su Mo did not deny it, Lin Yi almost laughed out of anger. No, I am the victim. It was Zhang Sulan who suddenly went insane and kidnapped my sister, and Lin Yi paused mid-sentence, suddenly stunned. He suddenly recalled the various strange behaviors exhibited by Zhang Sulan earlier, and that almost frenzied look in her eyes. I understand now, Zhang Sulan is the Fallen one. Lin Yi was shocked by his own conjecture. However, there were also doubts. Although Zhang Sulan displayed several characteristics similar to those of a Fallen one, her exhibited strength was entirely different. Lin Yi still remembered the Fallen one he encountered not long ago in the Twilight Gorge. The power they displayed was almost despairing. If it weren't for a powerful warrior from the Wolf Armor Guard suddenly appearing at that time, Lin Yi might have died without a burial place. No, you are wrong. Zhang Sulan is not a Fallen one. At most, she can only be considered a failed puppet. Failed transformation, puppet. A gut feeling told Lin Yi that Su Mo's words seemed to be related to some enormous secret. But he wisely did not pursue the topic, asking, do you mean there is someone else behind Zhang Sulan? Exactly, Su Mo nodded. Unfortunately, that mouse was too cunning and managed to slip away this time. Lin Yi questioned, then I don't understand even more. I can comprehend that Zhang Sulan targeted me due to personal grievances, but why would the Fallen one also have their eyes on me? That's something you need to ask yourself. Su Mo propped her chin on her hand and scrutinized Lin Yi for a moment. Perhaps you inadvertently provoked them, or maybe it's some secret about you that caught their attention. Ahem. Seeing the topic suddenly shift back to himself, Lin Yi hurriedly cut in. Captain Su, how about we go check on Zhang Sulan? Perhaps she has some clues. Alright, I'll take you there. Su Mo nodded. Zhang Sulan had not yet fully succumbed. She lay in a pool of bloodshot in the left chest, abdomen, and arm, looking extremely tragic. Upon seeing Lin Yi and Su Mo, a surge of intense hatred filled Zhang Quilin's eyes. Huh. Lin, you little beast. You killed my son. Oh, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Lin Yi looked at her expressionlessly and replied, Zhang Chong brought this upon himself. Not only did he ambush me, but he also threatened my sister. I cannot let him live. After speaking, Lin Yi instinctively glanced at Su Mo beside him and jokingly said, Captain Su, I admit I killed someone, but they struck first. I shouldn't get arrested, right? Su Mo replied calmly, I only handle matters regarding Fallen one's murder is not my concern. Then Lin Yi smiled broadly and looked at Zhang Sulan. You heard that too? The enforcement team also considers me innocent, which means Zhang Chong indeed deserved to die. Lin Yi's clever wordplay earned him a roll of the eyes from Su Mo, but it drove Zhang Sulan nearly mad with anger. Little beast. Zhang Sulan, somehow finding strength from somewhere, fiercely grabbed Lin Yi's pant leg and with a twisted smile said, do you think you've won for sure? Hee. This crazed look filled Lin Yi with unease, inexplicably generating some extremely ominous premonition. He yanked Zhang Sulan by her collar, forcing her to answer, did you do something to Xiaoxi? Or is it related to the Fallen ones? Are you starting to panic now? Unfortunately, I won't tell you. The purple hue in Zhang Quilin's eyes began to fade and blood smeared her twisted face. Her voice grew weaker. I told you the pain you caused me, I will repay you 1,000-fold. Huh. The laughter abruptly ceased as Zhang Sulan's head bounced twice against the ground, and she finally breathed her last. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Zhang Sulan's death should have been a good thing, but for some reason, he could not feel happy about it. Zhang Quilin's words just now must have had some basis. What exactly did she do? A wave of intense unease began to engulf Lin Yi's heart. At that moment old Zhang rushed over panting heavily, possibly too anxious to articulate his words. Seeing him like this, Lin Yi felt an inexplicable thump in his heart, as if something bad had already happened. He suppressed his anxiety and went over to help old Zhang catch his breath. Please take your time. Xiao Yi, it's bad. Old Zhang gasped a few breaths before completing his sentence. Xiaoxi, she suddenly fainted without any warning. You need to go check on her. What? Lin Yi was stunned at first, then his mind went completely blank. He didn't have time to think about anything and rushed outside, wishing to appear directly by Xiaoxi's side. Seeing this, Su Mo supported old Zhang and quickly followed behind Lin Yi. However, the three of them were in such a hurry that none noticed a strange shadow separating from Zhang Solan's corpse after they left. The shadow writhed and transformed, eventually taking the form of a figure dressed in black robes with purple pupils. A fallen one. Zhang Solan, this useless fool can't even handle such a trivial matter, wasting a seed of the abyss on me. This fallen one glanced at the corpse on the ground with considerable disdain, then looked in the direction Lin Yi had left, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lin Yi, a mere class archer possessing talent close to that of an A-class. I never expected to encounter such an interesting situation after living in hiding on P Street for so many years. How amusing, truly amusing. At the same time, Lin Yi returned to the rooftop entrance. Shall you come quickly? Xiaoxi seems to. Lin Yi could no longer hear what others were saying, quickly pushing through the crowd to appear beside Lin Shi. Lin Shi was lying on the ground, groaning in pain without stopping. Her body was twitching uncontrollably, and what was even more bizarre was that gray spots were visibly growing on her face and arms wherever exposed. Gray spots. This is a prominent characteristic that appears during a large-scale outbreak of mist poison. Why is this happening? Lin Yi's pupils constricted violently, completely unable to understand what was happening. Clearly Xiaoxi's mist poison had been under stable control. How could it suddenly erupt like this? By the way, the nether grass. I still have some nether grass with me. It should help alleviate Xiao Zai's symptoms. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yi intended to reach out and support Lin Shi, but just as he was about to touch her, an arm suddenly yanked him back. Caught off guard, Lin Yi fell to the ground, glaring angrily at Su Mo behind him, shouting, "What are you doing?" From a high vantage point, Su Mo coldly regarded him. "If you want to throw your life away, I won't stop you. The miasma is spreading. Even if you are a professional, the moment you come into contact, you will be instantly infected. At that point, you won't only be unable to save your sister, but you'll also end up sacrificing yourself." Hearing this, Lin Yi was taken aback, then helplessly exclaimed, "What should I do? Are you telling me to just watch as Xiao Shi gets into trouble? Give me the nether grass." Su Mo snatched the herb from Lin Yi's hand, quickly removing her coat to wrap it tightly around Lin. She then crushed the herb and poured it into her mouth. As the nether grass entered her abdomen, Lin Yi's symptoms seemed to ease somewhat. However, in the next moment, a more terrifying gray mist suddenly erupted from her body. The gray mist coalesced in the air into a bizarre, human face, grinning grotesquely as it lunged towards Su Mo. This is the seed of the abyss. Looking at the face formed from the gray mist, Su Mo's expression darkened instantly, and she quickly jumped back, drawing a uniquely designed pistol. Bang! 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 In a flash of silver light, 3 gunshots rang out, instantly shattering the face, and the remaining gray mist retreated back into Lin Yi's body. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, Lin Yi's nerves tensed, and he hurriedly asked, "What is the seed of the abyss? Is it related to Xiao Zai's miasma?" "There's no time to explain. Let's talk as we go. I need to carry Lin Shi." Su Mo abruptly scooped up Lin Shi. "The priority now is to find a way to treat your sister. If we wait any longer, and the seed of the abyss completely merges with her, even divine beings won't be able to save her." "Where do we go now?" Lin Yi asked impatiently. "To the Law Enforcement Bureau to find Old Mo. He is a senior researcher specializing in the study of gray mist and miasma. If anyone can save your sister, it must be him." Fortunately, the Law Enforcement Bureau in the outer city is not far from here, and the two of them moved quickly, arriving in just a few minutes. Along the way, Lin Yi learned from Su Mo what the seed of the abyss really was. This matter, when discussed, actually pertains to a significant secret: the origins of the Fallen Ones. The Fallen Ones are mainly divided into 2 types. One type is eroded by gray mist, and through some improbable mutation survives the miasma, ultimately transforming into a terrifying monster known as the Fallen. However, those who transform this way often lose their sanity entirely, becoming mad and violent, turning into beasts that only know how to kill. The true threat to humanity comes from the second type. Since the game emerged, gray mist has invaded the world, and the populace began to change professions. Yet the success rate of changing professions is not 100%. In fact, at the beginning, the success rate was even less than 50%. A large number of civilians failed to change professions, creating a stark divide between professionals and non-professionals. Status, voice, and even the resources available began to become unequal. Once class divisions emerged, conflicts naturally arose. Some individuals who failed to change professions believed the system was unjust, feeling that they were no less capable than others. Why could those fools wield extraordinary power while they could not? It was during this time that a guild called New World emerged. The identity of its founder remains unknown to this day. However, the ideology promoted by this guild is in stark contrast to that of human society. They believe that the gray mist is not an invasion, but a salvation. The true puppet master behind it all is this damned game rule. The great existence above the gray mist, taking advantage of the invasion of ferocious beasts, seeks to destroy this false order. They aim to save humanity from disaster and to re-establish a fair and orderly system. In secret, they incite those who have failed to change professions and harbor resentment. As long as you embrace the gray mist and actively accept the great transformation, you can gain powers that surpass those of professionals. Our goal is to kill those professionals corrupted by the game rules and establish a new world where everyone is equal and free from oppression. The so-called transformation is in fact the seed of the abyss, a peculiar object that can turn ordinary people into fallen ones. The exact origins of the seed of the abyss remain unclear, but the first batch of fallen ones began to appear once the New World Guild emerged. Since they originated from humans, fallen ones bear almost no outward distinctions from ordinary people. They hide within the human world. From small street vendors to those fearsome strongmen, even every person around you could potentially be a fallen one in disguise. They may not exhibit any harm in their daily lives, and may even lend a helping hand to you. Yet in secret, no one knows how many people they have killed or how many acts they have committed against humanity. The seed of the abyss can not only turn ordinary people into fallen ones, but can also trigger the miasma within them. The nether grass is ineffective for your sister. That is likely the reason. Sumo's words chilled Lin Ye's heart. If Lin Shi truly became a fallen one, he couldn't bear to think of the consequences. Does that old Mu you mentioned really have a way to save my sister? Lin Yi asked anxiously. I don't know. Everything will be clear when old Mu arrives. At that moment, an elderly man in a white lab coat hurriedly approached them. Old Mu. As Sumo was about to explain the situation, old Mu raised his hand to stop her. He glanced at Lin Shi, tightly wrapped in clothing and the gray mist constantly emanating from her, his expression serious. As he spoke, the symptoms this little girl is exhibiting are a reaction to the seed of the abyss beginning to merge. You must hurry and take her to my research room. If you delay any longer, it may be too late. Understood. The two of them quickly carried Lin Shi to the entrance of the research room, but old Mu's assistant stopped Lin Yi from entering, saying, "This is a critical research room. You outsiders cannot enter. You must wait outside." Sumo also reassured him, "Don't worry, with old Mu here your sister will be fine." Though Lin Yi wanted to stay by Lin Zai's side, he understood that he couldn't afford to waste time on such matters. He nodded and stepped aside to wait. As time gradually passed, 1 hour, 2 hours. The door of the research room remained tightly closed, and Lin Yi couldn't help but grow increasingly anxious. Xiaoshi, you must not come to any harm. The entire corridor was exceptionally quiet, with only the sound of Lin Yi pacing back and forth. Since arriving in this world, he had never felt as anxious as he did now. If something were to happen to Xiaoshi, he feared he would carry the guilt for a lifetime. Click. Suddenly the sound of the lock turning echoed, and Lin Yi paused, quickly moving to the door to wait. Sumo also stood up, nervously looking toward the research lab door. After a moment, old Mu, dressed in a white lab coat and looking haggard, walked out. Seeing this, Lin Yi instantly held his breath and anxiously asked, "Old Mu, my sister?" Old Mu looked at Lin Yi and said, "I have one good news and one bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" Lin Yi forced a smile, saying, "Old Mu, at a time like this, just tell me directly." "All right." Old Mu nodded. "Then I'll start with the good news. Fortunately, you brought her in time. The abyss seed in the young girl has been successfully removed." Hearing this, Lin Yi clenched his fist, knowing that the next part was crucial. As expected, old Mu sighed, saying, "Although the young girl will not risk turning into a fallen, the fog poison within her has currently undergone a very rare mutation due to the influence of the abyss seed. The mutated fog poison, such as the common herbs like Yuming grass used to suppress poison outbreaks, has become ineffective." Lin Ye's heart sank, and he quickly interjected, "Are you saying that the fog poison in my sister is now beyond saving?" "Don't rush, it's not entirely hopeless." Old Mu paused and looked at Lin Yi slowly, saying, "The key is whether you are willing to sacrifice for your sister. As long as it allows Xiaoshi to live, I would risk my life." Lin Yi immediately declared his attitude resolute. Xiaoshi was the most important person to him in this world. Lin Yi would not hesitate for a moment, even if it meant trading lives. He took a deep breath and said to Old Mu, "Please explain the specific method in detail." "Heart exchange." Old Mu did not keep him in suspense and spoke astonishingly, then further explained, "The most lethal aspect of the fog poison is that it can contaminate a person's heart, leading to severe systemic changes. As long as your sister's heart does not completely fail, the fog poison can be effectively controlled. Of course, what I just mentioned about the heart exchange does not mean literally replacing your hearts, but rather through an ancient contract ritual connecting your hearts and sharing life and death. Lin Yes eyes lit up. Old Mu, do you understand the ways of the contract? I am willing to accept this method. You need to listen to me first. Old Mu's expression turned serious. I can certainly perform the contract, but to complete it we currently lack a crucial item. Additionally, I must inform you of the risks involved. Once the contract is completed, you and your sister will truly become life companions. If either of you encounters an accident, the other will immediately die. Moreover, this contract's effect can at most eliminate the mutated factors. It cannot completely remove the hidden dangers of the fog poison. You two will share life, but the fog poison will also split into two parts and synchronize within your bodies. Until a complete solution is found, you may be affected by the fog poison for the rest of your lives. This is the best solution I know of at present. I wonder if you are still willing to give it a try. To be honest, Lin Yi found himself in a daze, lost in a fog at Old Mu's words. What contract? What shared life? He only cared about whether his sister could survive. As long as it is possible, he would pay any price without complaint. Old Mu, can you ensure this method is feasible? Lin Yi asked seriously. Naturally. All right then, let's proceed according to your suggestion. Lin Yi added, by the way, what is that important item needed to complete the contract? The twin bloom. Old Mu said, a life shared, a bond of life and death. The twin bloom is an essential medium for completing the life alliance contract. As long as you can find the twin bloom, I will handle the rest. May I ask, where can I find the twin bloom? Lin Yi inquired. The twin bloom is an extremely rare item. As far as I know, it seems to drop from level 7 dungeons, but the drop rate is very low, making it quite difficult to obtain. Additionally, the twin bloom is quite special. Once it appears, it binds to the owner's soul, which means that unless you obtain it yourself, it won't work even if someone else gives it to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was first taken aback, then his mood became particularly heavy. He looked at Old Mu incredulously, saying, so I must rely on myself to go to the level 7 dungeon to have a chance to obtain the twin bloom. That is a level 7 dungeon. The fierce beasts inside are all terrifying beings above level 70, not to mention there's an unknown depth of a boss guarding the way. With his current strength, it was not only a question of whether he could enter. Even if he could, what would be the outcome? It would merely be a trip to death. Seeing Old Mu nod, Lin Yi felt an immense pressure, as if the sky had collapsed. But he quickly regained his composure. No matter how arduous the task, no matter how challenging, for the sake of his sister, he absolutely could not easily give up. Lin Yi looked at Old Mu, his expression serious, as he asked, Old Mu, how much longer can my sister hold on? Old Mu pondered for a moment, and provided a more conservative answer, 1 month, at most 1 month. If you cannot obtain the twin bloom, by then, I will be powerless. Alright, I understand. Lin Yi gritted his teeth. By the way, Old Mu, I have one more thing I'd like to ask of you. It's nothing really. Lin Yi forced a smile. Just about the contract, I hope you can keep it a secret, and not let shout. Old Mu was taken aback, then sighed with a face full of emotion. Ah, you two truly share a deep sibling bond. Don't worry, I will keep your secret. Thank you, Old Mu. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude. At that moment, Su Mo walked over and patted his shoulder, her expression looking quite complex. I misunderstood you before. I apologize. Also, if there's anything you need help with in the future, just let me know, and I will do my best. Lin Yi was taken aback, then shook his head. Captain Su, you're being too kind, it's nothing. Afterwards, Lin Yi added Mu Lao and Su Mo as friends to make further contact easier. From his friends list, he gleaned their professional details. Su Mo was a level 100 gunner, matching the class and level he had seen earlier. As for Mu Lao, his identity was completely unexpected to Lin Yi. This elder, so absorbed in research, was in fact a level 170 berserker. Lin Yi could hardly imagine how Mu Lao would look in combat, muscles bared and fury unleashed. People grow old and become useless. All my class skills have fallen into neglect. Mu Lao seemed to notice Lin Yi's astonishment and offered a self-deprecating remark, then added, oh, by the way, the little girl needs to stay here under observation for a few more days. Come back in 3 days to take her home. He continued, additionally, if circumstances permit, you should move her to Naching as soon as possible. That place is free from the gray miasma and will be better for controlling her condition. I understand, thank you for the reminder, Mu Lao, Lin Yi said, nodding. His resolve to relocate to Naching strengthened. Afterwards, the siblings met in a nearby lounge. Lin, she had already awakened, apart from still appearing a little weak. The ashen patches on her body had faded, suggesting there would be no major problems for the time being. Little she, you must listen to Mu Lao. When you recover in a few days, he'll come fetch you. He thought she might be frightened and cry. In fact, her reaction this time completely defied his expectations. Brother, don't worry, you'll be good. Lin, she forced a smile and even straightened her little chest. Really, you don't need to worry about me. I'm grown now and can take care of myself. He'll stay here and wait for you to take me home. Lin's eyes maturity made Lin Yi's throat tighten. He patted her head and said softly, our little, she has truly grown up. The siblings talked for a while longer before Lin Yi stepped out of the law enforcement bureau and stood at the entrance. Lin Yi looked at the valiant Su Mo and hesitated for a moment. Captain Su, please take care of my sister. Contact me if anything arises. Rest assured, Su Mo glanced back. The law enforcement bureau is a secured place. I doubt any malevolent force would dare risk their lives here. Your sister's safety need not be a concern. All right then, I'm counting on you. After leaving the bureau, Lin Yi returned home to eat and rest briefly. He also needed to calm himself and draw up a detailed plan for his advancement. He had only 1 month to grow strong enough to tackle a level 7 dungeon. The pressure on Lin Yi was intense. This was no longer a matter of effort alone, but required a miracle. The linchpin is my proficiency panel. He knew clearly that this was his greatest ace. The enormous attribute bonuses and the various modifiers granted by proficiency were his most powerful instruments for creating that miracle. The first step is to grind my proficiency to level 200 and unlock the first purple modifier. From past experience, a purple modifier would bring about a qualitative transformation in his strength. Moreover, he was not far from that goal. Perhaps tonight, at the latest tomorrow, he could achieve it. Besides proficiency, his character level could not be neglected if he wished to clear a level 7 dungeon. He needed to reach at least level 60 and obtain the first clear achievement for a level 6 dungeon to qualify for entry. Either of these requirements alone would be hard to accomplish, especially reaching level 60 within a month. He was not Xia Qingxue and did not have a colossal protector like Tai Fudu supporting him. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary practitioner would take until the next year or longer to reach level 60 after changing vocation. Compressing that time by an order of magnitude made this trial unimaginably arduous for Lin Yi. Any other person might have given up because it seemed impossible. I will not give up until the final moment. Lin Yi clenched his fist, reinforcing his conviction. Where there is human will, there is a way. All he could do now was give everything he had. Additionally, besides improving my strength, I must quickly accumulate contribution points. He could not forget Mu Lao's warning. If living in Nanqing helped control his sister's condition, he had to find a way to move there soon. Unfortunately, I don't know Nanqing well and am unsure of accurate housing prices. He had only heard that the cheapest houses in Nanqing started at 1,000,000 contribution points. As for exact prices, that remained unknown. He also had no idea about available listings, which made the matter rather troublesome. If only I could find someone familiar to ask about it. At that thought, a familiar face flashed through his mind. How could I have forgotten her? Lin Yi hurriedly opened his friends list and found Xia Qingxue's avatar. Hesitating for a moment, he decided not to beat around the bush and messaged, "Are you there? I have something I'd like to ask you to help with." Just as Lin Yi worried whether Xia Qingxue would assist, she replied instantly, "It's been days. Now you remember me. Speak, what is it? As long as it's not offering yourself, I can consider it." Lin Yi had not expected someone as goddess-like as Xia Qingxue to tease him like that. Temporarily lightened in mood, Lin Yi responded, "Hey, race the situation." He briefly explained his sister's illness and the need to find housing in Nanqing. Xia Qingxue immediately asked, "Is that little girl doing all right?" "There's no immediate danger, but it's best to move her into Nanqing quickly, which is why I wanted to ask you about it," Lin Yi replied. Lin Yi did not mention the matter of the contract at all. He did not want to burden others further. "I see, wait a moment, and ill. What's the matter?" Over 10 minutes passed before Xia Qingxue messaged again, "Sorry, I had something come up." "Where were we?" "The housing." "Oh right. What a coincidence. I happen to have an extra property," Xia Qingxue said after a pause. "You don't need to trouble yourself hunting for a place. You can stay in my place for now since it's just sitting empty. Of course it's not free, you'll need to pay rent. 3,000 contribution points a month, that shouldn't be expensive, right?" It was more than inexpensive, it was a steal. A monthly rent of 3,000 contribution points. Such a price was far below what even modest districts in the outer city would charge. Really? Absolutely. It wasn't that Lin Yi didn't believe what Xia Qingxue said, he just felt an indescribable unease. He had just mentioned looking for a place to stay, and Xia Qingxue had already freed up a property. Was it really just a coincidence? Did she disappear for a while to arrange this property? Suddenly a bold thought emerged in Lin Yi's mind, but he quickly dismissed it as unlikely. Why would someone who had no ties to him be so kind? Moreover, buying a house was no small matter. It certainly couldn't be settled in just a few minutes. "Lin Yi, what are you thinking? Taking advantage and pretending to be humble." Lin Yi mocked himself inwardly. Regardless of the circumstances, he indeed owed Xia Qingxue a tremendous favor this time. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Xia Qingxue spoke first, saying, "Just so you know, we are in a transactional relationship. I am the landlord, and you are the tenant. No need for thanks. By the way, when do you plan to move in? Just give me a time, and I'll come to pick you up." Lin Yi hurriedly replied, "There's no need for that. You just give me an address, and I'll find you Miss Xia." I like that title. Just remember to let me know in advance when you're moving." "Okay." It was quite a pleasant surprise that the housing issue was resolved so easily. Once he picks Lin Shi up from the research institute, they can directly move to the inner city. The environment there would not only help stabilize her condition, but also relieve Lin Yi from the stress of saving money in the short term. On the contrary, once he was financially stable, he could invest his contribution points where they would be most effective. Skills, equipment, attribute fruits, and so on. As long as there were enough contribution points, there was still ample room for improvement in all aspects. In short, for this month, everything revolved around leveling up and enhancing strength as the primary goal. Then he would enter the level 7 dungeon to acquire the crucial item needed to complete the Life and Death Alliance contract, the Twin Flowers. After calming down Lin, Yi wasted no time and prepared to take immediate action. It was just after 7 in the evening, and he could still run a few more dungeons, hoping to push his proficiency to level 200 by tonight. I wonder if Rocky and the others are free. Let me ask. Lin Yi opened the chat window with Rocky and sent a message. Within minutes, he received a reply. Sure, see you in the dungeon hall in 10 minutes. Alright. After checking his supplies to ensure nothing was missing, Lin Yi closed the door and headed towards the Lin Yi over here. Rocky's voice rang out from the crowd, and from a distance Lin Yi spotted them. Why is it just you and Yishan? Where are Chen Feng and Wang Yu? Lin Yi looked around, but didn't see Chen Feng or Wang Yu, so he asked. They were called away by someone from the guild for some event. They won't be able to make it today. Rocky explained, but it's fine. After the beast tide, everyone's enthusiasm for leveling has surged. It's not difficult to form a team. Lin Yi nodded, then curiously asked, they both joined a guild. Which one? A level 1 guild, I think it's called Crazy Blade. Rocky scratched his head, seemingly unsure. I suggested they join Iron Floating Tower, but they refused, saying that there are too many talented people in Iron Floating Tower, and they wouldn't get any recognition. I really don't understand what they're thinking. Isn't it better to be a casual member in a big guild? There are plenty of benefits. Everyone has different thoughts, I guess. Lin Yi chuckled, not wanting to pursue the topic further. He shifted the conversation, asking, by the way, I heard from you earlier that you and Yishan are both members of Iron Floating Tower. Yes, we joined a long time ago. Do you want to come over? I can recommend a few people without any issue. Rocky was very enthusiastic. It was clear he had a strong sense of belonging to Iron Floating Tower. Look what this is. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously at him, then revealed the guild emblem on his arm. Oh wow. When did you join our guild? I had no idea. By the way, who did you recommend? Rocky and Yishan exchanged astonished glances, clearly surprised by Lin Yi's membership in Iron Floating Tower. Just a couple of days ago, during the beast tide, a friend invited me to join because being in a guild provides bonuses that significantly enhance fighting power. Lin Yi spoke truthfully. Friend. Rocky grinned, leaning closer to Lin Yi, asking, male or female? What's her name? Female. But don't get any strange ideas, we're just ordinary friends. Lin Yi playfully punched Rocky's chest, knowing that this guy's thoughts were obvious. So it's a girl? You're quite impressive. Rocky exclaimed dramatically. Quick, tell us your friend's name. I'm dying. Yishan also looked curious, leaning in closer to Lin Yi. Faced with these two lively characters, Lin Yi surrendered. Alright, I'll tell you, but could you two not get so close? What if others misunderstand? Come on, we're all men. Oh, what's there to be afraid of? Rocky intentionally leaned in closer. Lin Yi was just joking, then said, you guys should have heard of her name, Xia Qingxue. No way. You're telling me the friend who recommended you to join is Xia Qingxue? Rocky exclaimed, his emotions getting the better of him. She's my goddess. You actually know my goddess? Rocky's expression turned skeptical as he thought it over, looking at Lin Yi suspiciously. Wait, you'd better be honest. What's your relationship with Goddess Xia? How did you meet? Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected Rocky to be so excited. Didn't I say? We're just ordinary friends. As for how we met, Xia Qingxue lived on the same street as me before she joined Iron Floating Tower, so we're basically neighbors. I see. Rocky was still half convinced. Are you really just friends? Believe it or not. Lin Yi rolled his eyes. Should I call Xia Qingxue over to explain it to you? That could work. Huh. You're ugly, but your ideas are pretty grand. They chatted and laughed as they entered the dungeon hall. After the beast tide, not only had Lin Yi significantly improved in strength, but Rocky and Yishan had also grown considerably. The three of them decided to head straight to the level 3 dungeon, this time aiming to achieve the first completion. Rochi initiated a team, and Lin Yi and Yishan joined one after another. Lin Yi's level immediately caused a stir among the two. You brat, how did you reach level 37 in just 2 days? I got lucky during the beast tide, so I leveled up quickly. Lin Yi dared not mention Xia Qingxue's name again, or Rochi would annoy him to death. He casually deflected the conversation and quickly shifted his attention. I see your levels aren't low either. How did you level up? He casually deflected the conversation and quickly shifted his attention. I see your levels aren't low either. How did you level up? Quite impressed. Honestly, Lin Yi was very curious. Could it be that they also had someone boosting them? Haha, you don't know this, do you? This is the benefit of joining a big guild. As long as you show enough potential, there will naturally be people willing to help you level up. Rochi boasted. With me and Xiao Yi, we can be considered promising newcomers. It's normal for someone to help us level up a bit. That's true. Lin Yi nodded. Similar words had been said to him by Xia Qingxue. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to showcase his potential in the guild. If there are guild elites willing to invest in his growth, perhaps he could indeed create miracles within 3 months. Of course, Lin Yi only thought of this as a backup plan. Ultimately, fate should always be in one's own hands to be the most reliable. While talking, the three arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Rochi looked around and said, "We definitely have enough damage output, but it's best to find a shield and a healer for the remaining 2 slots. You guys wait, I'll ask in the guild if there's anyone suitable." Alright. Saying this, Rochi stood still, seemingly going to the guild channel to find people. Before long, Rochi raised his head and laughed. "I found the people, 2 level 30 healers. Didn't we need 1 shield and 1 healer? How did it turn into 2 healers?" Lin Yi asked in surprise. Rochi chuckled. "Just now 2 girls I know said they wanted to come, and I couldn't bring myself to refuse them, so. What if they were 2 guys? Would you still be able to refuse?" Lin Yi could easily see through Rochi's little thoughts and rolled his eyes at him. But it didn't matter much. A level 3 dungeon wasn't too challenging given their current strength. Moreover, with Yishan as a solid frontliner, having 2 healers was still acceptable. "Don't worry with me here, nothing unexpected will happen," Yishan confidently added. "Alright then." Lin Yi nodded. "When will they arrive?" "Hurry up, let's try to run it a few more times." "Let me ask." Rochi suddenly brightened up, pointing at a pair of twin beauties walking towards them. "Aren't they here already?" The other party clearly saw Rochi as well, waved to greet him, and then squeezed through the crowd to walk over. I must say these twins were stunning, tall and curvy. Though they couldn't compare to the breathtaking Xia Qingxue, they were indeed rare beauties. Moreover, they were twins with nearly identical looks, which stirred up excitement in men. "Rochi, Yishan, long time no see, how are you?" The girl in the moon-white dress immediately displayed a sweet. She first greeted Rochi and Yishan, then turned to Lin Yi, blinking her big eyes. "And this handsome guy, hello. I am the elder sister Qingxushin, level 30 healer. Please take care of me in the dungeon later." Lin Yi nodded, acknowledging her. He instinctively looked at the girl in the blue dress beside her. Compared to Qingxushin, this one was obviously a bit shy, her tongue almost tying in knots as she stammered. "You, hello, I am Qingxuran." "Hello." Lin Yi smiled, then turned to Rochi, who was dazed, and said irritably, "Look at you, such a loser. Your eyes are about to pop out, and you still haven't hurried to recruit them for the dungeon." "Oh, right, the dungeon is important." Rochi came back to his senses and hurriedly pulled Qingxushin and Qingxuran into the team. Qingxushin glanced at the team panel and exclaimed, "Wow, your levels are all so high. Especially Lin Yi, I didn't realize you were already level 37. You must be very strong." Lin Yi was about to respond modestly when Rochi immediately interrupted. "TCH, don't be fooled by his high level. He might not be as fierce as me in a dungeon. Do you know fire mages? They are the true kings of damage output. Just wait and see my performance later with me here. Nothing unexpected will happen." This line sounded a bit familiar. "Hey Rochi, why are you stealing Yishan's lines?" Looking at Rochi's cocky demeanor, Lin Yi could only smile faintly, not wanting to steal his spotlight. At this moment, Rochi secretly pulled Lin Yi aside and whispered, "Hey brother, help me out. Don't steal my spotlight in the dungeon later. Let me perform well in front of the 2 beauties, and I'll owe you a favor. What do you say?" "Wait, are you serious? Can you handle 2? Lin Yi teased. "What do you know?" Rochi insisted. "Just say whether you'll help or not. Elite kills go to me." Alright. The level 3 dungeon map was an abandoned medieval castle. The castle had 3 floors, with the first 2 floors containing minor monsters. The 3rd floor was the elite room. Dark Knight Werewolf level 30, ordinary ferocious beast, health 75,000, defense 1200, attack 3,000, skill transformation. Lin Yi used the reconnaissance skill to share the monster information on the team panel. The attack power is quite high. Yishan, can you handle it? "No problem, just watch me." Yishan patted his chest, then looked at the twin sisters. "Give me a status boost." "No problem." Alright. The 2 girls simultaneously activated their skills, and though they were both healers, their main specializations were different. Qingxushin primarily focused on various buff enhancements, increasing attack and defense, and also understood some dispel and control breaking techniques. Qingxuran, on the other hand, was more adept at healing and enhancing health limits. After a few skills from the 2 girls, Yishan's status instantly peaked, becoming exceptionally powerful. He raised his shield and charged towards the group of monsters. Taunt. Yishan raised his shield, and an invisible wave instantly spread, attracting the aggro of the surrounding monsters. Rochi gave Lin Yi a look, then stepped confidently to the front of the team. "Watch my performance." Meteor fire rain. The terrifying power of fire elements spread from the staff in Luo Qi's hand, immediately enveloping the crowd in a vast expanse of crimson fire clouds. The scorching heat reflected on the faces of several people, causing them to appear flushed. Meteor Fire Rain is a deadly skill that can only be mastered at level 30 in fire magic. Not only is its damage extraordinary, but its range and duration are also remarkably impressive, far surpassing that of an explosive fireball. In addition, Lin Yi noticed that the staff in Luo Qi's hand had transformed into a top-grade purple weapon shining with a unique luster. It seems that after the beast tied, it wasn't just Lin Yi who had grown stronger, everyone had made considerable progress. Boom, boom, boom. In the next second, countless fire rains descended from the sky, and the magma-like liquid erupted continuously among the hordes of monsters, creating a truly astonishing spectacle. I must say, when it comes to the flamboyance of skills, the mage is indeed several streets ahead of the archers. Wow, Luo Qi, your skill is so cool. Cheng Shuxin exclaimed while healing Yishan. Even the usually timid Cheng Shuren's eyes lit up with approval as she nodded, saying, With the twin beauties praising him, Luo Qi seemed to be invigorated, and after downing a few bottles of blue potions he laughed. This is just the beginning, watch closely, I have something even more powerful. As he spoke, an even more terrifying force of fire elements began to gather around Luo Qi. He raised his staff high, a hint of sweat appearing on his forehead, and shouted, supersized explosive fireball. A gigantic fireball over 20 meters in diameter suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. The immense pressure that followed even astonished Lin Yi. This guy's explosive fireball seems to have evolved again. It should be more than just a skill upgrade, or perhaps it is a talent. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. Luo Qi simply couldn't contain himself in front of the beauties. Clearly a meteor fire rain could have solved the issue, yet he insisted on unleashing a big move instead. It was a total waste of skills and mana. If it were Lin Yi, he certainly wouldn't act so foolishly. I need to keep an eye on this. That would be quite entertaining if this guy... While Lin Yi was dealing damage and remaining vigilant, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. After Luo Qi unleashed his supersized explosive fireball, nearly all the werewolves were wiped out. However, at that moment, Yishan's expression suddenly changed, and his health began to drop at a visible rate. Not good. Is that a beast with invisibility? Cheng Shuren, quickly heal. Yishan, Luo Qi, prepare. Lin Yi originally wanted Luo Qi to get ready for battle, but who would have thought this guy would finish himself off with one big move? At that moment, looking weak and shaky, he said, Yiga, you hold on for a moment, I'm out of mana. Lin Yi was left speechless, thinking, fine, I might as well take this opportunity to secure some kills. Luo Qi, you can't seize the opportunity when it's given to you, so don't blame me for stealing your spotlight. Lin Yi chuckled wickedly to himself as he grabbed the Guiyuan Bao and assumed a combat stance. Charging initiated. Attack power, attack speed, and critical hit chance all increased by 20. The cooldown for Eagle Eye is only 10 seconds, and it can be trained quickly. Lin Yi had already leveled this skill up to level 2 before the beast tide arrived. Eagle Eye, level 2, slightly increases shooting accuracy. When activated, it can reveal all invisible units within a 30-meter radius for 3 seconds. Skill cooldown 10 seconds, mana cost 100 points. Level 2 Eagle Eye improved the effect by a full 20 meters compared to level 1. After activating the skill, Lin Yi immediately spotted over a dozen red monsters resembling bats frantically attacking Yishan. These bats were not large, with wingspans of less than half a meter. However, they could fly low and at great speed, and with Yishan being blind to the situation, he quickly found himself in a very passive position. Blood-colored bat, level 30, ordinary ferocious beast, health 6-0 defense, 1-0 attack, 3-0 skill, invisibility. It is invisibility, not stealth. An assassin's stealth will immediately reveal them upon attacking or being attacked. However, invisibility does not have this limitation. Unless one possesses an ability similar to Eagle Eye, they cannot see this type of ferocious beast. The Eagle Eye effect lasts only 10 seconds. We must finish this quickly. Lin Yi chose to activate the multi-arrow effect immediately. Yishan taunt to draw aggro, hold them for 3 seconds. While speaking, Lin Yi raised the Guiyuan Bao, took a deep breath, and then unleashed his speed. Bang, 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 bang. The bowstring vibrated continuously as his hands moved so quickly that they left behind afterimages, unleashing a row of arrows almost instantaneously. A cacophony of piercing sounds shattered the silence as a deluge of arrows rained down from the sky. Every single arrow accurately struck the bat-like ferocious beasts. 3,285, 3,285, 3,285, 4,928. Critical hit. Waves of damage numbers suddenly exploded in the air before Lin Yi's eyes. The closest bats were instantly shot to pieces, unable to survive, and became his resources. Kill a level 30 ordinary ferocious beast, proficiency 150. Kill. Seeing this, the remaining ferocious beasts had their pupils glow red and immediately dashed toward Lin Yi. However, Yishan had already received Lin Yi's warning. Although he couldn't see them, taunting does not require a target, and can be used in the air. He executed a taunt right where he stood, forcing the bats to switch targets. Well done. Lin Yi praised Yishan upon seeing this. Yishan's no-target taunt was perfectly timed and distanced, proving himself to be a naturally gifted shield bearer. Lin Yi naturally wouldn't waste this golden opportunity. The bowstring vibrated repeatedly, and in an instant he eliminated the remaining bats. Few good thing Luo Qi's situation wasn't dire. Lin Yi sighed in relief. Then he felt that something was. He turned around and noticed that everyone, including Yishan, was looking at him with shock in their eyes. What's going on? Why are you all staring at me like that? Lin Yi asked in confusion. Impressive. Yishan gave a thumbs up. Lin Yi, before I met you, I never would have imagined that an archer could be this incredible. Your normal attacks are like rain arrows. In terms of damage output, you're already on par with me. Luo Qi had mixed feelings, but couldn't help but acknowledge Lin Yi's current strength. The twin sisters were now starry-eyed, utterly in awe of Lin Yi. Yes. Lin Yi, how on earth did you do that? I've never seen an archer like you who shoots so fast and fiercely, taking down the monsters in an instant. It's amazing. Cheng Shuxin and Cheng Shuren, this pair of twins, were circling around Lin Yi, practically becoming his devoted fans. Luo Qi was filled with envy. Lin Yi, Cheng Shuxin and Cheng Shuren, this pair of twins, were circling around Lin Yi, practically becoming his devoted fans. Luo Qi was filled with envy. Lin Yi, I'll boost your attack. Be careful. Oh no, how did you get hurt? Come here, I'll heal you. Lin Yi was caught off guard and was ambushed by a bat, losing a bit of health. Cheng Shuxin immediately expressed her concern, shouting that she would restore him. Seeing this, Cheng Shuren naturally did not want to fall behind. Whether it was a slip of the tongue or intentional, she weakly said, "Let me do it, I have more healing power. I mean, my healing capacity is larger." Upon hearing this, Cheng Shuxin instinctively looked down at herself, then glanced at Cheng Shuren. Suddenly she felt disheartened. Being twins, why was there such a disparity in this aspect? Cheng Shuxin was filled with rage. Cheng Shuren, honestly, did you secretly eat papaya behind my back? Cheng Shuren shook her head vigorously, her face reddening as she cast a healing spell on Lin Yi. As the person involved, Lin Yi could not comment much. However, objectively speaking, Cheng Shuxin leaned more towards buffs, while Cheng Shuren indeed had a bit more healing capacity. Ahem. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and continued to engage in battle. After unleashing his full potential, he managed to secure numerous kills from Luo Qi, rapidly increasing his proficiency. Proficiency 150, 150. Proficiency increased to level 92. All attributes 3, attack speed 0, 02. Proficiency increased to level 93. All attributes 3, attack speed 0, 02. After about an hour, everyone appeared in the elite room on the 3rd floor. The space was vast, measuring over 1,000 square meters. At the center there lay a sinister black coffin. The moment they stepped into the room, the coffin lid suddenly burst open. Black smoke billowed, accompanied by a chilling, eerie laugh as a blood-red figure crawled out of the coffin. Vampire count level 35, elite beast health 600, defense 360, attack power 100, skills claw strike, blood-sucking blood explosion. This creature had a green face and sharp fangs towering over 3 meters tall, with a pair of massive flesh wings that created a tempest when flapped. Damn humans daring to disturb my slumber, all shall perish. The vampire count lunged forward with a burst of speed, its sharp claws shrouded in dark smoke, tearing towards the group. Without needing anyone else to say anything, as the only defender in the team, Yishan had already raised his shield to block the attack. Taunt. Clang. The shield collided with the claws, producing a resounding metallic clang. Yishan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly activated his signature skill, Copper Skin. A layer of brass-colored light instantly enveloped Yishan's body, making him appear as an indestructible bronze figure. Clang. Clang. Yishan and the vampire count engaged in close combat, and the fierce battle had begun. Attack. Lin Yi and Luo Qi exchanged glances and joined the fight. Puff. 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 After a volley of arrows, a golden symbol appeared above the vampire count's head, indicating that the 6 layers of armor penetration had been fully stacked. With Cheng Shuxin's buff, Lin Yi's attack power now exceeded 4,000. Given the circumstances, he was able to deal considerable damage to the boss. Luo Qi was also not idle. After a moment, the evolved explosive fireball took shape and crashed down onto the vampire count's head. Boom. With a loud bang, flames erupted, directly stripping away a significant portion of the enemy's health. In terms of burst damage, Luo Qi remained unrivaled. However, his greatest drawback was his insufficient mana. After consuming several instant recovery potions, and with Cheng Shuren also providing him with a mana regeneration skill, he barely managed to maintain his output rhythm. As the battle progressed, their cooperation became increasingly tacit, with Yishan managing to hold the vampire count's aggro, making the entire process relatively easy. However, this elite beast was indeed tough, boasting high health and defense along with a blood-sucking skill. It could suck health every few seconds, recovering thousands of health with each bite. Moreover, Lin Yi discovered that its blood-sucking skill had a strengthening mechanism. The lower its health dropped, the more it could recover, sometimes regaining tens of thousands in one go, resembling a blood pump. Overall, it was not a significant issue, it merely prolonged the fight. Everyone, don't let your guard down, this guy still has a big move left. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the vampire count swiped a paw and sent Yishan flying. Its face twisted in rage as it flapped its wings and hovered in the air, surrounded by swirling blood-red mist. Clearly, it was about to unleash a powerful attack. Yishan, retreat quickly. Lin Yi shouted, swiftly activated Shadow Step, pulling the two girls back, with Luo Qi closely following behind. In the next moment, the vampire count unleashed its big move. Blood explosion. A massive blood-red sphere came crashing down towards the group. As it passed, the air itself seemed to warp. It looked terrifying. Boom. The blood sphere detonated just above the heads of the group. The intense shockwave spread like a gale in all directions. Fortunately, Yishan returned just in time, transforming into a wall as he raised his shield to protect everyone behind him. The explosion lasted several seconds, during which Yishan's health plummeted rapidly, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Cheng Shuxin and Cheng Shuran were in a panic, drenched in sweat. At this moment, they no longer cared about who had more healing power. They frantically cast any healing skills they could on Yishan. With the copper skin state, Yishan was indeed able to withstand it. In the end, everyone survived the vampire count's big move without any casualties. Dare to hurt my brother. He'll fight you to the end. Yishan shouted in anger, and Luo Qi's eyes flared with rage. Although the cooldown for the explosive fireball had not ended, he began chanting his meteor fire rain spell. That kill is mine. Lin Yi's eyes widened as he feared Luo Qi would snatch the kill, and he immediately unleashed all his firepower. With multiple arrows boosted, a rain of arrows descended like locusts, instantly draining the last bit of health from the vampire count. Kill the level 35 elite beast vampire count, proficiency 2000. Proficiency increased too. Lin Yi's proficiency rose 2 levels at once, and he felt extremely satisfied. At this moment, Luo Qi had just finished chanting his skill, and whether to release it or not left him feeling resentful as he rolled his eyes at Lin Yi. What's the deal? Didn't we agree not to steal each other's thunder? I will return. The vampire count uttered a fierce remark and then transformed into ashes. Along with having successfully slain the vampire count, you have achieved the level 3 dungeon, first clear milestone, and earned a reward 30 free attribute points. Lin Yi had the highest contribution in the entire event, earning 2 experience points and 2 level 3 treasure chests. Yishan ranked second with 1500 experience points and 1 level 3 treasure chest. Following them were Luo Qi, Cheng Shuran, and Cheng Shuxin. Seeing this, Cheng Shuxin was quite displeased, looking at her sister Cheng Shuran and saying, "Why is your contribution higher than mine when we are both supports? I refuse to accept this." Cheng Shuran lowered her head and dared not speak, merely straightening her back. Cheng Shuxin, "It's not that great. I will eat more wood and learn more healing skills when I go back." With the twin sister, Lin Yi naturally was cautious and did not easily disclose information, so this time he did not help Luo Qi open the chests. Luo Qi wore a bitter expression. As expected, although it was not a guaranteed item, he received a piece of trash, white gear, which was nearly the same as the guaranteed drop. Yishan and the twin sisters had decent luck obtaining valuable items. When it was Lin Yi's turn, surprisingly, his first chest turned out to be a guaranteed drop. Haha, I told you. Luo Qi raised his eyebrows, but then Lin Yi opened the second chest, and a blinding purple light burst forth from within. What the heck? Luo Qi was dumbfounded and hurried over to see what it was, nearly drooling in envy. Vampire Pendant Purple can be equipped at level 30 of attack power, 500, lifesteal 5, a purple premium accessory. Lin Yi was taken aback. This luck. However, both of his current accessory slots were full, and to equip this purple accessory, he had to give up one. After consideration, the Wolf Fang Pendant's attack power and strength boosts were more practical, while the Azure Ring's 5 critical rate bonus became somewhat redundant now that Lin Yi had the charging attribute. Ultimately, Lin Yi decided to replace the Azure Ring with the newly acquired Vampire Pendant, truly worthy of being a level 30 purple accessory. Just the attack power boost surpassed that of the Guiyuan Bao. Moreover, the 5 lifesteal was quite practical. Combined with the Guiyuan Bao, Lin Yi's lifesteal attribute now reached 8, greatly enhancing his sustainability. I can't even express how I feel. I've never seen what an accessory looks like, and you've already obtained a purple one. Luo Qi complained with a bitter face. Hearing this, Lin Yi had a flash of inspiration and took out the recently replaced Azure Ring. Luo Qi's eyes lit up, a blue accessory with 5 critical rate. Luo Qi was on the path of violent output, and with the critical rate boost, his power would surely increase significantly. He immediately said, "This is a good item, aren't you going to use it?" Lin Yi shook his head. It's for you, but it's not for free. You just give me a modest amount in return. Luo Qi, hearing this, finally brightened up, filled with joy. Of course, he didn't let Lin Yi suffer a loss, offering 3,000 contribution points for the level 10 blue accessory, which was above the market price. There's still time. Let's continue. Just because Lin Yi opened a purple accessory, everyone's motivation surged. Over the next 3 hours, they completed 2 more dungeons with evaluations reaching a grade or above. During this time, Lin Yi's proficiency had already risen to level 199, just one step away from unlocking purple attributes. As for his profession level, another dungeon run would likely raise him to level 38. However, during the treasure chest opening segment, Lin Yi's streak of good luck did not last, resulting in only a few low-value items. On the other hand, Luo Qi, the unlucky one, experienced his first shining moment. In the face of everyone else's skepticism, he unexpectedly opened a purple premium mage robe. Haha. Finally, the heavens have opened their eyes. Now who dares say my luck is bad? Luo Qi jumped up in excitement, enjoying a moment of triumph. He immediately equipped the gear, and under the dark golden robe's influence, his demeanor became much more profound, resembling a strong individual. Let's keep going. While my luck is good, let's open a few more chests. Luo Qi eagerly wanted to re-enter the dungeon. Lin Yi glanced at the time and said, all right, let's do one last run. It was already past 1 in the morning, and Lin Yi had to go out of the city tomorrow to improve his proficiency, so he couldn't stay up too late. Moreover, the twin sisters Cheng Shuxin and Cheng Shuran were also quite tired, yawning continuously. It seemed that if given a bed, they would fall asleep immediately. In the end, everyone unanimously decided to conclude after one last run. Although Luo Qi was full of energy, he could only reluctantly accept. All right, I will start the dungeon. Good. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone disappeared into the dungeon entrance. Meanwhile, in a corner of the dungeon hall, a strange man in a black robe appeared. Although he was standing there, it was as if he did not exist. Even as people passed by him continuously, none spared him a glance. You made me lose a seed of the abyss, Lin Yi. Let me find some entertainment for you, and this opportunity will also allow me to see what secrets you hold. In the black-robed man's hand, a strange black lump of flesh appeared, writhing, as if it had its own vitality, looking extremely repulsive. A bizarre purple glint flashed in his pupils, and then he threw the black lump into the entrance of the level 3. As the lump vanished, some unknown anomaly seemed to be occurring within the dungeon. At the same time, Lin Yi and the others had already appeared in the dungeon. As usual, Yishan will attract the monsters. Let's finish this quickly. All right, Yishan replied, and raised his shield to pull the monsters. After circling around, dozens of werewolves were gathered together along with several invisible bats. Lin Yi and Luo Qi each took on their respective roles, one dealing with the werewolves and the other with the invisible bats. The two sisters were at the back, casting skills for healing and buffs. Everything was progressing smoothly and methodically according to their previous rhythm. After defeating several waves of minions, a golden prompt finally appeared before Lin Yi. Proficiency increased to level 200, all attributes 3, attack speed 0.02. Congratulations, host has unlocked a new attribute, execution. Purple note, reaching proficiency level 300 will bring an epic enhancement. Please continue to strive for improvement. A new entry has arrived. Upon seeing the notification, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, quickly checking the effects of the new entry. In the next moment, he instinctively held his breath. He saw decapitation. Purple, ignore rules. Your attacks have a 0.1 chance to instantly kill ordinary beasts, 0.01 chance to instantly kill elite beasts, and 0.001 chance to instantly kill boss-level beasts. The effect of this entry is straightforward and brutal, possessing the ability to ignore rules and directly kill targets. Although the triggering probability seems low, even facing a boss, the probability is a pitiful 1 in 100,000. Lin Yi still finds this entry incredibly terrifying. Ignore rules. No prerequisites. As long as it is triggered, it will definitely kill. The buffs are stacked to the max, it cannot be weak. No wonder it's a purple entry. Lin Yi clenched his fist, feeling quite satisfied, then glanced at the proficiency. Host Lin Yi. Class Archer. Proficiency level 200, 0150000. All attributes 446. Archery 50, attack speed 2. Unlocked entries: Furious Shot green, Lucky green, Armor Break green, Charging blue, Decapitation purple. Tip at proficiency level 300, there will be an epic enhancement. Please keep up the good work, host. After reaching proficiency level 200, the experience required for leveling up increased from 10,000 to 15,000. The difficulty of leveling up has risen, but correspondingly the boosts will definitely increase significantly. As for how much it will be, that can only be known after leveling up. Furthermore, epic enhancement after level. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. The ending prompt was different from before. Previously it told him at what level new entries could be unlocked, but this time it merely provided a particularly vague statement. But since it was said so, An epic enhancement. It must bring about some significant surprises. Lin Yi didn't think too much about it after all, it was still early for level 300. He immersed himself back into the battle. With previous experiences this time, they were noticeably faster. Within an hour, they once again appeared in the elite room of the third layer. Little Bat Lord Roki has come to see you again. Upon seeing the vampire Count, Roki felt as though a treasure chest was beckoning him. However, Lin Yi keenly sensed something unusual at that moment. From previous experiences, as soon as they stepped into this room, the vampire Count would jump out of the coffin and shout that line. But this time there was none. The entire room was eerily quiet, so quiet that it felt somewhat strange. It seems a bit off. At this moment the others also noticed the anomaly. Yishan frowned, raised his shield, and stepped forward preparing to defend. Don't scare yourself, the system prompt hasn't appeared, which means hidden mode hasn't been triggered. Or maybe this guy is afraid of us and doesn't dare to come out. Roki laughed heartily, raising his staff to unleash a skill. If he doesn't come out, let me blow open his coffin lid. However, at that moment, with a loud bang, the black coffin suddenly exploded. A huge wave of air swept towards everyone. Lin Yi's expression changed, and he immediately prepared for battle. Die, die, die. Everyone just die. In the next moment, with a furious roar amidst the dust, a terrifying figure appeared before them. It looked somewhat similar to the previous vampire Count, but was at least twice as tall with muscles bulging out. In addition, its skin had turned a darker shade of blue-black, with tangible black energy swirling around its fangs were bared, dripping with a foul-smelling saliva, and 4 crimson eyes were now fixated on Lin Yi and the others, creating a rather eerie scene. What is this? Why has it changed skin? Roki was taken aback, then shook his body. It looks quite disgusting. The twin sisters Cheng Shuxin and Cheng Shuran were even more frightened by this terrifying creature, instinctively stepping back a few paces. Lin Yi stared at the extremely ferocious creature before him, puzzled about the situation. Logically, if hidden mode was triggered, there should be a prompt. But in fact, there was no prompt at all. What on earth was happening? Let's investigate further. Lin Yi directly cast a detection spell. Contaminated vampire Count. Level 35, mutated boss. A string of question marks made Lin Yi's heart sink. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. The detection spell surprisingly did not work against an opponent whose level did not exceed his own. Moreover, wasn't the vampire Count elite level? How did it become a mutated boss? Could it be related to being contaminated? Lin Yi was confused. He had no idea what had contaminated the vampire Count. What he understood was that they might be in big trouble. A regular boss at level 35 could put their small team in a dire situation, let alone an entirely unknown mutated boss. Can you gather information on it? Lin Yi looked at Yishan and the others. Can't see anything. It's all question marks. Yishan and Roki shook their heads repeatedly. At this moment, the usually taciturn Cheng Shuran spoke up. Let me give it a try. You. Lin Yi looked at her in surprise. Cheng Shuran nodded. It's not a detection spell, it's my talent. But my level is too low right now, I can't guarantee it will definitely work. Cheng Shuran added. Lin Yi naturally didn't dare to ask what talent it was. Given the situation, he could only if it works, and she can figure out the boss details, it would give them a better chance of winning. Alright, then you give it a shot. Lin Yi reminded Yishan, keep an eye out in case the boss suddenly attacks. Currently, it seems they are still outside the boss alert range, so they haven't been attacked right away. But being cautious is never a bad idea. Then I'll start now. Cheng Shuran took a step forward and closed her eyes. Lin Yi then noticed an unusual aura spreading around her body. The aura was invisible and intangible, but it made one faintly aware of its existence. A few seconds later, Cheng Shuran opened her eyes again. How is it? Lin Yi asked anxiously. Cheng Shuran shook her head. The level difference is too great. I still can't see the specific attributes, but I discovered that this boss has a particularly troublesome ability. A particularly troublesome ability. What is it? Lin Yi didn't need to ask, as Cheng Shuran had already spoken. It should be this boss' ultimate move called Vampire's Embrace. Specifically, every 5 minutes the boss randomly embraces a target, causing instant death, and this skill is unavoidable. Lin Yi frowned deeply, a fatal skill that can't be dodged. How are we supposed to play this? Luo Qi exclaimed, his gulp audible. Yishan's heart also sank to the depths. This skill mechanism was simply too outrageous. Almost impossible to counter. The front line was rendered largely meaningless. Once 5 minutes passed, random casualties would begin immediately. Moreover, the longer the delay, the more disadvantageous the situation, potentially leading to a total wipeout. To avoid deaths, we must take down this guy within 5 minutes, but it doesn't seem likely. Lin Yi finished speaking and looked at the others, who all fell into a momentary silence. A level 3 dungeon couldn't be exited midway. This meant they were now at a critical juncture of life and death. Have you all learned resurrection spells? Lin Yi asked then. Cheng Shuxin and Cheng Shuran nodded simultaneously yes. But resurrection spells are too hard to master. Our skills are still at level 1. Lin Yi nodded. A level 1 resurrection spell can only revive one person per day, meaning we have at most 15 minutes. At this point we have no choice but to fight the boss. 15 minutes aren't enough either. Without seeing the boss info, we have no certainty. Luo Qi looked as if facing a great enemy. No, we still have a chance. Lin Yes' expression turned grave. To be honest, everyone, my talent is a killing blow, but the trigger chance is very low. If we can manage to kill the boss in the fight, that's best. If not, you all must buy me time. Life or death will then be left to luck. A killing blow. But your talent is. Luo Qi quickly covered his mouth, stopping himself. However, Lin Yes' words made his intention clear. If things reached the worst point, they could only gamble on the trigger chance of the killing blow. If it succeeded, everyone would survive safely. If it failed, it could very well mean total annihilation. I understand, we'll go with your plan. Yishan nodded, then raised his shield. Everyone ready him, aggroing the mob. Be careful. Lin Yi. Although Cheng Shuxin and Cheng Shuran were nervous, they didn't forget to cast various buffs on Yishan. A stack of buffs instantly brought Yishan's condition to its peak. Yishan himself didn't hold back on skills, bronze skin. The moment metallic luster covered his body, he hoisted his shield and charged at the vampire progenitor. Taunt. With a clang, Yishan leaped and slammed his shield onto the vampire progenitor's head, then swung his war blade, immediately engaging in fierce combat. It was evident that this mutated boss damage increase wasn't very pronounced compared to the original. Under the bronze skin state, Yishan fought with some difficulty, but managed to hold on, which was a silver lining. However, while the damage increase was slight, the boss durability had multiplied several times. With a few arrows, Lin Yi quickly applied armor break effects to the boss, but 31, 43, critical. The damage was a mere 2 digits. Even with Luo Qi attacking together, their output was less than the boss regeneration. After a round of attacks, the boss was still at full health. Trouble. The group's faces turned pale. In this situation, even with more hours instead of 15 minutes, nothing could be changed. The situation had instantly reached its worst. Looks like we can only rely on luck. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, his face etched with helplessness. A kill probability of 1 in 100,000. Honestly, he couldn't guarantee it would trigger. He even felt it was extremely slim. Leaving life to luck like this was truly agonizing. But there was no other choice now. They had to go all out, or everyone would be buried here. Lin Yi, it's up to you. We believe you can do it. Yishan shouted back. Luo Qi and the others felt the same. Lin Yi nodded, regaining his composure. Luo Qi, protect them. The resurrection skill is key. Luo Qi also completely gave up on dealing damage, focusing all his attention on the twin sisters. They must not fall. A resurrection skill could buy an extra 5 minutes, potentially turning the tide. It'll boost your attack speed. Cheng Shuxin cast a skill on Lin Yi, instantly raising his attack speed to 13.0. This made Lin Yi's eyes light up. The faster the attack speed, the higher the attack frequency, and thus the greater the chance of triggering the kill. Yishan, keep aggro him starting. Lin Yi shouted, then activated multi-arrow. 13.0 attack speed, doubled multi-arrow, 7 arrows simultaneous. Lin Yi's state instantly peaked. He could fire nearly 200 arrows per second. Theoretically, even with a low probability, it would be enough to trigger the kill effect within 10 minutes. Yet in reality, luck couldn't always be measured by numbers. Often things turned out contrary to expectations. As Lin Yi's hands vibrated like phantoms, a torrent of arrows poured out like rain. Failure. 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 For a full 5 minutes, the kill effect showed no signs of triggering. Not good. The boss is about to use its ultimate. At that moment, Yishan seemed to sense something and quickly warned the others. However, this skill had no possibility of being predicted. Moreover, even predicting it was useless. Its unavoidable nature made this skill like a death roll, dooming whoever was chosen. In that instant, everyone tensed up. Although there was still a chance for resurrection, no one wanted to experience death for no reason. Luo Qi, watch out. Just then the vampire count suddenly vanished from its spot. Sensing something, Lin Yi quickly warned Luo Qi nearby. But it was too late. What a... Luo Qi was stunned at the sound. Then in the next moment, a pair of massive leathery wings enveloped him from head to toe. Roki. The crowd's expressions changed drastically as they nervously looked at the vampire progenitor. Beneath those enormous flesh wings a swell appeared, then everything fell silent. On the team panel, Roki's avatar had already turned gray. This was self-evident. In the next moment, the vampire progenitor let out a strange laugh and released its wings. Roki's body fell to the ground, his face pale, as if all the blood had been drained from him. Hurry, and Lin Yi shouted frantically, pulling back his bow to divert the boss' attention. Yishan was not idle either. Once the cooldown for his taunt skill was over, he immediately cast a skill at the vampire progenitor, regaining its hatred. The two worked in perfect harmony, preventing the boss from breaking free from control. At the same time, Qing Shushin completed her chanting after several seconds, finally waving her staff as a rich, white light slowly seeped into Roki's body. His blood-starved body gradually regained its fullness, and his complexion began to look better. In the next moment, Roki suddenly sat up from the ground, gasping for breath, his face filled with fear. Is this what death feels like? I never want to experience it again. Roki had just been revived, and for a moment his mind was still dazed until he heard the sounds of fighting around him, bringing him back to reality. Damn it, how dare you attack me? I will kill you. Roki cursed, then raised his staff to chant a skill. Moments later, a meteor shower of fire rained down on the vampire progenitor. Bang 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 bang. A torrent of fire rained down continuously, creating a stunning spectacle, but the effect remained limited. The vampire progenitor took the full damage, but only lost a tiny bit of health, quickly recovering. Stop wasting energy, or you'll spread the hatred. Lin Yi urged anxiously, his bow nearly smoking, but the execution of the killing blow seemed to be still far off. Lin Yi even began to doubt whether he had encountered a fake trigger. Time passed quickly, and another 5 minutes. No one had reacted. The boss ultimate move suddenly activated again in an instant. Damn it, why is it me again? Roki screamed, collapsing once more. Poor kid, always provoking the boss for no reason. Without needing anyone else to remind her, Chung Shuran immediately revived Roki. At this moment, the 2 revival opportunities had already been used up. Everyone's mood became heavier. Because if someone died again, it would truly mean death. Faster. Even faster. It must be. In a desperate situation, Lin Yi's eyes turned red. His arms seemed to have lost all sensation, relying entirely on instinct to keep shooting arrows. Faster. Even faster. It must be. In a desperate situation, Lin Yi's eyes turned red. His arms seemed to have lost all sensation. Just as everyone began to despair, Lin Yi suddenly shot an arrow as if he had a mental connection. In the next second, the feathered arrow tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, and accurately struck the vampire progenitor. Bang! With a loud noise, the boss staggered from the impact of the arrow. At the same time, a crimson number suddenly exploded in the air. 999,999. How is this possible? The vampire progenitor was momentarily stunned, looking at Lin Yi in disbelief, and as its health bar instantly emptied, it fell to the ground with a face full of unwillingness. 1 second, 2 seconds. The crowd was quiet for a moment, finally realizing what had happened. It's Lin Yi, you did it. Looks like my 2 deaths earlier weren't in vain. Well done. That last arrow was truly magnificent, woo. After surviving the ordeal, everyone looked at each other and smiled. Lin Yi was also exhausted, collapsing onto the ground, his arm trembling so much he could barely hold the Guiyuan bow. Seeing this, Yishan hurriedly approached and asked Lin Yi, are you okay? Lin Yi shook his head, and before he could speak, a figure suddenly pounced on him. In an instant, a soft, fluffy thing pressed against his chest, creating an indescribable sensation. Then he felt a warmth on his face, as if something warm had touched him. Lin Yi looked at Chung Shuren, who was climbing off him, with a bewildered expression, unsure of what had just happened. Chung Shuren's face was so red it seemed it could bleed, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes as she stammered, I got too excited just now. It wasn't intentional to take advantage of you. Really, it's not. Seemingly worried that Lin Yi wouldn't believe her, she waved her hands repeatedly and emphasized again. Lin Yi opened his mouth, realizing why it felt so strange it turned out to be like this. He hadn't decided what to say yet. Chung Shushin immediately protested, her hands on her hips, angrily shouting, Chung Shuren, you are too shameless. Why can you do that? I wanted to. Lin Yi, huh? What do you mean you wanted to? Have you asked for my opinion as the person involved? Lin Yi quickly got up from the ground, afraid that Chung Shushin would do something outrageous to him. Observing this scene, Roki felt an overwhelming jealousy. What was supposed to be helping him chase girls had turned into looking like a brother-in-law. This is outrageous. The farce quickly ceased as they saw the dungeon completion prompt, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. Your team has killed the vampire progenitor successfully, clearing the level 3 dungeon's contamination source. All members will receive an additional reward, free attribute points 100. Your team has cleared the level 3 dungeon rating S level. Unsurprisingly, Lin Yi's total contribution was once again at the top. A total of 300 experience points were gained, along with 2 level 3 treasure chests and 1 level 4 treasure chest. As experience points were credited, a faint golden light flashed across Lin Yi, and his levels smoothly rose to level 38. Meanwhile, you have killed the 35-level mutated boss, the vampire progenitor, proficiency 1000. A hefty sum of proficiency was credited, and he leveled up 6 times consecutively. Current proficiency level 206. Lin Yi also noticed that the rewards after reaching level 200 were different. All attributes increased from 3 points to 5 points. Additionally, attack speed also increased by 0.01 with 0.03 per level. Everything was developing in a positive direction. Next came the treasure chest opening segment. Perhaps the earlier execution of the killing blow had exhausted Lin Yi's luck. In the first 3 chests, he ended up opening 3 guaranteed rewards. Haha, Lin Yi, you have your day too. This scene delighted Roki immensely. Just laugh, wait till I make a comeback. Saying that, Lin Yi opened the only level 4 treasure chest available. Keep boasting. Roki was about to taunt again, but the words suddenly caught in his throat. In the next moment, a golden light erupted before their eyes. Holy shit. Golden light. How the hell is your luck this insane? Not only Luo Qi was stunned, everyone else was in disbelief. If pulling a purple light could still be understood, then pulling a golden light was simply outrageous. Golden light. A legendary golden ear quality. Normally speaking, the probability of a level 4 treasure chest yielding something of this quality was even lower than Lin Yi triggering a kill strike. Yet against all odds, he had hit the jackpot on his first try. Luck sometimes is truly beyond explanation. Hurry up and see what it is. I've never seen a golden legendary in all my life. Luo Qi's gulp was audible. Lin Yi pushed him away with disdain. Careful, don't drool on me. Then, brimming with anticipation, Lin Yi reached in and pulled out the item. Its surface was smooth and warm to the touch. Upon closer inspection, he could almost feel a faint pulse-like throb. How could this be? A pet egg. In Lin Yi's hand, a fist-sized pet egg shimmered with a radiant glow. Those small golden beast patterns rippled across its surface, marking it as no ordinary item. Pet egg, gold species unknown, unhatched. A fine treasure. Yishan's eyes gleamed as he looked at Lin Yi. A golden tier pet egg. No matter what hatches, Lin Yi, you've struck it rich. This single egg alone is enough to buy you a house in the inner city. The others were filled with envy, yet genuinely happy for Lin Yi. Luo Qi teased, you've come into such a windfall, shouldn't you treat us to a feast? It's only right, isn't it? Lin Yi, his heart racing as he gazed at the pet egg, replied, all right, no problem. He'll find a time to take everyone to the Immortal Flavors Pavilion for the 100 Beasts Banquet. The Immortal Flavors Pavilion was one of the most prestigious restaurants in all of Linen. 100 Beasts Banquet there cost at least tens of thousands of contribution points, showing Lin Yi was really going all out. Awesome. I love the 100 Beasts Banquet. Can I come too? Cheng Shuxin cheered. Cheng Shuran blushed, her big eyes fixed on Lin Yi as she blinked, not speaking, but her intent was clear. Lin Yi smiled gently. Of course you can. Everyone's invited. He thought for a moment and added, how about we set the date for 3 days from now? They'll notify everyone then. 3 days later, he would be moving his sister to the inner city, so this could double as a housewarming celebration. Even though it was a rented place, it was still worth celebrating. Sure, I'm free. Cheng Shuxin was the first to nod. When it came to food, her eyes practically sparkled. There was no doubt she was a total foodie. The others nodded in agreement. Luo Qi asked, Lin Yi, are you planning to keep this pet egg for yourself? Well, Lin Yi considered before answering. Let's hatch it first and see. If it's suitable, I'll keep it for myself. By the way, how do you hatch a pet egg? Lin Yi suddenly realized he had no idea how to hatch it. There were no instructions. He looked at Luo Qi, then at Yishan, but both shook their heads, equally clueless. After all, this kind of item was too high-end. Ordinary people rarely used one, so their ignorance was only natural. Cheng Shuran spoke up timidly. Actually, there are incubators in the shop. You could take a look. Lin Yi scratched his head. Sure enough, he found the item in the shop. There were 3 types of incubators: basic, intermediate, and advanced. The 3 incubators had no fundamental difference. All could hatch pet eggs. The only variances were in price and the time required for hatching. The advanced incubator cost 1,0 contribution points and could hatch an egg in 3 days. The intermediate one cost 3,0 contribution points and took 10 days to hatch. As for the most basic incubator, it only cost 5,000 contribution points, but it required a full month to complete the hatching process. Lin Yi thought it over. Since he wasn't in a hurry, he might as well buy the basic one and let it hatch slowly. In truth, he was just used to being frugal and couldn't bear to spend too much. Having just boasted about treating them to the 100 Beasts Banquet at the Immortal Flavors Pavilion, Lin Yi was already starting to feel the pinch when he thought about it now. Sayid better stop thinking about it. Lin Yi decisively purchased a basic incubator, tossed the pet egg inside, and left it at that. They had just exited the dungeon. Everyone was about to go their separate ways. But the atmosphere in the dungeon lobby felt distinctly off. The usually bustling lobby had become eerily solemn. Members of the enforcement squad clad in black uniforms were guarding every dungeon entrance, barring anyone from entering. What's going on? Lin Yi and Luo Qi exchanged bewildered glances, unable to make sense of the situation. Lin Yi was about to ask someone when he spotted a familiar face. Mo, Captain Su. Over by the side of the hall, the tall, voluptuous gunner was engaged in a hushed, serious conversation with a burly, bearded man. Hearing her name, Mo looked up. Lin Yi, what are you doing here? I just came out of a dungeon. Mo's eyes lit up. Did you encounter anything unusual inside the dungeon? Unusual? Lin Yi was taken aback, then instinctively replied, you mean the corrupted boss? Exactly, that's the Suemo nodded, then explained the current situation to Lin Yi. Apparently, just over an hour ago, alarms had blared throughout the dungeon lobby. By the time the enforcement squad arrived, they discovered that most of the dungeons here had been tainted by a strange corruptive force. Corrupted dungeons exhibit varying degrees of mutation, but without exception their difficulty has increased dramatically compared to the original. Sumo's expression was grave. So far your team is the first to have emerged from a corrupted dungeon. Everyone else is either dead or still trapped inside. How could this happen? Lin Yi was deeply shaken. Have you found the source of the corruption yet? I suspect it has something to do with those rats, but we don't have solid proof yet. Suemo sighed, then gestured to the squad members guarding the dungeon entrances. As you can see, given the situation, this is the only crude method we have to prevent things from escalating. But this isn't a long-term solution. The dungeon lobby is one of Linen City's most vital resources. Prolonged lockdown will have a massive impact on the entire professional environment of Linen. Lin Yi nodded. Is there no other way? Not yet. As Suemo was about to speak, a law enforcement officer rushed over and whispered something in her ear. Really? Sumo's expression froze for a moment, but then she finally shook off her earlier gloom, revealing a hint of joy. She looked at Lin Yi, took a deep breath, and said, "We found a solution to the problem, and it's all thanks to you." Huh? Why are we involved? Lin Yi scratched his nose, completely puzzled by the situation. At this moment, Suemo explained, "Earlier our people came by and confirmed that the level 3 dungeon has returned to normal, likely related to your connection with the mutated dungeon." With Sumo's words, Lin Yi suddenly remembered that during the completion notification there had indeed been your team has slain the vampire ancestor, successfully eliminating the source of contamination in the level 3 dungeon. It seemed that the key lay with that mutated boss. Lin Yi immediately shared his guess with Suemo. Suemo rubbed her temples and after a moment of contemplation said, "It's likely just as you said. Oh, as long as we kill the mutated boss in the dungeon, we can completely resolve the contamination there. Whether it's true or not will be clear once we organize a team to tackle a contaminated dungeon later." The subsequent matters were not of much concern to Lin Yi and the others. Many of the contaminated dungeons were high-level, and even if Lin Yi wanted to help, he lacked the capability. "Captain Su, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave for now. It's getting late, and Lin Yi planned to leave. Staying would only complicate matters." "All right," Suemo nodded. "If the problem can indeed be resolved, then you all have greatly assisted our law enforcement team. All right, your sister's condition is stable now, and you don't have to worry about the research facility. Just come to pick her up in a couple of days." Suemo added at last. Thank you, Captain Su." Hearing about his sister's current situation, Lin Yi felt more at ease, and the group then took their leave. At the entrance to the dungeon hall. "Then we'll head back first. We'll tackle a dungeon together next time." The twin sisters greeted the others before leaving. Only Lin Yi, Luo Qi, and Yi Shan remained. "Not bad." Luo Qi walked over, patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, and said with a strange look, "How many secrets are you hiding from us?" "What secrets? I don't understand." Lin Yi feigned ignorance. "Still pretending." Luo Qi laughed and scolded, but didn't pursue the matter further. Forget it. If you don't want to talk, I don't care. Let's go, I'm so tired, I need to sleep." Watching Luo Qi and Yi Shan leave, Lin Yi shook his head and walked home. Once at home, Lin Yi collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. This was one of his good traits. No matter how big the issue, he would eat and sleep as usual, never wasting energy on unnecessary self-doubt. He slept until dawn and woke up around 6 in the morning. After getting dressed, he planned to go out for something to eat. Usually he would go to the bun shop, but after the beast tied old Li and his son. Just thinking about this caused Lin Yi, who had been in a good mood, to suddenly feel a bit down. His appetite was also lacking, and he just grabbed a couple of bites on the street. After paying, Lin Yi headed towards the city exit. However, after just a few steps he stopped. His gaze fell on the side of the street. The bun shop. And that familiar fragrance, could it be? It turned out Lin Yi was overthinking it. "Hey there, what would you like to eat?" The boss was very warm and welcoming, smiling at him, which reminded Lin Yi of how old Li would greet him every day. Even the shop's decor was exactly the same as he remembered. This made Lin Yi suddenly feel a bit dazed. However, the person was indeed no longer the familiar one. The new boss was a man in his 50s or 60s. With dark skin, graying hair at his temples, and deep wrinkles on his face, his hands were covered in thick calluses, clearly the marks of a hard-working and very humble person. "Next time I just ate." Lin Yi glanced at him and prepared to leave. The man said with a cheerful smile, "Why not give it a try? You might like it. If it's not good, you don't have to pay." As he spoke, he handed over a steaming meat bun. Unable to refuse his hospitality, Lin Yi took the bun and took a bite. Instantly, the juicy filling burst forth in his mouth. As he spoke, he handed over a steaming meat bun. Unable to refuse his hospitality, Lin Yi took the bun and took a bite. Instantly, the juicy filling burst forth. If it weren't for the confirmation that old Li and his son had perished, Lin Yi would even suspect that this was a joke played by old Li. Boss, your skills are impressive. Lin Yi scrutinized the man before him. The man seemed unaware of Lin Yi's gaze, smiling as he replied, "It's a family recipe, I hope you find it to your liking." "It's quite good." Lin Yi squinted, not detecting anything unusual. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? The man then invited, "If you like it, why not come in and sit for a while?" Lin Yi snapped back to reality and thought to himself how paranoid he had become. He then shook his head. "Next time I really just ate." "Well, alright then." After watching Lin Yi leave, the new bun shop owner suddenly wore a subtly mysterious smile. "If you're not coming when invited, then I will have to find another way." Under the streetlights, the shadow at his feet suddenly writhed, as if it had a life of its own, like a black serpent slithering along the shadows of the street into the distance. Over here, Lin Yi reached the city gate and suddenly slapped his forehead. How could I forget this? Didn't I set the navigation to Twilight Canyon? Today my goal is a level 40 fierce beast area, the Storm Plains. That place is home to a large number of elemental fierce beasts, producing highly valuable elemental crystals, and the types of monsters are also quite suitable for him to level up. However, the Storm Plains are quite far from Linen City. Traveling back and forth would waste a lot of time. Fortunately, Lin Yi suddenly remembered that he had previously set the teleportation stone to Twilight Canyon. By teleporting directly to Twilight Canyon and then taking a detour from there, he could save a lot of time. As for returning to the city, he had long prepared a return stone. As Lin Yi took out the teleportation stone, a flash of light enveloped him, and he disappeared near the city gate. "We've arrived." After a brief moment of disorientation, Lin Yi opened his eyes again and found himself at the entrance of the Twilight Canyon. He cast a glance inside. Many professionals were already leveling within. The roars of savage beasts and the radiance of various skills painted a scene of bustling activity. As he watched, Lin Yi suddenly recalled something. Before the beast tide erupted, it was here that he first encountered a fallen. What secret could the Twilight Canyon hold that would drive a fallen to risk exposing their identity? The thought flickered through his mind, then he dismissed it entirely. Whether the fallen's appearance was a coincidence, or if there truly lay a monumental secret here, Lin Yi had no desire to investigate now. First, time was pressing, and he couldn't afford to waste it on trivial matters. Second, even if he uncovered the secret, what then? The fallen Linen City. Even the entire world of professionals. These were matters for greater figures, not yet for him to concern himself with. Shaking his head to cast aside those distracting thoughts, Lin Yi didn't linger. He headed straight for the storm. About an hour later, he reached his destination. Though called a plain, it was actually a desolate wasteland of jagged. No vegetation was visible. Gusts of wind swept through raising clouds of yellow sand in a harsh environment. Yet even this harshness couldn't deter professionals from hunting beasts here. As far as the eye could see, groups of 3 to 5 professionals clashed endlessly with towering elemental beasts. Solitary figures like Lin Yi were rare. Not far away, a beast appeared. Lin Yi activated a skill. Wind, Elemental Spirit, level 40, common beast. HP 1800 defense, 2300 attack, 4100 skill, Wind Blade. Its stats were significantly higher than the level 30 Shadow Wolves. However, for Lin Yi, killing such common beasts was no longer a great challenge. With an attack speed of 12.0, even without using multi-arrow, he could instantly slay his target. His only caution was to avoid being focused by multiple enemies at once. Fragility was an archer's hard-to-overcome weakness. Let's begin. Without further hesitation, Lin Yi drew his Guiyuan bow. 7 arrows lined up on the string, his aim fixed on the beast before him. Charged shot. A faint white light glimmered at the arrowheads. As Lin Yi released his grip, the 7 arrows tore through the air like bolts of lightning, hurtling toward the target. Lin Yi's movements didn't pause. In the next instant, his hands blurred into afterimages, arrows streaming forth one after another. In a flash, a rain of arrows filled the sky. With a thunderous boom, the wind, Elemental Spirit, unaware of what had happened, was instantly riddled with holes. You have slain a level 40 common beast. EXP 400, proficiency 200. 400 experience per beast. To level from 38 to 39, Lin Yi needed 2 million experience. That meant killing exactly 5,000 wind elemental spirits to level up. At his pace, it would take about 3 or 4 days. This was without a party enjoying solo experience. It was easy to imagine how arduous leveling was for ordinary professionals. Unable to solo wild monsters, and lacking a good team for dungeons, every step was a struggle. The experience is indeed meager, but the proficiency is decent. At 200 per beast, only 75 wind elemental spirits were needed to raise 1 proficiency level. In a single day, he could easily gain a dozen or more proficiency levels. In Lin Yi's plan, his days were primarily focused on boosting proficiency. He aimed to push proficiency to level 300 or even 400 as quickly as possible. Once proficiency rose, his strength would rapidly increase. Then he could farm dungeons relentlessly, naturally improving his leveling efficiency. Reach level 60 in a month, conquer the level 7 dungeon, and obtain the Twin Blossoms. It seemed like an impossible challenge. Yet Lin Yi firmly believed he could achieve it. He had to. At the same time, nearby professionals witnessed Lin Yi's slaughter of the wind elemental spirit. One by one they were astonished. Who's that guy? Pretty impressive one-shotting a wind elemental as an archer. Since when are archers this powerful? He doesn't look like a veteran who's been specialized for years. Chances are he has an awakened talent. Lin Yi could naturally hear the murmurs around him. But he didn't care, as long as it didn't interfere with his monster hunting. Of course, to speed things up, he continued moving deeper into the plains while killing. Fewer people ventured there, and the beast respawn rate was higher, making it more suitable for soloing. With his life steal stat, he wasn't overly afraid of going alone. With his current damage, the 8 life steal allowed him to recover tens of thousands of HP per second on average. Unless he was instantly killed by a massive burst of damage, he could almost tank the monster's heat in. By noon, Lin Yi had reached the deepest part of the storm plains. Few other professionals were visible. All around, elemental beasts of various types roamed, providing ample targets for him to slaughter to his heart's content. After clearing a wave of beasts, Lin Yi decided to rest briefly. He ate some food and took a moment to check his proficiency panel. It was progressing faster than he had anticipated. In the morning alone, his proficiency had increased by 12 levels, reaching 218. My attack speed should be over 13.0 by now, right? 12 levels of proficiency meant 60 agility 100 attack speed, and an additional 0.12 attack speed. Lin Yi estimated that his attack speed must have exceeded 13.0. However, when he checked, he was taken aback. Current attack speed 13.0. Exactly 13.0. Had he miscalculated? Only when he examined the panel log did he realize the truth. Your attack speed has reached the current threshold. Please advance your class to 2nd tier to continue improving this stat. He could understand having an attack speed cap, but this was the first time Lin Yi had heard of a 2nd tier class. Concerned about his strength, he wanted to clarify this issue as soon as possible. After a moment's hesitation, he sent a message to Xia Qingxue. Among his acquaintances, she was the most likely. As expected, Xia Qingxue replied within minutes. This means class advancement. The class we specialized in is actually a 1st tier class. Only by completing the class advancement quest can we advance to 2nd tier. Xia Qingxue also informed Lin Yi of the specifics on how to proceed. To advance to a 2nd tier profession, you must first reach level 40. After reaching level 40, if all goes well, you will receive a promotion task. Each profession's promotion task varies, but once you succeed in your advancement, your profession will receive a significant boost. The power gap between 1st tier and 2nd tier professions at the same level is immense, so do not think that the promotion task will be easy. Many may waste a lot of time here, and success is not guaranteed. Xia Qingxue's explanation made Lin Yi suddenly understand. His related knowledge had increased. Then he suddenly recalled that Xia Qingxue seemed to have already surpassed level 40, so he curiously asked, "What about you? Are you now at 2nd tier?" Xia Qingxue sent a smiley face, and then said, "Did you forget what happened a few days ago? I took you to kill the boss." Actually, that action not only helped the president relieve some pressure, but also served as my own 2nd tier task. Lin Yi asked, "Is it just killing the boss?" "Seems not too difficult." Xia Qingxue chuckled. "Do you know how many I need to kill? A full 100, and they must be above level 40. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi could no longer smile. 100 bosses above level 40, if he had to handle them all by himself, the difficulty would be extraordinarily high. It could be considered hellish difficulty. At the very least, Lin Yi felt that if he encountered such a task, the failure rate would be as high as 99%. Seeming to guess Lin Yi's thoughts, Xia Qingxue explained, "Don't overthink it. The difficulty of the promotion task is also based on the profession and compatibility. The higher the compatibility, the harder the task will be. Alright, hurry up and reach level 40 before thinking about these things. I have things to attend to, so I won't chat anymore." Ending the conversation, Lin Yi also felt he had rested enough and continued grinding monsters. Deep in the storm plains, besides the wind elemental spirits, other common ferocious beasts include the fire elemental spirits and earth elemental spirits. The fire elemental spirits have an exceptionally high burst damage. Lin Yi can only handle up to 3 at a time. Any more, and he won't be able to withstand it. As for the earth elemental spirits, there's not much to say. They lack burst damage and speed. Although their defense is significantly higher than the other 2 elemental spirits in front of Lin Yi, they are practically just live targets. It's a pity that if I had a frontline protector to absorb damage, I could pull several at once. The efficiency of mobbing is far better than soloing. Lin Yi's damage is sufficient, but he can't withstand the monsters. Even with lifesteal, it's not enough. If too many ferocious beasts swarm him, they can instantly focus on and take him down. Thinking of this, Lin Yi sent a message to Yishan. Among those he knew, Yishan was undoubtedly the most outstanding shield warrior. However, Yishan didn't reply after a long time, so Lin Yi had to give up. You killed a level 40 ordinary ferocious beast. Proficiency 200. Proficiency increased to level 233. All attributes 5, attack speed 0. 02. The sky darkened and Lin Yi killed the last ferocious beast, leveling up his proficiency once again. Compared to the morning, the afternoon's improvement was greater. Proficiency increased by a full 15 levels, which meant 75 points in all attributes. Unfortunately, the attack speed had reached its threshold, and the additional speed gained from leveling up was wasted, which made Lin Yi quite frustrated. He then glanced at his profession panel. Human Lin Yi profession archer F grade level 38 health 7630, 1300 mana 7120, attack power 3322, 900 defense 763, 75 attack speed 13. 0 range 55 meters, 5 strength 1028, 20 agility 988, 50 constitution 738, 25 intelligence 712, spirit 712, skills exploration, level 1 charge shot, level 1 eagle eye, level 2 multi-shot, level 1 swift step, level 1 equipment viper leather armor green viper gloves green viper pauldrons green wolf fong, pendant blue vampire pendant purple returning element, bow purple gale shoes purple. Proficiency increased by 27 levels in one day, far exceeding Lin Yi's own expectations. In addition, he also obtained quite a few elemental crystals and some in used equipment. After everything was processed, he gained about 50,000 contribution points. His current balance had just reached 300,000. If he saved a bit more, he could replace the Viper set when he reached level 40, which would significantly enhance his power. Moreover, there are also beginner attribute fruits. When he has time, he should collect more and try to eat them all. Eating the beginner fruits is equivalent to increasing all attributes by 150 points, which is quite good. Furthermore, there are intermediate and advanced fruits that offer even greater improvements, but they will naturally cost more. It's getting late, I should head back. The sky was about to darken and the gray mist would surge, so Lin Yi dared not linger here for long. He took out a return stone ready to activate it. Suddenly his expression changed. You are currently in combat status and cannot use the return stone. Huh, what is going on? In the next moment, Lin Yi found that his limbs were not responding and he was frozen in place, unable to move. This sudden change sent chills down his spine. Was he being controlled? But he couldn't even see who attacked him. He had finally found the opportunity to catch you. At that moment, a strange laugh echoed from ahead. A shadow as dark as ink gathered from the ground, eventually forming a figure clad in a black robe. Seeing this black-robed figure, Lin Yi's heart raced. This familiar attire. A fallen one. Damn, how did I not notice this before? Now I'm in big trouble. While secretly trying to break free from the other's control, Lin Yi feigned calm and asked, "Who are you and why are you targeting me?" Your reaction is quite interesting, but do you really not see that I am a fallen one? The black-robed figure cackled. Also, I advise you not to struggle in vain. With my mental control skills, you as a first-tier profession cannot escape my grasp. Lin Yi's expression grew serious, since the other party had said so. He decided not to pretend any longer. If I'm not mistaken, you are the one behind Zhang Zuolan, right? You figured that out. Interesting. It seems you are smarter than I thought. The black-robed figure paused, then looked Lin Yi over and said, "Since that's the case, why don't you guess why I'm targeting you? If I guess correctly, will you let me go?" Lin Yi gazed at the figure in black robes. The figure in black robes let out a sardonic chuckle. "But I'm quite intrigued by you, so you don't necessarily have to die. However, the prerequisite is that you must join our New World Guild." New World Guild? But I already belong to a guild. Lin Yi said, "Don't play dumb with me. You're a clever man and you should understand what I mean." The figure in black robes said coldly, "Today you have only two paths to choose from: either die or become my companion. What if I choose neither?" Lin Yi's fingers twitched. The figure in black robes let out a sinister laugh. "Then you shall die." Before the word die even faded, he raised his hand and lunged for Lin Yi's head. Yet in the next instant, the expression beneath the black robes froze. Lin Yi had somehow broken free from his control, swung the Guan bow in a reverse arc, and sent the figure in black robes flying. At the same time, he leaped backward, drawing the bow repeatedly while midair. A series of thrumming sounds echoed as the bowstring vibrated with intensity, unleashing a terrifying rain of arrows that blanketed the figure in black robes. With a thunderous boom, the figure in black robes, completely unable to react, was engulfed by the torrent of arrows. Even the ground in the target area collapsed inward. Amidst the swirling dust, Lin Yi's expression remained vigilant. He fixed his gaze on the spot ahead. As expected, a black silhouette reappeared there. He looked somewhat disheveled, his voice filled with shock. "Impossible. You're a first-tier archer. How can you have such high spirit attributes to break free from my control?" The figure in black robes was in fact an illusionist specializing in controlling and confusing others with mental power. Skills of the mental system could only be countered by mental strength. In his view, Lin Yi being an archer would surely not invest in spirit attributes, making him an easy target to deal. Yet he had never imagined that Lin Yi relied on his proficiency panel, which granted massive all-attribute bonuses. His spirit attribute now exceeded 700 points. Among all professionals of the same tier, he was undoubtedly exceptional. Thus he could break free from the control in such a short time. An illusionist, I see. Lin Yi hadn't expected that the spirit attribute which he once considered useless would play such a crucial role at this moment. He also roughly guessed the profession of the figure in black robes. Professions centered on mental power were rare, and those skilled in control were even more distinctive. If he's an illusionist, then I might have a chance to survive. Lin Yi's confidence surged. The terror of an illusionist lay in their formidable mental control. Since the opponent's skills were significantly less effective against him, things became much easier. With that thought, Lin Yi immediately distanced himself. The skill range of an illusionist was quite limited. If he exploited that, he might even have an opportunity to counterattack. Seeming to read Lin Yi's mind, the figure in black robes sneered, "You think you can kill me? With your pitiful damage, you're not even worthy of scratching my itch. Come on, shoot. He'll stand right here and see if you can kill me." Lin Yi frowned, but continued his actions. A dense volley of arrows swept toward the target, creating an impressive spectacle. However, as the figure in black robes had claimed, the arrows inflicted minimal damage. This shouldn't be. Although his level is higher than mine, isn't an illusionist supposed to be a glass cannon? Could he be wearing some top-tier equipment that boosts defense? Lin Yi's guess was correct. The figure in black robes, well aware of his own weakness, had spent a fortune to acquire a full set of gear that increased health and defense. Even a second-tier professional might not be able to breach his defenses, let alone Lin Yi. This is troublesome. If I don't kill him, I can't even use the recall stone. Once the gray mist arrives, he'll be doomed, even without his intervention. Lin Yi understood the opponent's intent to stall him here until nightfall, allowing the gray mist to consume him. As for the corrupted, they were immune to the erosion of the gray mist. Ha ha ha, see that. But what can you do about it? The figure in black robes laughed heartily. He'll give you one more chance. Agree to join New World now, and he'll spare your life. Lin Yi remained silent, relentlessly firing arrows. Since conventional methods couldn't kill him, he would create a miracle. I wonder if the execute attribute can work on him. I hope so, or I'm dead. Lin Yi drew his bow with increasing speed. The continuous twang of the bowstring echoed across the plains. The figure in black robes, like a cat toying with a mouse, kept pace behind him, determined to drag him to his death. Yet the figure in black robes had no idea what awaited him. Finally, after a few minutes, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. That familiar sensation returned. Die! Lin Yi spun around and loosed an arrow at the figure in black robes. The arrow, carrying a faint radiance, pierced the dimness and flew straight toward the center of his brow. Futile struggle, what's the poi? The figure in black robes' smile abruptly froze. The moment the arrow struck, he was horrified to discover that his once full health bar had plummeted to 0. The shadow of death loomed over him instantly. Before he could even let out a cry of terror, he collapsed stiffly to the ground. Even in his final moments, his eyes remained wide open, bewildered by what had transpired. Phew! Lin Yi heaved a huge sigh of relief. Such a low probability of execute had triggered so quickly. It seemed Lady Luck was still on his side. You have slain Shadow, a level 72 corrupted. Experience 10000000. A golden light flashed over him, and Lin Yi leveled up to 39. Such high experience. Even better than killing a boss. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. If a few more corrupted came his way, his level could skyrocket. Of course he was just thinking that. It was best not to. This time he was lucky to encounter a mental-based illusionist that he could counter, otherwise the outcome could have been very different. However, another issue crossed Lin Yi's mind. The corrupted had come for him repeatedly. It seemed they had set their sights on him. This would lead to a very troublesome situation. It looks like I'd better not leave the city for a while. If I encounter another corrupted, I might not be as Although this would slow down his proficiency leveling progress, it was unavoidable for the sake of safety. Night was about to fall, and the gray mist in the distance was growing turbulent. Lin Yi wasted no time. He crushed the recall stone and vanished from the spot. At the same time, on Pingon Street, the owner of the steam bun shop was tidying up the steamer, preparing to close the shop. However, just as he turned around, his expression suddenly froze. The wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen, and his brows furrowed. How did the shadow die? This useless fool can't even handle such a small matter. The owner of the steamed bun shop muttered to himself, his expression cold as he pulled down the roller shutter. However, at that moment, a pale hand suddenly reached out, propping up the bottom edge of the shutter. I'm sorry, but the shop is already closed. If you want steamed buns, come early tomorrow. The words of the steamed bun shop owner suddenly choked in his throat. Because outside the shutter stood Su Mo, dressed in a black uniform, looking at him with a half smile. I finally found you, you old rat in the gutter. Hearing this, the expression of the steamed bun shop owner suddenly darkened. The next moment, boom, a terrifying explosion erupted on Pingon Street, and nearby people rushed to the street looking at one another unaware of what had happened. However, unnoticed by anyone, two figures swiftly darted across the rooftops heading towards the ruins outside the city. Bang bang bang. Gunshots echoed from the darkness. Sumo's expression was cold as she held two silver guns firmly locked onto the back of the steamed bun shop owner. At this moment, the man had changed his attire. A black cloak covered his body, blending almost entirely with the darkness. Furthermore, his face constantly changed. If Lin Yi saw him, he would definitely recognize him. Among the constantly changing faces of this person, most were familiar faces he knew from Pingon Street. This ability to change faces and even physical features was a rare skill of an extremely uncommon profession. I didn't expect you to be a face changer. No wonder you escaped repeatedly. It turns out you were mingling among... Sumo's expression was cold, her voice coming from behind. A face changer, a profession that inherently lacked much combat power, could transform into anyone and was difficult to detect. Such a bizarre profession was still a degenerate. If not eliminated promptly, it could bring immense trouble to Linen City at any time. Therefore, this time, Sumo would not let the other escape under any circumstances. The face changer, aware of not being Sumo's opponent, desperately fled towards the ruins outside the city. As long as he escaped outside the city, by then the gray fog would surge, and even this talented gunsmith Sumo would have no way to deal with him. Sumo, we don't have to fight to the death. I know you are a very thoughtful person. Don't you think the current world is terribly flawed? Why not join us and rewrite history together, break these damned rules, and create a beautiful new world? The voice of the face changer came from the darkness. Even at this moment, he did not forget to use words to lure Sumo. However, Sumo remained completely unmoved. A group of rats that only deserved to hide in the darkness talking about ideals would be better off dead. The two wove through the darkness, and before long they arrived outside the city. As the face changer was about to disappear into the gray fog ahead, Sumo suddenly stopped. You really think you can run away? She knelt on one knee, shifting to a half-squat position. Then a flash of light appeared in her hands, and the two silver pistols disappeared, replaced by a sniper rifle over a meter long. The sniper rifle was a deep, dark golden color with a dragon-like totem engraved on its body. It was indeed one of the finest weapons known to gunsmiths, the dragon sniper. Soul-chasing from 1,000 miles. Sumo steadied the gunstock with both hands, tilting her head to aim. A terrifying wave of skill slowly expanded from her body, as if the surrounding air had become stagnant. At the same time, the muzzle of the dragon sniper began to reshape the dark golden metal automatically, forming a silencer. As Sumo pulled the trigger, ding! A sound like that of a stapler suddenly rang out. The sound was very faint, dissipating completely after traveling a short distance. However, a terrifying golden air current erupted from the muzzle. The golden bullet instantly sliced through the darkness, shooting towards the back of the face changer. The bullet's speed was incredibly fast. In a fraction of a second, the human nerve could hardly react. By the time the face changer sensed the impending danger, it was already too late. No. The sound of a scream and the explosion of the bullet hitting almost came simultaneously. The face changer instantly spewed blood, his eyes filled with unwillingness before collapsing straight down. Yet he still had a breath left, his hands dug desperately into the dirt, struggling to crawl forward. Sumo approached, pressing the gun barrel against his forehead coldly, saying, "If you don't want to die, reveal all your accomplices in Linen City." Do you take me for a fool? Do you really think I would believe your words? The face changer sneered repeatedly. If you're going to kill me, just do it quickly. Even if I die, there are thousands and thousands of me, and one day this world will be completely changed by us. Ha. You're quite sick. Oh, if that's the case, then you might as well die. The gunshot rang out and blood spread from the face changer's head. Sumo pondered for a moment, dragging the corpse towards the research institute. Meanwhile, Lin Yi returned to Linen City through the return stone. After soaking in the hot spring, he quickly ate something outside, then contacted Rocky and the others, rushing towards the dungeon hall. Before long, the three met at the entrance of the hall. After a day's time, most of the contamination issues in the dungeon had already been resolved. At this moment, the dungeon hall had returned to its previous bustling state. Which dungeon shall we tackle today? Rocky was the first to ask. I have no objections, it's up to you, Yishan said. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, let's stick to the level 3 dungeon. Once our strength improves a bit more, we can attempt the level 4 dungeon. How about it? Are you looking for someone at the last minute? Rocky replied, no need. Wang Yu and Chun Feng are on the... Before long, the five gathered again, and without further ado, they directly started the run. Clearly, the cooperation among the five was much more harmonious. Today's dungeon clearing speed was noticeably faster than yesterday. By 1 o'clock in the morning, they successfully cleared 7 dungeons. Lin Yi's experience bar had increased by nearly half, If things went well, he might reach level 40 tomorrow and unlock the job advancement quest. In addition, the biggest gain tonight was proficiency. He had leveled up by 12 levels, gaining a total of 60 attribute points. At this efficiency, it seemed to be not much slower than soloing outside the city. If this is the case, we might as well run dungeons during the day. Proficiency and leveling up both at once, and we can avoid the potential risks of degenerates. With this in mind, Lin Yi boldly suggested to Luo Qi and the others, if you have time during the day, we can continue running dungeons. Our team is quite efficient. Sure, I have no objections. Yishan immediately expressed his agreement. Wang Yu and Shen Feng also readily agreed. It's just that we haven't decided where to level up tomorrow. Running dungeons is indeed a good option. Luo Qi, what about you? I have no problem. Luo Qi thought for a moment and said, but since we are going to run dungeons during the day, why not continue now? All night long. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt it made sense. After all, his sister was at the research institute, so he didn't need to go home. It was fine to grind for a while longer at night. Moreover, the term all night naturally had a certain inexplicable allure for men. Lin Yi also wanted to experience the thrill of grinding monsters all night. In that case, let's continue. Let's go. The few of them were full of fighting spirit with not a hint of drowsiness, and they worked hard until the next morning. At this moment, Lin Yi was just one step away from reaching level 40. With one more run, he could level up. However, after battling through the night, the group really couldn't hold on any longer and felt their eyelids heavy. How about this? Let's sleep first and come back after we wake up. Luo Qi sporting panda, I said while yawning. Yishan and the others were also exhausted, looking complete. All right, then let's disperse for now. Seeing this, Lin Yi, although wanting to continue, had to give in. After all, leveling up was not an urgent matter. It could wait until they rested. The group nodded and then dispersed. On the way back, Lin Yi originally planned to grab a bite at the bun shop, but to his surprise the shop was closed today, which puzzled him. After inquiring, his expression turned even stranger. There was a fight and the law enforcement team was involved. Lin Yi questioned the person, do you know the specifics? The person shook his head. It was too dark at the time to see clearly, but it seemed like a man and a woman chased out from the bun shop. Lin Yi pondered, recalling the various oddities from yesterday. It seemed that his earlier suspicions were indeed correct. The new owner of the bun shop definitely had significant issues. Could it be related to the fallen? Lin Yi wasn't too sure, but he could wait until he had time to ask Suemo. Not wanting to think too much, Lin Yi found a place to fill his stomach and then returned home directly. After grinding dungeons all night, he hadn't found any great items, but he did accumulate quite a bit of miscellaneous gear. After processing everything and seeing his savings increase by nearly 50,000, Lin Yi finally fell into a peaceful sleep. He slept until it was dark outside. The first thing Lin Yi did upon waking was to send a message to Luo Qi and the others to see if they were awake. However, after a long time, not a single person replied. Well, Lin Yi had no choice but to head to the dungeon hall alone. Since I have nothing else to do, why not grind a bit by myself? He was so close to level 40. Lin Yi was a little impatient. However, he certainly couldn't run a level 3 dungeon alone. A level 2 dungeon would be a feasible attempt. The experience might be a bit less, but if he soloed it, he estimated it would still be enough to level up. Determined to go for it, Lin Yi walked to the entrance of the level 2 dungeon. Just as he was about to enter, a young man nearby called out to him. Hey buddy, want to join us in the dungeon? We're just one person short. Lin Yi shook his head and directly declined. No thanks, I'm going to solo it. Solo? You? The young man clearly didn't believe it. A bowman like you trying to solo a dungeon is just asking for death. I'm telling you buddy, don't joke around, this isn't funny. Lin Yi was too lazy to explain, glanced at him, and entered the dungeon. Seeing Lin Yi truly enter alone, the young man was visibly taken aback, then muttered, could it be that I was mistaken? This archer is actually a master. What a master! One of the young man's teammates approached, disdain written all over his face. An archer is such a trash class. Where would a master come from? I think this guy is just putting on a show, and he'll definitely die in there. Lin Yi, of course, was completely unaware of the situation outside. At this moment, he had already appeared in the dungeon. He had run the level 2 dungeon more than once, and he was very familiar with the monster layout inside. Even though this time he was alone, Lin Yi was completely unperturbed, steadily advancing forward. The low-level monsters in their 20s posed no threat to him at all. With his exaggerated damage output and 8 lifesteal, Lin Yi could stand amidst the monsters and not die. To be honest, this feeling of bullying the weak was truly delightful. It felt as if he were playing a mowing game. As the rain of arrows fell, the fierce beasts fell down in unison. Almost without expending much effort, Lin Yi soon encountered the elite boss of the dungeon. The elite boss of the level 2 dungeon, the undead mage Roy. This guy was still the same, sitting at the dining table and smugly showcasing his so-called delicacies. With a napkin tied around his neck, he pretended to elegantly wipe his lips. The moment they met, Roy directly went berserk, grabbing a human leg from the table and throwing it at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was well prepared. Activating Wind Walk, he skillfully dodged and maneuvered consistently, whittling down Roy's health with his superb archery skills. At this speed, I can take this guy down in less than 3 minutes. Just as Lin Yi thought this, a massive damage number suddenly exploded in front of him. 999, 9999. Boom. Both of them were stunned. Roy watched as more than half of his health bar vanished in an instant, completely unaware of what had happened before an endless darkness engulfed him. You have killed the undead mage Roy, completing the level 2 dungeon challenge. Completion rating S. You have received the following rewards: experience 150000, a level 2 treasure chest 10. This. Lin Yi was also stunned. He had never expected to trigger the execution clause so easily. It seemed that his luck today was really quite good. He glanced at his experience, just a sliver away from reaching level 40. Not even wanting to open the treasure chest, Lin Yi immediately exited the dungeon to restart. An hour later. You have reached level 40. Your character has reached level 40, and your class gains enhancement range 10 meters. I wonder what the promotion quest will be. Lin Yi stared at the panel, and after a while indeed another prompt appeared, detected that player Lin Yi meets the promotion conditions. Would you like to start the Tier 2 quest immediately? Start. Successfully started matching Tier 2 quest. Matching successful. Player Lin Yi must independently kill a level 40 boss within 72 hours. No external assistance is allowed during the process. Completing the task will promote you to Tier 2. Failure will result in permanent loss of promotion eligibility. Are you sure the mission target is the boss and not an elite? Lin Yi originally wanted to ask Xia Qingxue where to find a level 40 boss. To his surprise, just mentioning his task elicited a tone of considerable shock from her. It is a boss, Lin Yi replied, but is there something wrong with that? Comparing to your task, mine seems trivial, right? It's not the same. Xia Qingxue typed back, how should I put this? I have level compatibility while you only have level. According to common sense, level profession's advancement task shouldn't be this difficult. And even when I received my task back, then it didn't come with such harsh restrictions as yours. Failing the task would result in a permanent loss of promotion eligibility. In short, I have never heard of such a thing. Could it be that you misread it? Lin Yi shook his head. How could I possibly be careless about something like this? Moreover, if what you say is true, then what exactly is my current situation? Am I being maliciously targeted? I'm not sure either. They'll help you inquire. There are a few elder-level figures in the guild who have survived since the game's inception. Perhaps they know some secrets unknown to ordinary players. Alright, I appreciate it. Lin Yi no longer pondered further, and then asked, do you know where the respawn points for level 40 bosses are? Preferably ones that lack strong ranged abilities and are relatively slow. You've come to the right person for that. Back when I was completing the second tier task, I scoured all the boss points near Linen City. However, those that meet your criteria. Perhaps you can check the central area of the Storm Plains where 3 types of bosses spawn randomly: the King of Fire Elementals, the King of Wind Elementals, and the King of Earth Elementals. The first 2 bosses are high burst mage types, but the King of Earth Elementals fits your requirements quite well. Its only range skill, Boulder Toss, only reaches about 30 to 40 meters, far less than your range. The only thing to note is that the King of Earth Elementals not only has high defense and substantial health, but its health recovery speed is particularly outrageous. Many teams prefer to avoid it, and I don't know if you can handle it alone. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes immediately lit up. High defense and substantial health are not a concern. He had no intention of relying on damage to take down the boss. As long as he could find a chance to kite the boss, he could try to trigger the killing effect. I think it's worth a shot. Once I complete the task, I'll share the good news with you. Lin Yi said. Alright, just be careful. If you really can't handle it, there's no need to force yourself. While advancing your profession is important, it's ultimately not as crucial as your own life. After chatting for a bit, the two ended the conversation. At that moment, Luo Qi and the others also arrived. Nothing more to say, it would be another night of fierce battles. After grinding through a level 3 dungeon all night, needless to say, his proficiency had increased a whopping 30 levels, far exceeding Lin Yi's expectations. His proficiency level had now reached 288, and he would soon reach level 300. Remembering the previous hint that 300 proficiency would grant epic enhancements, Lin Yi couldn't help but start looking forward to it. Just after coming out of the dungeon, Lin Yi saw a message from Su Imo saying that he could pick up Lin Shi from the Research Institute at 4 p.m. today. Lin Yi was overjoyed and then glanced at the time. It was now 8 a.m. After taking a nap, he could still book a table at the Xianwei restaurant. So he said to Luo Qi and the others, tonight we won't be doing dungeons. At 8 p.m., we will have a dinner at Xianwei restaurant, and he'll give you the room number then. Great. I've been waiting for you to say that. I almost thought you forgot. Luo Qi licked his lips clearly. How could I forget something I promised? Lin Yi added. Wang Yu and Shun Feng, you two should come too. Wang Yu and Shun Feng exchanged glances and smiled wryly. I'm afraid we can't make it tonight. Our guild has a dinner as well tonight. Then, that's fine. Lin Yi didn't want to force others and turned to Luo Qi. Just remember to invite Qing Shuxin and Cheng Shuran. Don't worry, I just messaged them. They said they would definitely show up on time. Luo Qi laughed. Alright then, that's it for today. I'm heading home to sleep. After saying goodbye to everyone, Lin Yi went straight back home. As usual, he first dealt with all the items he had earned throughout the night. He listed valuable items on the trading channel, and those he couldn't sell he had to throw into the store at a low price. After a round of operations, Lin Yi earned nearly 800 contribution points. Glancing at his balance, his total savings had now reached 430,000. Coupled with the golden pet egg, Lin Yi was doing quite well, a solid millionaire. Moreover, the housing issue had also been temporarily resolved, so Lin Yi no longer needed to be as frugal as before. Now that he had reached level 40, it was time to spend some and enhance his strength. After all, he was about to face a level 40 boss alone. Every bit of strength he gained would naturally increase the probability of completing the task. The first thing Lin Yi wanted to replace was undoubtedly the Viper set. The level 20 green set's attributes were pretty much negligible for him at this point. Naturally, the higher the quality of the equipment, the better. However, the level 40 purple sets were too expensive for Lin Yi, so he could only settle for something less. In the end, Lin Yi set his sights on a set of level 40 blue gear. Armor of the Wind Blue, level 40, wearable health 3000, defense 120, constitution 30. Boots of the Wind Blue, level 40, wearable health 1500, defense 100, agility 30. Helmet of the Wind Blue, level 40, wearable health 1500, defense 100, strength 30. The Wind set provides additional benefits: health 3000, all attributes 30, and a slight increase in movement speed. Overall, the bonuses are quite substantial. Just the health boost alone adds 9,000, and the defense has also seen a significant increase. Moreover, the set bonus includes a slight boost to movement speed, which is quite fitting for Lin Yi. Let's ask about the price. Lin Yi opened the seller's dialog box. Hey, how much for this Wind set? The person quickly replied, 100 contribution points, fixed price. 100 contribution points. Well, that's not too expensive. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment before finalizing the transaction. With one hand paying and the other receiving, Lin Yi quickly obtained his new equipment. You have equipped the Wind Armor blue. You have equipped the Wind Boots blue. You have equipped the Wind Helmet blue. Assembling the three-piece set successfully triggers the additional benefits of the Wind set. After putting on the gear, Lin Yi's attributes improved significantly, and the new equipment looked incredibly cool, giving him an air of a skilled expert. It looks good, but it's too flashy. Lin Yi didn't like such an ostentatious appearance and immediately chose to hide the effects. Besides the defensive gear, he also wanted to replace the Guiyuan Bao. Although the Guiyuan Bao is of purple quality, it is only a level 15 weapon. It was decent before, but as Lin Yi's level increased, it became less impressive. For an archer, a weapon is life. Lin Yi didn't want to settle. If he was going to change, he wanted a good one. However, after searching for a while, he still couldn't find a suitable one. Either the price was too high to afford or the attributes were not satisfactory. Forget it, I might as well wait a bit longer and exchange the remaining contribution points for some attribute fruits. Still, the old saying goes, if you don't know how to spend money, buying attribute fruits is always a safe bet. After all, attribute points are forever yours and won't depreciate. The usage limit for the 5 types of beginner fruits is 30 bottles each. With not many contribution points on him, Lin Yi planned to fill up the fruits for strength, agility, and constitution first. As for the mental and intelligence fruits, he would address them later when he had more resources. The price of 500 each in the shop was definitely too expensive, but Lin Yi eventually got in touch with the seller from before. 3500 each for 21 beginner agility fruits, 22 beginner strength fruits, and 30 beginner constitution fruits, totaling 25550 contribution points. I'll give you a discount, so let's settle on 25000. After settling the payment, Lin Yi had exactly 800 contribution points left, a very auspicious number. Soon he received all 73 fruits. With nothing to prepare, he stuffed them directly into his mouth. 3 types of fruits, 3 flavors, and Lin Yi finished them all in no time, like drinking juice. Used 22 beginner strength fruits, permanent strength 110. Used 21 beginner agility fruits, permanent agility 105. Used 30 beginner constitution fruits, permanent constitution 150. Now his attributes are as follows: human race, Lin Yi, profession archer, F grade, level 42, life 1393, mana 1170, attack power 4472, 900 defense 1393, 350 attack speed 13. 0, range 65 meters, 5 strength 1427, 70 agility 1368, 110 constitution 1313, 80 intelligence 987, 30 spirit 987, 30 skills exploration technique, level 1 charge shot Level 1 Eagle Eye, Level 2 Multi-Arrow, Level 1 Shadow Step, Level 1. Including his equipment Lin Yi's total attributes reached a staggering 6,300 points, which is already considered outstanding at this level. At the very least, he could stand toe-to-toe with the grade compatibility professionals. Of course, he was still far from the top-tier grade geniuses. I need to keep working hard. With the beginner fruits nearly all used up, the mental and intelligence aspects were not urgent, and he could supplement those later. Next, Lin Yi could only use intermediate fruits for effective results. Although intermediate fruits offered greater upgrades, their prices had skyrocketed, and he didn't have the funds for them at the moment. Looking at his current panel, Lin Yi felt exhilarated, unable to sleep at all. Why not try my luck and see if I can find the King of Earth element? The advancement task has a 3-day limit, which adds considerable pressure. Although Lin Yi has the proficiency panel, even if he fails the advancement, it wouldn't matter much, but he didn't want to miss the chance to become stronger. Moreover, he had the coordinates for the storm plains, allowing him to teleport directly, which wouldn't waste too much time. If luck was on his side, perhaps he could reach the second level today and still make it back for dinner. Without hesitation, Lin Yi was always action-oriented. After checking his supplies and confirming nothing was missing, he crushed the teleportation stone in his hand. As the light of teleportation flashed, Lin Yi soon appeared on the vast expanse of the storm plains. Today's goal was clear: to find the King of Earth element, so Lin Yi didn't waste a moment trying to avoid the small monsters and heading straight for the core area of the plains. About half an hour later, Lin Yi arrived at his destination. The environment in the core area was even more severe, with swirling yellow sand and chaotic, violent elemental energy. In some regions, the elemental energy even materialized, forming visible storms. The elemental storms obscured the sky, and the terrifying power contained within them posed a risk of downfall, even for seasoned professionals who accidentally got caught in. This is also why few people venture here. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the Guiyuan bow, cautiously proceeding while keeping a safe distance from the areas where storms gathered. Fortunately, despite being in the core area for some unknown reason, there were not many elemental-type small monsters nearby, which saved Lin Yi a lot of trouble. I wonder if I can find the King of Earth element today. The core area was too vast, and Lin Yi didn't dare to wander randomly, making the search quite difficult. After running across most of the map for an entire morning, he still found nothing. He'll search a bit more, but if nothing comes up, he'll have to wait until tomorrow to try my luck again. Lin Yi shook the sand off his body and continued forward. Just then, a towering storm suddenly formed. Within the storm, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, seemingly fueled by an extremely terrifying elemental power. I was almost swept in. Lin Yi was frightened and quickly moved away. However, before he could turn around, a massive fist suddenly emerged from the storm, crashing toward him. What? Lin Yi's eyes widened, instinctively dodging to the side. Boom. The next moment, that giant fist made entirely of rock slammed down where Lin Yi had just stood, carrying terrifying power. With a deafening bang, the shockwave spread out, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. Lin Yi was knocked back several meters by the force, barely managing to steady himself. When he focused his gaze, he instinctively held his breath. In the swirling storm, a massive silhouette of earth color slowly emerged. It was entirely composed of dark rocks and stood over 20 meters tall. Its body was surrounded by visible currents of earth elemental energy, making it look like a moving small mountain, an imposing sight. This is the King of Earth elements. Lin Yi's heart trembled as he quickly cast a survey. King of Earth elements, level 40, a boss. HP 200 defense, 100 attack, power 200. Skills: boulder, throw, war, stomp. Power of the earth. Just as Xia Qingxue had described, its health and defense were absurdly high. Even if Lin Yi stacked it with armor penetration, breaking through its defenses seemed impossible. Fortunately, he had never truly intended to fight the boss Hedon. Lin Yi was betting on the activation probability of the execute trait. As long as it triggered, the boss toughness meant nothing to him. Roar. The King of Earth elements pounded its chest and roared to the heavens. Vast amounts of elemental force began converging into its hands. Boulder throw. Lin Yi stared in disbelief at the boulder the king hurled. Seriously, who called that a rock? It was at least 100 meters in diameter. A massive shadow loomed overhead, and even before it struck, he could feel its terrifying power. That wasn't a rock. It was a mountain. A stone mountain. Run. Lin Yi had no idea how much damage that stone mountain would inflict. But he knew that if it hit him, no amount of physical toughness would save him. He'd be crushed into paste. Activating Shadow Step, he frantically dodged. Thankfully, the stone mountain moved slowly and had a limited range. Shadow Step, combined with the speed boost from the wind set, proved crucial. With a thunderous crash, the stone mountain slammed into the ground, shaking the earth and kicking up clouds of sand. Lin Yi narrowly escaped the lethal blow. That's brutal, using a whole mountain to smash someone. His heart raced, but he quickly steadied himself. Dodging the king's pursuit, he drew his bow and fired arrows. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows struck true but failed to deal significant damage to the king of earth elements. Yet this was all within Lin Yi's expectations. It all came down to luck and probability. The combination of the luck trait and the execute trait was his absolute confidence in creating a miracle. Roar, roar. The king of earth elements roared repeatedly, its fury mounting as it watched the elusive figure before it. It swung its fists relentlessly, each punch splitting the air, but the cunning human slipped away like a slippery eel, always evading by a hair's breadth. Despicable human. What kind of skill was running? If you had any guts, fight me, Hedon. Frustration consumed the king of earth elements. Its movements were too sluggish. It could crush this human with a flick of its hand, yet it couldn't catch him, and he kept taunting it. Though the human's attacks were little more than tickles that only made it more infuriated. The mighty elemental king toyed with by a mere human. Unbearable. Roar. Another roar, and the king of earth elements leaped high into the air, its dozen soft-meter stall body, casting a vast shadow. Not good, it's about to use a skill. Lin Yi's expression darkened as he pushed Shadow's step to its limit, retreating frantically. But the king of earth elements crashed down. With a deafening boom, the entire ground shook violently, and a terrifying shockwave radiated outward. War Stomp. This was the king's signature skill. Its damage was devastating, and even a graze would leave its target stunned. 22000. A massive crimson number erupted above Lin Yi's head. Brushed only by the edge of the skill's range, his health plummeted to the brink, leaving only a sliver of life. Worse, the impact left his head ringing, disoriented and oblivious to the world. His mind went blank, and his legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to obey. Move, damn legs. Thud, thud, thud. The earth-shaking sounds grew closer, and panic surged through Lin Yi. If the king hit him again, now he was done for. With no other option, he bit his tongue hard, using the pain and taste of blood to regain some mobility. He threw himself sideways with all his strength. Whoosh. A gust of wind swept past as the king's fist struck empty air, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Yi seized the chance to create distance and downed a potent health potion, rapidly restoring his HP. Multi-arrow. With his skill cooldown reset, Lin Yi unleashed a barrage of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows pierced the dust, their sharp whistles cutting through the air. Endless arrows pelted the king of earth elements, fueling its rage until its eyes glowed red. With a furious roar, it charged through the hail of arrows. Its massive body shook the ground with every step. Lin Yi wasn't about to let it get close, carefully controlling the distance and kiting it. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Half an hour passed, and Lin Yi had fired over 100,000 arrows. Why hasn't it triggered yet? He barely complained when a familiar sensation surged. It's here. His eyes lit up as he turned and loosed an arrow. Twang. The bowstring vibrated violently as an arrow streaked through the air, striking true amidst the storm of projectiles. Roar. The king of earth elements let out a disdainful bellow, as if to say, "Little ant, stop wasting your effort." But then its expression froze. It looked down in disbelief. A fist-sized transparent hole had appeared in the center of its chest. How was this possible? Why? The king of earth elements couldn't comprehend how its impenetrable body had been pierced by this weak human's arrow. And that strange sensation. It felt like a sluice gate had opened, and in an instant its life force drained away completely. Overwhelming weakness flooded in. The king of earth elements struggled to lift its head, opened its mouth, but no sound came out before it toppled backward. You have slain the king of earth elements. EXP 40000. Proficiency 40000. Proficiency increased to level 289. Proficiency increased to level 290. You have solo killed a level 40 boss, fulfilling the conditions for the second tier quest. Class advancement begins. At the same time, a 5-member team of professionals appeared nearby. This team consisted of 3 men and 2 women. Among them, 4 were clearly experienced veterans walking on the periphery of the formation, continuously searching for something. In the center was a young boy who looked a bit immature and appeared somewhat impatient. Let me make this clear, if we don't find the king of earth elementals, I won't be paying the remaining commission. At this moment, the boy spoke up. His name was Sun Hao, who had just recently leveled up to level 40 and accepted a tier 2 mission. The mission required him to kill the level 40 boss, the king of earth elementals. However, unlike Lin Yi, he didn't need to complete the kill alone. He only needed to obtain the earth elemental soul dropped by the king. To fulfill his advancement task, Sun Hao specifically spent a large sum of money to hire a mercenary team. However, things didn't seem to be going as smoothly as he had imagined. The group had been in the storm plains for most of the day, without finding any trace of the king of earth elementals. Don't worry, judging by the time, the king of earth elementals will definitely respawn today. Hearing Sun Hao's words, the man in front of the team turned around and said, "Let's keep searching. Perhaps there are still areas we missed." Just then a surprised voice came from behind the team. Captain, look quickly. Is that the king of earth? Hearing the voice, everyone turned around in unison. Through the swirling sand and wind a massive figure appeared faintly visible. That's right. It's that guy. In front of the team, Wang Ping looked closely and nodded in confirmation. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry up, Sun Hao urged. As he was about to run towards it, he was suddenly pulled back by Wang Ping. Wait a moment. It seems something is off. Look carefully, is someone soloing that boss? Hearing Wang Ping's words, the others finally noticed that there was not only the king of earth elementals ahead, but also another small figure. There is indeed someone. It looks like a bowman. Who is so brave as to solo this big fellow? They knew all too well how terrifying the king of earth elementals was. Even if all four of them teamed up, they wouldn't dare to guarantee success. A bowman dares to solo. Honestly, when they saw this scene, they were genuinely taken aback. What does it matter? Whoever gets the kill on the boss gets the loot. What are you hesitating for? Sun Hao was displeased. He had paid for this, and it was related to his advancement task. After all the trouble to find the king of earth elementals, he naturally couldn't afford to wait. What are you so anxious about? Wang Ping almost wanted to scold this fool, but still patiently explained. If someone dares to solo a boss, they must have some skills. Before we understand their capabilities, if we act rashly, and something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? After what Wang Ping said, Sun Hao was left speechless, but still muttered unhappily, it's just a bowman. Is it really that serious? I don't believe he can really kill this boss by himself. No sooner had he finished speaking than a tremendous sound erupted from a distance. Boom. Wang Ping and the others felt their ears ring. They then widened their eyes in disbelief. Damn, I can't be mistaken. Just now the boss was still alive and kicking. How did it suddenly drop? I couldn't see clearly, but it seemed to be instantaneously defeated. Gulp. The group collectively swallowed hard. To instantly kill the king of earth elementals. Is this something a person can achieve? Could it be that this bowman is a veteran over level 100? Not sure, but this person is definitely someone we cannot afford to provoke. Sun Hao's face was filled with lingering fear. I was wrong, Brother Wang. It's a good thing you didn't listen to me earlier. What should we do now? Wang Ping regained his composure. What else is there to do? Let's get out of here quickly, or if that big shot notices us, we might not be able to explain ourselves. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Hurry. The group didn't even dare to glance back, quickly smashing their return stones and disappearing from the scene. Meanwhile, Lin Yi looked at the constantly appearing notifications in front of him, filled with excitement. He didn't expect that after advancing to a Tier 2 profession his strength would increase so dramatically. Professional advancement successful. You have officially become a Tier 2 professional and gained the following enhancements. 1. Attack speed threshold increased to 30. 0. 2. Current range doubled. 3. Additional 15 points to free attributes. Attack speed threshold released 13. 0. 18. 0. 1. Awesome. Lin Yi couldn't help but pump his fist in the air. The accumulated attack speed had instantly broken through the 18. 0 barrier. Additionally, with the range doubling, it meant that his base range had reached an astonishing 130 meters. He had already surpassed most ranged professions. As for the extra free attributes, although the increase wasn't significant, it was better than nothing. With the proficiency panel in place, Lin Yi wasn't particularly concerned about this minor boost. The next step is to break through 300 in proficiency, ushering in a qualitative change. At this pace, Lin Yi was confident he could obtain the twin flowers within a month. Then he glanced at the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. Not wanting to delay any longer, he promptly crushed his return stone, preparing to pick up his sister. A flash of light later, Lin Yi appeared within the city of Linen. After soaking in the spring water to wash away his fatigue, he headed directly towards the Law Enforcement Bureau. At the entrance of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Su Mo and Lin, she had been waiting there for a while. Upon seeing Lin Yi appear, she rushed over eagerly. Brother. Lin, she tightly hugged Lin Yi, refusing to let go for a long time, which made him a bit helpless. However, seeing that his sister was in good spirits, he felt quite happy inside. He patted her head and smiled. All right, others are watching, aren't you embarrassed? Only then did Lin, she blushing, stand to the side, but she still held on to Lin Yi's arm. You two siblings have such a good relationship. At this moment, Su Mo stepped forward with a smile. Lin Yi nodded at her. Thank you for taking care of my sister these past few days. By the way, Captain Su, if you are free tonight, I would like to invite you to Xianwei restaurant, as I am having dinner there with a few friends. Su Mo hadn't answered, yet when Lin, she jumped up excitedly. Going to Xianwei restaurant. I want to go too. I heard the 100 longevity banquet there is very famous, and I've never eaten it before. Alright, I'll definitely take you. Lin Yi chuckled, and then asked, what about you, Captain Su? Su Mo politely declined. I won't be joining you, I still have to be on duty tonight. Besides, it's not appropriate for me to intrude on your gathering as young people. Seeing this, Lin Yi naturally couldn't force her, so he nodded and took his sister away. Brother, where are we going? While walking, Lin, she noticed they were not heading back, so she looked up and asked. Lin Yi decided to keep it a mystery, smiling as he said, you'll find out soon, I promise. I'll be a surprise. Oh brother, you're so annoying, can't you just tell me first? Lin, she pouted and complained. Lin Yi smiled without replying. He had already messaged Xia Qingxue earlier, and now they could move in. As for the old items at home, Lin Yi had no intention of taking them. Moving to a new house meant everything would be newly furnished, and he didn't mind at all. The key was that as long as his sister was comfortable, that was all that mattered. Before long, the siblings arrived at the entrance of the inner city. Brother, isn't this the direction to the inner city? Why are we here? Lin, she said curiously. The inner city and the outer city were separated by a city moat, and normally they wouldn't come here. Just as Lin Yi was about to explain, a graceful figure approached from the city gate. Lin Yi. Xia Qingxue waved to them from a distance. Standing in the crowd, her fair skin glowed, and she wore a plain-colored long dress that without any makeup perfectly highlighted her uniqueness. Seeing her, Lin Yi waved back with a smile. Didn't we agree that you wouldn't come to pick us up? Why are you here? Sister Xia. Before Xia Qingxue could speak, Lin, she recognized her, and her eyes sparkled with joy. Long time no see, Sister Xia. You've become even more beautiful. You little girl, your words are so sweet. Xia Qingxue pinched Lin's eyes cheek, and then turned to Lin Yi saying, I didn't come just to pick you up. Ooh, I just happened to have some time, and wanted to stroll around. What a coincidence I ran into you. Let's go, we'll take you there. That's so kind of you. Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly, but quickly followed. On the way, Lin, she couldn't help but ask, Brother, where exactly are we going? And what about the surprise you mentioned? It wouldn't just be meeting Sister Xia, would it? After saying that, she couldn't help but look at the two of them with a suspicious gaze. Finally, a look of realization crossed her face, and she clicked her tongue. Brother, honestly, when did you get so close to Sister Xia? Lin's eyes darted around, and how could Lin Yi not know what she was thinking? He tapped her forehead and chuckled. Don't think too much, my relationship with Xia Qingxue is just that of ordinary friends. No, to be precise, we are currently landlord and tenant. Landlord and tenant? Lin, she was surprised. What does that mean? Lin Yi didn't keep it a secret anymore, and finally told Lin Shi about the rental situation. So do you understand now? I see. Lin's eyes lit up. It seems I was right, your relationship can't be simple. Otherwise, how could Sister Xia rent such a house to us for such a low price? That's a house in the inner city. Lin Yi was taken aback by her words, then felt both amused and helpless as he looked at Xia Qingxue saying, The misunderstanding has gotten bigger, hasn't it? Why didn't you come out to explain? Xia Qingxue covered her mouth and chuckled like ice and snow melting in the spring breeze, her tone cheerful, as she said, Explain. Why should I explain? Explanation is just a cover-up, so I won't explain. As they joked around, they turned down a street and stopped in front of a quiet courtyard. Here we are. Xia Qingxue stepped forward to push the door open. Lin Yi and his sister immediately followed, only to be astonished by the scene before them. From the outside, it didn't seem that impressive, but once inside, Lin Yi found that this courtyard was much larger than he had imagined, at least 300 to 400 square meters. A bluestone path extended from the door, flanked by lush green grass, surrounded by blooming flowers, rockeries, and flowing water, creating an indescribably elegant environment. In the center of the yard was a fountain with big fat koi swimming in the water. The main thing was that such a large house was impeccably clean, every corner spotless, indicating that the owner had prepared it with care. So what do you think of the environment? Xia Qingxue asked the siblings. They exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. However, Lin Yi suddenly felt that he owed a big favor. He looked at Xia Qingxue and said, You really sure about renting this wonderful place to me for 3,000 a month? He had expected it to be just a small rental, but he never imagined it would be such a unique villa, which was hard to believe. It was obvious that a price of 3,000 a month was practically equivalent to living for free. Do you think I would go back on my word? Xia Qingxue joked, then added, Of course I rented it to you cheaply because of Xiaoxi. I don't think too much about it. This remark was somewhat of a cover-up, but no one pointed it out. Xia Qingxue then took the siblings for a tour. This courtyard not only had a good environment, but it was also very spacious and well-equipped with all the necessary living supplies already prepared. This saved Lin Yi a lot of trouble, allowing them to move in with just their bags. In the end, the siblings each chose a room and settled in. Having resolved a concern, Lin Yi was in a particularly good mood. He walked to the edge of the pool and looked at Xia Qingxue saying, By the way, I have a gathering with some friends at Xianwei building tonight. Would you like to come? It's all brothers from the guild. Sure. Xia Qingxue immediately agreed, then seemed to remember something and suddenly said, By the way, the end of the month is coming soon. How many points have you accumulated in the guild? Don't get eliminated in the end. If it weren't for Xia Qingxue mentioning it, Lin Yi might have almost forgotten about it. He hadn't been very keen on joining the guild before. However, after experiencing the benefits of the guild, he found it quite appealing. Moreover, since it was Xia Qingxue who recommended him to join, getting eliminated in the first month would be quite embarrassing for him. Let me check first. Lin Yi quickly opened the guild interface to check. The guild interface was not complicated. Besides a few main features, the personal points were displayed at the bottom. I actually have over 3000. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. It seemed that after joining the guild he hadn't even had the chance to complete any guild tasks. Where did these points come from? Could it be from the last Beast Tide? Lin Yi quickly realized that killing fierce beasts during the Beast Tide also counted towards guild points. After all, that was a genuine contribution to the entire Linen City. Of course, the amount of points was not the main concern, the focus was on the ranking. However, before the final ranking was tallied, Lin Yi was unsure if this score was safe. He looked at Xia Qingxue and asked, I currently have about 3000 points. Do you think that's enough to avoid elimination? This is a bit difficult to say. Xia Qingxue pondered for a moment, saying, as far as I know, the previous cutoff line seems to hover around your score. To be safe, I suggest you complete a few more tasks to raise your points above 50,000. That would ensure your safety. Additionally, the guild points not only determine rankings, but can also be used to purchase various equipment in the guild shop, which is even more significant. In short, the more the better. I understand. Lin Yi nodded. He had also taken a glance at the guild shop earlier, and indeed there were plenty. The main points spent would not affect the total score counted towards the ranking, which is very considerate. Then in the next couple of days I'll complete a few more tasks to boost my points. Lin Yi continued, you can decide how to handle this. Xia Qingxue tossed a handful of fish food into the pool, watching the fish scramble for it. She said, take a look at what else you need at home. While we have some time, should I take you to buy some more? Sure, Lin Yi nodded. The two then called Lin Shi and headed out to the streets. The streets in the inner city were even more prosperous and lively than those in the outer city. Pedestrians bustled about on the street with vendors lining both sides and various exquisitely decorated shops, filled with a dazzling array of goods. Shopping has an irresistible allure for girls regardless of their age. Xia Qingxue and Lin Shi were in complete agreement on this point. The two kept weaving through different shops, and before long Lin Yi found himself laden with various bags, almost to the point of hanging them around his neck. After leaving a jewelry store, Lin Yi said helplessly, I think it's about time. How about we drop off our things first, and then head to Xianwei Lu? Earlier while shopping, Lin Yi had taken the opportunity to contact Xianwei Lu and reserved a table, also notifying Rocky and the others of the room number. At this moment, everyone should be arriving soon. Alright, let's head back then and we can continue shopping next time. The two girls held hands, and their bond inexplicably deepened. Lin Yi watched this scene with great comfort in his heart. Having one more person to accompany his sister was certainly a good thing. Xianwei Lu truly lived up to its reputation as a famous restaurant in Linen City. At this time it was packed inside and out with many more people waiting in line, indicating a booming business. Fortunately, Lin Yi had reserved a private room in advance, otherwise they would likely have to wait for quite some time. Qingxue, you take Xiaoxi to the private room. First, he'll wait here for Rocky and the others. Alright. Xia Qingxue took Lin Shi into the restaurant while Lin Yi stood outside and sent a message to Rocky. Not long after, Rocky Yishan and the twin sisters Cheng Shuxin and Cheng Shuren all arrived. Especially Cheng Shuxin and Cheng Shuren, who seemed to have dressed up specifically for the occasion. The two sisters standing together undoubtedly formed a beautiful landscape. Lin, handsome guy. Long time no see. Cheng Shuxin greeted cheerfully. It's been a while. Lin Yi nodded, and then called out to everyone. Since everyone is here, shall we head in? By the way, my sister and another friend are also here. I'll introduce you to them later. Friend? What friend? Rocky asked, draping his arm over Lin Yi's shoulder and leaning in. Lin Yi swatted his hand away, teasing, you'll find out soon enough. Xianwei Lu had 5 floors, and Lin Yi's reserved room was on the 3rd floor. Soon the group arrived at the entrance. Lin Yi pushed the door open, and Xia Qingxue and Lin Shi were whispering while looking at the menu. Upon hearing the sound, they both looked up. In an instant, Rocky and the others felt dazzled. Especially Rocky, who was overly excited, exclaimed, wow, Lin Yi, you actually brought my goddess along. Get a grip, calm down. Lin Yi cleared his throat awkwardly, and then said, let me introduce you all. This is my sister Lin Shi, and next to her is Xia Qingxue. Hello everyone. Xia Qingxue greeted warmly, smiling like a breath of spring. Lin Shi also greeted them, but being shy in front of so many people for the first time, she said timidly, hello older brothers and sisters. Lin Yi then introduced the group behind him. The guy with red hair is Rocky, this tall one is Yishan. And these two beauties are the twin sisters Cheng Shuxin and Cheng Shuren. Everyone was young and part of the same guild, and with Lin Yi acting as a bridge, they quickly became familiar. However, Lin Yi felt that the atmosphere was somewhat off. He glanced at Cheng Shuxin and then at Xia Qingxue. These two women were clearly smiling and chatting, yet there was an underlying sense of rivalry. So you are Xia Qingxue. Indeed, seeing is believing. No wonder so many men are captivated by your charm. Cheng Shuxin said with a faint smile, her tone seemingly complimentary, but containing a subtle challenge. Cheng Shuren, standing by, also glanced at Xia Qingxue, remaining silent, but silently supporting her. The lively atmosphere in the private room suddenly became subtly tense for a moment. Among those present, only Rocky seemed oblivious, laughing heartily, of course. Goddess Qingxue is our guild's recognized strongest genius, with both strength and beauty. It's a real treat to have her join us for dinner today. It's just a hollow title, nothing to mention. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue smiled slightly, her gaze shifting to the twins. These two are truly elegant and enchanting. I noticed them the moment I walked in. You agree, right, Linyi? Xia Qingxue smiled sweetly at Linyi. Linyi was momentarily stunned, thinking, why is this about me? He hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Why is everyone just standing? Hurry and sit down to order. Feel free to order anything you want tonight's on me. Linyi's diversion immediately eased the delicate atmosphere. Everyone sat down, and Cheng Shuxin picked up the menu. Then I won't hold back, handsome Lin. Very soon a table full of delicious dishes was served. The boys, unable to contain themselves, ate with greasy mouths. This flavor truly lives up to Xianwei Lu. I'm in love. Indeed, extraordinary. Rocky and Yishan feasted heartily, and Linyi enjoyed the meal immensely. It must be said the chef at Xianwei Lu had exceptional skills. Even the most ordinary dishes, when crafted by their hands, had an extraordinary flavor that made people's eyes light up. Even the girls found it hard to restrain themselves, their appetites widening. After a while, everyone finally felt satisfied with their meal. However, putting that aside, despite the deliciousness, it was indeed quite expensive. When it came time to settle the bill, they spent a full 50,000 contribution points. Linyi felt a pang in his heart. This is too profitable. One meal cost me a piece of purple gear. On the first day of moving, Lin Yi naturally couldn't be playing dungeon runs late at night. After bidding farewell to Luo Qi and the others, the three of them headed toward the inner city together. Soon they stopped in front of the courtyard. My place is not far from here. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Due to having had a bit to drink, a rosy hue appeared on Xia Qingxue's face, looking entirely different from her usual cool demeanor. All right, be careful on your way back. Linyi nodded and asked, should I walk you home? No need, it's really not far. All right, don't forget about the guild points. There are only 2 days left until the end of the month. Got it, I won't forget. Then I'm off. Okay. After watching Xia Qingxue's figure disappear at the street corner, Lin Yi finally turned to enter the door. At this moment, Lin Shi poked his arm and giggled. Bro, honestly, do you like Sister Xia? Lin Yi jolted in surprise. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? Of course not. While saying this, he flicked her forehead with his hand. Lin Shi cried out in pain, covering her forehead and pouting. If you don't like her, then why hit me? All right, it's late. Hurry up and wash up and go to bed. Lin Yi hurriedly pushed Lin Shi towards the house. After Lin Shi fell asleep, he returned to his own room. Lying on the soft bed, the effects of the alcohol gradually kicked in, and Lin Yi finally fell into a deep sleep. He slept soundly until dawn. After getting up, Lin Yi saw Lin Shi busy in the kitchen. Bro, go sit in the front for a while. Breakfast will be ready soon. Lin Shi waved her hand from the window. Okay. Lin Yi walked through the front yard, casually tossing some fish food into the pool before sitting down in the hall. The next objective was also clear. Grind dungeons, level up, and improve proficiency. Additionally, there were guild tasks. With this in mind, Lin Yi opened the guild task interface. I wonder what tasks are available. It would be great if there were tasks for dungeon runs. Lin Yi browsed briefly. Tasks are not necessarily issued by the guild. There are also personal tasks posted by guild members. For instance, some offer points to find someone to help achieve a dungeon first clear, or to assist with second-tier tasks, and so on. However, these tasks were not suitable for him. Firstly, they offered few points, and secondly, they were quite time-consuming. Is there no task that offers more points and can be completed in less time? Lin Yi muttered to himself. Just as he was feeling a bit down, a red message was pinned at the top of the guild channel. The publisher was none other than the guild leader Qin Chuan. Everyone, Thorn City is currently under attack by a level 3 beast wave and urgently needs support from all sides. Brothers interested gather at the guild base in half an hour. I will open the guild teleportation channel to send everyone there. Additionally, participants in this support operation will receive a minimum guaranteed reward of 200 points, with additional contributions counted separately. Outstanding performers can also choose one item from the guild warehouse. Everyone, Thorn City is our brother city. When one party is in trouble, help comes from all directions. Please sign up enthusiastically to participate. As soon as this message was sent, the entire guild channel became lively. I'm the first to sign up. Let's take down these beasts. Last time during the beast wave in Linen City, at least half the brothers from Thorn City came. This time I definitely want to provide support. Well said. As long as everyone can support each other and work together, these mere beast waves are nothing. Count me in. In no time there were numerous sign-ups. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi's thoughts began to stir. Isn't this a timely opportunity? As long as he participated in the city defense, he could earn 200 points, and additional contributions would be counted separately. This way, after accumulating points, he wouldn't be at risk of being eliminated. The key is the beast wave, an endless torrent of ferocious beasts, a perfect opportunity to grind proficiency. After advancing to the second tier, his attack speed would break through its limits, and during a beast wave, if all goes well, his proficiency would definitely increase significantly. Though it's true that beast waves are extremely dangerous. But as an archer, as long as he doesn't charge in recklessly like last time, and stays hidden in a turret to shoot, there is still a certain degree of safety. Moreover, he was pressed for time now, and the pressure to enhance his strength was enormous. If he followed a step-by-step approach, it would be hard to guarantee what the situation would be like in a month. Fortune favors the bold. Oh, let's do this. Lin Yi immediately made up his mind, picking up his Guiyuan Bao and preparing to head out. Lin Shi, I have something to take care of, and am leaving now. I might not be back tonight, so don't wait for me. Bro, eat something before you go. No time to eat, I'm in a hurry. Then be careful. The iron floating tower base was located in the center of the inner city, just a 10-minute walk from where Lin Yi currently lived. When Lin Yi arrived, a large number of professionals had already gathered in the square in front of the base, roughly estimating there were thousands of them. Moreover, more people were continually arriving at the entrance. I wonder if Luo Qi and Yishan have come. Just as Lin Yi was about to send a message to ask, he opened the chat interface and saw that Luo Qi had just sent him a message. Bro, during the Thorn City Beast Wave, Yishan and I are both planning to participate in this support operation. Are you going? Of course, I'm already at the base. Where are you? Luo Qi. Yishan and I are at the entrance of the guild building. Alright, I'll be right there. Closing the chat interface, Lin Yi immediately squeezed through the crowd and headed towards the guild building. It wasn't long before the three of them met successfully. Lin Yi. Luo Qi approached him with excitement, placing a hand on Lin Yi's shoulder. Last time during the beast wave, we didn't have this opportunity. This time, we can finally fight side by side. Having a completely trustworthy teammate fighting alongside him in the beast wave was indeed a comforting thought, which made Lin Yi relax considerably. However, he thought of another issue. Both of us are ranged classes. What about Yishan? Yishan then said, no need to worry, though I'll just follow the main force and participate in the defense near the city gate. It won't be a big problem. I won't die. Alright, just be careful. Lin Yi nodded. Just then a strong wind whipped up above everyone's heads. Everyone looked up together. They saw a winged golden lion that had mysteriously appeared in the sky. This golden lion was enormous, its wingspan nearly 20 meters with a ring of dark mane around its neck, and its limbs enveloped in fiery clouds, looking quite majestic. It's the guild leader's flying mount, the Flame Lion King. The guild leader has arrived. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi instinctively looked up at the man on the back of the Flame Lion King. This was also the first time he had seen this legendary figure with his own eyes. Different from Lin Yi's imagination. This figure at the gate of Linen City, their president, appeared to be an ordinary young man lacking the cold temperament typical of a master. On the contrary, he gave off a very approachable vibe. He stood atop the back of the fiery Lion King, overlooking the crowd below, and declared loudly, time is of the essence, do I want waste words. Immediately open the teleportation portal, and I wish everyone's safety. As his voice fell, Qin Chuan waved his hand dramatically. Below, the space began to ripple violently, and then a deep blue portal tore open. Lin Yi was astonished by his miraculous ability. Tearing apart space so casually. This is the worth of the #1 person in Linen City. What? Lin Yi clicked his tongue, exchanging glances with Luo Qi, both recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. In comparison, their own abilities seemed rather insignificant. Let's go too. Everyone orderly stepped into the portal, and soon Lin Yi and the other two followed them. As they spun around in a whirlwind, when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves beneath a black city wall. They had arrived at Thorn City. As soon as they landed, a strong smell of blood wafted through the air, followed by the sounds of battle cries coming from outside the city wall. Clearly the great battle had already begun. Everyone. A man in black armor covered in blood appeared before Lin Yi and the others. Ranged and healing professions, get to the watchtower. All melee fighters gather at the city gate with me. With this command, everyone immediately sprang into action. Yishan, take care of yourself. Lin Yi called out before he and Luo Qi ran towards the nearest watchtower on the city wall. As they reached the top, Lin Yi instinctively glanced outside, his pupils narrowing. The situation on the battlefield was even more brutal than he had imagined. Outside the city, the corpses piled high, belonging not only to beasts, but also to professionals. The dark mass of ferocious beasts pressed forward towards the city. The defensive line here was under unimaginable pressure, especially since Thorn City's overall strength was weaker than Linen City's. Even facing a level 3 beast tide, without external support, they might not withstand for long. Brothers, let's kill. Use your skills on the monsters in greater numbers. Inside the watchtower, everyone looked invigorated, rushing to the firing slots to unleash frenzied attacks on the beasts below. In no time, various skills flashed brilliantly. With the arrival of this group from Linen City, the pressure on the defenders was immediately alleviated. Lin Yi and Luo Qi exchanged glances, not wasting any time as they each chose a position to start fighting. Let's see who can kill faster, Luo Qi said. Sure. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and then lifted the Guiyuan bow. You better perform exceptionally, or I won't go easy on you. With that, Lin Yi activated the multi-arrow skill, coupled with his current attack speed of 18.0. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the sound of bowstrings vibrating echoed continuously. A second later, a torrential rain of arrows swept across the sky, covering the ferocious beasts below. What the heck, is this a normal attack, or a skill? Is it really that monstrous? Luo Qi exclaimed, and not to be outdone, he raised his staff and began chanting, super large explosion fireball. This guy seemed to feel the pressure from Lin Yi, unleashing his ultimate move right away. As a fireball nearly 100 meters in diameter took shape, a terrifying heat immediately enveloped the battlefield. Kill. Sweat beads formed on Luo Qi's forehead as he gritted his teeth, waving his staff to send that fireball crashing into the monster horde. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, violent explosions erupted below, countless fire serpents bursting forth. At the same time, Luo Qi also cast a meteor fire ring. With both attacks combined, the terrifying area effect damage quickly cleared a patch of ground below. Wow, whose vanguard is this so valiant? The fire mage truly deserves the title of damage king. This efficiency is incredible. At the watchtower, everyone's gaze fell upon Luo Qi, which made him feel quite proud. However, when he looked back at Lin Yi, he froze instantly. Lin Yi stood there like a turret, unleashing a continuous storm of feathered arrows like torrential rain. What was crucial was that Luo Qi noticed Lin Yi's speed and damage seemed to be increasing over time, reaching a level he couldn't comprehend. He had to use 2 ultimate moves to clear a swarm of beasts, while Lin Yi effortlessly accomplished the same with just a few shots. The efficiency was on a completely different level. How many secrets does this guy still have hidden? Luo Qi couldn't help but recall when they first met. Back then, Lin Yi was just a little archer that no one wanted in dungeons. He was just following behind, picking up a bit of experience. How long had it been? He watched Lin Yi grow at an astonishing rate. Almost every time they met, Lin Yi's strength would undergo a qualitative change. Until one day it seemed he had left him far behind. This guy will surely become famous in Linen in the future. No, he will become famous across Blue Star. Luo Qi's intuition was particularly strong, and he seemed to envision the scene when that day would arrive. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was completely absorbed in the battle. As time passed, the charging finally reached a peak at some moment. 20 layers of charge. Attack power 120. Critical hit 120. Attack speed 120. Attack power surpassed 10,000. Attack speed neared 40, every shot a critical hit. At this moment, Lin Yi's state peaked, transforming into a true killing machine. In front of the watchtower, the dense rain of arrows almost never ceased, a single individual rivaling an army of archers. Attack power 120. Critical hit 120. Attack speed 120. Attack power surpassed 10,000. Attack speed neared 40. With one push, let's break out. Kill. Below the city wall, everyone's morale surged suddenly, sounding the horn of counterattack. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's eyes remained fixed on the continuously popping notifications in front of him. Proficiency increased to level 297. All attributes 5, attack speed 0.02. Proficiency increased to level 298. Finally, at some moment, proficiency increased to level 300. Proficiency reaching the critical point, the panel began to upgrade. 1, 2, 3. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. He had been looking forward to this moment. Level 300 proficiency will usher in an epic enhancement. He had thought it would directly unlock some particularly powerful attribute, but unexpectedly it resulted in a panel upgrade. I wonder what changes the upgraded panel will bring. Lin Yi was very much looking forward to it, believing the outcome would not disappoint. Looking at the progress bar, the panel upgrade would take a while longer. Lin Yi suppressed his restlessness and once again immersed himself in the battle before him. With support from various parties, the situation in Thorn City had finally stabilized. It was highly likely that successfully defending the city was merely a matter of time. If only Xia Qingxue were here. She has a flying mount and could fly out to find the boss. The rewards from defeating the boss far outweighed those from killing the ordinary beasts before him. However, Lin Yi could only think about it for now. Unless he also acquired a flying mount or mastered flight techniques, going out now would be tantamount to seeking death. As time ticked away, Lin Yi continued to crazily shoot down the beasts. Exaggerated attack speed, terrifying critical hits. As long as the beasts were within his range, none could survive the next second. He occasionally glanced at the progress bar on the panel below. 50, 70, 90. Another 10 minutes passed. Finally, the progress bar jumped forward for the last time. Panel progress 100. Upgrade successful. Panel function updates as follows. 1. The proficiency required for future upgrades is permanently fixed at 3000 points. 2. Each upgrade grants 10 to all attributes, and you can choose one from 3 different attributes: attack speed 0, 0-2, critical rate 0, 1 and range 0, 5 meters. 3. Every 100 levels of proficiency, new attributes will be randomly unlocked or existing attributes upgraded. 4. The first red attribute will be unlocked immediately. Attribute unlocked successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new attribute, Infinite Plunder Red. Infinite Plunder Red. After killing a beast, trigger the attribute effect to plunder part of its attributes with a very small chance to plunder the beast's bloodline talent. Note: up to 10 plunders can be made from the same type of beast. Host Lin Yi. Profession Archer. Proficiency level 300. 0. All attributes 946, archery 50, attack speed 466. Unlocked attributes: furious shot, green good luck, green armor break, green charge, blue execution, purple infinite plunder red. A series of golden prompts continued to appear, causing Lin Yi's bow movement to momentarily pause. This incredible, directly getting a red attribute. Lin Yi had expected a surprise at level 300, but this was beyond surprise, it was shock. A red attribute. Infinite plunder. Directly plundering the attributes of beasts. Although each type of beast can only be plundered 10 times since the game began, the variety of beasts appearing was simply uncountable. If he could plunder them all, Lin Yi's attributes would surely soar to unimaginable heights. Not only that, but infinite plunder can even plunder the bloodline talents of beasts. Lin Yi knew that professionals could awaken talents. However, beasts also possess talents which he had never heard of. In any case, it would be clear after he tried it later. Besides that, Lin Yi also carefully reviewed the other updates on the panel. The increase in proficiency required for upgrades was nothing to be concerned about. Lin Yi's speed of gaining proficiency had increased significantly, so it wouldn't have too much of an impact. The other point was the rewards from upgrades. All attributes had actually doubled, from 5 points to 10 points. Moreover, he could choose one from attack speed, critical hit, or range. He didn't need critical hits for now, and his attack speed was sufficient. So there was no discussion, he would simply choose range from now on. For an archer, range was definitely one of the core attributes. His current range was only 130 meters. One could imagine when Lin Yi's range reached 500 meters, 1000 meters, or even more, how terrifying that would be. Standing outside the target's line of sight, a single arrow to the head. That feeling was simply exhilarating. Additionally, there was the third point of the panel update. Unlocking new attributes or upgrading existing attributes every 100 levels. Attributes can be upgraded too. After Lin Yi read this, he clearly froze for a moment. Doesn't that mean he could potentially have all red attributes in the future? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but catch his breath, filled with anticipation. In summary, this panel upgrade undoubtedly brought Lin Yi a qualitative leap in power. Next, it's time to test the effects of the new attribute. There was no better place to plunder attributes than during a beast tide. Just in the area, Lin Yi could see there were at least hundreds of different types of beasts, definitely allowing for a huge profit. Let the slaughter begin. In the next moment, Lin Yi activated once again. With both hands continuously drawing his bow, a torrential rain of arrows immediately poured downwards. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of feathers piercing flesh echoed endlessly across the empty battlefield. One by one, the beasts were unable to approach the city walls, and all fell midway. Killed a level 45 ordinary beast, experience 900, proficiency 300. Killed a level 50 ordinary beast, experience 1000, proficiency 330. Killed. Plunder successful. You plundered 3 points of strength from the corpse of the ironback rhino. Plunder successful. You plundered 3 points of strength from the corpse of the ironback rhino. Plunder successful. You plundered 5 points of agility from the corpse of the howling moon wolf. The prompts continued to flood the screen, and within just a few minutes Lin Yi had plundered at least several hundred attribute points. Moreover, after this attempt, Lin Yi had roughly grasped some patterns. The amount of attributes plundered was likely related to the level of the beast. The higher the level of the beast, the more attributes one could plunder each time. Furthermore, different types of beasts allowed for different attributes to be plundered. For example, the strength-focused ironback rhino would most likely plunder strength attributes with a small chance of plundering constitution attributes. The agility-focused howling moon wolf would most likely plunder agility attributes with a small chance of plundering strength and constitution attributes. There were also mage-type beasts that plundered mental and intelligence attributes. Of course, Lin Yi wasn't picky. He killed any beast he saw, as all attribute points were free. However, up until now, Lin Yi had not plundered any bloodline talents from the beasts. He didn't know if it was due to the low probability or if ordinary beasts lacked bloodline talents. Watching his attributes continuously grow, Lin Yi became increasingly excited. At that moment, a huge shadow flew past above the gun tower. Screech. A sharp sound wave suddenly transmitted from above, causing everyone in the gun tower to feel dizzy. Not good. It's the flying giant beast Crimson Feather Eagle. Someone exclaimed. Lin Yi immediately looked outside and saw a massive creature over 100 meters long hovering outside the gun tower. The Crimson Feathered Eagle. A level 60 flying boss. Its feathers blazed like flames, emitting a dazzling red light. With its wings spread wide, it obscured the sky, creating an immense sense of pressure at first glance. Moreover, this creature's attack power is extraordinarily fierce. If it weren't for the presence of the watchtower, it would likely annihilate everyone here in a single round. Although for now there are no major safety concerns. It is evident that this creature has set its sights on this place. It keeps circling around, refusing to leave. Screech. With another sharp cry, the Crimson Feathered Eagle suddenly glided back a distance, then spread its wings and began to flap furiously. The elemental power was visibly gathering beneath its wings. In an instant, dozens of massive wind blades formed. Everyone lie down. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly warned the others. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, the giant wind blades crashed down upon them. The terrifying impact made the entire watchtower shake as if it were about to collapse at any moment. And this was just the beginning. The Crimson Feathered Eagle, seeing its first strike fail, became even more frenzied in its wind blade attacks. Though the watchtower was sturdy under such relentless bombardment, it would likely not hold out for long. Once they lose the protection of the watchtower, everyone, including Lin Yi, would surely perish. This is not a solution. It's no different from waiting for death. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and stood up, looking for an opportunity to shoot at the Crimson Feathered Eagle. A level 60 boss was indeed not a match for his current strength. However, it was not without opportunity. As long as I can trigger the killing effect, all difficulties will be resolved. Realizing Lin Yi's intention, Rocky immediately spoke. Everyone, we cannot just sit here and wait. My brother has a killing talent. Everyone cover for him. Rocky took the lead, throwing fireballs at the Crimson Feathered Eagle through the shooting hole to attract the boss' attention. The others, initially on the verge of despair, quickly reacted and began to follow suit. Various attacks rained down upon the Crimson Feathered Eagle, with skills illuminating the area. Although the damage was negligible, it indeed bought Lin Yi a significant amount of time. Bang, bang, bang. The bowstrings rang out incessantly as Lin Yi frantically shot arrows, sweat pouring down his forehead. 100 arrows, 200 arrows, 500 arrows, 1,000 arrows, 3,000 arrows. Within less than half a minute, Lin Yi had shot thousands of arrows. However, against a boss, the probability of triggering a killing effect was as low as 1 in 100,000, and it was evident that such a short time was far from enough. Faster, even faster. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, pushing himself to the limit. Yet the Crimson Feathered Eagle, frustrated from its inability to break through, grew increasingly agitated. The wind blades, each several meters long, struck the watchtower like they were free, trying to blow apart this protective shell. Boom. Suddenly, several wind blades struck the same spot. With a loud crash amidst the flying debris, a gap appeared in one corner of the watchtower. Seeing this, everyone broke into a cold sweat. Time was running out. If they didn't find a way to deal with the Crimson Feathered Eagle, soon death awaited them. Hurry, come on. Lin Yi was also extremely anxious, his heart crying out wildly. He wondered if Lady Luck had. Suddenly, the familiar sensation he had longed for finally appeared. Lin Yi's brow twitched, and he quickly shot an arrow. Here it comes. A seemingly ordinary arrow amidst the rain of arrows struck the Crimson Feathered Eagle. In the next moment, a terrifying crimson number suddenly exploded in the air. 999999. The depletion of its health was instantaneous. The Crimson Feathered Eagle didn't even have time to register what had happened before its movements abruptly halted, and it plummeted straight down. Boom. The massive corpse crashed onto the empty ground below, raising a cloud of dust. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Rocky was the first to react, his stunned expression gradually relaxing. Is it dead? The Crimson Feathered Eagle is dead. This is a level 60 boss, bro, you're amazing. Following that, cheers erupted one after another within the watchtower. Some even cried tears of joy. Everyone looked at Lin Yi with admiration and gratitude. Damn, I thought we were doomed this time, or I didn't expect to survive. It's all thanks to this brother's effort. A single arrow killed it. What an impressive killing talent. And have you noticed? The killing talent and archers are a perfect match. With this ability, even those boss-level beasts are not insurmountable. Lin Yi also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, only he knew that having a killing talent alone was not enough. The crucial factor was still the luck effect. If not for this, relying solely on that pitiful 1 in 100,000 chance, he didn't know how many times he would have died. Meanwhile, the notification for killing the Crimson Feathered Eagle appeared before Lin Yi. You have defeated the level 60 boss Crimson Feathered Eagle, gaining 2 million experience points and 100 proficiency. A hefty amount of experience flooded in instantly, pushing Lin Yi to level 41A, and his proficiency also rose several levels. Thinking for a moment, he decided to max out his attack speed, first allocating all free attribute points to agility. Simultaneously, plunder successful. You have plundered 50 points of strength from the corpse of the Crimson Feathered Eagle. You have acquired the bloodline talent of the Crimson Feathered Eagle Wind Control. Finally plundered a talent. Lin Yes's eyes brightened, and he quickly focused to sense it. The bloodline talent of the Crimson Feathered Eagle is a grade talent Wind Control. Its function is to significantly enhance affinity for wind elemental power. The moment the talent fused, a peculiar sensation spread throughout his body. It was as if a gentle breeze had brushed across his face, invigorating him. Then specific information about the talent appeared before him. Wind Control increases affinity for wind elemental power, grants significant movement speed bonus, and provides basic flying capability. Flying speed approximately equals movement speed, lasting 10 minutes, with a 10-minute cooldown. At the moment Lin Yi saw the description of the talent, he nearly jumped for joy. The significant boost in movement speed was undoubtedly enormous for a profession that constantly needed to pay attention to positioning. Moreover, he had also gained basic flying capability. This was truly taking off. With this ability, Lin Yi would be able to maneuver freely in the future, making it much easier to deal with most situations. The duration of flight isn't very long, not comparable to flying mounts, but it's still good enough. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. Fortune favors the bold. Since he had obtained the ability to fly, if he didn't take the opportunity to hunt a boss now, wouldn't it be a waste of the chance to grow stronger? The current battle situation had not changed much. It was likely that soon the beast tide would retreat. Lin Yi decided not to waste any more time, and immediately began to act, seizing the last opportunity. Luo Qi, am going outside to check the situation. Lin Yi greeted Luo Qi and walked out. Luo Qi watched his retreating figure, puzzled as to why Lin Yi chose to go out at this moment, but he did not ask further, saying, "All right, just be careful." As he stepped out of the watchtower, the battlefield situation became clear at a glance. Although the fighting remained intense, it was evident that the defending side had already gained an absolute advantage. Many small teams had even ventured deep into the beast tide to pursue the enemy. Teams communicated with each other, isolating the entire beast tide into countless small blocks for encirclement. It seems this battle is about to end just in time for me to go out and try my luck. Lin Yi had already looted the nearby minor monsters. His current target was the boss at the rear of the beast tide. A boss not only provided a massive amount of experience points and proficiency, but also had a chance of looting bloodline talents. This was especially important. A wind control talent boost would be immensely beneficial. If he could acquire a few more, Lin Yi could hardly imagine. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi hesitated no longer and jumped directly from the city wall. Under the force of gravity, he began to fall rapidly. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Lin Yi finally summoned the power of the wind elements around him. The formless wind elements enveloped his body in an instant, lifting him up as lightly as a feather. Is this the feeling of flying? Lin Yi marveled as he looked around. Unlike sitting on a flying mount at this moment, he truly felt as if he were gliding on the wind. Moreover, his movements were much more fluid. The only downside was that he could only fly for 10 minutes. Lin Yi wasted no time controlling his body as he flew toward the rear of the beast tide. It did not take long for him to find the first boss. It was a massive mystic turtle lying on the ground like a black fortress. The protruding bone spikes on its shell appeared extremely menacing. He cast a detection spell, and as expected, apart from a name, there was no other information. Fearsome evil turtle. Level. Lin Yi did not dare to be careless, maintaining his distance for maximum attack range before starting to shoot. If the fierce beasts below had aerial capabilities, he would need to retreat quickly. Bang, 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 bang. A rain of arrows fell. Not only did he fail to break the defenses of the mystic turtle, but he couldn't even harm the ordinary fierce beasts around it. The deeper he went into the beast tide, the higher the levels of the fierce beasts, which completely exceeded Lin Yi's current capabilities. Of course, Lin Yi's target was not this. He had come to try his luck, hoping to trigger a kill. If he could take down one or two bosses, it would be a huge profit. The attack continued. Minutes passed, and the Guiyuan Bao was almost smoking, yet he still failed to trigger a kill. Moreover, Lin Yi felt as if he was being ignored. Aside from the initial moment when the fearsome evil turtle glanced at him, it completely disregarded him afterward. It seemed to be saying, "What is this human making a fuss about? Is he just scratching an itch?" It even snorted at Lin Yi, expressing disdain. Seeing this, Lin Yi almost laughed in anger. "All right, let's see how this plays out. Just don't let me trigger a kill, or else." "Brother, what are you doing here?" At that moment, a voice came from behind. A young man in a blue robe riding a flying beast approached Lin Yi. He looked at Lin Yi in confusion, chuckling. "Dude, you're not seriously thinking of killing this evil turtle, are you?" The fearsome evil turtle is a level 100 boss known for its tough skin and thick flesh. Not to mention you alone, even a group of high-level professionals would have no way to deal with it. If you have this time, you might as well look for other bosses. The young man intended to dissuade Lin Yi from wasting his efforts here, but unexpectedly upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. This guy is a level 100 boss. That's fantastic. The higher the boss's level, the greater the rewards for killing it. Moreover, this guy was currently underestimating Lin Yi and had no intention of counterattacking. Wasn't this a boon delivered to his doorstep? Lin Yi could no longer hold back. He intensified his attacks, aiming to take down the evil turtle before his flying time ended. The young man saw Lin Yi's determination and felt it was utterly unreasonable, becoming somewhat displeased. Why are you so stubborn? If you manage to kill the fearsome evil turtle today, I'll eat. Before he could finish, the young man was dumbfounded. He seemed to witness something incredibly unbelievable, his pupils trembling violently. What did you do? How did the fearsome evil turtle suddenly die? Yes, that's right. Just as the young man spoke, Lin Yi suddenly triggered the kill condition instantly, taking down the fully healthy fearsome evil turtle. This scene was undoubtedly shocking to the uninformed young man. To be able to one-shot a fully healthy fearsome evil turtle, even a powerhouse like Qin Xuan might not achieve that right. Who on earth is this archer? The young man struggled to calm his emotions, unable to comprehend this scene that exceeded his understanding. He swallowed hard, looking at Lin Yi and saying, "I'm sorry, brother. I was presumptuous just now." While saying this, he hurriedly pulled on the reins of the flying beast's neck, changing direction to fly away. Lin Yi said nothing as he didn't mind at all, then focused seriously on the prompt that appeared before him. You have killed the boss-level fierce beast fearsome evil turtle. Experience points, 5 million. Proficiency, 2000. A single boss leveled Lin Yi up directly. Proficiency skyrocketed to level 310. Furthermore, loot successful. You have looted 100 points of physique and gray talent, thick skin from the fearsome evil turtle's corpse. Awesome. No wonder it's a red loot item. That's a full 100 attribute points gained. Moreover, what incredible luck to also loot a talent. Thick skin grade A bloodline talent from the fearsome evil turtle. For every 1 decrease in health, both maximum health and defense increase by 1. This effect is doubled when health is below 50. Do you wish to merge the talent? If abandoned, the talent will disappear. There's no hesitation, merge it directly. In the next moment, a strange sensation spread throughout his body. Lin Yi felt as if a thick layer of keratin was growing, but that was merely an illusion. In reality, his skin became smoother and more translucent, exuding a sheen akin to jade. This phenomenon persisted until the talent merging concluded before it completely faded away. 2 talents emerged. One could control the wind and the other had a sturdy hide, both incredibly practical. I also have talent now. Lin Yi felt in high spirits and wanted to continue hunting the boss. However, after glancing at the flight time, he had to hurry back. If he fell into the beast tide now, even with his thick hide, he would likely face death. Hurrying back, Lin Yi finally returned to the city wall just before the flight duration ended. With a 10-minute cooldown on flying, he could only wait patiently. Of course, this time couldn't be wasted. Killing a few more ferocious beasts was one thing, especially targeting those he hadn't killed before maximizing the value of infinite plunder. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi acquired dozens of attribute points, and the flight cooldown was over. Without hesitation, he continued his pursuit. Looking at the situation, there was at most 1 or 2 hours left before the beast tide would end. He had to seize the time to kill a few more bosses. If he were lucky enough to plunder another talent, it would be a huge gain. However, good luck did not persist. Until the beast tide completely ended, Lin Yi hunted down 4 more bosses, but unfortunately, he did not gain any new talents. Of course, it wasn't completely fruitless. These 4 bosses were all of high level, allowing him to level up by 5 levels, and his proficiency skyrocketed by 20 levels, reaching level 330. Combined with the attribute points he plundered, this beast tide allowed Lin Yi to experience significant human. Lin Yi, profession archer, F grade, level 47, 520001, 2000000, health 17530, 9500 mana, 14070, attack power 60, 267, 900, defense 1903, 350, attack speed 24. Range 145 meters, 5, strength 1973, 70, agility 2071, 110, constitution 1823, 80, intelligence 1377, 30, spirit 1397, 30, skills, investigation technique, level 1 charge shot, level 1 eagle eye, level 2 multi-arrow, level 1 swift shadow step, level 1. Talents: wind control B grade, sturdy hide B grade, equipment wolf tooth, pendant blue, vampire pendant purple, return to origin, bow purple, wind armor blue, wind boots blue, wind helmet blue, proficiency level 330. 200, 003, 0000, all attributes 1246, archery 50, attack speed 4. Range 15 meters, unlocked attributes: furious shot green, good luck green, armor break green, charging blue, execution purple, infinite plunder, red aside from slightly lacking in equipment, and skills not being comprehensive enough. Lin Ye's current stats had no flaws. Speaking of equipment, Lin Ye suddenly remembered that after killing so many ferocious beasts and several bosses, he should have dropped quite a few good items. He hadn't had the time to check earlier, and now that the beast tide had ended, it was the perfect opportunity to inspect. He eagerly opened his private pouch, and his eyes lit up. A hodgepodge of items stuffed the pouch full. Among the most valuable were the following few: nearly 20 low-grade enhancement stones and 5 mid-grade enhancement stones. In addition, there were surprisingly 2 pieces of purple gear. Cloud treading boots, purple, usable at level 100, increases health by 30,000, agility by 500, constitution by 300, significantly enhances movement speed. Wearing all 3 pieces of the cloud treading set activates additional set bonuses. Rolling stone giant sword, purple, usable at level 100, increases attack power by 12,000, strength by 800, and grants 1 to all skills of the shield guard. Looking at these 2 pieces of level 100 purple gear, Lin Ye couldn't help but drool. Just these stats alone surpassed his current equipment by several tiers. This was the kind of configuration a powerhouse should have. Especially the rolling stone giant sword, which was a top-tier item, 1 to all shield guard skills. If this were given to an archer, Lin Ye would probably wake up laughing in his sleep. However, after looking at them, Lin Ye could only shake his head helplessly. Not to mention the mismatch in profession, these 2 pieces of equipment required levels that were far too high. He had no idea when he would be able to wear them. 2 pieces of level 100 top-tier purple gear should be worth quite a few contribution points, right? Equipment depreciates, so it's definitely better to sell them sooner rather than later. Lin Ye immediately listed the 2 pieces of purple gear on the trading channel. As for the other miscellaneous items, he would sell what he could and throw the rest into the shop. He would at least get something in return. After handling all of this, Lin Ye followed the main group and returned to Linen City through the teleportation portal. This beast tide ended faster than expected. They had set out in the morning and were back just as night fell. According to the previous agreement, all guild members who went to Thorn City earned a reward of 20,000 points, and Lin Ye was no exception. In addition, individual kill counts were also recorded. All of these would ultimately be converted into points. Lin Ye opened the guild interface and was astonished to find that his personal guild points had accumulated to 100,000. More than I expected. Why shouldn't embarrass Xia Qingxue now, right? Lin Ye didn't know why, but his first thought was this. He couldn't help but recall the scene of fighting alongside her that day. Dressed in elegant plain clothes, her complexion outshined the snow. Every move and gesture filled the world with snow. For a moment, Lin Ye truly felt, could she not be a celestial being descended to the mortal realm? What am I thinking? Lin Ye suddenly jolted awake, quickly shaking his head to cast aside those jumbled thoughts. Then he opened the guild warehouse. 100,000 points were there for the taking. It was perfect for reinforcement. Glancing around, the warehouse had quite a lot of items, and the classifications were clear. Lin Ye directly chose attribute fruits, preparing to consume the other 2 types of low-grade fruits to max them out. The low-grade fruits sold for 5,000 contribution points, but in the guild warehouse they only cost 100 points. Lin Ye spent 6,000 points to max out the intelligence and spirit fruits. Intelligence 150, spirit 150. Although the spirit attribute didn't reflect directly in specific values, it was still quite useful. Lin Ye estimated it was related to resisting dizziness, illusions, and other negative effects, perhaps even related to soul strength. This was evident from his previous encounter with that fallen illusionist. The opponent's level was significantly higher than his, yet their mental skills had little effect on him. As for the intelligence attribute, it was directly linked to mana. Lin Ye primarily relied on normal attacks for output, so mana didn't have much effect, but it was still better than nothing. After consuming both types of fruits, Lin Ye had now fully maximized all the basic tier fruits. But don't rush. Basic tier fruits are just the beginning. Ahead lie the mid-tier and high-tier fruits. Given Lin Ye's current level, he could precisely start consuming mid-tier fruits. Compared to basic tier fruits, the price of mid-tier fruits had multiplied tenfold. The market sold them for 500 contribution points, while the guild warehouse required 100 points per fruit. Yet their effects were incomparable. A single mid-tier fruit could boost attribute values by 20 points with a usage cap of 50. In other words, maxing out a single fruit type could increase attributes by 1,000 points. The cost-performance ratio was astonishing. Lin Ye checked the warehouse. Although high-tier fruits were not available for purchase, the stock of basic and mid-tier fruits was abundant. What was there to hesitate about? Buy. Points 94000. Mid-tier agility fruit 50. Mid-tier strength fruit 44. The fruits looked much the same, but their texture and juiciness far surpassed the basic tier ones. After a moment, Lin Ye patted his round belly, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Agility 1000. Strength 880. Converting that, his attack power increased by 2760 points, and his attack speed rose by 10 points. Lin Ye's attack power was now nearly breaking 10,000. and his attack speed had been pushed to the threshold of 30. Any excess attack speed wouldn't go to waste. Once his class advanced again and the threshold increased, it could all be unleashed at once. How satisfying. With his strength surging once more, Lin Yi could hardly wait to test it out. He could call Luo Qi and Yi Shan to attempt clearing a level 4 dungeon. Given his current power, a level 4 dungeon should be a breeze. Opening the chat interface, he was about to message them when a friend request suddenly popped up. Qin Chuan requests to add you as a friend. Accept. Who? Qin Chuan. Honestly, Lin Yi was genuinely stunned when he saw that name. The top powerhouse of Linen City, the legendary figure actively adding him as a friend. No way. Could it be a namesake or someone using Qin Chuan's name? Lin Yi had heard before about a type of scammer who seized others' IDs and impersonated them to deceive. Mainly, he had never crossed paths with the big shot Qin Chuan. Who was he for such a powerhouse to even know, let alone actively add as a friend? This only confirmed Lin Yi's suspicion that the Qin Chuan requesting his friendship was undoubtedly a scam. Alright, a scammer dares to target me, and with such audacity to impersonate a big shot. Truly fear. Lin Yi sneered, then clicked to accept the friend request. He was curious to see what trick this scammer would pull. The moment the request was accepted, the other party sent a message. Hello, are you Lin Yi? Oh, even knowing his name. Clearly well prepared. But since you've come knocking at my door, watch me expose you. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and replied, It's me, big shot. Don't you remember? We met just yesterday. You even praised me as a promising talent, and said you'd focus on nurturing me. Ha, speechless now, aren't you? If you're impersonating a big shot, I'll play along and see how you handle it. While Lin Yi was smug, Qin Chuan was genuinely baffled. Wait, we met yesterday, I praised and planned him. How come I don't remember that? Qin Chuan rubbed his forehead, certain he wasn't losing his mind, and grew. Did I add the wrong person? This kid. Could he be a scammer? Come to think of it, the whole thing started like this. Qin Chuan had recently reached level 300 and was preparing to complete his 5th tier quest. But the quest required him to solo kill a king tier boss within a time limit. Killing a king tier boss wasn't too difficult for a powerhouse like him. The difficulty lay in the two conditions, the time limit and soloing. He had tried it himself, choosing a target he was confident in. But after several attempts, he always exceeded the time limit. Advancing to 5th tier was crucial for Qin Chuan and the entire Iron Fortress Guild. He brought this up in the guild's high-level chat. Everyone started discussing strategies. The guild leader's combat power is already maxed out. Before advancing to 5th tier, there's little room for improvement. Have you tried having a support apply buffs? We did, stacked every possible buff and used combat boosting potions, but it still fell short by a sliver of time. What about debuffing the boss? That won't work. Any direct damage to the boss, even a scratch, results in quest failure. At this point, everyone fell silent, unable to think of a better solution. Suddenly, Xia Qingxue had a flash of inspiration. She recalled Lin Yi's equipment with an armor-piercing effect. If they could borrow it for the guild leader, it might work. Xia Qingxue shared the idea with Qin Chuan, who thought it worth a try, leading to the friend request to Lin Yi. But Qin Chuan hadn't expected Lin Yi to mistake him for a scammer right away, leaving him utterly confused. Qingxue is your friend named Lin Yi. I feel like I added the wrong person. Seems like a scammer. Qin Chuan hesitated, not replying to Lin Yi immediately, and instead sent a message to Xia Qingxue to ask what was going on. After learning everything, Xia Qingxue was both amused and exasperated. Probably a misunderstanding, guild leader. Wait, I'll talk to him directly. What's wrong, cat? Got your tongue? Big shot, about those resources you promised to prepare for me. When are you actually going to deliver? Tisk, you're not backing out, are you? Seeing this scammer not replying for a while, Lin Yi bombarded him with messages, thoroughly amusing himself. Just then a new message popped up. Lin Yi was startled. Why is Qingxue contacting me now? He instinctively opened it and was instantly dumbfounded, his expression shifting uncontrollably. This was really bad. Not a scammer. That really was Qin Chuan himself. Lin Yi tried to salvage the situation. Qingxue, are you sure? Why would the big shot Qin Chuan suddenly add me as a friend? You're joking, right? Who has time to joke with you? Xia Qingxue retorted. By the way, Lin Yi, what exactly did you say to the guild leader? He said you seemed like a scammer. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. It might just be a misunderstanding. Lin Yi laughed awkwardly, a cold sweat on his forehead. If Xia Qingxue ever found out what he had just done, he would be mortified on the spot. He quickly changed the subject. By the way, Qingxue, you didn't tell me what the guild leader wants to see me about. Well, it's like this. You have that piece of equipment with armor-piercing effect, and the guild leader happens to. After Xia Qingxue's explanation, Lin Yi understood the whole story. But he didn't have such equipment at all. He had just made it up on the spot. How was he supposed to explain this now? Lin Yi's heart was filled with lament, and he had no idea how to reply to Xia Qingxue's message for a long time. On the other end, seeing Lin Yi's silence, Xia Qingxue thought he was unwilling to lend the equipment, and said, of course the guild leader won't borrow it for free. You'll definitely get the compensation you deserve. That's not what I meant. The misunderstanding had grown. Lin Yi felt overwhelmed, and gritting his teeth, he said directly, "It's not that I'm unwilling to lend it, I simply can't. It's a long story, so. If possible, I'd like to talk to the guild leader face to face." Xia Qingxue was silent for a moment, then sent a message. "All right, where are you now? The guild leader will come to find you." Lin Yi looked around, and noticing a tea house nearby said, "There's a tea house on the street next to the guild headquarters. He'll be there." With that, Lin Yi headed straight for the tea house. "Sir, what would you like to drink?" A waitress in black stockings greeted him warmly as he entered. "An iced black tea, please." The weather was scorching, and Lin Yi was thirsty. He ordered an iced black tea and chose a seat by the window. Before long, the waitress came over with a teapot. "Sir, please enjoy. Feel free to call me if you need anything." "All right." Lin Yi nodded and took a few big gulps of the tea. The icy, refreshing sensation seeped into his heart, an absolute delight in this sweltering heat. After half a pot of tea, Lin Yi felt a sudden intuition and looked toward the staircase. There a familiar Qin Chuan was not particularly burly. In fact, both his height and appearance were so ordinary that he would be lost. If Lin Yi hadn't seen him before, he would hardly believe that this seemingly average young man was the #1 figure in Linen City. Qin Chuan, the guild leader of Iron Cavalry. After ascending the stairs, Qin Chuan glanced around, then fixed his gaze on Lin Yi and asked uncertainly. Lin Yi quickly stood up. "Yes, it's me." "Hello, guild leader." Qin Chuan nodded, then scrutinized Lin Yi and remarked with a chuckle, "You're quite handsome, young man. No wonder Kinx's tone gets so peculiar whenever she mentions you." "Huh." To be honest, Lin Yi didn't expect this big shot to start with such a remark. He was momentarily stunned. "Ha, just kidding, don't mind me. Let's sit down and talk." Qin Chuan plopped down in the seat opposite Lin Yi and gestured for him to sit as well. Lin Yi nodded, then couldn't help but study the big shot before him. This was his first time being so close to a legendary figure. Contrary to his imagination, this legendary man was extremely easygoing in both words and actions, even a bit familiar. Before Lin Yi could speak, Qin Chuan poured himself some tea and downed it in one gulp. He smacked his lips as if still unsatisfied and drank another large cup before speaking with contentment. "Iced black tea, my favorite. You like it too?" "It's really good." Lin Yi nodded. Seeing the pot nearly empty, he asked, "How about another pot?" "No need. Let's get down to business first." Qin Chuan turned serious and looked at Lin Yi. "I'm sure you already know roughly why I'm here, right?" "Yes, guild." Lin Yi had already prepared his explanation. But there was a misunderstanding with Qingxue earlier. "My armor-piercing ability doesn't come from equipment, it's one of my talents." In short, when there's no other explanation, just blame it on a talent. After all, since the game descended, awakened ones have had all sorts of bizarre talents, so it's unlikely to be exposed. "Oh, I see. That's too bad." Qin Chuan was clearly disappointed. "Looks like I'll have to think of another way." Lin Yi considered for a moment and said, "Guild leader, why don't you take me along to try? I can just apply the armor-piercing effect directly on the boss." "Wouldn't that work?" "That won't work." Qin Chuan shook his head. "The boss I'm facing is a king class at level 300. You wouldn't even be able to break its defense." In Qin Chuan's mind, an archer's armor-piercing ability required breaking the defense to take effect. And even if Lin Yi could break the defense, what good would applying armor-piercing do? If anyone else inflicted even the slightest damage on the boss's mission, would be immediately deemed a failure. Otherwise, he could have just found any high-level archer with an armor-piercing skill and solved the problem long ago. Lin Yi said, "Guild leader, you might not know this, but my talent is different from ordinary armor-piercing skills. It doesn't require breaking defense. As long as I hit the target, the armor-piercing effect stacks continuously." "Really?" Qin Chuan's eyes lit up immediately. If that were the case, it might indeed be worth a try. By the way, what's the maximum armor-piercing effect you can stack? 30. Lin Yi said. "That high?" Qin Chuan was truly astonished this time, looking at Lin Yi as if he were a rough gem. After all, even a high-level archer's maxed-out armor-piercing skill only reached 20. Lin Yi's talent was a full 10 higher. If your talent could stack with other armor-piercing skills, that would be absolutely perfect. Qin Chuan couldn't help but think that once Lin Yi reached a higher level and learned a conventional armor-piercing skill, if the two could stack, wouldn't the armor-piercing effect reach an astonishing 50? If that were the case, it would be truly terrifying. Of course, Lin Yi had already thought of this himself. And as expected, the talent and skill effects would definitely not come. That meant by then he would truly become a boss slayer. Lin Yi set down his cup and asked, "Guild leader, when do we make our move?" Qin Chuan thought for a moment. "Let's make it tomorrow at 6 in the morning. He'll wait for you at the entrance of the guild building." "All right." Just thinking about teaming up with this legendary big shot to take down a boss made Lin Yi's heart race with excitement. As for the goal of defeating the level 300 king-level boss, one must consider whether their own safety can be guaranteed. This point had indeed been contemplated by Lin Yi. Since Qin Chuan dared to agree to let him accompany him, he must have sufficient confidence. Lin Yi had a particular trust in the strength of this top person from Linen. Additionally, Lin Yi had also mastered a flying-type talent, so he had some means of survival. As long as he was cautious, it seemed that problems would not be too great. President, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave for now. Just as Lin Yi was about to rise, he was called back by Qin Chuan. Wait a moment. Before Lin Yi could speak, Qin Chuan directly traded 2 items to him. This is a death avoidance talisman and a teleportation talisman. The death avoidance talisman can help you withstand a fatal blow, while the teleportation talisman allows you to return to Linen City instantly, without needing to leave the battle. You should keep these 2 items for emergencies. This was the first time Lin Yi had heard of such useful items. They should be quite valuable. However, concerning his own life and property, he did not hesitate to accept them. Thank you, President. There's no need for thanks, but if anything, I should thank you since you are helping me. Qin Chuan waved his hand. There's nothing else, you can go about your business. Let's not miss each other tomorrow. Alright, see you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Qin Chuan, Lin Yi directly headed to the dungeon hall. It was still early, so he called on Luo Qi and Yi Shan, preparing to attempt to complete the first clear of the level 4 dungeon. With his current strength, it should be a piece of cake. The dungeon hall was still bustling with activity. Lin Yi waited for only a few minutes when Lin Yi and Yi Shan both arrived. Additionally, there were the twin sisters Cheng Shuxin and Cheng Shuran. Chen Feng and the others have something on tonight, and can't make it, so I called them. Luo Qi explained. Lin Yi nodded and did not say much. Having 2 healers was actually quite good. As long as Yi Shan could hold the front line with his and Luo Qi's damage output, clearing the dungeon would be a given. Without further ado, let's enter the dungeon now. Lin Yi initiated the team formation and then checked everyone's levels. In just a few days, not only Lin Yi had grown, Luo Qi and Yi Shan had also both broken through level 40 and completed their advancement tasks. The twin sisters had reached level 36. The leveling speed of healing classes is usually slower, so for them to reach this level in a short period is quite impressive. Let's confirm one last time. If there are no other issues, I'll start the dungeon. After everyone finished checking, Lin Yi chose to open the dungeon. With a flash of light, they disappeared from their original spot. In the next moment, they found themselves in a pitch-black cave. Light spell. A gentle light orb erupted from Luo Qi's staff, spinning and floating above everyone's heads. With the faint illumination brought by the light spell, they could finally see their surroundings. The cave was not spacious, but it was crisscrossed with paths everywhere. Chilly winds carrying a foul stench blew from the depths of the cave, causing their brows to furrow involuntarily. In addition, hissing sounds occasionally echoed, growing more frequent and sending shivers down their spines. What is that? At that moment, Cheng Shuxin suddenly pointed at the darkness ahead, exclaiming. As everyone focused their eyes, they saw that in the eerie cave a multitude of vertical pupils suddenly appeared. Those pupils emitted a crimson glow in the darkness, coldly fixating on them. In the next moment, shadows in the darkness swiftly wriggled and surged towards them. As they got closer, they could see that it was a large group of snakes in various colors, at least over 100 of them. The sight of the writhing snake swarm was both thrilling and nauseating. The few men, including Lin Yi, could barely hold their ground, but the twin sisters Cheng Shuxin and Cheng Shuran were already terrified, losing all color in their faces. Especially Cheng Shuxin, who was usually carefree, was now on the verge of tears, her limbs stiff and rooted in place, as if she had been petrified by fear, her lips trembling. Stop dawdling, let's start fighting. Only when Lin Yi loudly reminded them did the 2 women snap back to reality, hurriedly beginning to cast buffs on them. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and the others also plunged into the battle. Yi Shan raised his shield and charged forward. With a taunt, he firmly drew the aggro of the snake swarm. Lin Yi and Luo Qi moved simultaneously. A rain of arrows and powerful fire spells instantly enveloped the area. These snakes, while looking disgusting, were actually quite fragile, and in just a few seconds Lin Yi and Luo Qi easily wiped them out. Seeing this, the 2 women also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. They were simply born with a fear of spicy snacks, which was unavoidable. The battle continued. Until the boss battle began, they did not encounter any major troubles. It was just that the complex terrain had wasted a bit of time. After nearly 2 hours, they finally found the location of the checkpoint. Ahead in the spacious cave, a gigantic 2-headed python was coiled right in the center. Those 2 snake heads were extremely fierce, one black and one red, their eyes glowing crimson, now wide open, as they issued a chilling warning to the group. Mutated 2-headed python, level 40, elite fierce beast. Health 100, defense 600, attack power 2800. Skills breath, death, entanglement. For professionals, level 40 is a watershed moment after advancing to the 2nd tier, strength surges. And the fierce beasts are no different. Fierce beasts above level 40 clearly possess a significantly higher overall strength. This is evident from the stats of the mutated 2-headed python. An elite fierce beast, its stats completely crushed that of the boss they encountered in the level 3 dungeon, the vampire ancestor. Of course, Lin Yi and the other strengths had also undergone tremendous changes. If they were to encounter the vampire ancestor again, they would likely be able to dispatch it with ease. Yishan, this guy looks a bit brutal. Can you handle it? Lin Yi said at this moment. Yishan tapped his sword against his shield, producing a resounding clang, and laughed heartily. A man cannot say he can't. Just watch me. With that, he roared and activated his copper skin skill. Like a bronze statue, Yishan charged forward with his taunt. With a single taunt, the two-headed python's aggro was immediately drawn, and both snake heads turned towards Yishan. Its enormous and heavy body rumbled over the ground, causing the entire cave to shake. Yishan remained unperturbed, defending with one hand on his shield, while the other continuously swung his sword, engaging in combat with the two-headed python. Bang! The clash between the battle sword and the dual-headed python's tough scales created sparks illuminating the cave with alternating flashes. Although the shield warrior is a defensive tank class, as their level increases, especially after advancing to the second tier, their combat skills also become formidable. For a moment, relying on the healing skills of the two women, Yishan surprisingly fought back against the dual-headed python, not falling behind at all. Lin Yi and Luo Qi were also busy. As they entered battle, both began to take action. Supersized explosive fireball. After a few days, Luo Qi's explosive fireball seemed to have become even more powerful. One explosive fireball struck directly, blowing the dual-headed python apart. Lin Yi, unwilling to fall behind, raised his Guiyuan bow and frantically pulled the bowstring. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst a series of sounds, a rain of arrows descended from the sky. Even though they had witnessed Lin Yi's technique before, the others were still astonished, as if it were the first time. Abnormal. It's simply too abnormal. Normal attacks are like arrow rain, comparable to other classes' ultimate moves. The key point is that it causes continuous damage with almost no consumption. Aside from Lin Yi, they did not know who else could achieve such a degree. Roar. Under the combined efforts of the group, the dual-headed python's health bar dropped sharply as it howled in fury. In the next moment, the two snake heads suddenly opened their massive mouths, and elemental power wildly gathered around them. Two spheres of light, one red and one black, quickly took shape, and then spewed towards the direction of the group. Be careful! Lin Yi hurriedly warned everyone to scatter. At the same time, Yishan swiftly returned to defend, raising his shield to protect the group. Boom! The fire and lightning attribute light spheres exploded before the shield, causing a terrifying shockwave that shook the ground. Rocks of various sizes immediately fell from the cave ceiling, raising a cloud of dust. In this wave of explosions, the others fared better, but Yishan was seriously injured, blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. The two women immediately threw healing skills at Yishan. Under the effects of the skills, Yishan's injuries improved and his health rapidly recovered. It has no ultimate move left. Let's finish the battle in one go. Yishan charged forward again. Lin Yi and the others did not idle, either seizing the moment to deal damage. Finally, with a loud crash, the massive body of the dual-headed python slammed to the ground and became still. Your team has killed the mutated dual-headed python, achieving the level 4 dungeon, first completion. You have received a reward, free attribute points 40. Completion evaluation S. To be honest, with so few attribute points, Lin Yi found them a bit disappointing. It was just better than nothing. At the same time, a prompt appeared before Lin Yi, visible only to him. Plunder successful. You have plundered 30 points of strength and 30 points of constitution from the mutated dual-headed python's corpse. Unfortunately, the types of monsters in the dungeon were relatively limited, and after one dungeon run, Lin Yi had plundered less than 100 points of attributes. Repeatedly grinding the same dungeon might yield even fewer. It seemed that to fully utilize the infinite plundering ability, only large-scale scenarios like beast tides would suffice. Not wanting to think too much, Lin Yi began the dungeon reward settlement. With the highest contribution rate, he received 3,000 experience points and 5 level 4 treasure chests. Now leveling up requires 12 million experience points, which means if I only run level 4 dungeons, I need a full 40 runs to level up. For one dungeon run, approximately 2 hours, that's 80 hours to level up. Even if I only rest for 4 hours a day, it would still take a full 4 days. Calculating this, Lin Yi felt the efficiency was too slow. At this rate, it would be impossible to reach level 60 before the end of the month and meet the threshold for challenging level 7 dungeons. As for how to level up faster, Lin Yi's 2 rapid level increases were both experienced during beast tides. However, the beast tide in Linen City had just ended and no one knew when the next one would come. Or maybe I can find a way to teleport to other cities. Oh, wherever there's a beast tide, I'll go. Lin Yi had a sudden inspiration. However, there's also a challenge. There aren't many main cities that have established teleportation pathways with Linen City. Aside from Thorn City, it seems only Tiannan City remains. But besides using the teleportation pathways between the main cities, there must be other ways. I'll ask Xia Qingxua later, or just go directly to ask the guild leader tomorrow. Deciding firmly, Lin Yi stopped overthinking and opened all the treasure chests in one breath. It seemed he was lucking out with enhancement stones. Out of 5 chests, he obtained 3 low-level and 2 mid-level enhancement stones. Now he had more than 30 enhancement stones in his possession. Once he had some free time, he would contact Linen Zhao's alone to sell them all. Contribution points 550000. Suddenly a prompt appeared before him. Lin Yi felt delighted and quickly checked it. It turned out that several pieces of equipment he had previously listed in the trading channel had all been sold. The premium Rolling Stone Giant Sword, which has all skills 1 for shield warriors, netted him 300 contribution points after deducting the trading tax. The Cloud Treading Shoes sold for 200, while other miscellaneous items added up to a total of 5000. With this income, he could update his equipment again when he reached level 50. As his level increased, Lin Yi's requirements for equipment also grew higher, which would inevitably entail a significant expense. Continue. After settling the rewards, Lin Yi turned his gaze towards Luo Qi and the others. Seeing that everyone had no issues, he directly reopened the dungeon. They finished their last dungeon run just before 2 a.m. and then dispersed. That night, although Lin Yi's level did not increase, his proficiency rose from level 330 to 345, which was still a decent gain. Returning home, his sister had already fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Yi quietly returned to his room, lay on the bed for a while, and gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning at dawn, Lin Yi instinctively crawled out of bed. After washing up, he went out to buy some breakfast, and when he returned, she had just woken up. Xiaoxi, I bought your favorite pickled vegetable buns and vermicelli tofu buns. Hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face so we can eat while it's hot. Upon hearing this, Lin's drowsy eyes instantly widened, and without a word, she rushed to wash up. Before long, the siblings sat at the dining table enjoying breakfast happily. Besides buns, Lin Yi also bought sweet buns and soy milk, and in the end they were both very satisfied. Bro, I want to eat this again tomorrow. She patted her belly and let out a satisfied burp. Okay, whatever you want to eat, I'll buy. Lin Yi lovingly patted her head, and then stood up. I'll head out first, you stay home, and don't run around. As he stepped out, Lin Yi headed straight for the guild headquarters. He had arranged to meet Qin Chuan at 8 in the morning at the guild building, and the time was drawing near. He estimated that he would arrive just in time. Indeed, shortly after Lin Yi reached the guild building, Qin Chuan, how was your rest? We're in for a tough battle today, Qin Chuan said with a smile, assessing Lin Yi. After their reunion, Lin Yi no longer felt the earlier constraint, nodding as he replied, I'm ready to go it, and alright then, let's not delay, we should leave now. Lin Yi was genuinely looking forward to fighting alongside such a power. As he spoke, Qin Chuan whistled. Soon his mount, the Flame Lion King, soared down from the sky and landed. With its massive wings flapping, a gust of wind swept the ground, causing Lin Yi to squint. Compared to Xia Kingsu's mount, Little White the Flame Lion King was clearly larger and more imposing. Xiao Jin, you'll have to work hard again this time, Qin Chuan said, stroking the fur on the Flame Lion King's head. The beast seemed to understand, letting out a deep growl in response. President, aren't we going to teleport directly there? Lin Yi asked. That place is too far. The teleportation stone can't establish a connection, Qin Chuan explained. Then he grabbed Lin Yi's shoulder and leaped up, and the two rode the Flame Lion King as it flew out of the city. Having once ridden a flying mount and possessing his own flying skills, Lin Yi felt noticeably more relaxed this time. Although the Flame Lion King's speed was significantly faster than Little White, Lin Yi quickly adapted and was able to stand steadily on its back. After a moment, Qin Chuan began to introduce the objective of their journey. Our opponent this time is a level 300 Ice Crystal Tyrant, which can switch between melee and ranged magical attacks. Fortunately, among all known king-level bosses, the Ice Crystal Tyrant is not particularly difficult to deal. I will engage it first to draw its aggro. You should time your attack to apply armor break on the boss. Remember to keep a safe distance to avoid being caught in the aftermath of its skills. Moreover, if anything unexpected happens, use the teleportation talisman to retreat. Don't worry about me. Lin Yi committed Qin Chuan's words to memory. Indeed, in battles of that level, any residual impact could be catastrophic for him. Fortunately, he was now capable of attacking from a safe distance. With both a life-saving talisman and a teleportation talisman, as long as he remained cautious, he wouldn't be in mortal danger. By the way, President. Suddenly recalling something, Lin Yi asked, I heard you mention that the Ice Crystal Tyrant is a king-level boss. What does that mean? Lin Yi had always thought that fierce beasts were categorized into 3 types: ordinary fierce beasts, elite fierce beasts, and boss-level fierce beasts. He did not expect there to be further distinctions beyond boss level. Well, Qin Chuan did not keep him guessing and readily began to explain. There are classifications such as General, King, Emperor, and Saint levels, which represent different tiers of boss strength. Below level 100, the bosses are generally considered ordinary, but once they exceed level 100, their power undergoes drastic changes, leading to different tier classifications. A general-level boss typically possesses about 10 times the strength of an ordinary boss. A king-level boss is 30 times stronger than a general level, while an emperor-level boss is at least 50 times stronger than a king-level, or even more. As for a saint-level boss, there are only a handful of such bosses across the entire Blue Star, perhaps just 2 or 3. However, for some reason, they seem unable to act freely, otherwise it would spell a cataclysm for us humans. Lin Yi was utterly shocked to learn that there were so many powerful beings above the boss-level General King Emperor and the most terrifying saint. From Qin Chuan's tone, Lin Yi could sense a hint of despair when he mentioned the saint level. If even a top-tier powerhouse like Qin Chuan felt such pessimism, Lin Yi could hardly imagine what would happen to the entire Blue Star in that eventuality. Lin Yi remained silent for a while, slowly digesting this astonishing information. It seemed that Qin Chuan noticed his thoughts and forced a light smile. Don't worry too much about these matters for now. The overall situation is not to the point of despair. Not to mention saint levels, even emperor levels won't easily show themselves. Lin Yi instinctively responded, but that feeling of having no control over fate is truly unpleasant. A what if? I mean, what if a saint-level boss suddenly breaks free from its constraints and comes out in full force? How would we respond then? Although what you say is true. Qin Chuan gazed into Lin Yi's eyes and said, at present we indeed have no means to deal with such saint-level beings, but don't forget one thing: you and I, and every person on Blue Star, is growing every moment. Our human race, though individually weak, possesses limitless potential. This is our greatest advantage. Remember when the game first arrived and fierce beasts invaded in droves? In one night, the entire civilization of Blue Star was on the verge of collapse. Yet even then we did not give up, which ultimately brought about our current situation. So I believe that whenever the time comes, there will always be someone among us who can stand up. This person could be you, or it could be me, or even anyone among us. They will carry the beliefs of all of us and continue on this path as the flame of civilization's continuation. That is enough. Lin Yi stared blankly at Qin Chuan, feeling a deep admiration in his heart. The reason why such an individual could become a leader was not without reason. Just this mindset and vision placed him on a completely different level from ordinary people. Gradually Lin Yi calmed down and stopped dwelling on the matter. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, there are still tall people to hold it up. Instead of wasting energy worrying unnecessarily, it is better to stay grounded and focus on the tasks at hand. Not to mention, further ahead, they still had a tough battle to fight. Although he was not the main character, he needed to be fully. After leaving Linen City, the two headed north. It was unclear how far the Flame Lion King flew. Approximately 2 hours later, a chill suddenly enveloped them. Lin Yi shivered and instinctively looked down. All around were towering mountains and vast lands. As far as the eye could see, a world blanketed in white, having arrived in a realm of ice and snow. We've arrived. At that moment, Qin Chuan suddenly stood up from the back of the Flame Lion King. The howling wind suddenly ceased, and the Flame Lion King folded its wings, hovering steadily hundreds of meters above the ground. The biting cold wind carried fine shards of ice, striking his face with a stinging pain. Even with Lin Yi's current physique, he still felt a chill coursing through his body. In such harsh conditions, his limbs somewhat stiff. This chill is abnormal. Lin Yi shivered slightly. Qin Chuan nodded and then explained, because we have now entered the territory of the ice crystal Tyrannosaurus. The entire ice field is enveloped by the domain of a king-level boss, severely suppressing attributes, which is why you feel this way. As he spoke, Qin Chuan patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, and a wave of warmth flowed from his palm into Lin Yi's body. Are you feeling better now, eh? Much better. Lin Yi nodded, feeling the chill dissipate, no longer affected by the environment. That guy is sleeping down in the snow-capped mountains. When I engage it later, you just need to find an opportunity to deal damage. Also remember what I said before, prioritize your safety. If the situation seems off, retreat immediately. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Chuan moved, leaping directly off the back of the Flame Lion King. From hundreds of meters above, Qin Chuan descended. In the next moment, boom. It was as if the earth shook, and under the immense impact the surrounding ice shattered like a spider's web, with snow constantly tumbling down from the mountains. Amidst the swirling snow, Qin Chuan stood firmly, his gaze sharp. At that moment he completely retracted his usual amiability, and his entire aura suddenly became incredibly fierce. Clearly he did not deliberately release any pressure. Yet from a distance, Lin Yi still felt an inexplicable sense of awe and trepidation. Is this what it feels like when a big shot fully unleashes their aura? Lin Yi couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. At the same time, a low, furious dragon roar erupted from beneath the ice field. Roar! The deafening dragon roar swept in all directions, as if the entire air momentarily. In the next second, the thick ice suddenly exploded, and amidst the flying ice debris, an extremely terrifying figure emerged. Moments later, Lin Yi crouched on the back of the Flame Lion King, finally catching a clear glimpse of the king-level boss in its entirety, his eyes involuntarily narrowing. It was a colossal creature at least over 100 meters in length. Its entire body was covered in deep blue ice crystal scales, each as large as a palm, incredibly hard, reflecting a cold light under the sun. Its enormous dragon wings stirred up gusts of icy gales, and its dragon head appeared fearsome, with 2 10-meter-long ice crystal horns piercing the sky. Especially those ice-blue vertical pupils devoid of emotion were now fixated on the tiny human, as insignificant as an ant standing before it. Qin Chuan. Observing the stark size difference between the two, Lin Yi couldn't help but sweat for Qin Chuan. At the same time, he was filled with anticipation for the upcoming battle. To be able to observe a big shot strike up close was not an opportunity afforded to just anyone. By the way, what profession is the big shot anyway? Just as Lin Yi's thought arose, the battle below had already commenced. A roar. With a dragon's cry, the ice crystal Tyrannosaurus flapped its wings, then its massive body dove down a dragon claw aimed at Qin Chuan. The power of a king-level boss was truly terrifying. With one claw, the air visibly cracked, and around them explosive sounds erupted, creating a shocking spectacle. Lin Yi thought to himself that if he were to switch places with Qin Chuan at this moment, he would probably struggle to withstand even a single blow, instantly reduced to ashes. However, facing this earth-shattering strike, Qin Chuan's expression remained unchanged as he stood calmly in place, seemingly oblivious. Just as the dragon claw was about to reach Qin Chuan's head, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp in shock. In the next moment, Qin Chuan's figure suddenly vanished. No, it wasn't that he disappeared, rather his speed was so fast that it exceeded the range visible to the human eye. Such astonishing speed. Lin Yi strained to catch a glimpse of Qin Chuan's figure, but saw nothing. Just as he was puzzled, Qin Chuan suddenly appeared in the air above the back of the ice crystal Tyrannosaurus. He had somehow acquired a long spear wrapped in crimson flames. The spear was about 2 meters long, entirely jet black, and the spearhead reflected a cold, desolate light. At this moment, surrounded by flames, it looked extraordinary. Professions that use spear weapons were already rare, and with Qin Chuan's mastery of fire, Lin Yi instantly deduced his profession. Battle Mage, also known by many as a magic warrior. This is a rare profession that lies between a mage and a warrior. Dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, possessing the advantages of both mages and warriors, it is undoubtedly considered one of the top-tier classes among many professions. If Lin Yi's archer was a discarded character of the version, then the battle mage was definitely the favored child of the version. The disparity between the two was like heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. The scene shifted back to the other side. Qin Chuan, holding the blazing spear, wore a stern expression. In the next moment, he suddenly made his move. Heavenly fire sweeps the field. With a powerful shout, the flames on the spear suddenly blazed fiercely, dyeing the entire sky red. The flames surged up to dozens of meters high, coalescing into a terrifying phantasm of a long spear in midair. As Qin Chuan swung his arm, the spear phantasm came crashing down towards the ice crystal Tyrannosaurus. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the flames erupted like a meteor, visibly melting the surrounding ice and causing the entire ice field to tremble for a moment. Bang! A massive shadow was sent flying, and amidst the booming sounds, the ice crystal Tyrannosaurus rolled several times on the ground before barely stabilizing itself. Gulp! Lin Yi instinctively swallowed hard at this scene. Was this the power of a big shot? It was too exaggerated. To launch a 100-meter-long ice crystal Tyrannosaurus with a single spear strike required an unimaginable amount of strength. Roar! In the next moment, the ice crystal Tyrannosaurus let out a furious roar. Clearly, it had been genuinely angered by Qin Chuan's spear. It flapped its enormous wings, and the ground was immediately swept up in a chaotic ice storm. Subsequently, visible ice elemental power began to gather towards it. The ice crystal Tyrannosaurus opened its massive maw, and the elemental power coalesced into a terrifying blue energy ball. Ice explosion breath. In the next moment, the ice crystal Tyrannosaurus aimed the horrific energy ball at Qin Chuan in midair and unleashed it. Wherever the energy ball passed, the elemental power erupted into chaos, seemingly freezing even the air. Facing the king-level boss ultimate attack, Qin Chuan showed no fear, his eyes narrowing as he thrust the spear forward. In that instant, man and spear seemed to merge into one. It was as if a fire dragon had driven itself into the energy ball, and after a brief silence, countless flames erupted from within the ball, eventually exploding. Boom! A delayed explosion suddenly erupted in the sky like a muffled thunder. In the next moment, a terrifying shockwave rapidly spread from the epicenter of the explosion. Flames and ice exploded, two completely different forces clashing together in a constant entanglement. There seemed to be an aura that could annihilate everything. Meanwhile, high above, the Flame Lion King was nearly toppled over by the aftermath of the clash, letting out a series of screeches. Lin Yi tightly grasped the Flame Lion King's mane to avoid being thrown off, while keeping his gaze fixed on the battlefield below, his heart filled with shock. Is this the battle of top-tier powerhouses? If it weren't for the Flame Lion King's help in deflecting most of the shockwaves, that last attack could have sent Lin Yi back and forth through the gates of death. Of course, despite the shock, Lin Yi did not forget his mission. Taking advantage of their clash, he patted the back of the Flame Lion King, signaling it to descend further. As they got closer, the aftermath of their clash became increasingly terrifying, giving Lin Yi the illusion of being at the center of a storm. He instinctively touched the life-saving talisman and the teleportation talisman in his arms, then grasped the Guiyuan bow and stood up steadily. Drawing the bowstring, his gaze locked onto that terrifying figure like a hawk. Just a little more. Lin Yi assessed the distance and called out to the Flame Lion King in time. In the next moment, he confidently pulled the bowstring, sending the feathered arrow raining down like a storm. Ding ding ding. The arrows struck against the icy scales of the ice crystal tyrant, producing a metallic clink. Not only did they fail to cause any damage, but in fact the arrows left no mark on the body of the king-level boss. However, the armor-breaking effect undoubtedly triggered. Instantly stacking up to 6 layers, a massive golden icon suddenly hovered above the ice crystal tyrant's head. In the next moment, both Qin Xuan and the ice crystal tyrant sensed something simultaneously and turned their gazes towards Lin Yi. Roar. The ice crystal tyrant seemed extremely angered that this weak human dared to provoke it, momentarily abandoning Qin Xuan and launching a fierce attack towards Lin Yi. Beast, do you think I don't exist? Qin Xuan would naturally not allow the ice crystal tyrant to attack Lin Yi, wielding his fiery spear and thrusting it at the creature. The powerful force even compressed the air before it, creating a piercing blast. Faced with Qin Xuan's terrifying assault, the ice crystal tyrant hesitated for a moment before reluctantly giving up its forward momentum, turning back to engage in battle with Qin Xuan once more. Seeing this, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The instant the ice crystal tyrant charged at him, he felt as though he could already smell the scent of death. Fortunately, Qin Xuan's response was decisive. Otherwise, had he hesitated even a moment longer, Lin Yi might have cracked the teleportation talisman and fled. But if it came to that, everything would have been in vain. The battle below grew increasingly fierce. After the armor-breaking effect, Lin Yi's task was far from over. After all, the armor-breaking effect lasts only 6 seconds. He needed to keep hitting to refresh that time. Jingge, the armor-breaking effect lasts only 6 seconds. Remember this distance, and let's start guerrilla tactics. Lin Yi patted the back of the Flame Lion King. The Flame Lion King nodded, instantly understanding Lin Yi's meaning. It then flapped its wings, carrying Lin Yi to the edge of the battlefield. The two worked in perfect harmony, shooting an arrow and then changing locations. With Qin Xuan holding down the front, even if the ice crystal tyrant realized the threat Lin Yi posed, it had no way to counter it. Well done. Lin Yi's performance completely exceeded Qin Xuan's expectations, causing him to be pleasantly surprised. Storm of bullets. In the midst of the standoff, Qin Xuan's assault suddenly changed. Countless spear shadows appeared in the air like a torrential rain, all targeting the ice crystal tyrant. Bang 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 bang. The spear shadows continuously struck the ice crystal tyrant's body. Scorching flames splashed in the air, and as extreme heat clashed with extreme cold, waves of white steam surrounded them. Roar. The ice crystal tyrant was now completely at a disadvantage, letting out continuous roars of anger. Its massive body appeared overly cumbersome before Qin Xuan, as it could only endure the blows. As time passed, with the armor-breaking effect, the boss health rapidly decreased. In the final moments, the ice crystal tyrant had completely lost its sanity. Ignoring everything, it took a lethal blow from Qin Xuan and wildly clawed at Lin Yi. This sudden attack occurred in an instant. The Flame Lion King's reaction was quick enough, but still a beat too slow. That gigantic claw tore through the air in an instant, sending both the Flame Lion King and Lin Yi flying. Boom. A loud crash echoed as the Flame Lion King's body heavily smashed against the ice mountain behind, deeply embedding itself. A wave of intense pain surged through Lin Yi, leaving him dazed. The life-saving talisman in his arms suddenly shattered, protecting him from this lethal attack. That was close. Thank goodness for the life-saving talisman, otherwise. Lin Yi looked at the shattered talisman, feeling a pang of fear. Then he remembered something and hurriedly patted the Flame Lion King beside him. Jingge, how are you? Oomph. The Flame Lion King snorted, gently shaking its head. It tried to stand several times, but failed, clearly heavily injured. Lin Yi noticed several terrifying gashes on its neck, deep enough to see bone. Additionally, one of its wings was completely broken, hanging weakly at its side. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi felt a surge of dread. The counterattack of this king-level boss before its death was too ferocious. Despite their caution, they had still not evaded that blow. Focusing and listening, Lin Yi realized that the sounds of fighting outside had ceased, and he struggled to crawl out from the ice cave. At that moment, Qin Chuan leaped down from above, helping Lin Yi up with concern. "Are you hurt?" "No." Lin Yi shook his head and looked at the Flame Lion King, saying, "Jin Ge. It's fine. This level of injury is nothing to Xiao Jin. Just let it rest in the pet space for a few days, and it will recover." As he spoke, Qin Chuan pressed his hand against the Flame Lion King's head. Moments later, a flash of light appeared, and he returned it to the pet space. Lin Yi then noticed the corpse of the ice crystal tyrant lying not far away, and spoke, "President, did you complete your mission?" "I did." Qin Chuan's spirit lifted as he patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. "This time thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't have easily dealt with this beast." Qin Chuan was about to say something else when his brow suddenly furrowed, and his expression became serious as he looked into the distance. That aura. Not good. Lin Yi quickly hid. As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous explosion resounded as a massive ice mountain suddenly erupted. A pitch-black, giant claw reached out from within the ice mountain. Crack! Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The moment the massive black claw appeared, Qin Chuan grabbed Lin Yi's shoulder and quickly dodged backward. Bang bang bang. The sound of ice exploding came one after another as the black claw swung through the air. The ice layer below began to collapse to the sides, ultimately revealing a terrifying figure. It was a jet-black, dragon-like creature far larger than the previous ice crystal tyrant. Its body was covered in sharp bone spines with vertical pupils of a cold crimson hue radiating an aura of violence. A pair of massive fleshy wings were fully spread, at least several hundred meters wide. Whoosh! The black dragon flapped its gigantic wings, floating up from below, ultimately hovering beside the corpse of the ice crystal tyrant. It let out a low, mournful cry towards the corpse of the ice crystal tyrant, then suddenly raised its head, its extremely cold gaze locking onto Qin Chuan and Lin Yi, opening its bloody maw to roar repeatedly. "Humans, for the revenge of my slain wife, I demand blood for blood." The deep voice echoed across the icy plains. Lin Yi appeared utterly astonished. A beast that speaks human words. It was truly the first time he had seen one capable of speech. He instinctively glanced at Qin Chuan, only to find his expression graver than ever, as if facing a formidable enemy. Lin Yi had never seen Qin Chuan with such a demeanor, and he immediately realized something. Sure enough, in the next moment, Qin Chuan quickly spoke up, his voice laced with a hint of helplessness and a bitter smile. "Our luck is truly unparalleled. We just defeated a king-level beast, and now another imperial-level one has arrived." "Imperial level? Are you saying that this black dragon before us is an imperial-level beast?" Lin Yi was utterly shocked. The levels Junior King, Imperial, and Saint. When saints do not appear, the imperial level represents the pinnacle among beasts. Gulp. Lin Yi felt parched. A king-level beast was already so difficult to deal with, but what terror would an imperial-level beast, which is a notch above, possess? "President, do you have any way to deal with it?" Qin Chuan's expression was solemn as he shook his head helplessly. "Unfortunately, I still need some time to fully advance to the 5th tier, otherwise I could have put up a fight." Qin Chuan's words made it very clear. If he could only put up a fight after advancing to the 5th tier, that meant they currently had no means at all. "In that case, President, let's quickly use the teleportation talisman." Lin Yi was just about to crush the teleportation talisman in his hand to escape, when Qin Chuan promptly stopped him. "No. Within the imperial-level domain, the teleportation talisman will not work. Using it now would waste your last chance to survive. Let me hold it off for a while. You first move out of the domain's range, and then use the teleportation talisman to..." "What about you, President?" Lin Yi couldn't help but worry. "Don't worry, I won't die." Qin Chuan laughed heartily as flames spread from his spear, instantly enveloping his body like a suit of armor. "Now go quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chuan charged toward the imperial black dragon with his flaming spear. "Ant, you seek death." Roar. The black dragon let out a roar, its massive and sturdy tail swung forward violently. In an instant, everything in its path shattered, icebergs were destroyed, and enormous chunks of ice fell from the sky, creating an apocalyptic scene. Amidst the flying ice shards, a fiery figure suddenly emerged from the ice, shouting, "Heavenly burning strike." The spear in Qin Chuan's hand transformed into a fierce fire dragon pouncing toward the black dragon. In the briefest moment, Qin Chuan and the black dragon collided fiercely. Seeing this, Lin Yi dared not hesitate and turned to flee toward the direction farthest from the battlefield. He couldn't sense the imperial-level domain and had no idea how vast it was. All he could do now was to get as far away as possible. 10 miles. 20 miles. 30 miles. Lin Yi ran nearly 50 miles before he leaned on his knees and gasped for breath, and after calming down slightly, he finally looked back. All he could see was a vast expanse of white, and the terrifying noises from behind were no longer audible. That should be enough, right? Lin Yi estimated that he should have left the Imperial-level beast's domain by now. However, to be safe, he didn't directly use the teleportation talisman, but activated the return stone while standing still. Target distance too far. Return stone positioning failed. Only after seeing this prompt did Lin Yi finally let out a breath of relief. Although the return stone failed to position, it could still be activated, indicating that he had indeed escaped the domain's range. And the teleportation talisman has no distance limit. In the next moment, Lin Yi crushed the teleportation talisman, and with a dizzying swirl when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in Linen City. Looking at the bustling streets, Lin Yi exhaled with lingering fear. I wonder if President has managed to escape from the Imperial-level beast. Then Lin Yi became worried about Qin Chuan's safety. However, he thought it shouldn't be a major issue. After all, it was a powerful being at the pinnacle of humanity, could not possibly fall so easily. Just as he was thinking this, a message from Qin Chuan popped up in his friend list. How are you? If you're back, come to the guild building now. Okay, on my way. Lin Yi relaxed and hurried toward the guild. Before long, Lin Yi met Qin Chuan on the top floor of the guild building. Inside the room, a faint smell of blood lingered, and Qin Chuan sat in a chair, with a somewhat pale complexion, appearing somewhat weak. President, are you injured? Lin Yi instinctively asked. Qin Chuan let out a bitter smile. That beast indeed has some skills. However, the injuries are not particularly serious. After a few days of rest, I should be able to recover. Fortunately, the mission was finally completed successfully. After a while, I should be able to successfully advance to the 5th tier. Once my strength is sufficient, I will definitely seek revenge and reclaim what was lost. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Qin Chuan fell, it would be a tremendous loss for all of Linen City. In that case, President, please rest well, I won't disturb you. Just as Lin Yi was about to take his leave, Qin Chuan said, not so fast. This time I was able to complete the mission thanks to you. Speak up, what reward do you want? As long as I can do it, I can fulfill your request. There's no need for a reward. Oh, I actually didn't contribute much. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, if possible, I hope President can tell me if there is any way to travel freely between various main cities. Why do you ask that? Qin Chuan was slightly surprised. Lin Yi did not hide it and immediately explained his current situation. The twin flower. That item seems to only drop in hidden mode of level 7 dungeons. After hearing this, Qin Chuan tapped the armrest of his chair, and after some contemplation he said, if what you say is true, even if you manage to reach level 60 by the end of the month and qualify for the level 7 dungeon, it will still be far from enough. From what I know, the probability of the twin flower appearing is very low, and it must be in hidden mode. I think you should reserve as much time as possible. I understand this. Lin Yi nodded. That's why I'm eager to improve my leveling speed. President, is there a way for me to travel back and forth between the main cities at any time? You've asked the right person about this. Qin Chuan changed his tone. Do you know about the Emperor Star City? I do. Lin Yi nodded. The largest city in Blue Star where powerful individuals gather. Lin Yi didn't understand how Emperor Star City was related to his question. At this moment, Qin Chuan took over the conversation, continuing. In addition, Emperor Star City is the core hub between all the main cities. There are one-way teleportation channels leading to various main cities. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes immediately lit up. So as long as I can teleport to Emperor Star City, I can use it as a transfer point to travel between all the main cities. Although the teleportation channels from Emperor Star City to other main cities are one way, as long as I set my return point in Emperor Star City, I can complete the round trip using a return stone. Such a simple principle was easy for Lin Yi to understand. However, Lin Yi frowned, and then said, President, if I remember correctly, it seems that there isn't a teleportation channel from Linen City to Emperor Star City, right? How am I supposed to get there? Indeed, there isn't. Qin Chuan suddenly smiled, but that's all in the past. In no more than 3 days, this teleportation channel will open. Looking at the puzzled expression on Lin Yi's face, Qin Chuan continued to explain, to open the teleportation channel to Emperor Star City, a level 4 guild must appear in the city. The prerequisite for upgrading to a level 4 guild is that I, as the president, must reach a 5th tier profession. So, do you understand now? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi revealed a look of sudden realization. No wonder the president viewed the advancement matter as so urgent. It was related to upgrading the guild. If the Iron Floating Tower could upgrade to level 4, not only would all members benefit greatly, but it would also be an invaluable opportunity for the entire Linen City. Not to mention, just opening the teleportation channel to Emperor Star City would bring unimaginable benefits. So just be patient for now. In no more than 3 days, I can completely complete the advancement. Qin Chuan said. I understand. Lin Yi nodded, not in a hurry at this moment. 3 days was a wait. He could take advantage of these 3 days to grind his proficiency further. If he could level his proficiency to 400 during this time and unlock the next attribute, that would be even better. In this way, he would have a greater assurance when facing the beast tide. At this moment, Qin Chuan suddenly said, "Almost forgot I got a good item recently that you might be interested in." "What?" Lin Yi was taken aback. "The reincarnation key." As he spoke, a worn-out bronze key appeared in Qin Chuan's hand. The key was only half a piece covered in vague patterns that subtly revealed a mysterious aura. This bronze key seemed to possess some kind of magical power, instantly capturing Lin Yi's attention, making him feel almost entranced for a moment. However, Lin Yi quickly snapped back to reality, recalling the sensation from before, and couldn't help but feel alarmed. "President, this key. The reincarnation key is the token to open the reincarnation secret realm." Qin Chuan opened his mouth to explain to him, 50 kilometers away from Linen City in the Reincarnation Valley, there lies a reincarnation monument. This monument is actually the entrance to a secret realm. With the key in my hand, I can open the entrance and enter the reincarnation secret realm. The reincarnation secret realm. Lin Yi subconsciously repeated, then couldn't help but ask, "President, this reincarnation secret realm sounds quite extraordinary, doesn't it?" "This is precisely what I wanted to talk about." Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, and then continued, "The reincarnation secret realm is a single-player challenge secret realm divided into 4 modes: normal, hard, hell, and purgatory. This secret realm does not restrict levels. Each person faces different challenges according to their profession and level, but the scoring standards are consistent. After completing the challenge of each mode, as long as you achieve a sufficient score, you can leave your ranking on the reincarnation monument, thus obtaining very generous rewards. These rewards could be a large amount of attribute points, rare items, or high-tier top-notch equipment. Some have even obtained extremely rare growth-type equipment within the reincarnation secret realm. In short, the better the challenge results, the better the rewards. There is no upper limit. But you must remember, each mode of the reincarnation secret realm allows each person only 1 challenge opportunity per month. So before starting the challenge, you must prepare as much as possible and not waste the opportunity. "You beast. You're ambushing me." In the brief moment his mind had wandered, the razor-toothed rabbit had already... Lin Yi took the key from Qin Chuan, feeling it was heavier than he imagined, with a cool touch. He asked, "President, does this key have a limit on usage?" "Not at all. However, once a reincarnation key is used, it will bind to the first user, and others cannot," Qin Chuan said. "I understand." Lin Yi nodded, then stored the reincarnation key, feeling a bit eager. Seeing his thoughts, Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Go ahead, but be careful and act within your limits." "I will be careful." Lin Yi nodded and then took his leave. After leaving the guild building, Lin Yi did not hesitate and headed straight for the Reincarnation Valley, following the direction Qin Chuan had told him. 50 kilometers is neither too far nor too close. With Lin Yi's current pace, it took him about an hour to reach the destination. "Is this the Reincarnation Valley?" Lin Yi stood at the entrance of a valley, observing his surroundings. The vegetation nearby was very dense, with towering ancient trees blocking out the sun, giving a feeling of being in a primeval forest. Occasionally, huge birds flew overhead, letting out a few screeches. Other than that, everything in the valley was exceptionally quiet. Even the traces of fierce beasts were noticeably reduced. In the deep and tranquil Reincarnation Valley, the wind rustled the leaves, creating a soft sound. Lin Yi gripped the Guiyuan bow tightly, cautiously advancing. The calmer the surface, the greater the hidden risks may be. Lin Yi dared not let down his guard. Fortunately, after more than 10 minutes of walking, no anticipated danger appeared. At this moment, the vegetation ahead gradually receded, and the view became open. Lin Yi looked ahead and saw a towering gray monument standing deep in the valley. Meanwhile, the reincarnation key in his arms emitted a scorching aura, seemingly in resonance with it. "It seems this is the reincarnation monument." Lin Yi's spirit lifted as he quickened his pace towards that direction. The stone tablet appeared close, yet it was still quite far away. After walking for nearly half an hour, Lin Yi finally arrived near the reincarnation monument. Up close, he noticed the unusual features of this massive stone tablet. The gray monument was enveloped in an indescribable, mysterious aura, desolate and ancient, as if merely gazing at it could lead one to sink into an unknown cycle. In addition, the monument was densely engraved with many names, likely those of individuals who had completed the Secret Realm Challenge before. This was the Reincarnation List. It was divided into 4 major sections: the Human List, Earth List, Heaven List, and the Supreme List. Each section corresponded to the ordinary, difficult, hell, and purgatory modes of the Reincarnation Secret Realm. Lin Yi counted, each of the 4 lists only took the top 100. In other words, only those who ranked in the top 100 for each mode could receive rewards. "The difficulty is not small," Lin Yi muttered. Soon after, he spotted a familiar name on the list. As expected, Qin Chuan ranked first on all 4 lists. Moreover, Xia Qingxue had also attempted the Reincarnation Secret Realm. However, it seemed she had only completed the challenges for the first 2 modes, ranking 9th on the Human List and 11th on the Earth list with no mention of her name on the other two lists. Of course Lin Yi believed this was not Xia Qingsu's full strength. After all, he did not know when she had challenged the reincarnation secret realm. Given her rate of growth, her strength likely changed almost daily. When she returned to challenge again, she might deliver an even more impressive performance. I just wonder what I can achieve. To be honest, Lin Yi felt uncertain when facing the completely unknown. He originally wanted to ask Xia Qingxue about the conditions inside the reincarnation secret realm, but after some thought he decided against it. Qin Chuan had already said that different levels and professions faced different challenges. Referencing others was of little value. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi wasted no more time and directly inserted the key into a hole on the monument. Suddenly the air in front of Lin Yi rippled, and a swirling entrance appeared before him. Reincarnation entrance has been opened. Please choose a challenge mode: ordinary, difficult, hell, purgatory. After selecting a mode, the corresponding challenge levels will be matched according to your level and profession. In the secret realm, there will be no real death. If your health reaches 0, it will be deemed that the challenge has ended. Finally, your score will be based on survival time and number of kills. Those who rank in the top 100 will receive gifts from the reincarnation monument. The higher the rank, the greater the gifts. Challengers are encouraged to showcase their strength. There was no hesitation. After all, each mode could be attempted once, so Lin Yi naturally began with the simplest one. I choose ordinary mode. At the moment of confirmation, an incredible pulling force emanated from the swirl, and Lin Yi was sucked in unexpectedly. Immediately afterward, a spinning sensation lasted for several minutes. At the same time, in the guild building, Qin Chuan was still sitting on that chair, but an ancient bronze mirror had appeared before him. In the bronze mirror, scenes were unfolding depicting Lin Yi just entering the reincarnation secret realm. I wonder how far Lin Yi can go in his first attempt at the reincarnation secret realm. And Flevel Archer showcasing extraordinary potential. I find myself increasingly curious about this. Qin Chuan gazed intently at the images, seemingly recalling something. He turned to the person behind him and asked, "Do you think he will leave his name on the reincarnation monument this time?" Behind Qin Chuan, Xia Qingxue, dressed in simple clothing, wore a calm expression. She stared at the images for a while without directly answering, instead saying, "Lin Yi is different from other archers. He possesses a quality that even I cannot see through. It seems he is born to be an archer. Looks like you hold him in high regard." Qin Chuan's gaze was somewhat surprised. It was the first time he had seen Xia Qingxue so approving of someone. Then Qin Chuan suddenly gave a mysterious smile, eyeing Xia Qingxue. "Come on, admit it, do you have feelings for this?" Xia Qingxue did not expect Qin Chuan to change the subject so quickly, as she immediately felt a mix of embarrassment and anger biting her lip. "That's not true. President, don't say nonsense." He's still not admitting it. Qin Chuan chuckled, but did not pursue the topic further. "By the way, the matter you asked me to inquire about from several elders has made some progress." Xia Qingxue immediately regained her composure upon hearing this. "What about it? What did the elders say? It seems this relates to a secret." Qin Chuan's tone was somber as he slowly began. "The games of the myriad worlds have descended. Our blue star plane's job transition era has merely a few hundred years of history, making it the most insignificant and weak plane among all. In other planes, their gaming progress is far more advanced than ours, with countless planes boasting thousands or even tens of thousands of years of history. It is said that in those planes, archers were once a powerful profession, but something later occurred that caused archers from all planes to suffer divine punishment." Divine punishment. Xia Qingxue's expression froze. What does that mean? The specifics are unclear even to the elders. They only know that since that incident, archers in all planes have been significantly weakened, their power greatly suppressed by the rules, and even the success rate of job transitions for this profession has drastically declined, resulting in very few archers in later generations. Even if someone transitions to an archer, their compatibility is generally low, mostly Flevel or a level with level and above being rare, if not non-existent. How could this be? Xia Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim. The situation seemed even more serious than. What special qualities does the archer profession possess that it is singled out for such targeting by the games of the myriad worlds? This question was one that even Xia Qingxue and Qin Chuan, let alone the entire Blue Star, had little knowledge of. The two fell into a long silence. Qin Chuan murmured to himself, "It's not just the archers, the entire celestial game, and even all the myriad realms hold too many secrets we have yet to uncover." Sensing the topic had grown too heavy, he shifted and said, "Girl, how about we make a bet?" "A bet on what?" Xia Qingxue snapped back to reality, though her interest seemed tepid as she replied casually. Qin Chuan gazed at the image in the bronze mirror and chuckled. "Let's bet on whether Lin Yi will make it onto the rankings this time." "What do you say?" Hearing it involved Lin Yi, Xia Qingxue perked up. "All right. Knowing Lin Yi as I do, I believe he'll definitely break into the human rankings this time, maybe even the top 50. As for the Earth rankings, I think he can make it into the top 100. Is that so?" Qin Chuan let out a soft laugh. I see things a bit differently. From my observations, while Lin Yi has considerable potential, his profession's limitations are a hindrance. Making the top 100 of the human rankings is already his limit. For the Earth rankings, I believe he needs more time to mature. Xia Qingxue blinked. Chief, I think you're still underestimating him. Not just the reincarnation secret realm, but I believe his name will appear on the hidden dragon rankings in the near future. I hope so. Having another prodigy in Linen City is indeed a good thing. Qin Chuan shook his head. But I still find it hard to believe he'll achieve that. How about this: if you win, he'll cover all your equipment when you reach level 100. Conversely, if Lin Yi fails to secure a spot on the Earth rankings, I won't ask for much. Just that you promise to break into the top 10,000 of the hidden dragon rankings by the next settlement. Deal. When the hidden dragon rankings first opened, Xia Qingxue barely made it into the millionth place. Though her strength had grown immensely since then, allowing her to advance by hundreds of thousands of ranks. Breaking into the top 10,000 by the next ranking settlement was still a daunting challenge. Yet since it was a bet, Xia Qingxue was undaunted. First, she believed Lin Yi could do it. Second, losing wouldn't be the end of the world. She relished a challenge. The harder the task, the more intriguing it became, didn't it? Alright, it's a deal. Xia Qingxue agreed readily. Then the two fell silent, their gazes fixed ahead. At that moment, the scene in the bronze mirror shifted, showing Lin Yi entering the secret realm. Reincarnation Secret Realm Challenge initiated. Survival time 00000. Kill count 0. Several counters flickered before his eyes, then slowly faded away. Lin Yi took a deep breath and scanned his surroundings. So this is the Reincarnation Secret Realm. He found himself standing on a vast plaza of bluestone. The plaza stretched endlessly, its edges dissolving into a pitch-black void. It felt like a lone island floating in the emptiness of space. On this island, Lin Yi stood alone in utter silence. Where are the monsters? Just as he wondered, the air 100 meters ahead began to shimmer. Then several grotesque beasts materialized. Reincarnation Beast Level 40 Trial Beast. HP 300, Defense 500, Attack 800, Skill Revival. The first wave consisted of 3 beasts. Though also level 40, these reincarnation beasts had nearly double the attributes of those outside. And they all looked identical. Their bodies were covered in long red fur with green faces and fangs. Their limbs were long and thin, and they dragged bone-like tails behind them which cracked against the ground with a crisp sound as they swung. Roar! The 3 reincarnation beasts spotted Lin Yi first, letting out piercing shrieks. In the next instant, they began to move swiftly. The beasts were incredibly fast, turning into 3 streaks of red lightning as they lunged at Lin Yi. So fast. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. The fierce wind from their claws ruffled the hair on his forehead. Facing their ferocious assault, Lin Yi chose not to fight Heaton. Gripping his Guiyuan Bao, he pushed off the ground with one hand, leaping backward. Midair, Lin Yi quickly adjusted his stance. With a powerful pull of his arm, the Guiyuan Bao bent into a striking arc. Bang! 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 The crisp twang of the bowstring exploded in the next moment. Just as the reincarnation beasts were about to pounce again, they were engulfed in a rain of arrows. 7,356. 7,356. 11,034. Critical hit. 7356. Crimson numbers flooded his vision. The reincarnation beasts with 300 HP couldn't survive even a single volley, dissolving into black mist. Reincarnation beast slain. EXP 4,000. Proficiency 500. Plunder successful. Agility 7. Slain. Current kill count 3. Glancing at the notifications above his sight, Lin Yi steadied himself. So far, the secret realm's difficulty was lower than he had imagined. Nevertheless, Lin Yi let his guard down not one bit. As the next wave approached, he created distance, and charge initiated. Attack 20. Attack speed 20. Critical hit 20. After about 30 seconds, 6 reincarnation beasts appeared at the same spot as before. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he struck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrent of arrows rained down like meteors. The beasts, unaware of what had hit them, were annihilated the moment they spawned. Continue. This time the number of reincarnation beasts doubled to 12. Again, no surprises. As the charge stacks accumulated, Lin Yi's damage grew increasingly terrifying. In a single breath, all 12 beasts fell. Next came 24, 48, 96. Each wave doubled in number. Yet from start to finish, Lin Yi never moved an inch. He became an immovable turret, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the reincarnation beasts. Roar! One beast finally reached Lin Yi, swiping its claw and draining a small portion of his health. But in the blink of an eye, his health bar was instantly refilled. The Guiyuan Bao combined with the vampire pendant granted Lin Yi a lifesteal attribute of 8. As long as he kept attacking, he recovered tens of thousands of HP every second. Unless they could kill him instantly, these reincarnation beasts posed little real threat. This time the time taken to slay them was slightly longer. Lin Yi took 2 breaths to eliminate all 96 reincarnation beasts. Proficiency 500. Plunder successful. Agility 6. A series of kill notifications began to flood the screen. Current kill count 189. Lin Yi then shook his arms, relaxing as he prepared for the next wave of trials. However, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Wait, why is the infinite plunder continuously triggering? Why is this happening? Lin Yi couldn't comprehend it at that moment. But it didn't matter if he couldn't understand then, so why not take advantage of the attributes that came for free? In this way, Lin Yi had plundered at least 1,000 points of attributes, which was simply exhilarating. If this continued, even if he did not receive ranking rewards in the end, just from these plundered attribute points, Lin Yi would still come out ahead. Continue. The 30-second waiting time passed in a flash. The next moment, nearly 200 reincarnation beasts appeared simultaneously. If it had only been this, Lin Yi wouldn't have been surprised. Among this wave of fierce beasts, there were unexpectedly 2 exceptionally large creatures mixed in with the ordinary reincarnation beasts. Reincarnation Battle, General Level 40, Elite Level. Health, 1,000,000 Defense, 1,000 Attack, 1,500 Skill Group Frenzy. To think there are elite fierce beasts. And 2 of them appeared at once. Lin Yi's expression instantly grew serious. He wasn't concerned about the ordinary reincarnation beasts, but he had to be cautious with the elite ones. If it came to it, he would have to give up on stacking energy layers. However, the situation developed beyond Lin Yi's expectations. Roar. The 2 reincarnation battle generals roared, their bodies radiating red waves. Group Frenzy. The next moment, the surrounding reincarnation beasts charged at Lin Yi as if they had been given a stimulant. The enraged reincarnation beasts moved faster and dealt significantly more damage. However, thanks to his vampiric abilities and thick skin from his level talent, Lin Yi could withstand the onslaught. To his astonishment, as the reincarnation beasts surrounded him, the 2 reincarnation battle generals were instead pushed to the outside, unable to get close to him. Seeing this, Lin Yi suddenly had a flash of inspiration. What a great opportunity. The next moment, he directly locked onto the 2 reincarnation battle generals. Utilizing the isolation created by the reincarnation beasts, a rain of arrows fell, causing the 2 reincarnation battle generals to bare their teeth in frustration. The 2 reincarnation battle generals constantly roared desperately, trying to kill their way toward Lin Yi. Unfortunately, there were too many surrounding reincarnation beasts, and they simply couldn't push through. Haha, it turns out this strategy works too. Lin Yi was overjoyed and his actions grew even faster. In no time, the 2 reincarnation battle generals fell, filled with unwillingness. Killing the reincarnation battle generals. Experience 1,000. Proficiency 5,000. Plunder successful. Strength 55. Another 100 or so attribute points credited. With the threat of the 2 battle generals gone, the remaining reincarnation beasts were no longer worth mentioning. In less than 10 seconds, under the rain of arrows, Lin Yi completed his harvest. In just a moment, Lin Yi's proficiency skyrocketed several levels. Proficiency level 3, 50,125,030,000. All attributes 1456, archery 50, attack speed 4, range 25, 5 meters. Unlocked attributes: angry shot green, good fortune green, armor breaking green, charging blue, execution purple, infinite plunder red. With just under 50 levels remaining, Lin Yi's proficiency could reach level 400 to unlock new attributes, which filled him with anticipation. At the same time, in a room on the top floor of the guild building, Qin Xuan and Xia Qingxue were momentarily shocked, speechless, as they stared at the scenes in the bronze mirror. How is he, a mere archer, accomplishing this? Nearly 200 reincarnation beasts and 2 reincarnation battle generals, all eliminated in under a minute. Girl, aren't you quite familiar with him? Tell me honestly, how many secrets does this kid have? Xia Qingxue also took a long time to regain her senses. Although she had always had confidence in Lin Yi's strength, to be honest, Lin Yi's performance right now completely exceeded her expectations. I don't know either. This is the first time I've seen him in such a state. Xia Qingxue stared at the boy in the picture, seemingly lost in thought. The figure standing unmoved amidst the beast's bow and hand seemed vastly different from her memory. Lin Yi, how many surprises do you have that I don't know about? The scene cut back to the trials, where the energy layers continued to stack. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi finally reached his peak state. Attack power 120. Attack speed 120. Critical hit 120. Exaggerated, abnormal attack speed. And every shot was a critical hit. Roar. A few reincarnation battle generals appeared. This time, Lin Yi didn't even give them a chance to unleash their group frenzy, directly covering them with several rounds of arrow rain. Before the several reincarnation battle generals even understood what was happening, they were instantly turned into a pile of minced meat. Current survival time 002132. Current kill count 5,025. 5,000 kills. Excluding the reincarnation battle generals, each reincarnation beast could yield at least 5 points of with 5,000 reincarnation beasts. That means Lin Yi had at least gained 2,500 total attribute points. What does this mean? Before entering the reincarnation secret realm, Lin Yi's total attributes were just over 10,000. He had directly more than doubled. His overall strength had improved by more than tenfold. Good. I didn't expect the reincarnation secret realm to bring me such a huge surprise. I came to the right place. Feeling the changes brought by his strength, Lin Yi was simply overjoyed. Unfortunately, in the following waves of trials, there were no more large amounts of small monsters being refreshed. Otherwise, Lin Yi could have improved even more. The shockwave struck with incredible speed, catching Lin Yi completely off guard as he was hit. In that moment, Lin Yi felt as if he had been slammed by a locomotive, spinning uncontrollably and flying over 100 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. At the same time, a scarlet number exploded above his head, indicating that his health had dropped to less than 1/3. If this had happened when he first entered, even with multiple lives, Lin Yi would have surely perished from such exaggeration. No wonder it's a level 60 boss. That's incredibly fierce. Ignoring the pain in his chest, Lin Yi scrambled to his feet and immediately began to run backward, trying to distance himself. He needed to leave enough space to react, otherwise taking another hit like that would end the trial. While moving, Lin Yi didn't forget to shoot arrows backward, monitoring the damage. 321. The good news was that he was breaking through defenses, but the bad news was that the damage dealt was still less than the recovery from the reincarnation overlord. Seeing the boss health bar remain immobile above its head, Lin Yi understood that conventional methods would be difficult to defeat this giant. However, it was not yet the time to give up. When dealing with a boss, the best approach was to gamble on critical hits. Lin Yi's eyes flickered as he unleashed a rain of arrows towards the reincarnation overlord. The arrows struck the several reincarnation warriors, dealing significant damage and immediately allowing Lin Yi to recover some of his health. After a round of shots, he ceased fire. He had no intention of killing those reincarnation warriors. Keeping them as health packs until he dealt with the reincarnation overlord was a viable strategy. Swift Shadow Step. With his health fully restored, Lin Yi activated Swift Shadow Step, using high mobility to engage in a tug-of war with the reincarnation overlord. Ding ding ding. The arrows arched through the air, continuously striking the reincarnation overlord's tough exterior, producing crisp sounds and dazzling sparks. However, the chance of a critical hit was only 1 in 100,000, making it difficult to trigger. Especially when the target's level was significantly higher than Lin Yi's, this probability seemed to diminish indefinitely. 10 full minutes passed, and both sides remained locked in a stalemate. Fortunately, the reincarnation overlord's speed wasn't very quick, and aside from sonic attacks, it seemed to lack other ranged methods. Relying on those health packs, Lin Yi was able to hold on, and as long as no unexpected events occurred, triggering a critical hit seemed only a matter of time. At the same time, the two observers through the copper mirror couldn't help but sweat for Lin Yi. A level 60 reincarnation overlord is not easy to handle. I think this kid is in trouble. Qin Chuan spoke. In fact, Lin Yi's performance had already exceeded his expectations. Just as Xia Qingxue had said before, he had indeed underestimated Lin Yi. Given the potential this guy had displayed, it wouldn't be long before he secured a spot on the dragon ranking. Girl, this guy is indeed more powerful than I imagined, but if he can't handle the reincarnation overlord, it will be difficult for him to make a name on the ground ranking. It seems this wager is mine to win. Qin Chuan spoke, seemingly certain that Lin Yi would soon be defeated. However, Xia Qingxue shook her head, her gaze fixed on the scene in the copper mirror as she muttered, "Not necessarily, President." What? Qin Chuan was taken aback at first, then his peripheral vision caught an unbelievable scene on the copper mirror. Just moments ago, the reincarnation overlord was at full health, but suddenly, and without warning, it collapsed under Lin Yi's arrow. With just one shot, the fully healthy reincarnation overlord was taken down. How is this possible? Qin Chuan seemed unable to accept the astonishing sight before him. Even with his experience, he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. What just happened? A single shot took down the reincarnation overlord. How did this kid do it? Qin Chuan was shocked, racking his brain. Could it be a one-hit kill ability? After thinking for a long time, it seemed like the only reasonable explanation. But isn't Lin Yi's talent about armor piercing? Dual talents. Xia Qingxue was also stunned, gazing at the figure of the young man in the image, lost in thought. She had never expected that Lin Yi's displayed strength would once again surpass everyone's expectations. You have defeated the reincarnation overlord. Experience points 10 million. Skill proficiency 50000. Plunder successful. Strength 100. Constitution 100. Boom. As the reincarnation overlord fell, Lin Yi finally let out a deep sigh of relief. A 1 in 100,000 chance. Luckily, the luck attribute played a role. Otherwise, it would have taken not just half an hour, but likely 2 to 3 hours to successfully trigger. With the reincarnation overlord dead, Lin Yi turned his gaze towards the bewildered reincarnation warriors, smirking as he murmured, "Thanks to these free health packs, otherwise it would have been tough." In the next moment, a rain of arrows fell upon them, and the reincarnation warriors were quickly taken down without much struggle. Defeated reincarnation warrior experience points 1000. Skill proficiency 5000. Plunder successful. Constitution 45. Defeated reincarnation warrior experience points 1000. Skill proficiency 5000. Plunder successful. Spirit 50. Defeated 8 reincarnation warriors. Lin Yi had plundered around 400 points of attributes, and it felt incredibly satisfying. Infinite plunder. One could only say that it truly deserved the red attribute. Since obtaining this red attribute, Lin Yi's overall strength had improved several tiers in just a few days. More importantly, this rapid increase in strength would continue and become even more terrifying. Survival time 011324. Current kill count 6023. Glancing at the count above, Lin Yi muttered, "I wonder if this score is enough for me to make a name on the ranking." Since he couldn't see the real-time ranking situation, Lin Yi felt uncertain and could only strive to hold on as long as possible. Moreover, even if it weren't for the ranking, he would still push himself to clear more levels. Every additional kill meant a substantial increase in attribute values. Missing this opportunity would mean losing this chance. Taking a moment to adjust his breathing, Lin Yi tightened his grip on the Guiyuan Bao, ready for the next challenge. "I wonder what type of ferocious beast it will be this time." Lin Yi had just whispered this when in the next moment several dark and exaggerated terrifying figures spawned not far away. Roar. 3 reincarnation overlords simultaneously unleashed sonic attacks towards Lin Yi. Roar. 3 shockwaves swept across simultaneously, and before Lin Yi could react, he was struck instantly. Bang bang bang. In the next moment, Lin Yi felt a blur before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself beneath the reincarnation monument. Challenge concluded. Survival time 011324. Kill count 6023. Overall score 9882. Current ranking 23. 23rd. Lin Yi's eyes brightened. This result exceeded his expectations. He then saw a flash of golden light on the reincarnation monument. The position of 23rd on the leaderboard transformed into his name. Congratulations to the challenger for completing the reincarnation trial with an excellent score. Based on your overall score, rewards will now be distributed. Meanwhile, at the guild building, Qin Xuan and Xiaoqing Xue were equally astonished by Lin Yi's ranking. 23rd on the leaderboard. This is significantly higher than their previous predictions. "Girl, it seems you've won this bet. Being in the top 30 of the leaderboard guarantees a place on the Earth ranking." Qin Xuan sighed. "Now we just have to see how high he can rank on the Earth ranking. To be honest, I'm starting to look forward." Xiaoqing Xue nodded. "Yes, just waiting to see his performance. But I believe Lin Yi won't disappoint us. He might even surprise us again." As they spoke, Lin Yi's rewards were finally distributed. Watching the golden light fall from the reincarnation monument, Lin Yi felt both astonished and shocked. Golden light. Golden quality. This was the second time Lin Yi had seen golden quality since his class change. The first was the pet egg he had previously obtained, which was still in the incubation pod. I wonder what it will be this time. With anticipation, Lin Yi reached out to touch the golden light. In the next moment, Lin Yi looked at the item in his hand, his expression one of astonishment. Why is it another pet egg? It's not that pet eggs are bad. Golden quality pet eggs usually start at a value of 1 million. However, he already had one. For non-summoner classes, having one pet was already the limit. Having more wouldn't be useful. This situation is... Lin Yi was at a loss for words, but he ultimately decided to incubate it first. He had bought a basic incubation pod for the previous pet egg, which took a full month to hatch. At that time it was to save money, but honestly Lin Yi now felt a bit regretful. It was too time-consuming. The advanced incubation pod is expensive, but it only takes 3 days to hatch successfully. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, spending 100,000 directly to buy an advanced incubation pod, then tossed the newly acquired pet egg inside. There are many types of pets, including support types, combat types, and mounts. What Lin Yi hoped for most was to obtain a flying mount. Although he currently had a great flying talent, it was too limited and inconvenient. If he could obtain a flying mount, it would greatly benefit him in grinding beast tides in other main cities. With the pet egg secured, Lin Yi turned the key in his hand. Challenge continues. Current selectable modes: hard, hell, purgatory. Please confirm your choice. Within this month, normal mode cannot be selected again. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi directly said, "I choose hard mode." Hard mode corresponds to the Earth ranking. If he could be listed again, there should be decent rewards. With a flash of light, Lin Yi found himself back in the secret realm. The terrain was no different from the normal mode, still that massive plaza floating in the void. Trial about to begin. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the air before Lin Yi shimmered, and a reincarnation warrior suddenly lunged out from the shadows. To encounter a reincarnation warrior right off the bat was beyond Lin Yi's expectations. He had initially thought to grind more reincarnation beasts. If he could plunder a few thousand, his attributes would surely skyrocket. Unfortunately, it seemed that this idea would no longer be realized. Without underestimating the enemy, as the reincarnation warrior charged at him, Lin Yi planted his feet and slid back while firing his bow multiple times. Thump, thump, thump. The arrows pierced the air, producing a sharp whistling sound, and in an instant the reincarnation warrior was turned into a sieve. Kill the reincarnation warrior. Experience 150,000. Proficiency 7,000. Plunder successful. Strength 75. Not bad. Lin Yi nodded after glancing at the kill notification. It seemed that the reincarnation warriors in hard mode were considerably higher in level than those in normal mode. This could be seen from the experience and the plundered attribute values. One reincarnation warrior yielded 70 to 80 points of attributes. If he killed 10 or 20, he would surely accumulate over 1,000 attribute points, which was quite significant. The battle continued. Second wave, 2 reincarnation warriors. They were obliterated by Lin Yi in a hail of arrows the moment they appeared. Third wave, 4. Then 8, 16, 32. The number of reincarnation warriors increased exponentially, doubling with each wave. Gradually, Lin Yi began to feel overwhelmed. The spawn rate in hard mode was clearly much faster than sometimes before finishing off one wave, the next wave would refresh. Lin Yi couldn't keep up with the pace. By the 9th wave, the number of reincarnation warriors surged to hundreds, and 3 terrifying reincarnation overlords simultaneously appeared. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Yi didn't wait for the monstrous beasts to attack. He immediately exited the trial. He didn't want to experience being annihilated again. Although he wouldn't truly die, the pain was undeniably real. Challenge concluded. Survival time 003117. Kill count 200. Overall score 4,231. Current ranking 89. Beneath the reincarnation monument, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Ranked 89th on the Earth ranking, this result was better than he had imagined. The key point was entering the top 100 on the Earth ranking would certainly yield substantial rewards. In the top 100 of the human ranking, he received a golden quality pet egg. The rewards for the Earth ranking should be even better than those for the human ranking. Lin Yi was filled with anticipation. Just as Lin Yi awaited the distribution of rewards, suddenly, the reincarnation monument trembled without warning. What is happening? The unexpected commotion left Lin Yi utterly confused. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a ball of black light suddenly floated down from the reincarnation monument. Black light? What kind of quality is this? White, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and rainbow. 7 qualities defined, yet the black one before him is not included. Watching the slowly descending black light, Lin Yi suddenly felt an incredibly powerful attraction. It was as if something within that black light was calling out to him. At the same time, standing in front of the bronze mirror, Qin Chuan's gaze suddenly contracted. His face appeared extremely shocked as he murmured, "How is this possible?" The black light. The 89th place in the Earth ranking actually rewards a personal weapon. Personal weapon. Hearing this term, even the typically composed Xia Qingshui gasped in surprise. For a professional, a personal weapon may not be the strongest, but it is undoubtedly the most suitable. In a certain sense, personal weapons are even rarer than rainbow-grade ones. Across the entirety of Blue Star, the number of professionals possessing personal weapons does not exceed 10. Just this point alone shows how precious personal weapons truly are. Moreover, personal weapons generally possess growth characteristics. As long as the resources are sufficient, such weapons can continue to grow, and theoretically, they may even surpass the rainbow grade. What kind of extraordinary luck does this kid have? Qin Chuan was astonished. He found it increasingly difficult to see through this youth. An inconspicuous archer displaying astonishing potential was one thing, but now it seemed even his luck was extraordinary. Could it be that there really are fabled lucky individuals in this world? On the other side, Lin Yi was completely unaware of Qin Chuan and Xia Qingsu's reactions. As he reached out to touch that ball of black light, it suddenly became intense and blinding, while a peculiar icy sensation instantly spread throughout his body. This is... After a moment, as the black light before him gradually dissipated, Lin Yi finally saw the object in his hand. It was a black longbow approximately 1.2 meters long, simple in design, yet exuding an extraordinary aura. The moment Lin Yi's gaze fell upon it, the bowstring trembled on its own, emitting a mournful dragon's roar. Strangely, this bow appeared quite heavy, yet when Lin Yi gripped it, he felt no weight at all. It was as if this bow had already merged into his very being. Could this be the legendary personal weapon? A thought emerged in Lin Yi's mind, causing his breath to grow heavy. However, up to this point, he had yet to see any information about this black bow. This left Lin Yi momentarily confused. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then the black bow trembled again, and an enigmatic sensation suddenly surfaced in Lin Yes's heart. After a moment, a glimmer of realization appeared in Lin Yes's eyes, and he murmured, "So that's how it is." He then bit his fingertip and traced it across the black bow. At the instant his blood made contact with the black bow, an unusual sensation surged through Lin Yes's entire body. It was as if he had established a close connection with the black bow just a moment ago. He truly felt a sense of flesh and blood merging. "Since you came from the cycle of reincarnation, I shall name you the reincarnation bow." Lin Yi caressed the black bow, his eyes filled with joy as he named it. The black bow seemed to understand, emitting a soft chirp in response. In the next moment, the specific information about the bow appeared before Lin Yi. Reincarnation bow, personal first tier, personal weapon, no level requirement, attack 100, critical rate 10, range 50 meters, first tier, personal attribute, attack speed threshold 10. Advancement conditions, weapon enhancement 10, primary void stone 3, AB soul of the rank 1. At the moment the attributes of the reincarnation bow were fully revealed, Lin Yi was simply overjoyed. This personal weapon truly lives up to its name. Its attributes are not inferior to those of a purple weapon and may even exceed them. Especially the first tier personal attribute, attack speed threshold 10, perfectly meets Lin Yes's needs. Currently his attack speed threshold stood at 30. Unless his profession could advance again, he would remain stuck at this bottleneck for quite some time. However, once equipped with the reincarnation bow, his attack speed threshold could immediately break through to 40. Though it seems like only a 13 increase, the enhancement to Lin Yes's overall strength is undeniably significant. Moreover, this is merely a first-tier personal weapon. Once the reincarnation bow advances to second tier, third tier, or even fourth tier, Lin Yi could hardly imagine how outrageous it would become. In short, obtaining the reincarnation bow was undoubtedly the greatest surprise for Lin Yi. This reincarnation secret realm is simply my blessed land. Lin Yi sighed with emotion. This venture had brought him immense gains. Not only did he acquire a golden pet egg and a personal weapon, but his attribute values had also multiplied several times. Lin Yi roughly estimated that his total attribute value had now exceeded 50,000, a significant increase compared to before. Human race, Lin Yi, profession archer, F grade, second tier, level 49, 1850200. Health 11333095, mana 78570, attack 39057, 11650, defense 11333, 350, attack speed 40. 0, range 157. 0 meters, 50, critical rate 10, strength 12933, 70, agility 12961, 90, constitution 1127, 60, intelligence 7827, 30, spirit 7847, 30, skills, exploration technique, level 1, charge shot, level 1, eagle eye, level 2, multiple arrows, level 1, swift shadow step, level 1. Talent, wind mastery, B grade, thick skin, B grade, equipment, wolf fang, pendant, blue vampire pendant, purple reincarnation, bow, personal wind armor, blue wind boots, blue wind helmet, blue. Proficiency level 3991500, all attributes 1936, archery 50, attack speed 4. 66, range 49. 5 meters, unlocked attributes, furious shot, green, good luck, green armor, breaking, green, charging, blue, execution, purple, infinite plunder, red. Prompt, reaching proficiency level 400 will unlock new attributes or upgrade existing ones. Please continue to work hard, host. Glancing at the panel, Lin Yi was almost shocked by the figures displayed. It's a pity there was no direct comparison. Otherwise, Lin Yi would really like to know how his current figures stack up against those of steer professionals. In addition to the growth in attributes, the proficiency level has also increased significantly. Just one level away, and he can reach level 400, ushering in a new wave of enhancements. Of course, Lin Yi was not in a hurry. He was toying with his newly acquired weapon, somewhat enamored. I really want to find a fierce beast to test its power. Unfortunately, no other fierce beasts appeared in the Reincarnation Valley. After some hesitation, Lin Yi turned the key again, preparing to enter the hell difficulty for a trial. However, he regretted it the next moment. Roar. The moment Lin Yi entered the secret realm, 3 reincarnation overlords roared in from 3 directions, charging at him. He had no time to react before feeling a sharp pain, and then he found himself back in front of the reincarnation monument. I was eliminated in an instant. Is this the hell difficulty? Right from the start, the intensity was high. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim, recovering from his daze after a moment. It seems that even with my strength increased tremendously, I still don't qualify to unlock the hell difficulty trial. Lin Yi felt a bit regretful, but didn't dwell on it further. He smashed a return stone, and moments later he returned to Linen City. At this moment the sky had just turned night. After a quick visit home, and having dinner with Xiao Shi, Lin Yi headed towards the instance hall in the outer city. In the next 2 to 3 days, Lin Yi needed to patiently wait for the guild to level up, and then open the teleportation channel to Emperor Star City. At that time, he could continuously rotate among the major cities to quickly level up by farming beast hides. Although this also came with risks, Lin Yi had no other choice. Of course, before the teleportation channel opened, Lin Yi had other matters to attend to. At the entrance of the instance hall, Lin Yi waited for a while, and then Luo Qi and Yishan appeared one after another. Upon meeting, Lin Yi directly said, "Let's go to the level 5 instance if our goal tonight is to complete the first clear achievement of the level 5 instance." Lin Yi's strength had improved significantly, not to mention the level 5 instance. If it weren't for worrying that Luo Qi and the others couldn't keep up, he would even consider directly tackling the level 6 instance. Level 5 instance. Sure, I want to give it a try too. Luo Qi's eyes lit up, looking quite confident. Clearly during this time this guy had also significantly improved his strength and was eager to showcase it. As for Yishan, he also expressed no objections, nodding. "Alright, we'll go with your plan, but just to be safe, let's recruit a healer or support. It's a small matter, just watch me." Luo Qi smiled and walked directly into the hall. In just 2 to 3 minutes, he brought over 2 new teammates, both young men of similar age to them. "Let's introduce ourselves first." Luo Qi took the initiative. "I'm Luo Qi, a level 43 fire mage. Yishan, a level 42 shield guardian. Lin Yi, a level 49 archer." Hearing Lin Yi state his level and profession, the 2 young men were visibly taken aback. The looks in their eyes as they gazed at Lin Yi were filled with surprise. It seemed rare to see an archer with such a high. After the 3 of them introduced themselves, the tall young man spoke up. "Hello everyone, I'm Mo Feng, a level 47 battle formation master. A battle formation master, a rare support profession. They may not have strong offensive capabilities, but their control abilities were unparalleled, especially on large battlefields such as during a beast tide. A high-level battle formation master could play a pivotal role." This was Lin Yi's first encounter with such a profession, making him glance at Mo Feng a bit longer. However, the next person surprised Lin Yi even more. This person appeared half a head shorter than Mo Feng, but there was a certain resemblance in the corners of his eyes. "Hello everyone, I'm Mo Gu, a level 47 sound lawyer. Another rare profession. Moreover, compared to the battle formation master, the sound lawyer seemed even rarer. This was a powerful healing profession. Compared to traditional healing roles, the sound lawyer's skills were even more. The key was that the sound lawyer's skills had almost no cooldown time. As long as the mana was sufficient, they were practically in existence, akin to a perpetual motion machine. One person could rival an entire healing squad, making them extremely powerful. Lin Yi did not expect Luo Qi to find such 2 excellent talents. With these 2 around, the upcoming instance would be much more secure. Moreover, one was Mo Feng and the other was Mo Gu. They seemed to be brothers. Noticing the confusion among Lin Yi and the others, Mo Feng smiled and said, "We are indeed brothers, though we are cousins. I'm the older cousin and Mo Gu is my younger cousin." "I see." Lin Yi nodded. "Since everyone knows each other now, let's not delay any longer. Let's get..." The rest nodded, indicating their agreement. Subsequently, Lin Yi took the lead towards the entrance of the level 5 instance. "Would you like to enter the level 5 instance City of Despair?" "Yes." A flash of light, and the 5 of them disappeared from their spot. After a brief teleportation, when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves inside the instance. It was a ruined city with ruins and broken walls as far as the eye could see, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. It seemed that a war had just recently passed. Meanwhile, from the depths of the ruins, chilling howls could occasionally be heard, making one's scalp tingle. "Everyone be careful. Yishan, go out and lure the monsters. Mo Gu, apply buffs to him. Mo Feng, pay attention to controlling the field. Luo Qi, you wait and output with me. Watch your positioning." Lin Yi gradually became the core figure of the team, quickly arranging everyone's responsibilities. Luo Qi and Yishan naturally had no objections. As for the 2 cousins, they only exchanged a surprised glance at Lin Yi before swiftly complying with the arrangements. "I'm going in." After all, since it was a level 5 instance for safety, Sake, Yishan didn't hold back on his skills, directly activating Copper Skin and charging towards the monster pile. A moment later, Yishan circled back, followed by over 10 two-headed hellhounds. These 2-headed dogs were incredibly fast and much larger than ordinary dogs, with some even the size of a bison. Roar! The leading 2-headed hound suddenly leaped up, both heads snapping open wide viciously, trying to bite at Yishan's back. Fortunately, Yishan reacted swiftly, directly swinging his shield to knock it away. Otherwise a bite from it would definitely leave him severely injured. Seeing this, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief and quickly reminded everyone start attacking. Actually, before Lin Yi could speak, Mo Feng had already begun to prepare his skills. Seconds later, a peculiar energy surged within him, and a massive pentagram array emerged in the air, radiating dazzling light. Buzz! The pentagram array above began to emit golden light. With Mo Feng's furious shout, "Go!" the pentagram array instantly flew out, enveloping all the 2-headed dogs within. The several two-headed dogs that were originally roaring and charging toward Yishan suddenly froze, their bodies starting to stiffen. The two-headed dogs seemed completely imprisoned by the power of the star array, struggling frantically, but to no avail, unable to move at all. 3 seconds of confinement. Everyone make good use of the time to output. Mo Feng shouted. Clearly this was his signature skill, showcasing his prowess right from the start. Well done. Yishan couldn't help but praise. With this, his pressure was greatly reduced. He then turned around, sword in one hand and shield in the other, ready to charge in. Look at my explosive fireball. Meanwhile, Luo Qi's eyes shone brightly. 3 seconds was more than enough time for him to finish chanting this powerful skill and clear the field. However, someone acted faster than him. Just as Luo Qi began to chant, a swishing sound suddenly rang out from above his head. A myriad of arrows swept down from above, crashing into the swarm of monsters. 61,234. 61,234. 91,850. Critical hit. A terrifying wave of damage suddenly erupted in their line of sight. In the blink of an eye, not a single one of the previously ferocious two-headed dogs was left standing. Such an astonishing scene left everyone stunned for a moment. Even the sound of each other's swallowing could be heard. Finally, Luo Qi couldn't help but speak up. Wait, it's only been a few days since we last met. How have you become so abnormal? I feel like your basic attack deals more damage than my explosive fireball. Yishan added. Lin Yi, your damage is way too high. I've never seen an archer like you before. If you hadn't said anything, I would have a hard time believing that you're one of us who just changed jobs this year. Although they had always known Lin Yi was different from other archers, his performance now still astonished both of them for quite a while. The basic attack damage rivaling or even surpassing the ultimate skills of the output king, the fire mage, was something no one would easily believe if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Naturally, faced with such a shocking scene, Mo Feng and Mo Gu, the cousin duo, also displayed a considerable degree of astonishment. In that moment, they finally understood why Lin Yi could hold absolute sway in their team. It seems we've latched onto a big shot this time. With such high output, I even feel like we have little to do with it. In the face of their astonishment, Lin Yi himself felt unfazed. After their journey through the reincarnation's secret realm, his strength had already surpassed all expectations, and such performance was entirely within his anticipation. The feel of this bow is truly wonderful. Lin Yi pulled the bowstring, thoroughly satisfied with the newly acquired reincarnation bow. The stats could be set aside for now. Just the feel of drawing the bow was infinitely better than his previous gui. Mainly, this faded weapon gave him a sense of extending his limbs, making drawing the bow effortless, allowing him to easily reach the upper limit of attack speed. Just this aspect greatly enhanced his actual combat power. After lovingly caressing the reincarnation bow for a while, Lin Yi looked up again. Let's continue. We need to hurry and clear the level 5 dungeon to achieve the first clear. Alright, the group replied in unison. The map of the City of Despair was vast, and the beasts within varied greatly. In addition to the two-headed dogs, there were fear-claw wolves, sawtooth elephants, patterned pythons, and other fierce beasts rarely encountered in the outside world. Besides, there was a humanoid beast called the Soul Devourer, which was particularly troublesome and peculiar. This beast itself posed little danger, but could continuously grow stronger by consuming the corpses of other beasts. At first, Lin Yi and the others didn't pay much attention, but by the time they noticed, several Soul Devourers had already followed closely behind them, secretly consuming quite a few corpses, and had completely grown stronger. A grown Soul Devourer possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary beasts, even able to compete with elite-level beasts. The key was that these Soul Devourers employed rather strange methods, seemingly using some sort of mental-type skills, making it easy for one to unwittingly fall into their trap. Buzz! An invisible mental wave suddenly spread out around them, and Luo Qi and the others, unaware, fell into a daze one by one. Among the 5, only Lin Yi and Mo Feng remained alert. Lin Yi was unaffected due to his exceptionally high mental attribute, while Mo Feng seemed to possess some means to dispel the negative states from certain mental skills. Mo Feng, keep an eye on them. He'll deal with these beasts. The most direct way to help Luo Qi and the others break free from mental control was to eliminate the Soul Devourers, releasing the skills. In the next moment, Lin Yi sprang into action. Bang! The reincarnation bow in his hand emitted a crisp sound. Several arrows tore through the air in an instant, aimed at a Soul Devourer. Puff, 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 puff. The speed of the arrows was incredibly fast, and the Soul Devourer had no time to react before being hit multiple times. A series of crimson numbers exploded above its head. The Soul Devourer didn't even have time to let out a scream before being shot to the ground, unable to rise again. Before it died, its eyes widened, seemingly unable to comprehend why this human before it was completely unaffected by its skills. Roar, 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 roar. The other Soul Devourers, seeing their companion eliminated, turned bloodthirsty and charged at Lin Yi. They clawed and bared their fangs, transforming into black flashes aiming to tear the human apart. However, against absolute strength, numbers meant nothing. Shadow step. With a swift motion, Lin Yi transformed into a shadow, quickly creating distance. He then stood firm 100 meters away. Draw the bow. The reincarnation bow resonated with soft chants, as if excited for the impending slaughter. Release. Bang bang bang. In an instant, Lin Yi's hands moved like shadows. A rain of arrows formed in an instant. Swish, 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 swish. In the blink of an eye, several powerful and troublesome soul devourers were instantaneously slain by Lin Yi. Soul devourer killed, proficiency 600. Plunder successful. Spirit 10. Kill. With the proficiency gained from the several soul devourers, his proficiency finally reached level 400 at this moment. Proficiency reached level 400. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new entry. Level of proficiency has reached 400. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new entry. Rewind purple. A new entry. Moreover, it is a purple quality new entry, and its effects are sure to be impressive. Lin Yi focused his gaze. The description of the entry is concise, yet enough to leave Lin Yi in shock. It provides an effect akin to refreshing skill cooldowns. Although a one chance may seem negligible, it is quite the opposite. When fully charged, with every shot being a critical hit, and Lin Yi's astonishing attack speed, it can definitely achieve seamless skill cooldown transitions. Infinite multiple arrows, infinite charge, infinite swift shadow steps. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Of course, this is only the current situation, as the skill power is limited. Once Lin Yi learns more advanced skills, that will be the true moment for this entry to shine. It seems that in the future, when upgrading proficiency, I need to consider adding more critical hit attributes. After the last panel upgrade, every time proficiency increases, besides rewarding a 10 to all attributes, I can also choose one from attack speed 0. 02, critical hit rate 0. 1 and range 0. 5 meters. Lin Yi opted for range 0. 5 meters throughout the interval from level 300 to level 400. A total of 100 levels of proficiency accumulated a significant 50-meter increase in range. For an archer, range is always one of the core attributes, and Lin Yi feels that his previous choices were not wrong. However, with the new entry Rewind, he thinks this choice can be adjusted. Putting range aside for now, he plans to stack critical hit attributes to ensure the entry's effect can be triggered more quickly. What just happened? Why do I feel so disoriented? It feels like I just had a big dream. Like you, I probably was affected by some kind of mental skill. Look at the corpses on the ground. If I remember correctly, this is a type of humanoid beast called a soul devourer. We must have fallen into a trap. With the soul devourer dead, Rocky and the others also awoke from their mental control, but for a moment, they were still a bit disoriented. Only upon seeing the corpse of the soul devourer did they realize what had just happened. No wonder it's a level 5 dungeon to have a strange beast like the soul devourer. We nearly met our demise. Rocky felt a wave of fear. If it weren't for Lin Yi, we would have likely all perished here. Brother, I owe you a life this time. Yishan also felt a lingering fear. This mental type method is truly insidious. Once caught, even the toughest physique seems useless. This method, which directly influences a person's mental awareness and even their soul, is undoubtedly the greatest nemesis for a shield guardian like Yishan. Mo Gu smiled bitterly. Don't say, just you. Even I, as a profession sensitive to mental power, was caught off. Enough with the shame. Lin Yi stepped forward, looking at them. Let's focus on the task at hand. The soul devourer is actually not that difficult to deal with. Just pay attention. As Lin Yi said, after taking some precautions, the soul devourer no longer posed a significant threat. In the time that followed, they pushed through and nearly cleared the vast level 5 dungeon, finally finding the elite. Know the location of the guarding boss. Unlike previous dungeons, starting from level 5, the final level transforms into a boss guarding the way. To pass through, they must defeat the guarding boss, raising the difficulty several-fold. However, for Lin Yi, now a guarding boss from a low-level dungeon doesn't seem too difficult to handle. Lord of Despair, Soul King, level 55, a boss. Health 9 million, defense 700, attack power 1000. Skills: Mental Trap, Soul, / Roar of the King. Above the abandoned hospital, a humanoid beast over 10 meters tall suddenly leaped down, crashing heavily in front of Lin Yi and the others. Boom. Amidst the swirling dust, the Soul King revealed itself. This creature is entirely black, resembling burnt coal, but its skin still glimmers with smoldering embers flickering with eerie blood-colored stripes. It is wrapped in black chains, with its long red hair dancing wildly. At least in terms of appearance, this guarding boss is quite impressive. At the first encounter with the boss, Lin Yi immediately shared the information in the party interface. Just 2 days ago, Lin Yi's scouting skill had already reached level 2. Level 2 scouting skill allows him to see the detailed information of targets no higher than 10 levels above himself, which is significantly better than level 1 scouting skill. Yishan, can you withstand it? The Soul King's attack is quite high, so Lin Yi asked again. Yishan gruffly replied, don't worry, just with that. After receiving Mo Guess buff, Yishan activated his bronze skin skill and leaped forward. His shield came crashing down on the Soul King's head, and Yishan instantly activated his taunt skill, firmly drawing the boss aggro. Humans, all shall perish. The Soul King let out a chilling voice, its eyes glowing red. It swung its arms, causing the chains to whip around, creating a deafening sound as they cut through the air. Just as it began to move, a black light array rose from beneath its feet. Countless inky arms reached out from the light array, ensnaring the Soul King tightly. Yishan praised him, then retaliated with a sword strike to push the Soul King back. At the same time, Lin Yi and Rocky were also not idle, launching their attacks. The reincarnation bow vibrated, a resonant hum echoing ceaselessly. Multiple arrows. Power shot. In an instant, a rain of arrows enveloped the Soul King. In the next moment, the armor-piercing layers were maximized, and a gigantic golden icon hovered in the air. 2631. 2631. 2631. With 6 layers of armor-piercing, reducing defense effect, the damage Lin Yi dealt to the Soul King was quite considerable. Especially when the multiple arrows were unleashed, it effectively doubled the attack speed threshold, achieving a staggering damage per second of over 1,000,000. Although the Soul King has decent self-recovery at this moment, its health is still rapidly declining at a visible roar. Under the relentless assault of the crowd, the Soul Devourer King was retreating steadily, its cries growing increasingly mournful. Its wild red hair danced around, and its chained arms lashed out with frenzied intensity. Suddenly, the Soul Devourer King threw back its head and let out a long howl, a visible wave of spiritual shock emanating from it, spreading outwards. The speed of the spiritual shockwave was astonishing, and its power was clearly several levels above that of the Soul Devourers. This time, even Lin Yi was unable to escape its effects. In the instant he was hit by the shockwave, a pain that originated from his very soul caused cold sweat to break out. Moreover, the assault of the Soul Devourer King was far from over. While the spiritual trap struck the crowd, it leaped vigorously into the air, its chains intertwining like 2 giant pythons before crashing down with tremendous force. Soul Slash. A stunning cut enveloped everyone, and as it fell, a massive chasm appeared in the ground. Boom. The next moment, a deafening explosion rang out the terrifying force, sending everyone flying. Puffed. Including Lin Yi, all 5 were hit, suffering a significant drop in their health. I was careless. Lin Yi cursed under his breath, never expecting the Soul Devourer King's spiritual power to be so fierce that he could not withstand it. Fortunately, after the strike, the others broke free from the spiritual trap and regained their mobility. Mo Gu immediately activated his skill. A melodious tune flowed from his lips, accompanied by strange energy waves that enveloped the crowd like a warm spring breeze, restoring their health in an instant. This is the terrifying power of an audio mage. Not only are their healing skills powerful and almost devoid of cooldowns, but each skill also possesses a terrifying group effect, making them akin to a moving spring. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as an audio mage remains standing in a team, defeating anyone else becomes exceedingly difficult. Just like now, MOGE's consecutive heals revitalized everyone almost instantly. Well done, Mo Gu. Luo Qi exclaimed then, like he had been injected with adrenaline. He hurled fireballs at the Soul Devourer King as if they cost nothing. What the hell? What's going on? Why do I feel like I have endless energy? Mo Gu replied. This is the rhythm of Swift, which not only heals, but also enhances attributes and reduces cooldowns. I see. This skill of yours is too powerful, with dual effects of healing and enhancement, truly worthy of being a rare class. Luo Qi chattered on, throwing fireballs even more vigorously. The ability to reduce skill cooldowns is immensely important for a mage. One can only understand its value by experiencing it. On the other side, Lin Yi began to draw his reincarnation bow. With MOGE's buff, his damage had also increased significantly. After a few rounds of arrows, the Soul Devourer King was already in a heavily injured state, with only 30 of its health remaining. Watch out for its ultimate move. Just as Lin Yi's words fell, the Soul Devourer King unleashed its final skill, King's Roar. Roar. The elemental forces around it began to wildly converge towards the Soul Devourer King as it howled to the heavens. In an instant, a black energy ball resembling a tailed beast bomb began to coalesce in the giant mouth of the Soul Devourer King. The black energy ball appeared to be no larger than an adult's fist, yet it contained unimaginable terror. As it began to take shape, the surrounding air felt oppressive and thick, reminiscent of the calm before a thunderstorm. At this sight, everyone sensed that something was amiss. Yishan immediately raised his shield, positioning it in front of the others. He'll take the damage, you all focus on dealing damage. Alright. Seeing this, the others wasted no time, unleashing all their skills on the Soul Devourer King. 30. 10. The Soul Devourer King's health rapidly decreased while it continued to accumulate power, the black energy ball, becoming increasingly terrifying. Finally, when the Soul Devourer King's health dropped to just 10, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted. The fist-sized black energy ball carrying a sense of terrifying annihilation shot forth from the mouth of the Soul Devourer King. The energy ball hurtled straight towards Yishan, and wherever it passed the ground was as if crushed by 10 bulldozers, exploding floorboards and flying debris, the scene horrifying beyond description. Even though Yishan had activated his copper skin skill, being struck by this energy ball still caused blood to flow from his mouth and nose, and his health plummeted rapidly. If it weren't for Mo Gu frantically healing him from behind, Yishan might not have been able to last more than a few seconds. Hold on. The boss is about to die. Lin Ye's hands bulged with veins as he drew the reincarnation bow, unleashing a barrage of arrows that exploded continuously on the Soul Devourer King. Finally, after a few moments, you have killed the Lord of Despair, Soul Devourer King. Proficiency 2000. Loot successful. Spiritual power 200. Acquired class talent mental counterattack. The moment the prompt appeared, Lin Yi let out a heavy sigh of relief, his eyes lighting up. I actually acquired a talent again. This was truly an unexpected joy. Mental counterattack. It seems this should be a talent related to the mental attribute. Mental counterattack B class. When you suffer mental damage from any target, if their mental attribute is lower than yours, damage is fully reflected. If their mental attribute is higher, a certain amount of damage is mitigated based on the difference in attributes. After reading the talent description, Lin Yi instantly felt he had struck gold. The mental counterattack talent was simply phenomenal, combining offense and defense. It completely compensated for Lin Yi's lack of mental countermeasure means. In the future, if his mental attribute increases and someone hits him with a mental skill, he could directly rebound the skill, catching his opponent completely off guard. You have completed the achievement of the first clear of a level 5 dungeon. Reward free attributes 50. Team clearance evaluation A class. The prompts continued. In the end, Lin Yi undoubtedly claimed the title of top contributor in the team, gaining 500 experience points, advancing one step closer to level 50. As for the subsequent treasure chest opening, this time, everyone's luck seemed to be quite good. Luo Qi opened a purple quality mage robe, while Yishan acquired a purple Hercules shield, undoubtedly one of the best shields available for a guardian at this stage. As for Mo Feng and Mo Gu, the two cousins each obtained a universal skill book, which was equally. When it was Lin Ye's turn, although he did not obtain any top-tier equipment, he did receive several mid-tier enhancement stones, which were just right for reinforcing his main weapon, so it wasn't too bad. Shall we continue and try a level 6 dungeon? After exiting the dungeon, Lin Yi inquired with the others. Actually, Lin Yi felt it was worth a shot. However, Luo Qi and the others clearly felt the pressure, and for safety reasons they unanimously rejected his. Alright, since that's the case, let's quickly tackle the level 5 dungeon one more time. Lin Yi did not insist. The priority is to level up. The difference between running the level 5 dungeon and the level 6 dungeon isn't very significant. After checking their gear and supplies to confirm everything was in order, the group entered the dungeon once more. Having gained previous experience, this run through the dungeon went much smoother. In just a little over 3 hours, they successfully defeated the Soul Devourer King. Boom. As the Soul Devourer King fell, Lin Yi's eyes brightened. You have slain the Lord of Despair, the Soul Devourer King. Proficiency 20000. Plunder successful. Mental power 200. Acquired grade talent mental counterattack. Another grade talent mental counterattack. This was the first time Lin Yi encountered such a situation, actually plundering two identical talents. Just as he was puzzled about what would happen with two identical talents, a series of prompts appeared. Detected that you already possess this talent. Grade talent mental counterattack is undergoing spontaneous fusion. Fusion successful. Grade talent mental counterattack has been upgraded to a grade talent mental sovereign. Mental sovereign, a grade when you suffer mental damage from any target. If their mental attribute is lower than yours, the damage is returned tenfold. If their mental attribute is higher, you receive half the damage. The plundered talent can actually fuse. Lin Yi never expected this. Two grade talents fused into a higher tier, a grade talent. Compared to mental counterattack, the talent mental sovereign is on a whole different level. What does returning tenfold mental damage even mean? It is very possible that if the opponent casts a skill at Lin Yi, they might end up dying from their own attack first. Awesome. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Infinite Plunder truly lives up to its red quality description: plundering attributes, plundering talents, and even fusing talents. This effect is already completely at a bug level. It gave Lin Yi infinite possibilities for growth. Next comes the dungeon reward settlement. Lin Yi received 500 experience points, just shy of 10, to level up. After opening the treasure chest, the group left the dungeon. It was already 2 in the morning, and they decided not. After saying goodbye, Lin Yi headed straight home. At this hour she must have long been asleep, so Lin Yi quietly returned to his room without waking her. Lying on his bed, he hung the Guiyuan bow and several pieces of equipment obtained from the dungeon on the trading platform, then took out the reincarnation bow. The reason it is called a destined weapon is that the equipment has spirit and is already in sync with its owner. This feeling became particularly evident when Lin Yi grasped the reincarnation bow once more. It felt as if what he held was not merely a bow, but a part of himself, the two becoming one. The black bow glimmered faintly under the moonlight, vibrating gently, as if responding to Lin Yi's gaze. What a great bow! Lin Yi instinctively made a motion to draw it, then gently set it down. If I can upgrade the reincarnation bow to the second tier, it would surely enhance my strength even more. The strongest aspect of a destined weapon lies in its ability to upgrade. With each tier increase, not only do all base attributes rise, but new destined attributes are also added. Lin Yi couldn't help but recall the 3 conditions for upgrading the reincarnation bow: 10 reinforcement, 3 primary void stones, and 1 general level beast soul. The general level beast soul is available for purchase in the shop, but it comes at an extremely high price. 1 general level beast soul costs 3 million contribution points, which is undoubtedly a staggering amount for Lin Yi. Moreover, the primary void stones are not cheap either, priced at 5,000 contribution points, each totaling 1.5 million for 3. Reinforcement to 10 is an even deeper money pit. Even with a 100 success rate, reinforcing a weapon to 10 requires approximately 3 million contribution points. Moreover, reinforcement is not guaranteed to succeed. In fact, as the reinforcement level increases, the probability of success drops significantly. 1 reinforcement has a 100 success rate. 2 reinforcement has an 80 success rate. 3 reinforcement has a 60 success rate. By the time it reaches 10, the success rate is down to about 1. Reinforcement stones are expensive, and the success rate is low, which is why most people avoid reinforcement. Fortunately, failing reinforcement does not come with other penalties. Otherwise, trying to reinforce the reincarnation bow to 10 would be an insurmountable challenge. Lin Yi calculated that if luck was on his side, upgrading the reincarnation bow to the second tier would require around 10 million contribution points. This is a conservative estimate. It could actually cost more. Everything requires money. One step at a time. With that, Lin Yi took out all the reinforcement stones. In total, he had 30 primary reinforcement stones and 15 intermediate reinforcement stones. He planned to try reinforcing first to test his luck. The first reinforcement required a total of 10 primary reinforcement stones. Let's get started. 10 primary reinforcement stones simultaneously disintegrated, pouring starlight-like radiance into the reincarnation bow. Buzz! The next moment, the reincarnation bow trembled lightly, and a stream of light flashed across its black body. Reinforcement successful. Reincarnation bow reinforcement 1. All base attributes 5. Continue. 20 primary reinforcement stones vanished. Reinforcement successful. Reincarnation bow reinforcement 2. All base attributes 10. Reincarnation bow 2. Attack power 12100. Critical hit rate 11. Range 55. Lin Yi initially planned to reinforce twice, but after consecutive successes seeing the current attributes of the reincarnation bow, he found it hard to resist the urge to spend more. Just then, all the pieces of equipment he had listed for sale sold out, and his contribution points were credited. Together with his previous savings, Lin Yi's total wealth reached 6,000, ready to make a big push. Contribution points can be earned back. Right now the focus is on enhancing strength. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and directly opened the shop to bulk buy primary reinforcement stones. At 3,000 each for primary reinforcement stones, Lin Yi bought 180. If luck was on his side, he could directly push the reincarnation bow to reinforcement 6. Contribution points 5,400. With a crash, Lin Yi piled all the reinforcement stones onto the bed. Then he took out 30. Reinforcement successful. Reincarnation bow reinforcement 3. All base attributes 15. The 4th reinforcement required 40 primary reinforcement stones, but the success rate had already dropped to 40. Whether it was Lin Yi's own good luck or the good luck attribute kicking in any case, reinforcement 4 was another success. Lin Yi then pressed on, successfully strengthening the bow 2 more times in a row, and the reincarnation bow instantly reached 6. All base attributes increased by 30. Starting from 7, the low-grade strengthening stones became useless, requiring 10 medium-grade stones instead, up to 12, with an increment of 10 each time. Each medium-grade strengthening stone cost 10,000 contribution points, meaning that at 7, a single attempt would consume 100,000 points, a terrifying expense. The success rate for 7 was merely 5. Of course, from 7 onward, the increase in base attributes per level was greater, reaching a 10 boost. Lin Yi had enough medium-grade stones for 1 attempt. Without hesitation, he chose to strengthen. With a 5 success rate, the probability of failure was over 90%. Yet in the next moment a gleam of joy spread across Lin Yi's face. Strengthening successful. Reincarnation Bow 7 O all base attributes 40. The lucky trait once again displayed its extraordinary power. It felt as if Lin Yi had cheated, succeeding 7 times in a row without reason. Reincarnation Bow Bound 7. Tier 1 Bound Weapon No Level Requirement Attack 15400. Critical Rate 14. Range 70 Tier 1 Bound Attribute Attack Speed Threshold 10. 0. Advancement Condition 10 Primary Void Stone X3 General Grade Beast Soul X1. After reaching 7, the base attributes of the reincarnation Bow had increased significantly. This made Lin Yi feel that the investment of hundreds of thousands of contribution points was worthwhile. Unfortunately, he had run out of points, otherwise he would have pushed the Bow to 10 in one go. Sleep. Tomorrow he'll get up early to level up and earn money. Lin Yi hugged the reincarnation Bow and fell asleep contentedly. He slept until dawn when the aroma of food wafted in through the window, waking him. Brother, get up and eat. I made your favorite braised beef brisket. Lin Zi's cheerful voice came from out. Ever since returning from the research institute, Lin Zi's mist poison had been well controlled and her condition had visibly improved. As long as Lin Yi could obtain the twin flowers before the end of the month and complete the pact of life and death, she would be able to live like a normal person. For all this, Lin Yi was most grateful to Elder Mu from the research institute. After breakfast, Lin Yi headed straight to the dungeon hall. There was still no news about the guild upgrade, and the teleportation passage wasn't open, so Lin Yi had to continue leveling in dungeons for now. On the way, he sent a message to Luo Qi asking if he wanted to join him. However, the reply was that both he and Yishan had other matters in the coming days and couldn't accompany him. Fine, with the Spirit Dominator talent, I want to try soloing a level 5 dungeon. Lin Yi was fairly confident, otherwise he wouldn't have dared. Dungeons couldn't be exited midway. If something went wrong, there would be no turning back. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Qi looked at Yishan in confusion. We're clearly free. Why did you suddenly ask me to lie to Lin Yi? Yishan said, it's not a lie. Haven't you noticed? Lin Yi has been growing too fast. We can no longer keep up with his pace. If we keep running dungeons together, as before, we'll only become a burden. As friends, Lin Yi may not say it, but we can't just do nothing, can we? Yishan's words left Luo Qi silent for a long time. Then he looked up. You're right. We're brothers, and brothers shouldn't be a burden to each other. I know what to do now. From now on, I'll take Lin Yi as my goal and keep improving my strength, hoping one day to fight alongside him again. Yishan patted Luo Qi on the shoulder and laughed. That's what I think too. Let's work hard together. The scene shifted and Lin Yi found himself alone in the dungeon. To be honest, he had grown accustomed to running dungeons with Luo Qi and the others, and their sudden absence felt a bit strange. But he quickly pulled himself together, gripped the reincarnation Bow, and moved forward. Ordinary monsters like the two-headed dog were nothing to Lin Yi now. A rain of arrows cleared the path, and these minor creatures couldn't even get close before being eliminated. During the process, Lin Yi deliberately left one Soul Devourer to test the power of the Spirit Dominator talent. Roar! A fully formed Soul Devourer wealth attacked Lin Yi. Spiritual Shock. An invisible wave of psychic energy like a blade slashed toward him. Lin Yi didn't dodge, letting the spiritual shock hit him. In the next instant, he felt a peculiar force envelop his body, forming an intangible film on his skin. When the spiritual shock struck, the film trembled slightly, not only protecting Lin Yi from harm, but also reflecting the skill damage back with even greater force. The Spirit Dominator talent activated. Tenfold damage rebound. Bang! In the next moment, the Soul Devourer, unaware of what had happened, was blasted to pieces by its own attack. Seeing this, Lin Yi was overjoyed. As expected of an A-grade talent, its effect was even more formidable than he had imagined. The difficulty of the level 5 dungeon, aside from the boss Soul Devourer King, lay in guarding against sneak attacks from the Soul Devourers. With the Spirit Dominator talent, Lin Yi no longer feared ambushes and could almost stride through the dungeon unchallenged. Although given his mental strength, it was unlikely he could reflect the Soul Devourer King's psychic skills. But reducing damage by half would still allow him to face the Soul Devourer King with ease. As time passed, Lin Yi cleared the dungeon's minor monsters and stood before the Soul Devourer King. After all, it was a level 55 boss. Without Yishan as the frontline tank to draw aggro and absorb damage, Lin Yi couldn't afford to be careless. Shadow Step. Multi-arrow. He activated his skills first. Then, steadying the reincarnation Bow, a soft hum filled the air as a rain of arrows descended upon the Soul Devourer King. Roar! The Soul Devourer King was clearly enraged. The chains on its arms lashed out like venomous snakes, and its massive body surged forward like a gale, closing in on Lin Yi in an instant. Soul Devourer Slash. A terrifying strike split the air, and a visible shockwave surged toward. Of course, Lin Yi had long witnessed all of the Soul Devourer King's moves. He activated Shadow Step and dodged to the side. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed in his ears as Lin Yi remained suspended in midair, suddenly launching a series of arrows at the Soul Devourer, suppressing its further actions. Upon landing, Lin Yi distanced himself once again, continually maneuvering to evade. In terms of endurance and attrition, even the Soul Devourer could only be toyed with in his hands. Soon under Lin Yi's relentless assault, the Soul Devourer's health bar dwindled to less than half. Perhaps feeling too constrained, the Soul Devourer unleashed its ultimate move prematurely. Roar of the King. A terrifying black energy gathered in the mouth of the Soul Devourer. Lin Yi had witnessed the power of this move before. Even Yishan found it extremely difficult to withstand it heat in. However, Lin Yi possessed thick skin, which increased his defense by 1 for every 1 of health lost, and this effect doubled when his health fell below 50. Coupled with high lifesteal, as long as he wasn't hit directly, the risk was minimal. Boom. The next moment, a black energy sphere hurtled towards Lin Yi, carrying an aura of annihilation. Lin Yi predicted the attack in advance and swiftly sidestepped. The black energy sphere grazed his body, taking away nearly half of his health. However, Lin Yi remained calm. After steadying himself, his reincarnation bow vibrated violently, and with a series of thud-thud sounds, the arrows hit consecutively, rapidly restoring his health through lifesteal. With the threat of the ultimate move gone, the Soul Devourer appeared no different from a moving target in Lin Yi's eyes. Additionally, with the skill cooldown refreshing effect from the rewind attribute, Lin Yi continuously activated Shadow Step, clearly benefiting from increased speed. As time passed, the Soul Devourer gradually became weaker. During this time, it did not cease its desperate struggles. It attempted to catch Lin Yi off guard with a mental trap. Little did it know, with the existence of the mental dominance talent, all of this was in vain. After several minutes, finally, with a loud crash, the Soul Devourer's corpse fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. You have killed the Lord of Despair, the Soul Devourer. Proficiency 20000. Plunder successful. Spirit 150, Intelligence 50. Clear evaluation S. The experience gained from soloing is substantial, with a total of 1.2 million credited. Lin Yi finally leveled up to level 50. You have reached level 50. Your class has been enhanced, range 20 meters. Without hesitation, he opened all 10 level 5 treasure chests at once. He obtained 6 mid-grade enhancement stones and 4 pieces of level 50 equipment. Among them, 2 pieces were immediately usable by Lin Yi. These were the second pieces of the level 50 blue set for archers. Emerald Armor Blue wearable at level 50, Health 100, Defense 300, Constitution 150. Emerald Helm Blue wearable at level 50, Health 80, Defense 220, Strength. Only 1 piece of emerald boots was needed to complete the blue emerald set. Lin Yi directly browsed it. Ultimately, he spent 500 contribution points to buy a pair of emerald boots and listed the wind set he had replaced along with 2 other pieces of level 50 blue equipment. Emerald Boots Blue wearable at level 50, Health 80, Defense 220, Agility. The emerald set provides additional bonuses: Health 100, all attributes 100, normal attack, has a chance to stun the target. The level 50 blue set is slightly weaker in terms of stats. However, after completing the emerald set, the added effect of stunning the target with normal attacks was quite satisfactory. After equipping the new gear, Lin Yi didn't waste any more time and directly reopened the dungeon after returning to the dungeon hall. Having had the experience of soloing once, he became even more adept. Roughly calculating, soloing a level 5 dungeon took about 4 hours, which was not significantly slower than team play. With 1.2 million experience per run, he would need to clear the dungeon 19 times to reach level 5. Additionally, completing a dungeon could raise his proficiency by about 12 levels, meaning if he cleared it 4 times in a day, he could roughly elevate his proficiency to level 500 in 2 days. Lin Yi was quite satisfied with this efficiency. If it weren't for the need to reach level 60 by the end of the month, he felt that soloing dungeons matched his rhythm perfectly. However, in reality, there are often no ifs. For his sister Lin, he had to push himself to move faster. 2 days later. Proficiency has reached level 500. You have unlocked a new attribute, Super Intuition Gold. As the Soul Devourer fell once again, Lin Yi finally elevated his proficiency to level 500 and unlocked a new attribute. The quality of the new attribute reached gold, and its effect was quite astonishing. Super Intuition Gold. Your body possesses an incredible intuition, allowing you to definitely evade 1 fatal attack. Note: cannot trigger again on the same target within a short period. Lin Yi's eyes widened in an instant, and his breathing quickened. With the Super Intuition Gold attribute, his survival capability skyrocketed several tiers. Evading a fatal attack at a critical moment was undoubtedly like having an extra life. Just as Lin Yi felt elated about the new attribute, he suddenly sensed some unusual movement in his inventory. What is this? Lin Yi opened his inventory and immediately noticed one of the incubation chambers gently vibrating as if a new life was being born inside. The pet has hatched. Realizing this, Lin Yi hurriedly opened the incubation chamber and soon saw a fluffy little creature emerging from the eggshell. The little creature was only the size of a palm, resembling a newborn puppy. Its shiny big eyes were scanning the surroundings, seemingly filled with curiosity about everything. What a cute little thing. At the first sight of the creature, Lin Yi completely fell in love with the pet. He squatted down, reaching out to pet it. The little one also noticed Lin Yi and began to call out in a sweet voice. It tilted its head in confusion, looking at Lin Yi as if confirming something before awkwardly approaching him. Lin Yi cautiously attempted to touch its head, and to his surprise the little creature not only didn't shy away, but instead squinted its eyes in enjoyment. Haha, what an interesting little thing. Confirm. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi directly bonded with the pet. Subsequently, a connection seemingly from the soul quietly established between them. From now on I will be your master, but what should I name you? I can't just call you Silverwinged Celestial Fox, can I, eh? Lin Yi cradled the little creature in his hands, talking to himself. Little White. The little one immediately let out a whimper, seemingly pleased with the name. In that case, from now on I'll call you Little White. Lin Yi gently patted its head. At that moment, Little White glanced at the eggshell on the ground and began to whimper again. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow as if he understood its cries. Do you want to eat the eggshell? He set Little White down, and sure enough, it stumbled excitedly toward the eggshell. Ah woo. Little White seemed truly hungry, biting into the eggshell, producing a crisp crunching sound. Despite Little White being only the size of a palm, its appetite was astonishing, and in no time it had devoured the entire eggshell. Burp. The little creature let out a satisfied belch, contentedly patting its round belly before lying down and falling asleep. This little thing. Lin Yi shook his head, helplessly preparing to put Little White back into the pet space. Just then, Little White's body underwent a peculiar transformation. A faint white light shimmered on its surface, and its fur began to grow rapidly. Even its palm-sized body had in the blink of an eye grown to the size of a 3- or 4-month-old puppy. In addition, Lin Yi noticed that a pair of silver wings began to sprout from both sides of Little White's body. However, at this moment the wings were still quite short, even shorter than Little White itself. Tightly folded against its sides, they looked somewhat awkward. Is it because it ate the eggshell? Lin Yi was taken. He instinctively summoned the pet panel. Silverwinged Celestial Fox, Little White. Type Flying Mount. Stage Juvenile. Level 10. Strength 300, Agility 300, Constitution 300, Intelligence 300, Spirit 300. Talent Wind Affinity innately possesses an exceptionally strong control over wind elements. Skill Windblade. Equipment none. Little White, after eating the eggshell, had directly leveled up to level 10, with quite impressive attributes. At least it was much stronger than some common pets available in the market. Moreover, what surprised Lin Yi the most was that Little White turned out to be a flying mount. This was undoubtedly a serendipitous boon for him. Once the teleportation channel opened, having a flying mount would significantly accelerate Lin Yi's leveling speed. Of course, Little White in its juvenile stage could not be ridden yet, nor could it fly for long. It would need to reach the growth stage to truly fulfill its role. If I remember correctly, pets can enter the growth stage at level 30. The method for pet leveling was quite simple. It involved fighting alongside their master, leveling up by hunting ferocious beasts. Moreover, pets' experience points were acquired through a separate system and would not detract from the experience points that belonged to their master. This meant Lin Yi did not have to worry about Little White slowing down his leveling speed. Let's go. Continue to grind dungeons to level up Little White. Lin Yi was eagerly preparing to start another dungeon. At that moment, the public channel lit up with a series of strikes. The Iron Floating Tower Guild has been upgraded to a level 4 guild, becoming the first level 4 guild in Linen City. All members of the Iron Floating Tower Guild receive a 100 all-attribute bonus. Linen City's permissions have upgraded, instantly opening multiple teleportation channels. City infrastructure has been upgraded. Life Spring has been upgraded. City defense functions have been upgraded. A flurry of notifications rapidly flooded the screen. What the heck? What's going on? How did the Iron Floating Tower become a level 4 guild? They quietly accomplished such a significant feat. It must be the work of Master Qin Chuan. There shouldn't be more than 10 level 4 guilds in the whole Blue Star, right? Linen City is about to take the lead. Wow, look. Among the newly opened teleportation channels, we can even go directly to Imperial Star City. That's the main city of Blue Star, rich in resources. We can level up and hunt treasures there from now on. In addition, all the basic infrastructure in the city has been upgraded, making it more convenient to get things done. The key city defense functions have also been upgraded. Perhaps in the next Beast Tide, we will win much more easily. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the city walls of Linen City visibly rose higher and thicker. The walls, which were originally only a few dozen meters high, instantly exceeded 100 meters, and continued. Moreover, the walls became even sturdier, the black walls resembling a colossal steel shield, instilling a sense of security. In addition, the entire environment of Linen City was undergoing dramatic changes. The most apparent change was that the fog in the air had thinned considerably, and the gloom that had weighed on people's hearts seemed to be gradually dissipating. Lin Yi had not anticipated that the iron floating tower upgrading to a level 4 guild would bring such significant changes to the entire Linen City. No wonder Qin Chuan was so eager to complete this task. Moreover, as a member of the Iron Floating Tower, Lin Yi seemed to reap benefits far exceeding those of other practitioners in Linen City. The increase in the guild's attack and defense bonuses doubled from 5 to 10. While it may seem like a mere 5 increase when converted into specific figures, it was enough to significantly enhance Lin Yi's strength. Additionally, the guild's base now had a teleportation channel that could directly transport individuals to Imperial Star City, with the cost being only half of what it was outside. It is worth noting that the farther the teleportation distance, the higher the costs. Under normal circumstances, transporting from Linen City to Imperial Star City would cost 1,000 contribution points each time. Saving 50,000 each time would certainly amount to significant savings over multiple trips. However, these were not Lin Yi's main concerns. With the teleportation channel to Imperial Star City now open, he could implement his next plan. Using Imperial Star City as a hub, he would travel to other main cities, constantly participate in beast tides, and level up at the fastest speed. With 47 main cities in Blue Star, there were almost daily occurrences of beast tides. As long as Lin Yi was willing, he could engage in slaughter 24 hours a day. Next, I need to find out where beast tides are occurring, preferably those between levels 1 to 3. The scale of the beast tide is too large and could potentially exceed Lin Yi's capacity to handle. Leveling up is indeed important, but life is only one. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yi would not joke with his life. As for where to gather information, it was quite simple. Lin Yi directly opened the World Channel. Here, professionals from across Blue Star could communicate with one another. Whenever something major occurred, there would always be traces to be found here. Moreover, the World Channel allowed keyword filtering, making it easier to locate useful information. Lin Yi entered the keyword beast tide in the search bar. Immediately, all chat records related to beast tides appeared before him. Not long ago, an unprecedented beast tide of the largest scale struck the northern frontier city, reaching level 5. If not for the timely reinforcements from Imperial Star City, the northern frontier city would have been reduced to history. I was there at the time. This great battle could only be described as brutal. The sky and ground were both filled with ferocious beasts, impossible to kill them all. I blunted 3 of my blades. Lin Yi's eyes immediately caught many people discussing the beast tide incident in the northern frontier city. A level 5 beast tide could already be considered an ultra-large-scale, city-destroying calamity. Although it was not as severe as the level 7 beast tide that had struck Linen City years ago, its danger level was still remarkably high and rare. Even though Lin Yi was not present, he could imagine the apocalyptic scene from the fragments of conversation. Fortunately, the northern frontier city was not far from Imperial Star City, which reacted swiftly and provided timely support. Otherwise, the number of main human cities would likely have dropped from 47 to 46. I wonder when we humans will finally eradicate these ferocious beasts or drive them out of Blue Star. Lin Yi sighed, then continued scrolling through the chat records. Soon he found the information he sought. Warning for Luoshui City, a level 3 beast tide is highly likely to occur within the day. Upon seeing this message, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. What a coincidence, wasn't it? Among the several teleportation passages just opened, there happened to be one leading directly to Luoshui City. He didn't even need to transfer through Imperial Star City, saving both money and effort. Lin Yi then checked the time this message was posted. It had been just half an hour ago. That meant the beast tide in Luoshui City had likely not yet begun. He could still make it in time. This is the place. Lin Yi hesitated no longer and headed straight for the guild headquarters. Moments later, he arrived at the Iron Bastion's base. Compared to before, after the guild's upgrade, the base had become more spacious with many new facilities that had not existed previously. For instance, there was a rune altar specifically for inlaying runes onto equipment, a skill hall for members to train their abilities, and a teleportation altar. Lin Yi glanced around briefly, then joined the long queue in front of the teleportation altar. Perhaps due to the recent opening of many teleportation passages, there were many guild members waiting to teleport. Lin Yi waited for over 10 minutes before it was finally his turn. Teleport to Luoshui City. Yes. After deducting 30,000 contribution points, the teleportation altar activated. With a blur before his eyes when he opened them again, Lin Yi found himself in Luoshui City. The streets were eerily silent, with every household's doors tightly shut, a perfect prelude to an impending storm. The entire atmosphere felt oppressive and heavy. Lin Yi was no longer a novice at defending against beast tides. He knew exactly what to do. Without any hesitation, he headed straight toward the city gates. As Lin Yi had anticipated, nearly all the professionals in Luoshui City had gathered near the city walls. Everyone wore grim expressions awaiting the outbreak of battle. Lin Yi was currently near the western city gate of Luoshui City. The person coordinating the defenses here was a burly man with a thick beard. Everyone, I am Du Hongsun, Deputy Commander of the Iron Blood Guard of Luoshui City. The beast tide will arrive in approximately 10 minutes. All of you listen to my orders. The burly man's voice boomed like thunder echoing at the base of the city wall. Lin Yi turned his gaze toward all melee professionals above level 30, form groups of 50 and assemble at the city gates in formation. Ranged professionals enter the nearby watchtowers in sequence. Time was tight, and Du Hongsun issued wartime arrangements rapidly, wasting no words. Subsequently, everyone moved into action in an orderly manner. Lin Yi followed the main force up the city wall and entered the nearest watchtower. The initial phase of a beast tide was often the most ferocious. At this stage, the focus was usually on defense. Lin Yi planned to use this time to level Xiao Bai up to level 30, waiting for the elite troops to slay the Beast King and sound the horn for the counterattack. At that point, Lin Yi could ride Xiao Bai deep into the front lines to hunt bosses. The greatest opportunity within a beast tide lay in the ubiquitous high-level bosses. Often slaying just one could yield a massive amount of experience points. Especially for Lin Yi, who possessed the infinite plunder trait, hunting high-level bosses not only allowed rapid leveling, but also granted a sea of attribute points and the chance to plunder powerful bloodline talents. Charge activation. Lin Yi stood at the firing aperture, beginning to stack charge layers before the beast tide arrived. As time ticked by, the atmosphere within the watchtower grew increasingly tense to the point where one could even hear each other's breathing. Meanwhile, the sky outside began to darken, and distant black clouds seemed to touch the earth, rolling toward Luoshui City. The beast tide. It's here. Suddenly someone shouted, and the next moment a sound like rolling thunder reached everyone's ears. The once calm ground began to tremble violently. Lin Yi took a closer look. What he had thought were black clouds on the horizon were in fact a dense, overwhelming tide of beasts. As far as the eye could see, the land was filled with all kinds of ferocious creatures, covering the sky and earth without end. No matter how many times one witnessed it, the arrival of a beast tide always evoked endless fear and despair. It's coming. Lin Yi grabbed the reincarnation bow, his gaze fixed on the beast tide rapidly advancing toward Luoshui City. The moment they entered his range, he activated multi-arrow. The next moment, thwack thwack thwack, the dense twang of bowstrings suddenly echoed through the watchtower, followed by a rain of arrows descending from the sky, tracing countless astonishing arcs before crashing into the beast tide. Thud thud thud. Thud 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 thud. Patches upon patches of red numbers burst in the air. The first wave of ferocious beasts, not even having approached much, fell in neat rows like cut wheat stalks. Such a spectacular sight immediately drew exclamations and attention. Especially the other professionals in the same watchtower, as Lin Yi, the way they looked at him was as if they were staring at a monster. This damage, this output, it's utterly unbelievable that an archer could achieve such feats. Isn't Meteor Shower a skill only level 100 archers can cultivate? And I heard its cooldown is extremely long. How can he, a mere level 50 archer, unleash an endless rain of arrows? Could it be that it's not Meteor Shower at all? I didn't sense any skill fluctuations from him. Shocked gazes swept across Lin Yi, but he paid them no heed, his entire focus fixed on the beast tide below. After clearing the first wave of vanguard forces, Lin Yi summoned Xiao Bai and instructed Xiao Bai, just hang around the turret and toss some wind blades for experience. Don't stray too far from me. Woof! Xiao Bai whimpered softly, nodded at Lin Yi, then flapped its furry wings and flew out through the whoa. The next moment, Xiao Bai let out a fierce, cute roar at the beast horde below as surging wind elemental energy gathered beneath its wings. Bang! 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 Several wind blades over a meter long flew toward the nearest beast, all striking with precision. Although Xiao Bai was only level 10, the wind blades dealt far more damage than Lin Yi had anticipated. After a few wind blades, the beast was slashed, bleeding profusely, its health dropping by more than half. Well done, Xiao Bai. Lin Yi couldn't help but cheer. Woof! Xiao Bai responded joyfully, eager to prove itself before Lin Yi. It flapped its wings again, sending more wind blades that felled the beast. At the same time, golden light flashed continuously around Xiao Bai, its level skyrocketing from 10 to 13. After leveling up, Xiao Bai's wind blades grew more powerful, and its size increased slightly. With the advantage of flight, most beasts struggled to threaten it, allowing Lin Yi to focus entirely on hunting the creatures. As time passed, all 20 layers of the charge effect stacked completely. Attack and attack speed doubled, with every arrow critting. The recall trait triggered almost every few seconds. Multi-arrow, multi-arrow, multi-arrow. Lin Yi activated an infinite multi-arrow mode, breaking the attack speed threshold, achieving terrifying hunting efficiency. Above, arrows fell like a torrential downpour, ceaseless and dense. Thump, thump, thump. The arrows were impenetrable and astonishingly accurate. Within a 100-meter arc centered on the turret, any beast that stepped into this range was instantly obliterated by a rain of arrows. In a short time, this area became a forbidden zone for beasts. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai also absorbed a fair share of experience. Due to its low level, Xiao Bai leveled up rapidly, reaching level 23 in just over half an hour. It seemed that within another hour at most, Xiao Bai would surpass level 30 and enter the growth stage, finally able to carry a rider in flight. The battle raged on. The beast tide's assaults grew fiercer. At some weaker defensive points, beasts began scaling the walls leading to close quarters combat. Fortunately, reinforcements arrived, continuously holding the final line. Roar! A black sharp-beaked eagle suddenly dove from thousands of meters high, hurtling toward the turret. Lin Yi reacted swiftly, raising his reincarnation bow and unleashing a storm of arrows. Thump! 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 The sharp-beaked eagle seemed to be of a high level, enduring Lin Yi's barrage, without dying, only swaying slightly before diving even faster. Not good. This is a high-level boss. Xiao Bai, come back. Sensing the danger, Lin Yi immediately recalled Xiao Bai to the pet space. The next instant, boom! The eagle's talons slammed into the turret's roof, the deafening impact echoing inside, leaving everyone's ears ringing. Not stopping there, the eagle intensified its assault, relentlessly battering the turret until cracks began spreading across its walls. Broken stones kept peeling off the turret. Damn it! Everyone focus fire on this flying beast, or it'll tear down the turret sooner or later. Charge! Without Lin Yi's prompting, everyone realized the sharp-beaked eagle was a massive threat and concentrated their attacks. Inside the turret, over 100 people, all range classes, and mostly high-level, targeted the same foe. No matter how formidable the eagle, its health plummeted rapidly. Realizing it couldn't destroy the turret and risked being killed, the eagle screeched, flapped its wings, and turned to flee into the clouds. Lin Yi wanted to stop it, but the eagle was too fast, vanishing beyond his range, leaving him with no choice. With the eagle gone and no immediate danger, Lin Yi summoned Xiao Bai again. As its level increased, the little creature grew larger, its wind blade's damage and frequency far surpassing the initial stage. You killed a level 60 normal beast. Experience 6,000, proficiency 300. Plunder successful. Agility 7. You killed a level 55 normal beast. Experience 5,500, proficiency 225. Plunder successful. Strength 6. You killed. The panel was flooded with kill notifications. Finally, after over an hour, a brilliant golden light enveloped Xiao Bai as it reached level 30, officially entering the growth stage. Roar! The little one was now the size of a grown pony, its wings spreading wide, reflecting a metallic silver sheen under the sun. It hovered motionlessly in the air, as if treading on nothing, craning its neck to let out a long howl, already showing hints of its divine nature. Silverwing Sky Fox, Xiao Bai type, flying mount, stage growth, level 30, strength 5,000, agility 5,000, constitution 5,000, intelligence 5,000, spirit 5,000, talent, wind affinity, inherently exceptional control over wind elements, skills, wind blade, storm blade, cloud shadow, equipment none. As a golden quality, pet, the Silverwing Sky Fox boasted astonishing and balanced stats. At just level 30, all its attributes reached 5,000, making it a true all-rounder. Additionally, upon reaching level 30, Xiao Bai awakened 2 new skills. As Lin Yi gazed at the 2 new skills of Xiao Bai, waves of emotion stirred within him. The Storm Blade was quite acceptable, equivalent to an evolved version of the Wind Blade, capable of unleashing an astonishing amount of destructive wind blades in an instant. It inflicted a high amount of wind element damage and physical damage on the target. What truly caught Lin Yi's attention was the skill Cloud Shadow. Cloud Shadow, upon using the skill, the Silverwinged Celestial Fox gains explosive movement speed and a 10-second invisibility effect, cooldown 70 seconds. Invisibility. Lin Yi never expected that Xiao Bai could master an invisibility skill. It was truly an unexpected delight. I just wonder if the invisibility effect will also apply to me while mounted. If it does, then this skill would be incredibly overpowered. Lin Yi's mind stirred, whether it was as he imagined would be known once he tried riding Xiao Bai. However, it was not the right time yet. The beast tide was extremely fierce, venturing out now would be perilous. It was best to wait until the top powerhouses of Luoshui City killed the Beast King and sounded the horn of counterattack before striking. At that time, it would be much safer. Meanwhile, Lin Yi patiently waited while continuing to hunt ferociously. Among the beast tide, there were a plethora of beast types, providing a prime opportunity for plundering attributes. In just half a day, Lin Yi had plundered nearly 10,000 points of attributes, which was simply exhilarating. Additionally, the proficiency level was steadily rising. So far, it had increased by 30 levels, translating to a total of 300 attributes and a 3 increase in critical hit rate. Indeed, with the infinite plunder red text, the beast tide was the most suitable place for me. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. After prolonged combat, he felt no fatigue, but rather he was filled with growing enthusiasm. The visible growth rate was simply too addictive. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Xiao Bai was also exhibiting with exaggerated base attributes. It possessed tremendous lethality. Coupled with its affinity for wind elements, both of Xiao Bai's damage skills received a significant boost. The Wind Blade and Storm Blade were unleashed in succession, and with the advantage of aerial positioning, a stormy tide was stirred below. Your pet Silverwing Celestial Fox has reached level 31. Your pet Silverwing Celestial Fox has reached level 32. Your Xiao Bai's level soared rapidly, soon approaching level 40. At this moment, a golden light finally flashed across Lin Yi, elevating him to level 51. After level 51, the experience requirement for leveling up surged to 30 million. To kill ordinary beasts of the same level, he would need to hunt nearly 60,000 to level up. Even if the ferocious beasts lined up to be slain by Lin Yi, he might not necessarily level up, no matter how soft his hands became. To level up quickly, he needed to defeat higher-level bosses. Just then a resounding horn echoed across the skies of Luoshui City. Everyone looked up in unison. Moments later, waves of exclamations erupted. The Beast King is dead. The time for counterattack has come. Avenge our fallen brothers. Exterminate these damned beasts. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. After battling all night, dawn finally arrived with an opportunity for counterattack. As everyone charged out of the city walls, Lin Yi also stepped out from the tower. Xiao Bai. Lin Yi called out to the sky, and soon a giant divine beast over 3 meters long with silver wings flew down from above. After entering its growth period, Xiao Bai's rate of growth became even faster. Each level up brought about tremendous changes. At this moment, it fully displayed the extraordinary attributes of a golden pet. Xiao Bai slowly descended beside Lin Yi and instinctively nudged him, with its head displaying great affection. Lin Yi patted its head, then leaped up onto Xiao Bai's back. The space above was even more spacious than Lin Yi had imagined. The silver fur was soft and fluffy, and it was extremely comfortable to sit on. Lin Yi patted Xiao Bai's back and said, "Let's go out of the city to kill the boss." Oh woo! Xiao Bai let out a long howl, seemingly eager to start, and then flapped its wings vigorously, with the surrounding wind elements immediately wrapping around them as they soared into the sky. Whoosh! The wind howled around them, and soon they found themselves amidst the clouds. Xiao Bai's speed was far beyond Lin Yi's expectations. Although it couldn't match Qin Chuan's Flame Lion King, it was still faster than Xia King's Big White Dove. Moreover, being his pet, the connection made the experience of riding it completely different. Lin Yi felt as if he had grown wings, and was flying himself, not worried at all about falling. Xiao Bai fly. Lin Yi patted Xiao Bai, and the next moment it soared to a height above 1,000 meters. This way Lin Yi could see everything below, allowing him to better spot where the boss might be. They had delved about 4 or 5 miles far from Luoshui City, and below was a sea of ferocious beasts, densely packed and dark. A timid person might lack the courage to look down. Especially among the ferocious beasts were those capable of aerial attacks. Upon noticing Lin Yi, they attempted to strike, but thankfully Xiao Bai was flying high and fast, thus there was not much risk. At that moment, Lin Yi spotted his first target. It was a massive white tiger the size of a small mountain, fierce and menacing, with a tail over 10 meters long, at the end of which was a grotesque snake head. At this moment, both the tiger head and the snake head turned toward Lin Yi, exuding an extremely ferocious aura. Hell Tiger King. Lin Yi recognized this ferocious beast. To better hunt the boss, he had recently purchased a book titled Encyclopedia of Ferocious Beasts to brush up on relevant knowledge. According to the book, the Hell Tiger King was a boss that could reach at least level 80, with some powerful variants even reaching level 100, nearing the critical point of a high-level boss. It is no exaggeration to say that the Hell Tiger King is undoubtedly one of the strongest types below high-level bosses. Lin Yi chose it as a target, of course, also considering the feasibility of hunting it. Although the Hell Tiger King was formidable and even had the title of King of Land Battles, its aerial capabilities were quite ordinary. Aside from its lengthy snake tail, its only ranged attack was the fiery tiger roar. It unleashed a massive energy ball from its mouth, possessing tremendous lethality. However, the effective range of the fiery tiger roar was only 200 meters, while Lin Yi's current range was nearly 250 meters. As long as he controlled the distance well, he could achieve a no-damage kill. Having set his target, Lin Yi was ready to take action. Xiao Bai, do you see that big fellow down there? Use the Cloud Shadow skill, and let's approach it cautiously. Lin Yi did not attack recklessly. He prepared to catch the Hell Tiger King off guard, while also eager to test the effectiveness of the Cloud Shadow skill. Oh whoa! Xiao Bai immediately understood Lin Yi's intention. In the next moment, the Cloud Shadow skill was activated. As Lin Yi had expected, at the moment the skill was activated, not only did Xiao Bai enter a state of invisibility, but Lin Yi also concealed his figure along with him. It seems that as long as I have physical contact with Xiao Bai, I can become invisible with his skill. This effect is far more powerful than the signature skills of assassins. After confirming the effectiveness of the Cloud Shadow skill, Lin Yi was overjoyed. Whether for offense or self-preservation, this skill would surely prove to be immensely useful. Moreover, during the skill's duration, Xiao Bai's flying speed skyrocketed, almost reaching the speed of sound. Just moments ago, they were thousands of meters high, and the next moment, they seemed to teleport right above the Hell Tiger King. Roar! The Hell Tiger King below seemed to sense something, looking around and letting out a restless roar, yet it did not discover Lin Yi's presence, revealing a hint of confusion on its face. Seeing this, Lin Yi completely relaxed. After a few seconds, he quickly adjusted his stance and unleashed a barrage of arrows which suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Swish, swish, swish. The terrifying rain of arrows enveloped the Hell Tiger King along with several nearby, ferocious beast guards. In the next moment, a flurry of red damage numbers erupted into the air. The defenses of those ferocious beast guards were far inferior to the Hell Tiger King, and in an instant they lost more than half of their health upon contact. Lin Yi swiftly unleashed another round of arrows, taking out all the guards. You have killed a level 70 elite ferocious beast, experience 300, proficiency 1000. Loot successful. Strength 80. The next moment, the Hell Tiger King detected Lin Yi's position and let out an angry roar. Simultaneously, its snake-like tail, more than 10 meters long, tore through the air and struck towards Lin Yi. Smack! This tail strike was incredibly powerful, creating sonic booms wherever it passed. However, Xiao Bai reacted swiftly as well. Under the speed of Cloud Shadow, it flapped its wings and dodged at an angle. However, an unexpected event occurred. Neither Xiao Bai nor Lin Yi had anticipated that the Hell Tiger King's tail possessed a sense of self-awareness. After Xiao Bai dodged, the tail suddenly curved, its fearsome snake head opening wide, preparing to bite again. Not good. Seeing that Xiao Bai could not dodge in time, at a critical moment, Lin Yi turned around and swung, grabbing the reincarnation bow and striking back. Boom! The two forces collided, sending Lin Yi and Xiao Bai flying hundreds of meters. Fortunately, Xiao Bai stabilized itself in time, otherwise falling into the swarm of beasts would have been disastrous. Xiao Bai, are you okay? Lin Yi quickly asked. Xiao Bai let out an "whoa," looking fine. Without needing Lin Yi to say more, Xiao Bai quickly flapped its wings and distanced itself upwards. At that moment, the Hell Tiger King leaped over, but it was a step too late, causing its attack to miss, and it could only roar angrily at Lin Yi above. Seeing this, Lin Yi no longer dared to be careless. Maintaining a safe distance, he knocked an arrow and began to whittle down the Hell Tiger King's health. Currently, Lin Yi's attack power exceeded 60,000 points, and with the 30 defense reduction from 6 layers of armor penetration, even without triggering a killing blow, he could still grind down the Hell Tiger King. Moreover, Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that while riding Xiao Bai, as he himself did not move, the charging effect could also take effect. This transformed Lin Yi from a stationary artillery platform into a mobile one. As time passed, the charging stacks increased, allowing each of Lin Yi's attacks to inflict considerable damage on the Hell Tiger King. Roar! Below, the Hell Tiger King was tormented by the rain of arrows, yet it could not reach Lin Yi, only able to roar in impotent rage. After several attempted attacks, the Hell Tiger King finally gave up and turned to flee towards the back of the beast horde, trying to escape. Too late. Seeing this, Lin Yi sneered, coldly pursuing behind Xiao Bai as arrows continuously pierced the air, striking the Hell Tiger King's body. 10, 5, 3. Minutes later, the last shred of the Hell Tiger King's health was taken by Lin Yi. With an arrow, its body riddled with wounds collapsed to the ground, struggling a couple of times before falling still. You have killed the Hell Tiger King, experience 30 million. Proficiency 100000. Loot successful. Strength 200. Constitution 300. Buzz. The light of leveling up flickered around Lin Yi, his level rising from 51 to 52. Awesome. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim, ooh, just one ferocious beast could level him up, and killing a boss was efficient indeed. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he reached level 60, achieving his goal ahead of schedule. It's a pity I didn't loot the bloodline talent of the Hell Tiger King, otherwise my strength could improve even further. Lin Yi felt a slight regret. Just as he was about to search for the next target, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a golden glow floating above the corpse of the Hell Tiger King. A treasure drop, and it's of golden quality. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he hurriedly instructed Xiao Bai to fly over and collect the loot. Upon closer inspection, it was a dazzling golden collar. Skill collar gold. Wearable by beast